Good afternoon, everybody. It's a nice way to kick off our Monday as we do have a nice, enjoyable long day of NA Div 2 DPC. Joining me is going to be Gods and B-Cop. B-Cop, 2 days in a row, you get to be on the panel. How are you feeling?
I feel like I'm hitting the quota here. This is about all the panel I have for the rest of the year in me. It's only February, so for future events out there, I can't panel anymore. This is all I have. This is all the information I'm going to be able to use.
Yeah, this is it. You're just going to info dump in the 2 panel sessions, and then you're just going to be like, all right, I'm only sticking to play-by-play forever now. Gods, you're a staple here, though, on the panel, but 3 series today. It's going to be a long one. Are you excited?
It is. I'm excited. I'm also appreciate B-Cup. You know, your 2 panels of the year you do for NA Div 2, man. I'm glad you put that effort in where it counts. So
the best region and division
exactly
by all means.
But yeah, I'm super excited. This will be a fun day. These 3 series Mondays. We get to see more teams. We're usually seeing 6 different teams, so we get to see a ton of different looks, and always fun.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot to be desired when it does come to some of the teams playing today, but we will get to that eventually. I want to first start with what we saw yesterday. We had 2 BO3s. Yesterday, I believe we started off with the cut up against Fart Studios. And if you had asked me last week how this series went, I would have told you it would have gone to 3 games. I wasn't sure who was going to win, but Fart Studios absolutely showed up, Gods. They came in and 2-0'd the cut.
Yeah, 2-0, and it was pretty convincingly, and a must-win series for them to kind of, maybe avoid a tiebreaker. We saw BSJ Slark game 1, an amazing Slark game, but the real story, I think, was kind of the stand-in. Monkeys Forever comes in, plays offlane, takes away from Jenkins, says, I'm the core player now. Jenkins playing his 5-tree and doing whatever. And they just look like a new team with Monkeys playing. They look like a better team. We interviewed them, and they're kind of saying, like, this is what Jenkins has been wanting to do for a while, like play 5 with Monkeys on 3 when they were...
a year and a half, whatever he was saying.
Yeah. Like, they spent so long playing together on Arcos that it felt like Monkeys just fit right in with this team. And we just saw, a great performance. Nusham, I think, MVP of the series, but also Ionila, his Invoker was fantastic both games. So, kind of classic performance from the really stable, reliable Fart Studios players.
Yeah, I do love what they went for in game number 2 as well. It felt like this fun, enjoyable mix of comfort, slightly out of meta, but also still pretty in meta. I mean, you see an Earth Spirit and a Medusa. Like, how many times are we really seeing those in games, B-Cup?
Luckily, not many. I don't like Medusa. Medusa scares me. I've got plenty of 70-plus minute games watching Medusa, but... I do like the Earth Spirit. That's always fun when I see 4 positions just playing this aggressive, long-reaching kind of heroes. And I really like seeing Monkeys Forever play with that team. Like, I had the chance to play with him once a long time ago, and I feel like his energy is always just very happy and, like, loves to be there and just has a good time. And you can definitely see they seemed happier playing.
Oh, yeah. In the interview as well, he was just a bundle of joy. But the second series, Dog Champ up against C-Dub was another 2-0 in the favor of Dog Champ. Game 1, there was a little bit of competitiveness, Gods, between the 2 teams. But ultimately, once Dog Champ had a secure grip on it, there was just no coming in. There was no chance C-Dub could do anything.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Dog Champ won this one. This is actually my first time seeing this game because my internet went out, so...
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask you about game 2 because I knew you weren't there for that one.
I wasn't there for game 1 either, sorry.
Oh, God. That's right, that's why...
I was just going to BS a bit here, but yeah, I'm not surprised Dog Champ ran over this one. They've just been heads and shoulders above everyone. Seeing RCY play Pengo again, we've hyped him up so much, and I think we're going to continue to do that anytime we see him play in Div 2.
Sometimes I swear we share the same brain or the same brain cell because that's exactly what I was going to touch on is RCY. He got Pango back to back, looked fantastic. Like, we already highlighted yesterday how hard it is to sort of really focus on shutting down Dog Champ, but how key RCY really is. And because you're lucky enough to get to cast both of these games. So did you see any flaws in how Dog Champ played for this series?
Not really. I'm becoming a big RCY fan. He played 2 games in which the matchups are more favored for the other mid player, and that's information I got from Waga, not information I would know offhand. But I don't know. He just seemed to play really well. I think his rotations were quite nice. Like, in that first game, they had the Primal Beast on Mark on C-Dub, and like RCY knew when to make the rotation towards top, knowing that Mark was moving. And I think like the team's communication, you can kind of tell it's on point, and they're using that and using RCY's abilities as well as everybody. Like Italiana Gangster, it's in the name. He's a gangster. Like he's super good in this off lane. I love watching all of them play. Like I'm excited to see DogChamp in Division 1 next season because it's going to be pretty fun. And if we're back on Eastern European time, I'm going to be staying up late nights watching this team go to the major next season. I'm saying it right now. That's
Whoa.
my yeah. You know, when I don't get to make
Boy.
analytical points, I'm just going to make ridiculous ones. They're going to the major next one,
I
on the
love
next tour.
I love it, and I love how much confidence that was said with. DogChamp will be going up to Division 1 along with Felt. Both of those two teams are secured to be going up. We'll see what order they do fall into going up into Division 1. But either way, they deserve a massive congratulations for fighting their way towards that. And then it is Ant, The Cut, and Fart Studios all tied for third. They all have the same score line. And then C-Dub just below them, unfortunately, they have that one extra loss. And then it's Penguin Squad and Eternity in the relegation zone. Penguin Squad can still fight their way out of it. There is still a chance in which they stay in Division 2. But Eternity, unfortunately, they will not be staying here. They are relegated with 0 series wins and 6 losses. But Eternity, they still have a series to play, all right? They've only played 6 out of their 7. And lucky for us, they're going to be our first team right off the bat today in our exciting 3 best-of-3 day. It is Ant up against Eternity, DogChamp versus The Cut, and Felt versus a Penguin Squad. My oh my, gods, you can only pick one of these series that you can watch for the rest of your life. You don't know the outcome yet.
No.
Which one do you pick?
This is some weird kind of torture. One of these series watch for the rest of my life. I'm gonna go with Ant versus Eternity because Eternity have nothing to play for. So I heard on the rumor mill, aka Nat told me that they may be doing some clowny picks. So
Yeah.
I'm in for that one.
Yeah, we can discuss that one a little bit more when we jump in depth into that series. But for yourself, B-Cup, you're not allowed to pick the same series that God's picked.
I am just gonna stop watching Dota altogether. It's just gonna be no. What did he pick? He picked the first one. I'm gonna go with Dog versus the Cut because I like watching DogChamp and I'd like to watch RCY just play Pango.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited to see if The Cut, because they're a team that plays very much for themselves and individually. So I'm excited to see if maybe that's something that could take DogChamp by surprise. I don't know. I'm just curious to see how many different ways DogChamp can, sort of win a game convincingly. I want to know if we're able to beat almost every different style of gameplay we have down here in Division 2. But that's going to be later for the day. We get to save that one, save that exciting series. We can jump in, talk about Ant and Eternity. And God, you were right. Yeah. So what I have heard along the lines is that there is potentially going to be some wacky picks coming out because we have our 2 teams going up for Division 1 and aren't on the cusp of being relegated either. So Eternity already know that they are going to be going out. So there's just this little bit of a buffer period where Eternity, maybe they get to just have some fun for themselves. And if we're talking about having fun, what would you like to see, guys? What would bring you pure enjoyment from this series to see?
What would be a lot of fun? I think just some wacky heroes and wacky roles, like carries being played as supports and stuff like that. That's one of the things I enjoy most. I'm not sure if
Mid Crystal Maiden.
Oh yeah,
please.
Carry CM even. I remember that.
Dude, I love that.
The TI where GH was playing CM and got a Dessa with the attack speed down. I was like, this is my kind of Dota. Stuff like that is
Agreed.
awesome.
Okay, yeah. I'm fully on board with that one. I would love to see it. Not so much like picking heroes that aren't normally picked, but just putting them in roles they aren't normally.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. Are you the same page, B-Cup? Is that where you want to see the wackiness come into play?
Yeah, mid AA would always interest me. I'm always a big fan of that. Just anything that involves Ancient Apparition, really. Can we get this guy back in the patch, please? That would be nice. Thank you very much. But just kind of being a little bit looser, like not taking the game too seriously might even help them. Just take it like a pub, I guess. I don't know. Although people take pubs really seriously, so maybe that's not going to work out.
Yeah.
Or at least people in my games take pubs seriously.
They're like conflicting advice. Don't take it too seriously, but treat it like a pub,
Take it really seriously, then.
take it very seriously. We want to see a play comparison between these two teams, right? Because we talk about maybe heroes that can go in the carry position, what sort of fun they could have with it. So let's just have a chat about the pos ones. We got Argus up against Kawa here, Gods, and they play very differently, is the only way I can really describe it.
Yeah, one of them plays pretty well. The other is yet to play particularly well.
I don't want to say those exact words, but yeah.
Oh no, we're just starting the day. The flamethrowers are out. Look, we've had a lot of criticism for Karwa, and I think a little bit deservedly. Average hero damage. That is the stat to look at. Usually, I see these stat comparisons. I'm like, these are just some numbers. I mean, all these numbers. The average kills is kind of low as well. But just looking at the stats, it's been a rough tour for him. I think the most notable thing is even when he gets these games that go 40, 45 minutes and he gets a good amount of farm, he's not impacting the game. He's had it on, like an Ursa game. He's had it multiple games. He had a Bloodseeker game as well. He's just got multiple where he's just like not dishing out damage. He's not doing what he's meant to do. Like, you get all this net worth and it needs to translate into game impact. That's like one of the, I know like a lot of the kind of high level stats, like I know that some of the Chinese broadcasts use is like this net worth to damage ratio. Like, especially as a core, the more farm and resources you're given, the more you have to impact the game, because your team is basically saying you're getting, we're going to prioritize you. And I think that's where Karwa has been one of the most disappointing players of this tour. As for Arceus, he's been very stable and reliable. His Ursa has been absolutely incredible. I think he fits really well into the Ant system, where he's been playing with Feeling for like 2.5-ish years on the same team with 5-man Midas, and they became Ant. So they've got this really good synergy. He's occasionally a little bit over-aggressive and throwy, but it's kind of like a good problem to have, because it's like he's trying to make plays and he's trying to impact the game, and occasionally he'll just overextend and dive too deep. But I'd rather see that than the let's just play too passively.
Yeah, and the thing is, even when you do overextend, they're normally in a position that once or twice it's not the end of the world. I'm not too sure if I've actually seen the game where they lose off the back of Argus being a little too aggressive. So that is nice to see that even if it does happen, Ant are doing it in a position, or at least are in a position where it's not going to just end the game for themselves. And some of the team stat comparisons here. Have you been able to cast many of the Eternity Games B Cup? I'm sorry, my memory does not span that far back.
I've had to talk about a couple. Casting is no. I've seen them play a couple times. I think I was covering at least 2 or 3 of their series, and it's been kind of like what I expect when it comes to Division 2 teams. It's something that I talked about when we were covering China, and we talked about like LBZS and these teams that are on the cusp. That it's just like it always feels like the laning phase goes pretty well for these teams, and then once it hits like that 12-minute mark, things kind of fall apart. For Eternity, I would say the laning phase is not as structured, so it falls apart a little bit quicker than that. But it's a little worrying, because like you try to pull positives, and I don't want to be mean, but like it's tough when the downfall starts very early on in these games for Eternity. It's just a bad tour. Like, obviously these players are way better than I am, so I think they can definitely kind of you take the positives from when you lose, and sometimes your biggest learning experience comes from your biggest losses, and hopefully, it does change into something positive that these players can work with. But the games so far have been a little bit rough, and they do stem from like poor laning, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, there's been a lot of times where Eternity have had rough lanes, but they're kind of okay in the earlier part. Then we've seen them have an okay laning time. I mean, admittedly, that was only once or twice. But then they really lose it sort of later in the game, and it is rough. I would be curious if we can ever get a losers interview. If this does go 2-0, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to put production on the spot. They don't have to answer me right now, but it would be a lot of fun, because I would like to know just how much Eternity or someone on Eternity learned, even if they are still getting losses here in Div 2. Because for this team, a lot of them are playing competitively for like the first time, really, it felt, being in a division team like this. And then you have on the other side God's Ant, who have at least quite a fair few experienced players.
Yeah, I think that's where Ant's been a pretty stable, solid team. They're not like, the cream of the crop when it comes to Div 2 teams, but they're very stable and they'll consistently beat teams like Eternity because of that experience. And also, not just individual experience, but experience playing together as a team, I think, is a really big thing. This team is essentially kind of the, at least 3 of the 5 players from the old 5-man Midas squad. Players who had been laning together, like RGS and Feeling, for multiple years. RRL had already been playing with those 2 for a while, so they already had an idea of how to play together and have that experience, and it just made, I think, playing Div 2 NA much easier for Ant against some of these lesser experienced teams.
Yeah. What would you like to see from Ant today, knowing that they're coming up against an opponent that they should potentially beat? Are you hoping that they try out maybe a different sort of strategy, or are you okay if they do fall back on, the Ush getting Mars there? What else? The Urs for Argus? Or are you hoping just something a little bit different, gods?
I think they're going to stick to their guns and play what they're best at. Like, even though they can't make it into the top 2, there's still a decent amount of prize money up for grabs. A win here, I believe, probably puts them in like 3rd place, maybe depending on what happens with the cuts last series as well. But there's a chance Ant gets like 3rd or 4th, which is a lot more prize money than getting 5th or 6th. So, they're going to be playing for that win. A lot of these, Div 2 players, DPC is like the highest prize money they get to compete for. With, I think it's $75,000 up for grabs in Div 2 alone. So I would expect them to kind of stick to their guns. They love to pick strong lanes. Ush also has a really good Mars, but he plays Nature's Prophet. But winning the lanes and kind of snowballing from there is kind of, to me, the way Ant likes to play Dota. They're rarely picking like big late game carries. They're really just trying to prioritize having these good starts.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these 2 teams play when the lobby does eventually pop up. I say that, and right in the corner of my eye, the lobby starts popping up. So Beer Cup Draft will be going up on screen very soon. Are you expecting anything too crazy in the bans, at least? There is, potential for picks, but what about bans? It's going to be pretty straightforward.
Definitely please Lena. I just don't want to see that hero anymore. I know the Lena major is starting soon, but let's save it for then and just not pick this hero. Just ban it, please. I'm so bored of this hero. It's the same thing every time. It's the last play day for these guys. Let's see something a little bit different, please. Broodmother, yeah. All right, cool. Beastmaster, I'm fine with that, but just Lena, please, guys. Let me say it into your ears real nicely. Just ban that hero.
Yeah, I think outside of Dog Champ and Fight Studios, this is the last day we will be seeing of these teams. So only Dog Champ have another day in them. So Eternity and Ant right now, outside of tiebreakers, this is going to be their last series for NA Div 2 Winter Tour. Just a bit Winter Tour, we might be seeing some of the teams back.
Well.
But yeah, we're taking a while for this ban. I don't know why I don't know why it's not straightforward.
Lena, guys.
It's weird because coming in, usually that's what they have planned. I guess Eternity seems to be a team that does their homework less than other teams. If this is Ush, he's already done this entire draft in his head. He was staying up till 4 a.m. This dude preps. From interviews with him, he's got a routine. He goes to the gym, has his cold shower, and then spends 2 hours of draft practice and comes up with a perfect game plan. So they're not going to waste any of their reserve time on a first phase ban.
No, absolutely not. And to be fair, though, it is pretty stock standard Brood Lena coming out for Ant, whereas on the side of Eternity, they opt to go for the Beast and the Rubik there, taking that one out of the pool. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I think you kind of get this throwaway ban. I kind of call it the Rubik ban is not a must ban hero, but because they have first pick, they don't have to worry about a bunch of OP heroes being in the pool, the Lenas and stuff, because they get first grab at them, and they want to leave the pool of super strong heroes as big as possible because they also have that pick 8 where the last pick of the first phase where you often want to pick a core hero. So banning supports means there's more cores, the OP cores left in the pool, whatever those may be. So I think as first pick, you often see these weird, let's just ban a Hoodwink or a Rubik or some kind of support that doesn't, isn't necessarily OP.
Okay, Nature's Prophet. We're going to see that one most likely back on Ush, and then a Tiny. So a little bit of that flex between the 4 and the mid lane of the B Cup.
It's typical meta Dota. I'm a big fan of picking the same things all the time. Very huge fan. I like Bat Rider second. I'm okay with that. It's in the meta, it's something kind of there, but it's not Lina. As long as it's not Lina, it's still fire. Like, that's cool with me. I mean, this is high-end analytical presence right here when you're talking about fire and leaves and throwing trees and everything. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I like Ush on the Nature's Prophet. I'd like to see him back on that Mars. I feel like he styles with that hero, but it's still available. We'll see. I don't know. I like Nature's Prophet, though.
Yeah, we know that Bat definitely is a counter towards the Nature's Prophet. I feel like I hear that every time we see a Nature's Prophet pop up. We're like, wow, this is a perfect Bat game. You could Bat here on 8, and you could close out the phase with Bat. But obviously, going to the B-Cop level of analysis, Fire just beats Grass. It just makes sense.
Yeah. He's been playing too much Pokemon.
That's how it works.
That is how it works. Yeah, I think for Eternity, this is something like they came in with a game plan, like, let's give them the Nature's Prophet because we're going to get a chance to pick Bat in this situation, and then they get to protect it. You can't really first phase Bat except in this on 8 because of there's counter picks that just make the hero pretty sad. Quap being one of the worst, which was an insta ban, and now they're thinking, what are the other counter picks? What does Bat not want to play against? Most likely it will be a mid Bat Rider. They don't necessarily know the matchup. Tiny is a flex pick, although we have seen a decent amount of Tiny mid, so you've already got a good matchup there if it is Bat mid. And you can just ban out some of the other potential RRL heroes that can cause problems.
Yeah. Does mean that Tusk most likely going to be going to a 4? Or is this where we start seeing in wacky positions?
Ooh. Offlane Tusk.
I think 4 or 5 is fine, depending what the cores are. Like, Tusk 5 is okay when you have the range carries, but the best one is Nature's Prophet, so they're not getting that. Also, we've seen Tusk 3, so Tusk can play core from the offlane. I think Tusk and Batrider cores just doesn't really... Like, you've got 2 heroes that kind of do a similar thing, like, kind of play make a lot, look around the map looking for kills. Batrider takes a lot more farm, which is a good thing. But yeah, I would look more at the Tusk being a support here.
Yeah, I only agree with that just because I know the style Skyward likes to play, and I don't know if Tusk really fits into that.
Okay.
That's my only hesitation. Otherwise, I think I would like to see Tusk offlane just because I've enjoyed it every time we have seen it.
Yep.
And that has only been like twice.
Well, Crystal Maiden, this is standard stuff. You're picking out of the ban phase. You want to reveal as little as possible, so they just pick up their support. They've got Tiny and P. Here's that. Are happy to have a CM on your team. Also, just a good, strong laner. This is the Ant Classic. They've played so much 5-position silencer, now CM as well, just because these are heroes that win their lane. They spam their nukes and just make life miserable.
That's good. All right, and so then Eternity are going to be doing their support +1. Big Up, this is your time to shine. Get some predictions out there. What could Eternity be picking up?
All right. If I had to guess,
Yep.
maybe they're going to go Spirit Breaker. I don't know. Clockwork. Yeah, boom. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
nice.
Wow, it's crazy.
It's so good.
You said weird drafts. This is all meta picks.
Yeah,
What's
this is
going
all
on?
meta. Okay, this is weird for Eternity. It's going to be the last pick. Gotcha. Let's see. But yeah, Clock, still have like the flexibility on where you want to put the Clock and the Tusk gods. Like they can still interchange between 4 and 5. I feel like it is going to be stock standard, just a Tusk 4 and a Clock 5. But there is that realm of possibility because we don't know what they're pairing, what they're going to be laning with yet. We only see the 2 supports in the mid laner.
Okay. Now we have a better idea. Enigma going to be the offlaner, so there's your core, and now, you kind of get the idea of that, Tusk is going to be that support. You could have done core Tusk with like a, range 4, the Hoodwinks and stuff to, be a pretty strong lane, but I think Enigma is this offlane that we've seen Fade play a lot on Felt, and it's just a really good hero at, like, not losing its lane. It's just a nice creeps. It buys all the items the team needs, the aura items. You have that late game threat, the BKB Black Hole, of course, and if you're Ant, you're thinking, oh, our silence is banned out. We don't really have any good BKB Black Hole counters right now, so that is something that can be concerning if this game goes late. And you can't easily necessarily address it. They still need to draft like a cohesive draft themselves. They pick up Ember, which is a pick I really like for them, giving them a playmaker as well as a hero that can go even with Batrider. It's a kind of fun mid matchup in that it's kind of skill dependent. We've seen Bats, I think, in the past be considered the favorites, but more and more recently, mid laners have gotten better at playing the Ember side of the matchup as well.
Yeah. Okay, so then Ant looking for their carry. Both teams looking for their carry.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Unless Ant play a carry NP, which is possible, but not what they've done so far.
It is. Yeah, I was going to say history doesn't prove it, but obviously we do know Aegis probably can fit into that role. Carries, what would you like to see? Big up, anything sticking out to the forefront, to the frontal part of your lobe?
I got that removed, so I don't have that. But I want Mars. I don't know. I want it for Ant. Mars, Avalanche into the spear, into the tower. Give me the safe lane MP. I want to see Ush kind of have some fun with the Mars. And Eternity, is Ursa still available? They're going to go Ursa. Just based on things they've picked in the past. Not matchups, not anything other than that. Just, it's a bear.
It's a bear.
I like the Ursa idea. Yeah, I think Ursa makes sense. They could also maybe do like a Troll Warlord. That's something they've felt comfortable on at times, but I don't think Troll's a great pick. Okay.
That is not a bear.
You're right, that is not a bear.
It's just not a bear.
Unfortunately. But yeah, the sniper coming out there.
Kind of worried about that sniper. Like, he's not exactly protected. Like, if they know where he is, I could see like Nature's Prophet just being like, all right, cool, I'm showing up and I'm going to catch you and kill this sniper very quickly. And it's not like Ember's exactly easily controlled in this game either.
Yeah, that's true. Do you feel that there is enough lockdown on the side of Eternity Gods for what Ant have gone with?
I think the Tusk and Clockwork give you enough. Then you've got the team fight that heroes like Enigma bring. Batrider's got Lasso. I don't know if there's enough like frontline bodies for Sniper. Like usually you want heroes. I mean, you've got two supports that are melee, but there's support, so they're going to be underfarmed. They're going to be heroes that if they go in, they just instantly die. They're not like your off-lane Tide Hunters, Centaur type heroes, even like a Spirit Breaker. These heroes just offer, I think, a lot better frontline for a Sniper. So depending what Ant's last pick is here, I think there's a lot of things they could go that pressure the Sniper. Maybe with the Nature's Prophet, you're now more likely to go off lane because you can pick like one of those carries that's good at getting on top of a Sniper. A lot of them are out of meta, your Spectres, your PAs and stuff, but there's a lot of ways Ant can go with this pick here. Like the off lane options also are great at getting on Sniper, so they could just as easy run carry MP, say, okay, it's not a great carry matchup, but we get an off laner that jumps this Sniper, gets the backlines. You've got an Ember who already gets the backlines, a Tiny with a blink. Like, I think this is going to be a tough Sniper game.
I'm just trying to think of like lane matchups, if there is any realm in which Eternity can be shuffling things around. Because I'm just wondering why Ant were taking so long, trying to think about what they wanted. And they pick up Slark here, very much in meta, is going to be their carry there. But no, yeah, okay. Feels like Eternity are going very straightforward. Skyward on the Enigma, Kawa on the Sniper, and then Blessed Kid on the Batrider there. So yeah, and just taking the time, they do pick up Slark though. So pick up both drafts are finished. Which side are you favoring? Which one do you have a little bit more faith in?
It's a lot of faith, not a little faith. It's Ant, and I love their draft. I love that team, and it's not me guessing against Eternity because they're 0-6 and haven't won a game yet. But it's definitely Ant. Big Ant fan. Big Ush fan.
Okay, that's very fair. I am enjoying what Ant have drafted as well. But at some point, God, surely Eternity break the loss streak. At
some point. I don't know if it's happening this tournament or this game. This draft is not terrible from them. I do think the Sniper is a bit forced. I'm not sold that it's a great Slark game, though. It is a kind of carry that can try and get on top of the Sniper, but the matchup I'm most curious about is going to be this mid matchup, Ember versus Batrider. If Ember has a good time there, I think RL can just carry this game super hard.
Yeah. I'm very excited for just everything that this game is going to bring. I hope Eternity just step it up a notch. Look, for me, I'm not even looking for them to win the game. That's not a win in my book. I want them to have a good laning phase. I want them to hold themselves in the early to mid. And whatever happens from there, I just hope it's a fun time to watch. But I'm going to leave you guys to it. You guys will be casting the game. So God, big up, enjoy, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Bye now.
Thank you. Oh, back to what I know. Casting, not analyzing anything ever in my life. Oh my gosh.
How you feeling? How's the heart rate going?
Oh god, saying stupid things. I do that when I say them quick back to back, but when I have to do it on panel and defend those, I don't know. I got nothing. It's exciting.
Yeah, and the viewers who are watching and listening during a panel, they're like the hardcore viewers who want to hear every word about Dota. During a cast, you get the casuals. They're like, I'm just here to watch, my favorite player or team. I just want to watch some Dota. But if you're listening to a panel, those people are going to flame the hell out of us, B-Cup. So
yeah, I'll work on it in between breaks from this game to the last, because it's not my strong suit, but if you're here for the panel, we appreciate you. Thanks for showing up. And if you've got any good buzzwords that I can use in the next panel, just let me know. Send me a message, because I could definitely use them in the next panel when I'm just saying, hey, that's a bear. I'd love to see a bear.
Yeah.
Other than that, this game, I still feel like Ant feel like the stronger team. They have wins under their belt in general, and I feel like they're just off going to Division 1. Like, I thought the team looked good at times, and they've just had a couple of unfortunate losses, like against C-Dub, a team that is towards the bottom end of the division. But I could see them still using this as like let's build off what we've done so far and potentially go to Division 1 next season. Because they're a solid squad. Yeah,
they are solid. I think NA Div 2 right now is in this place where there's this like middle of the pack, this blob of teams that are all like kind of similar. On any given day, anyone can beat anyone. This Ant, C-Dub, Fart Squad, the Cuts even in that mix now. Like, they're not one of the top teams that maybe we thought they were coming in, just because they haven't been practicing and playing as much as other teams. With DogChamp felt like this clear top 2. The next like 3, 4, 5 teams, it's just like there's no one's really separating themselves from the others. And the fact that Ant, from talking to Usher, they're so dedicated, and they, I think, approach the game very seriously with their scrims, their practice, is a really good sign that they're a team that could well make it into Div 1 in the future.
Yeah, I like in one of the interviews he was talking about how, like, if we have a win or a loss, we kind of take the rest of the day off and then talk about it the next day. Like, they're not overthinking anything they're doing right or wrong, but they are analyzing it in a spot where it's, like, not overwhelming to them. And I think that's a good step when you're on a team, to not, like, put yourself into like this burnout, right? Like, yeah, it takes up a good significant portion of your life, and obviously it's very important to you. But if you burn out on it, it's only going to hurt your performance. And letting it kind of sit for a little bit and figuring out what you want to analyze about these games is certainly a good spot to be in. And both these teams, they've worked really hard, and I know that we have a word from Skyward to his fans. So let's take a listen to what his message is to the fans.
I would say this is a general statement going towards North America. But I think this is a region where we have an exuberant amount of talent, but not enough work ethic to prove it. And I think we've seen a lot of times South America, especially, is starting to blossom simply because they're putting in all the work that most North American players aren't willing to put in. So I guess this is a message to North America. It's time to wake up, and it's time to start playing actual Dota. Start putting in more effort, because honestly, coasting in Div 2, for us, that's not enough. We want more. We're not here to settle for Div 2, and we hope that everyone else is able to push us to be a better team, because we want to do the exact same for them.
Okay.
Look, I'm going to say, that didn't age well. We're not going to settle for Div 2. We're going to get eliminated from Div 2.
Yeah, I don't know when that was recorded, but...
Yeah. Look, I love Scar. It's just funny hearing him talk all serious, like we're not good enough. Like Div 2, like we want to go higher than that. And no, there's 0-6 now.
Well, maybe next qualifiers into Div 2, they won't settle for Div 2 and go to Div 1.
I like it,
but it's a long road. I'll salvage what was said, and maybe next tour it'll.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here. I've woken up. It's Monday, and I'm just I'm ready to flame today. I gotta be careful.
Monday throwers on.
It's like what you were saying about Ash and his team. Like, they get angry and they're like, okay, we're gonna sleep on this. That's always good life advice. If you're upset about something, don't make a decision or action in the moment. Sleep on it first, if you can, and come back the next day and see if you're still upset.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way to do it. Easier said than done. But if you can definitely let yourself kind of settle, it works. Like Matt was saying, she's playing just 2 games of Dota a day. You let the wins settle, and then you go to the next day of Dota. It's a good way to do it.
Nope.
Getting those victories. Interested to see how these lanes kind of set up going into this first game. I'm worried about the sniper. I don't know why. I just feel like sniper's a worrying hero in lane. Especially he's going to be up against Ush and the Warden. There's definitely opportunity for him to kind of just get caught in a bad position, avalanche, tossed under tower, something like that, and sprouted up and killed.
Yeah,
Ush can body block.
I think it's okay because like your matchup against NP is good. It's just don't let Tiny ever get close to you or on top of you. And Tiny's got the boots, but I feel like it's anything. Ants may be looking this lane like they may have to like pull some waves and they can't maybe play the lane fully head on. It's not the easiest of lanes. And especially if I think Tusk should go bottom because the Clockwork versus Nature's Prophet is a pretty bad matchup because you can't reliably battery assault in. The treants are always going to take that damage. So I really like what Eternity is doing, sending Tusk to the safe lane with the sniper.
It does feel like, though, Arceus just like, if Moonlight runs at him, you could Frostbite, get a couple of Essence Shifts stacked up, and slowly whittle away this Clockwork if he's not too careful.
Yep. Yeah, I think Clockwork top, his job is just going to be not letting the CM go for some pulls. Oh, geez, Moonlight taking a crap ton of damage there for no real reason, but yeah, his job is just to mess with the CM, stop the pulls from happening, trade harass as much as possible, and try and give Skyward like as the easiest lane possible. I don't think they're actually looking for kills up here.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's able to accomplish that and how open the game can get here for Skyward. Mid was actually a little bit shaky for a second for RRL. He had like 8 stacks of the sticky napalm and was down to like 65 health, but he went to an early stick, so he's gonna have that to just heal up a little bit when he's getting those stick charges from the sticky napalm.
And Moonlight continues to take heavy harass up top. I feel like he's not getting the kind of trades you want out of you. I mean, it's hard playing melee 4 against a ranged 5, and not to mention Slark's a hero you don't really want to run at when he's got the level 1 passive, so Moonlight does have to be careful. Every time we've seen him take these harass trades, he's just losing out.
Yeah, and like I said, eventually he'll get such low life where if he wants to go for that, he might just end up dead, especially when level 2 comes around, right? Like, you've got Pounce to Leash or something like that, or Dark Pact with a Frostbite Crystal Nova combo. You won't be able to run away, and that might make things a little bit tough for him.
No. Yeah, a lot of harass down bottom too. Yep. So far, Clockwork's job top has just been blocked the small camp from spawning, and now he's got a courier too. So he's finding ways to impact this game. He can't do much in the lane, and unfortunately, Skyward.
Oh, first blood. That's not what you want to give up, though. Get a courier, you block the camps, but giving up your off laner, like you said, the goal of the lane is to just make it easy for Skyward, but that's not going to make it easy at all.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I think that's more on Skyward than Moonlight, but it's also he may actually Arceus is overextended a little bit. He gets pushed back in the tower.
Oh boy, that's a tower shot that'll get the kill. That worked out really well.
That was like a solo kill from a Clockwork. He just trapped him in the tower with battery assault cogs, and then this Clark ran down and got pushed into the tower. It was insane. I don't know what Arceus was doing there, but big feed from him.
Yeah, not exactly pouncing into the right direction or doing anything that would get him out of that. He comes back full health, full mana, so taking the positives out of the negatives. Maybe he can get something going again, but Moonlight certainly happy with that. Picks up a bounty rune for his troubles as well, and yeah, Skyward died, but not awful here for the Clockwork, I would say.
Yep.
It's just about sustaining, and now the Warden actually running away from this Tusk as Carl is going to die to Ush. So, again, playing aggressive but not getting the results and losing the core of the lane, happening both in the off lane and the safe lane for the side of Eternity.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that shouldn't really happen. It was Eternity who were the ones going aggressive, and then they get just punished for it. And just held their ground, and Ush and Warden, I think, have this really good kind of laning synergy that they're always synced up, like, okay, we're going to stand and fight, or we're just going to back off together. And they kind of highlight it there with a nice little turnaround.
Only level 2, so Tiny only has Avalanche when he's heading over mid, but
maybe enough.
Westkit's taking a couple shots from the tower. He's going to get a refill on that bottle with the water rune down or up towards top, so the bottom one should be help for RRL, but he doesn't have a bottle at the moment. Not actually even going into a bottle. He's going wand with a Blightstone, so
yep, He tells his Tiny, just pick it up, don't give any more runes to the Batrider. Interesting take on the mid-Ember versus Bat matchup, not going bottled, feeling like he has plenty of regen with the wand. And this is kind of how you do okay in this lane. You just max out Slight, get the Blightstone, and you just spam Slide on this Bat. You keep him as low as possible so that he can't dive your tower. And if he's ever diving your tower to try and kill you, he's got this minus armor that makes him take a lot more damage from those tower shots.
Yeah, and he's also got a Tiny that is willing to rotate. Sometimes you don't have supports that are able to really help you out too much, but Avalanche Toss is certainly an ability or a combo of abilities that might make it so if the Batrider does feel like he could get aggressive, he's going to pay for it. Speaking of that, over mid, Burning with the Firefly, but a TP back to base for RRL. Hit that Flame Break to start, and he has gone into the 3-1-1, which is a typical build for the Batrider. Fueling also getting a little bit low as he's going to be run down by Moonlight. Cogs around him with the battery assault going off, and eventually the kill will come for the side of Eternity as Moonlight evening up the kill score at 2. Avalanche and a toss onto Erates, but the snowball back towards the Warden puts him towards Ush, and one more right click will get the kill onto the Tusk, but now Ush needs the TP away from Karwa and, well, just has the time to.
Oh, it's so nice. This is half the strength of Nature's Prophet. Now he's going to TP right back bottom. He's looking for a kill on Sniper.
Oh, Karwa? Sprout didn't go around him, but he's got Avalanche from the Warden, so it ends up being in a significant enough time to get a double kill.
Huge. He TP'd base, bought his like treads and wand and I don't know what, he bought some items, and he didn't even wait till he was full health. He was already teleporting in with like 2/3 health just to finish off that kill. Amazing aggression coming out from Ant.
2 heroes over mid. Moonlight shows himself and they D-ward. Ush, by the way, he's queued up an Ag's first item for this Nature's Prophet. I know yesterday we saw Orchid come out from an offlane Nature's Prophet Skyward. He's been pounced, but goes to the black hole. The damage out of the Slark, a solo black hole, it works.
Whew. Huge. And yeah, just having these Eidolons early. We saw earlier the Eidolons basically solo killing a CM. Some aggression on mid, but yeah, that's a great use of your first black hole. And that's 2 deaths on Slark. Both were at least somewhat avoidable here. Skyward having a great game on this Enigma despite the early death. He's managed to hit a fast level 6 and...
Oh, feeling.
Yep.
He's a +1. Hurt. Oh gosh.
God,
the Wrath of Nature, though, comes through, and they're ending up getting the kill on a Skyward under the tower.
Okay.
But 2 more for this. I don't know if they really needed the Warden and RRL to show up.
Like, Ush threw his ultimate, he's like, okay, I'll TP, and he's like, wait a second, they're already dead. Or at least the Enigma's already dead. RRL maybe could have canceled his TP, but wanted to go through with it. He immediately just runs back mid, so he doesn't really miss out on too much. Does have a bottle now, so gets the bottle refilled.
Ush getting chased a little bit. They've got tag teams, some right clicks, and a snowball under the shrapnel. Ush looking like he's just going to drop as Erates goes to the body blocks, and even with the Sprout to try and get a TP away, he's not successful.
That was ambitious TP. They were ready to make sure they finished with that kill, and nice find there for the Eternity safe lane. Karwa has had a rough start to this game with the 2 deaths on Sniper, but that's going to kind of pick him back up, and now we're going to start to see that kind of first rotations out of some of these mid laners. The Ember did make the TP top, but curious to see where some of these fights around power runes now, how they go.
Ooh, double Avalanche and the toss. They've got Ush coming over. Frostbite on a Moonlight, Sleight of Fist, Cogs down, and Blessed Kid, he's able to walk away, but Moonlight not so fortunate. Ush getting another kill, and he's top of the net worth by a significant margin so far.
Yeah. Yeah, just having a great time, even with the 1 death, 4 and 1. Ush, the Axe build has been, other than I think the Orchid yesterday, the build the offlaners have primarily gone.
Searing Chains, Avalanche, and popping those Treants with a Remnant forward. RL will get a kill there onto the Tusk, so they smoked right after getting that kill over mid and able to get themselves parlayed into a second one.
Yeah, this is what Ant like to do, though. Come out of the lanes and just look to play super aggressive, use a lot of smokes, try and take some of these early objectives. It's going to have to involve the Nature's Prophet. You've got to carry and Slark that, doesn't want to play necessarily super greedy, but does need to hit at least like a 1 item timing with like the Echo Saber. So if they're going to try to take early objectives, it's entirely up to playing around Ush's Nature's Prophet.
Warden caught. Shards blocking him in, gets an Avalanche out on a Karwa. The Wrath of Nature is going to be sent out as well. But that won't really do the damage needed to turn this at all. Top tier 1 might go down to Skyward. He's just been pushing. He kind of has this lane to himself for the moment.
He's done a really good job just keeping the pressure on. Already has a arcane mech. Black Hole's back up in 10 seconds, so even Feeling has to be a little bit careful up here on the Crystal Maiden. Just positioning himself so that he keeps the pressure on. He's leeching XP while not really giving any opportunities for Ant to kill him.
Ember's coming bottom. Avalanche and Karawa starting to throw some right clicks in. Slight searing chains a little late, so Karawa's not going to be caught by that. And with this rotation from RRL, they don't really get anything out of it.
Yeah, very odd. Just TP'd in, showed himself, wasn't really, any kind of a real gank attempt, and wasn't even in position to get the power runes, which is really, like, we're kind of at this stage of the game where power runes are going to dictate a lot of the moves here. If Ember or Back get these, haste runes and stuff, it makes such a big impact.
Skyward just continuing to do what's working, and that's getting kills by just running down these heroes. He gets one there on the Crystal Maiden, the toss over to RRL, but they've got Moonlight coming in, and well, he no longer has the haste, but he does have the damage to get the kill there on the Warden. They've got the Flame Break, the lasso onto Ush. RRL burning a little bit. West Kid under the tower, taking some tower shots, sprouted up, but Ush as well as RRL going to go down here as the Black Hole lands on both. So a 2K lead for Eternity, and this is probably one of the best starts they've had throughout the entire season.
They showed up ready to play. I mean, Skyward especially has been a real standout on the Enigma so far. The pressure he put on top, and then suddenly he's at bottom, and the crucial timing to get the Emperor. They're not done. Hookshot in bottom.
Oh gosh, the Warden, well, the prisoners are out and the Warden's dead. Karawa getting a kill there, and he is unstoppable already. I think the rumor mill was a bait. The rumor was we're picking weird things and we're going to play for fun, but that was all not true. They are playing for real.
Absolutely. This is the kind of a turn you're like, okay, where's this team been? They've had a few games where they had decent early starts, so this isn't the first time where they come like out of the lanes 10, 15 minutes in with a gold lead. So the question is now, like, can they transition this into having a strong mid game? They've already taken multiple towers, and I think the nice thing with this draft is the Enigma with early Greaves and just the idle on pressure gives you a lot of early momentum that can take Roshan, take early towers, and not just have a good gold lead from winning your lanes. They can actually do something with the gold now.
So what do you do if you're another NA team? Like, what's the game plan to kind of slow down everything that's going on so far? What's the recovery status?
Yeah, you got to pick and choose your fights a bit better. They're definitely going to slow things down and not try and, I think, aggressively make these rotations or take team fights as much. But utilize the fact you have a Nature's Prophet. So you can kind of play more of the map, have Ush, farming somewhere, and kind of splitting the map, force Eternity to, have to push out multiple waves, and that's going to create opportunities to find these ganks. Like heroes like Ember, super mobile, can easily gank side lanes. Just make sure those plays are happening, away from enemy towers, for example, where the turnaround can maybe, punish you.
Dota plus 65-35. Is this the biggest number in favor of Eternity so far?
It might be. It's the biggest I've seen.
Man. Ooh, Feeling. Hook shot hits. He's got Freezing Field, but not sure that's going to get off here as he's got two heroes joining in. Flame Break lands. Burning, burning, burning. Blessed Kid with another one. And that's a kill on the Crystal Maiden once again.
Yeah, I don't know. CM being on the other side of the river alone there is a very ambitious warding mission.
Well, Blessed Kid's already got Boots of Travel, so right click's coming in from Karawa, who has a Maelstrom already. These two heroes can easily combine for a kill, and Blessed Kid's going to have himself a double. 13-7.
Having this early bots, and once he has BKB as well, the kind of global presence is going to be really tricky to deal with. And yeah, everything is just turning up amazing here for Eternity here in the early game. Top three cores all on their side. Doesn't really feel like there's a whole lot Ant have cooking right now. They've got this Slark who's slowly building towards an Ag Scepter, but it's hard playing Slark when you're behind because your enemy are always ready for a team fight, and Slark can't easily just jump into like heroes that are grouped up in a team fight scenario until he's built up like Essence Shift, or likely needs a BKB as well. There's so many things that deal with BKB with Black Hole as well as Batrider Lasso. The Black Hole particularly makes Slark's game really tough here.
I am wondering, as Avalanche comes out onto the Batrider, they've got the toss, but can they get this kill? Snowball into a hook shot. RRL melts, and so does Feeling. They're going to catch the ward in 2. 3 heroes dying on another
bottom.
NA team. And bottom lane, Black Hole, solo target. Once again, Eidolon damage, the Sprout, the TP attempt, and he's gone. So this time Black Hole doesn't get them anything. So that's not the worst thing in the world, but still losing 3 mid feels pretty bad.
Oh yeah, amazing fight mid, and Skyward, I think feeling himself a bit too much with how good the game's going. He's like, all right, we're crushing this team fight. I'm gonna kill their core, get a solo Black Hole off. Didn't quite have the damage, ambitious, but nonetheless an amazing outcome for Eternity with everything that happened mid lane. The Batrider just being a little bit too tanky, and Ant not having the damage when you go on him there. I think maybe they were hoping that someone like Nature's Prophet would TP in. But Ush was, busy dealing with an Enigma bottom, so he wasn't able to kind of show up and give that little bit of extra damage they needed to finish off the Batrider.
So I know early on and before this game started, the odds were favoring another NA team, but I'd love to see them now, and it's still pretty heavily favoring another NA team with these odds brought to you by esportsbet.io. I'm surprised they've only shifted so little. But Remnant, Blessed Kid on the run, Searing Chains. Again, you said he was pretty tanky. They go to the freezing field. They really want this kill. Blessed Kid's finally going to die. The snowball's in a little bit late, but the Walrus Punch comes through, and Carl's got himself a kill on an RRL. So Shadow Dance TP out from the Slark. It ends up being a 2-for-1, and all of a sudden, Karwa, who died early on, is 9-2-3 and godlike.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he started, 0-2, and now he's 9-2. So quite the turnaround from a bad laning stage. And I think after this, Eternity are for sure favored to win this game at this point, regardless of the fact they, Ant has just been the better team and could come back. Like the way they're playing, the position they're in with their draft is just so dominant right now. There's no real way to deal with Enigma once that kind of BKB Black Hole comes into play. So it just feels like a really tough game where Ant is going to just have to kind of resort to some split push. There's not really any easy way around it, and you're just going to be giving up the entire map to heroes like Sniper and Enigma, who, you don't really win the late game here. That's the problem. Ant kind of have to just stall it out for late game, but that's likely a losing recipe.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Sark only has himself one of the permanent steal on that Essence Shift, and Moonlight, he will die. That's a good one to get. That's going to bring up your farm on the Slark, and I do like the fact that he went away from the Ags. That's just such a long tunnel vision item there. Like, you kind of need something a little bit smaller and more effective, right? And the Diffusal Blade kind of works in that sense. Yeah.
I think they're realizing they can't just, stall it out and farm it up. So the fact that Slark went this Diffusal Blade to me says Ant are going to be looking to take some aggressive plays and fights. They're behind, but I think this is how you have to play this game. You're not going to outscale against Sniper Enigma. You want to fight before this Enigma gets BKB. They need to use these next couple of smokes well, and really, the big issue is they're struggling to keep these lanes pushed out. I think Nature's Prophet's maybe spending too much time farming in the jungle and needs to prioritize pushing out lanes, because I'm looking at mid lane, it's near the tier 2 tower, bottom lane's really pushed up. All these waves are past the river and making it hard for Ant to make aggressive plays on the map, because you've got to address these lanes, and that to me is number one priority right now. And then you want to follow that up by trying to find some kind of smoke play.
Yeah, we'll see when that comes, and I'm kind of interested in what Ant's building right now, because they're going to the Gleipnir on this Nature's Prophet, so even more control. Like, they've got the Ags that adds the Entangle onto the Wrath of Nature, and then, a Gleipnir to add on could be tough for Eternity, as, well, right now, they're the ones jumping in and trying to get a kill on a feeling. There goes the Wrath of Nature. There's the root on a couple of these heroes. Sleight of Fist, no chains, Remnant over to the side. Black Hole's going to be used, but stopped immediately. Skyward in some trouble. They get the kill on Iratus, as well as Skyward. Us trying to TP out, but there's the late lasso. Should have the damage and will fall. I believe the Eidolon's adding on to that, and Blessed Kid's going to be able to TP away, as they do end up getting the kill on Ush.
Yeah. Still an okay fight for Ant. All things considered, that was the Batrider's BKB lasso. That was the, Enigma Black Hole going down. So they want to just keep fighting now here. Argus is charging forward.
Yeah, he doesn't want to stop.
Careful.
The problem is Carl is doing a lot of damage. Oh boy, Shadow Dance not available. That means that's a dead Slark. Fighting into that is not worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah. Sniper having the Dagger of Ristal, so able to just increase his damage even more. That's such a nice neutral line for Sniper to have when you're just sitting back. If nobody's on you, you're like, yeah, I'll give up 100 health and for 40 damage. And yeah, Slark is really struggling. He able to get on one hero, but if it's not the sniper's just going to sit there and pew you. And even when you have the Shadow Dance, if there's stuff like Shrapnel down, Firefly down, there's so much damage on the ground. Midnight Pulse, another one. There's all these AoE area of effect damage spells that bypass the Shadow Dance in these fights as well. So really tough Slark game.
Yeah, tough, and you saw those stats kind of come up for a second. It's like they've got a similar amount of last hits, but still, Sniper's beating his GPM by about 120. So he's getting a lot more gold out of the map right now and a lot more gold out of the fights that they've been taking, and the aggression has been on. I believe he's got a full Mjolnir. Yeah, that, oh boy. That ain't fun.
Oh.
Not in the slightest. Bottom lane, Blessed Kid, he'll fall. Warden gets the kill, Ush helping out, and still working on that Gleipnir.
Nope.
He's kind of becoming this carry, or trying to. They've got Searing Chains onto the Sniper, but RRL, now he's in a bad way. He doesn't have a Remnant to leave on this just yet. They've got the Warden coming over. He does have a Blink Dagger, but the follow-up isn't exactly there anyway, so they're not even going to jump for this.
And there. This poor CM has just been absolute food this game for eternity, but a big find on the Batrider bottom. I guess the BK. So after he died, he had the BKB. Maybe before that, it was still on cooldown, but perhaps also just thought he couldn't get away, and kills like that. I think that's one way Ant can play this game. It's just, we're going to split push a bit with Nature's Prophet, and they're going to have to split up to defend this, and that's where we use NP, Ember, Slark to, basically punish them for being split off by playing a game of, like, let's just pick them off. Whoa.
Hook shot? Snowball in, and they get the kill, but that was interesting.
Yep.
Worth the tips. Yep, definitely.
Yep. Good to see them having some fun. that seems like they're probably all laughing if they're tipping there.
Hopefully he's laughing too. So, laughing with him, not at him.
Yeah, exactly.
This Cockwork, by the way, Moonlight has Orchid. They're going to still be able to kill Moonlight, but having this Orchid is an interesting build for Clockwork. They're going to go and get the Freezing Field down, but the Snowball is going to extend the inevitable death that comes through for this Tusk. Test dying to Ush.
It's a great Orchid game. Like, so many. I mean, Ember being the obvious hero that Orchid's just amazing against, and usually you think, okay, you're playing against Orchid as Ember, you'll get that, BKB or Yule Scepter, but you don't really usually itemize as Ember for the supports. You're looking at what the cores are doing, and here's like Sniper, BKB doesn't help against, Batrider Enigma doesn't help against, so you don't really want to go BKB this game. You see RRL doesn't even have it queued up at this point, so if anything, what's probably going to happen is the Clockwork just becomes like a higher priority target. Like, we need to kill this guy because we can't just let him be using Orchid on our Ember, and RRL just dies because of it. So a great item to have for him, for Nature's Prophet. None of these heroes have BKB. So Orchid has a ton of value this game.
I guess the question is, how long is the value going to last? They go to the Midnight Pulse. They've got the Flame Break to push back the Warden into the Midnight Pulse again. And, well, Snowball forward. They still don't have the kill onto the Tiny just yet, but they'll finally finish him off, and they find themselves the Frostbite onto the Tusk. Blessed Kid going deep for Feeling. Walrus Punch. RRL in some trouble. Malphus hits him. He's going to have to back away, but right in the hands of Blessed Kid. So RRL, well, hit with the lasso, controlled, killed, and gone. 3 dead.
This game's a bit sloppy on both sides, but definitely on the Ant side more so. And RGS is going to be careful. A black hole coming his way.
Oh, Skyward.
They're chasing. They still want it.
Yeah, they really
Can you get the hook shot? No.
Oh, boy.
They're still looking. Ooh. Swing and a miss. I like the try.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, so you might as well throw a hook shot out there.
No.
Sark's slowly finding some farm, and a kill on Blessed Kid here could be very important. It's got another pounce in a second, but with that Rod of Atos, they have the control. They'll get the kill. It's onto the Batrider, and Argus now has 7 in the permanent agility with the Cessna Shift.
Yeah, that's like that. It's the same. It happened twice now, where they win a fight with his BKB, and then he's like, I'm just going to TP someone to farm, and the second he does, he dies. Like, Ant are just like, okay, this guy's got no BKB. I'm just going to TP on him and root him.
Looks like they're going to fight over mid. They go to the Gleipnir. They get the kill in a Moonlight. Now they'll look over at Eretest, but he's able to get the Snowball off. Up towards the top end of this. Skyward goes to the Black Hole. It's going to be on Ush, but on the back lines, they've got their hands on Akarawa. They should be able to get the kill on the Sniper. That's going to be a 10 times kill streak gone out of his hands. Over to the Slark. Toss up into the air. That's onto the Tusk. They get the kill on Skyward. They take out Eretest. That's going to be a full team wipe for another NA team.
Wow. And that's the thing. That's where we saw those odds. Like, they were still kind of favoring Ant. Like, you know, people behind the odds know, like, okay, Ant's just a team that will find an opening and take advantage of it. And in this case, it was they lose a fight. Then suddenly Batrider's farming in a side lane without BKB. He gets picked off. And they're like, okay. And then also they knew Enigma had TP top. So they see Heroes mid. They're like, okay, we run at them too. They're just taking advantage of Eternity's cooldowns. Like, okay, no BKB, we get this kill. Now they're down numbers. We're going to rotate on mid. You can see here on the mini-map on the replay, Enigma's was top. They knew Enigma was top pushing with Eidolon, so they can make this aggressive play. By the time the Enigma shows up with the black hole, the fight's already kind of lost because it's a 5v3. So Sniper just can't really win, even with a black hole coming out there in a 5v3 scenario.
It's also now 1,000 gold going to the Slark. He gets the kill. The godlike spree is gone. And Sark just went from 11k when they were fighting the Batrider bottom to almost 15,000 net worth in the jump of a second. Like, that is so much gold going his way. Look at the net worth discrepancy now. It's in favor of Ant. So, like, that's insane.
There's the big turnaround, and think of your turn, you're thinking, okay, we no need to rush things. You know, we've got late game Sniper Enigma, like this. Not even heroes like Batrider, like, you know, they're until there's Lincoln Spheres and stuff up, like Blink, BKB Lasso is just like an insta catch on almost any dire hero here. So
pounce in. They found Carl again. BKB, the Essence Shift is starting to stack up. Here comes Ush onto the back lines. They just rip apart the Sniper. He's not safe anywhere. Gleipnir on a 2. Lasso on a Ush. Ush is going to be pulled away into the Midnight Pulse, but they get the kill on Aeritest, so they're unable to get the kill on a Ush. He's on the run with Skyward going to the BKB. Sleight of Fist, no lockdown. BKB still rolling, goes to the Malefice, blinks up onto the high ground, but Warden's going to force staff himself forward, waiting to get an avalanche onto the Enigma. Ush even TPing into the middle of the base. They get the buyback coming up from Aeritest as well as Moonlight. Gleipnir thrown out. They've got 2 buybacks already, so if they can leave with their lives, that's well worth it. Warden's going to need to try and TP out of this one as they get the kill on Ush, so that feels pretty bad when you've gone in this far, as feeling 4 staffs past the tier 2 tower, but Bless Kid, Firefly has Blink in a second, pounce back in, and they're going to go for this Tusk once more. Shards to block him off, but the second pounce is going to be onto the Clockwork. They've got the Snowball. Who's it going after? It's actually after the creep, so it's not going to be after Argus, so they won't be towards the Dire side. Hook shot, Gleipnir, there's the control. They get the kill on a Moonlight, onto the back line to kill off Skyward, and all of a sudden, Ant, from running past tier 4s and back out of the base, they get a couple more kills.
Yeah. They actually handled the buybacks really well there. Like, I'm like, okay, this is getting too deep, you know. The reason they want to dive there is their Slark had, like, plus 70 agi. Now he's at plus 200 agi. He's stealing 192 agi with 12 perma agi. Like, when your Slark gets that much agi, you know RG's is saying, go, 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 go. Like, I'm the strongest person. Like, you cannot get stronger than this as a Slark. So he's probably yelling at his team, like, we're diving tier 4s. And it's actually an okay call to dive tier 4s when you have that much agi stolen. The problem is when they buy back, you got to be careful. You got to back off, because things like an Orchid on your Slark when he doesn't have ulti can punish him. But they did a great job backing off, waiting for Eternity to overextend, even though they lost Ush, and then they re-engage, because Slark still had like 60, 70, 80 agi there to fight with.
And they want even more. They've got this Axe, the Wrath of Nature with the Root. They've got the control to get the kill on Aeritest. The BKB is going to be popped by Karla, but now they've got the Black Hole. It's out of the Slark. Slark, though, safe for now, goes after Skyward. BKB is going to be popped by Skyward. That's not going to be able to save the Sniper. So they get the kill there on the Karla. They'll look over at Bless Kid as well as Skyward, who are on the run back behind the tier 2 tower. They've got Moonlight TPing in, but it's not going to be in time as they get another kill. Argus with his own triple kill and his own godlike spree.
This diving in, kill, kill, kill there. Not giving Eternity time to reset. And that's the biggest thing I think Eternity are messing up here, is they're just not
Avalanche.
like having a structured team fight.
Pounce, Leash, 4 staff out of the cogs. They've got the Gleipnir. They have continued control. These cogs are going to run out in a moment. Hook shot over on a 2. And Moonlight will eventually fall to Ush. Full team wipe again. Yeah.
That's multiple buybacks. No one has a buyback now. I think 2 of those heroes bought back previously, at least the supports did. They'll go high ground here with a Slark who's just going to shred through some buildings with 100 plus stolen agi. So this may just, you know, it's going to be a lane of racks potentially. They may be worried about some of these respawns, but with no black hole, I think they just keep going. And yeah, we just haven't seen Eternity have a team fight where there's 5 alive in, like, I don't know, 10 minutes it feels like. Ever since that moment where Batrider got picked off bottom lane and then they lost that fight mid at the tier 1 tower, we haven't seen a 5-man Eternity team fight around their, like, spells like Black Hole.
Yeah, it's just been constant fighting and not good outcomes for Eternity.
Yeah. Constant fighting against a Slark who's just permanently had all this stolen agi. Like, you got to reset. You got to set him back to 0.
He had 1 permanent stolen agility at like 20 minutes into the game, 22 minutes into the game, and now he's got 16. Like, the fights have been constant, and the fights have been victorious for another NA team, like, throughout the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. And like that, and towards the end of that last fight, that was a good black hole. You caught the Slark there. The Nature's Prophet, I think, kind of got clipped on the edge as well. The problem was the sniper was already so low because he'd been jumped on. So he was at like 10% health. There was no damage going into the black hole. Maybe Karawa should have just turned and fight, knowing he was going to die regardless, and do as much damage as he can. But it's just the disjointed team fights and the kind of pub-like feel to this game. Like, this Slark is just playing a pub game right now, running around, getting kill, and having an amazing time. This is the perfect hero for these disjointed, chaotic games.
Pounce away. Argus, he's still surviving. Like, another NA team thriving in chaos is what you're getting at. And
Yep.
I'm a big fan of chaos. It's what I play in my Magic the Gathering EDH decks. All chaos all the time. But it's always fun to watch when it's in Dota and you see that Hex being pointed out to us. It's Gleipnir and Hex. Those are some expensive items for us. Ags, Gleipnir, Hex. Talk about an expensive inventory.
Yeah. And everything just like, let's control and address this sniper. Like, I kind of like that none of their cores are going BKB. It's just not a good BKB game. I think, well, Slark, oh no, he did. Yeah, he had one queued up, but he actually didn't end up buying it, so.
Hook shot. Away, but not far enough away. Second hit bash, that works out. RL, he wants to steal a couple of kills here. Argus is on a beyond godlike spree, so RL might as well take one.
Yeah, Slark doesn't mind as long as he gets his perma agi.
Just give me the agi and you can take whatever you want. It's okay. Looking at, he got that Sprout Leashes that was pointed out just a second ago. That is... I'm going to make one actual guess towards the patch next patch, and that's going to be either a 25 talent or gone completely.
On which one, sorry?
The Sprout Leashes.
Oh, yeah.
That feels super broken.
Yeah, or it needs to, like, I don't know, not pierce magic immunity or something. I don't know.
I feel like you can at 25, but not at 20.
Yeah, exactly. The fact it's a 20 talent doing that's kind of insane. Mid lane.
Yeah, they've found themselves Erates, RL with another kill.
Yep.
He is starting to get a couple of kills in a row, and he's going into an Ags. BKBs, that's for losers, because they're all foregoing it on the side of another NA team.
It's great. It's good. I think it's smart. Like, at various times, at least I remember seeing Slark had one queued up, and I think they as a team probably discussed, like, this is not a BKB game. Like, we're playing against Enigma. It's not going to do anything. Batrider, BKB Lasso, like, you're better at buying a Lincoln Sphere or something. But even that, Lincoln doesn't help versus Black Hole, so they're able to all itemize in these other directions as a result.
So he just runs out, but they've got the Avalanche tossing a Karla, and throwing a tree his direction won't do the damage. Not enough of a jump there. He's trying to go into a Shadow Blade. His game slowed down significantly because he had this Mjolnir pretty quickly.
Yep. It really did. Like, he got that huge streak where it was godlike after starting the game 0 and 2, and since then, they've just done a better job of getting on top of him.
Top lane chases on for Bless Kid, and, well, he'll go to the lasso, but that's going to be in vain, it seems. But they'll jump in, Black Hole on a 3. Maybe it's not going to be in vain. Karwa's starting to output some damage. They get the kill on RL. They're going to have the hook shot on a 2. But here he comes, back into the fight with the Remnant over. Karwa's going to be low. They'll get the kill on Ush. They'll take out Bless Kid. Feeling with the freezing field over to the side. He's not going to get anything, but they get the kill on Eratus. They'll take out the Tusk. Skyward falls. Down goes Karwa. 4 heroes dead as RL's got himself an ultra kill, and Argus swipes away the Rampage. It's still a full team wipe, though, and 3 of these heroes don't have buyback.
Yeah, just great job of playing around the Black Hole. They were never really grouping up to give that, big multi-hero hole. Ember especially jumping the backlines, and I think it feels like Ant really made like a team decision there. Like, okay, RL's like, I'm going to jump the backline, Slark, you just hit people in the front lines, get your agi. Like, they have to go on different targets so that they don't group up for a Black Hole.
This buyback, Abyssal, no, Bless Kid.
Oh, man. This is the same story as last time. Eternity get off to a good start. They did it another game with Sniper as well, but then things just kind of fall apart in the mid game. Argus back in.
Yeah, he's back in. He wants these kills.
No. Luckily, the
They had
shard
death
helps
trap
keep them
for a
alive.
second, yeah.
They didn't actually get racks. They were diving for kills, so they kind of
Shot? They tossed Argus away, but the Cog's in a decent spot. They've got the Zags. They have the silence. Yule's up into the air. You got to remember, RRL bought back just a moment ago. Ooh, Remnant over to the side. They get the kill in the Moonlight as well as Aerotes. They'll find the Abyssal Blade. It's on Akara 1. He bought back too, so this is going to be a big issue when he's dead for 2 minutes. Skyward, Malefice, Blink back. He's all that's left to defend the base.
Yeah, now they'll get racks and probably multiple lanes here with so many dead. It's like, yeah, they do need creeps. Hold on. Gotta wait for the creep wave. We'll be 2 heroes alive if Clockwork wants to buy back, or they'll just have to wait it out. But yeah, this will be at least 1 lane. Looks like probably 2 lanes of racks here with mid lane unprotected as well. But no GG yet.
Pounce towards the racks. Should be pretty simple. 2 sets. Do they go for the tier 4s? They're starting on it.
Nope. Got the bongos. CM is popping the drums. Let's just hit. Glyph being forced out. They know that, like, whenever they've done a really good job this game just playing around. I mentioned, like, you know, the cooldowns, the black hole, but even things like the BKB cooldown on the Bat Rider. They're picking and choosing their fights in a way where anytime a key spell or item isn't up, they want to take a fight. So
They're gonna smoke, but
Yep. And Black Hole's back up, but Ant seem well aware of this and they're maybe just resetting to wait for Roshan, which would be the correct, smart decision to make.
and it's the correct one. Whether or not it's entirely needed is definitely in the eye of the beholder.
Especially with Sniper dead, I think they could have stuck around, but once Sniper's alive, yeah, I think the correct one. It's probably, I mean, it's needed at that point. Like, I don't think you want to be trying to end the game into, you know, potential Black Hole plus Sniper sitting in Fountain just right-clicking away.
So, giving some breathing room to Eternity, willingly, not forcefully.
There's nothing like too scary coming out. Like if, you know, Enigma's close to like a BKB or something for the Black Hole, like, or close to a Refresher, like, yeah, you maybe you'd be like, okay, we should go now. But
Oh boy. That's a pounce. That's a leash. That's an abyssal, and that would have been pretty sick, but just misses the timing.
Yeah, Tuss was quick on his blink. That was a fun little attempt there.
Ooh. Okay, lasso, Black Hole. Can they get the kill onto the Slark?
Can they kill Slark?
Damage. Is it going to be enough? He goes to the Lotus Orb. Argus is going to start to hate away. They've got an Avalanche on a 3 as well as the Gleipnir coming in from Ush. Over to the side, though, they've got the Walrus Punch. They get the kill on a Blessed Kid as well as Skyward. Snowball over to RRL, but Moonlight's already dead. GG's already called, but the rest of the team is still going to die. So game 1 going to another NA team. And after what was a good start for Eternity, the Ants are strong, and Ants together strong enough.
Like, who's the Queen Ant in this one? I guess it's Ush because he's the leader of the squad, and they just held on. They waited for those mistakes. I thought Eternity had this one. You know, we've seen a lot of them, and we're you know, eagerly awaiting, like, come on, just win a game. Doesn't have to even be a series. This one really felt like it was going to be the game, and
yeah, it was close for a little bit, but I'm gonna do my one host line. I'm gonna invite Nat back, bring her back in. Look at this. Oh, Nat, what did you think of the game? What did you watch? And then you can ask questions from there on out. That's fine.
My heart broke. I was like, Eternity, you've got this. This is great. But it was a story we've seen all too often with them. I feel like, you know, it's one of those pick your own adventures, but the adventure always ends in Eternity losing no matter like how you get there. And it is just so unfortunate for them because the laning stage, like, we have to go all the way back to the start. The laning phase was pretty decent from them. Like, you have to admit, this was either a different Ant than we're used to seeing or just a whole new Eternity with nothing on the line and putting everything out there, gods.
yeah, they got off to a really good start. I think, you know, despite like a couple of deaths, like Skyward died in the lane, but he completely won his lane. Took the tower really early. I think because there was a Slark on the Ant side, it just made their lanes a little bit weak. Even bottom lane with the Sniper, they were finding kills later on after starting off 0 and 2. So very strong start for Eternity. Things just got a little disjointed later on, though.
Yeah, what was it about the later part of the game, B Cup, that resulted in such a significant swing in such a short amount of time?
Fighting into a Slark that has about 30 Essence Shift stacks on him is not the way to go. But also, I think Ant just, like, never took their foot off the gas, right? Like, they just continued to go on and on and on and on, and all of a sudden they had 2 Gleipnirs, and the control was there, and this, like God said during the game, they weren't waiting until the Slark reset on Essence Shift. They were still fighting while he had Essence Shift from the previous fight. So they were starting these fights at an advantage, and they weren't really ever sitting as 5, too. Like, they would kill the Batrider bottom and then fight 5v4 over mid.
Yeah, it felt like, sorry guys to cut you off quickly, but it just felt like Ant knew their timings, and that's all they were waiting for. And like, as soon as they hit it, they were like, yeah, we could just go ham. We could just keep running at them, and they wouldn't have anything to do.
Yep. Yeah, they were so good at, like, just taking advantage of every little mistake, too. And they, I wouldn't even say they were all little mistakes. Like, once they had that timing where, you know, Nature's Prophet has his items, the Gleipnir, so they've got all this catch. Anytime, like, they'd lose a fight, like, with around the BKB Batrider, and then those twice, the fact that happened twice was kind of inexcusable to me. Blessed Kid, he TPs to farm a side lane, and he just instantly dies. Like, Nature's Prophet comes in, he's like, oh, this bat doesn't have BKB, that's a free kill. And then the second they killed the Batrider, the rest of his team, what do? They take a fight, they get caught. Like, this is just... It really had this kind of pub feel to this game in, like, all the wrong ways for Eternity, but all the right ways for Ant, because, you know, you're playing a Slark in this chaotic, like, constant pick-off kind of game. Like, that's a dream scenario for a Slark. Usually you don't get this Slark game. Usually your perfect high-level competitive Dota Slark game is, like, you're going, like, maybe 7, 2, and 8 or something, and you have to pick and choose your fights well, but getting 170 stolen Agi at one point, like, that's insane. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, definitely not. And I mean, we look at the scoreboard. I also have it open up on my screen. Just looking at some of the items, it feels very much like if you just looked at the end, I don't think there is a realm in your mind where you thought Eternity were leading this game, where they were going to be taking over. Unfortunately, it, you know, didn't really carry out for them that good start that they had. And it does take game number 1. Our MVP is also going to be the man himself, Ush, on the Nature's Prophet, going for that Ag Scepter rush. I was going to say, Big Up, this is your time to shine. How about our MVP?
I liked it. Once you got the Ags, it felt like it made a significant difference. But the Ags and then the Gleipnir was like, oh, all right, well, now we've got control. I'll use Wrath of Nature. You'll get ensnared. Then I'm going to use the Gleipnir. The control is there. And all of a sudden, he was just buying expensive item after expensive item. He's just getting luxury items here with Hex afterwards and an AC. Like, dude just had gold to spend, and he spent it on all the right items.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, everyone did that part. RL, we saw just before as well. He went 17-6-15. August going 16-3-18. Like, they were just doing so much on this team all the way around. And with a decent-ish showing from Eternity Gods, does it give you some faith for game number 2 that they can bounce back, that there is still something in the workshop for them to pull out?
I feel like, you know, my brain says yes, it does give me hope because they perform better than expected. But also my heart says no. Like, if they can't win this game, like, I don't know. This game was like on a silver platter for them. Like, after the early game laning stage, this game should be unlosable with, like, you're scaling with Enigma Sniper, but they just got picked off and took so many bad fights. Like, so in some ways, it just doesn't give me more hope because this is the game that should always be a win for them.
Yeah, they weren't really on the same page, and fortunately they didn't get a win, but gosh, chat, you definitely can get a win with our sponsor, esportsbet.io. Yeah, I gotta give them a shout out because you guys have a chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. That's an exclusive $100 risk-free bet thanks to esportsbet.io. If you want more information, you can join their Discord. The link is below in the PGL panel. So there's one way that you can, if you're an Eternity fan, that you can still win today. But for now, we are going to jump to a break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2, and we'll see which team is able to bounce back or continue the win. Welcome back. We are in the middle of our first series of the day. It is Eternity up against Ant. Ant took game number 1, as we can see there, and the draft is also underway. The only thing changing for bans is Batrider being subbed in for Eternity and Rubik being left in the pool. That is because this time around Ant have first pick, so they'll also have closing pick of the first phase, and I'm going to sit here, deliberate what they want to pick up. But Beakup, easy question. What's their first pick?
Nature's Prophet. They're not changing
Surely.
anything up. They're just going to go Nature's Prophet. You know what? Or Mars. Actually, you wouldn't first pick Mars. Never mind. That's stupid. I'm going to stick with Nature's Prophet. That's the smart one.
You're going to first
I think.
pick a Nature's... I mean, look, maybe. I don't know if Eternity would pick that one up. What about you, Gods? What do you think Ant should be placing their first pick?
I'm in the Nature's Prophet train too.
Ooh.
I think that's where Mars is not. You want to keep Nature's Prophet flex, although they generally play it off lane. I actually even said in an interview, like, man, I'm sick of playing Mars. I want to play some Nature's Prophet. So, yeah.
There it is. Too easy.
And then Eternity want Treant Protector plus something. Not sure what.
A flex.
Some
What's
other
a flex?
support. Yeah, flex, either a flex or they'll just pick their 4 with it. Like they could be like Treant Hoodwink or something.
Yeah, would you like them to go for a ranged 4? They ended up playing the Tusk there. And I don't know in your eyes how you felt about the Tusk performance.
It kind of overlapped, I think, the clockwork. Like it felt like they had 2 of the same hero. With their 2 supports. Like usually it's like you get to picking that melee support and you're like, do we want Tusk or Clockwork? Which hero is better? And they just pick both, which is just like unnecessary. Like if one of those supports is just a, ranged 4 or 5, like if, replace the 5 with a Silencer or a Crystal Maiden, replace the 4 with a Hoodwink or a Skywrath, I think your draft is just a lot more balanced. Yeah. So don't pick 2 melee supports.
Yeah. Would definitely agree with that one, and Eternity are definitely going to be taking their time thinking about it. What would you like to see from them?
I was going to say they might pick Death Prophet. That's another hero they really like.
Oh, true. Death Prophet.
Ooh. Death Prophet Rubik? No.
I got one right. Rubik. Yeah.
It's very
pretty close. Yeah.
Nice.
It's 50%.
The Marcy stock's absolutely rising. I'm curious to see if she's going to be played in the core. Off like carry or off lane here. Like I want to know which one, because in my eyes I feel that Skyward might actually want to play a Marcy here. I think that he sees a lot of value in what she has to offer. But yeah, Rubik, Marcy for Eternity Gods, and then it's a Nature's Prophet Tusk.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're playing the Marcy core. Whether it's safe lane or off lane is probably flex, but I think a big reason why they're picking it is the ability to flex it, but just have a hero that plays super aggressive, has catch, can jump on top of the Nature's Prophet. It's one of the melee cores you don't mind playing into Nature's Prophet or a ranged core in general, because you always have that kind of gap closing capabilities. So a hero that is rising in stock. They've probably been scoping out what some of these other teams have been doing in other tournaments and in other DPC regions, and Marcy has been really succeeding as a core.
Yeah, I want to have a look at what her win rate is, or like, I don't know. I'm curious just to see what her pick rate has been over the last little bit, at least. But while I'm looking at that one, Beakup, give me some insight. Which opening do you enjoy a little bit more? Which one do you think is stronger and is going to set them up for a better later part in the draft?
I think the stronger opening is another NA team, but I do like Eternity's opening more because it's not just, hey, this is the meta, here we go. But I love Rubik. I like watching the Marcy. I want to say we saw like 1 or 2 position 5 Marcys or something like that. It's happened a couple times, but that's with no stats in front of me.
Dude, Marcy has been picked. This is across all regions, both Div 1 and 2, by the way, but 122 times. I knew she would become very popular, but I didn't realize that much. Like, that's an insane amount.
Wow.
Yeah. I wonder if that's more Div 2 than Div 1.
I not in NA at least. We've seen this is like our 3rd Marcy maybe, or 2nd Marcy. There we go. Three Marcy picks according to these stats, which I think is correct for NA Div 2 at least. And Yeah, Heroes won one of those 3 games. It's ultimately, I think, I know Shopify were playing as a carry. There's been a few other teams out there playing in that carry role. I think it has potential there, especially when you're kind of pairing it with other cores who can also scale and take objectives well. But they do have like a lane issue here. I think the Tusk Nature's Prophet lane, which it likely will be. Warden has played the Tusk before. They really like to pair him with Ush in these like strong, like, okay, one's range, one's melee, win their lane, and I think that's a lane that doesn't really lose to many things.
Yeah, that is going to be worrying, but it does feel that both teams. Okay.
All right.
I don't know why, but my brain, when I saw Marcy, I was like, wow, I wonder if they're going to go for the Dawn here as well, because like Dawn potentially carry and then Marcy.
All the new heroes.
Actually, no, maybe it's Dawn offlane Marcy carry, because maybe they want to pair the Marcy against the ranged hero.
Yeah.
So, or maybe they can interchange it, purely depending on whatever Ant wanna last pick. But I like the Dawn.
I think absolutely.
For the global potential is where I like it the most. I think if you have someone that could take advantage of being active in fights while also farming when nothing's happening, it's a really, really nice pickup. But I don't know if that really fits with Eternity.
I think it fits as like a good also matchup for like either Marcy or Dawnbreaker. I think particularly the Dawnbreaker will do very well in lane against Nature's Prophet. The issue is they picked it and now they're in against a silencer, so if anything, like carry Dawnbreaker feels better because you can't rely on Dawnbreaker like as this either support or offlaner just ulting in to heal people playing against the global silence. So I think now we're going to be looking more at one position Dawnbreaker in the safe lane playing against the Nature's Prophet. Maybe Ant swap up those lanes, but I think Ant's response to Dawnbreaker with silencer, and then Pengo's not necessarily a response, it's just a great mid laner teamfight hero that I think fills a gap their draft didn't really have. I really like Ant's draft here.
Ooh.
Whoa.
That's a little different.
Who dat?
Yeah, this is I just gotta say interesting. It doesn't feel necessarily unorthodox. It's just interesting from Eternity pickup.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping now all of a sudden another NA team switches it up and they're just like, safe lane Nature's Prophet, mid Pango, off lane Axe. We don't care about your shallow grave. Just Cold Blade, it's fine. Kill you. That's
what do you mean?
Right,
you only pick Dazzle these days for the AoE Hex with the shard at 15 minutes. It's like the budget Ricky,
Why pick budget Ricky when Ricky's available? That's the real question.
You already, that is a good question. That's not the reason why they're picking Dazzle, but definitely a benefit to why you would pick him up.
They're picking Dazzle to go mid to counter the Pengo, obviously.
Oh, true. Why did we not think about... This is why we have you guys. This is why we need you.
It's definitely not why you have me, I'll do that much.
I mean, I'm joking. In the past, mid Dazzle was a thing, against melee heroes, but I don't think that's the case, but I would enjoy if it was.
I like it. I like the theory crafting we're doing for Eternity. I mean, anything could go almost anywhere at this point. Okay, maybe not the Dazzle, but you could still make an argument for it if you really wanted.
You could try. Definitely. I mean, there's always an argument to send anybody mid, right?
Rubik mid.
At this point, it's like very much a question game because, like you can see Ant, they ban a carry. Like if I'm looking at Training's Craft, like I feel like either Dawn or Marcy is probably the carry, but it could easily not be the case. So you just don't really know when it comes to what Eternity's going to do with their lanes.
I like it. Keep them guessing at any point. Because the odds are they're probably not going to be able to ban out the hero that you want to pick up then.
Yeah. Yep. I think what makes most sense for me is this Dazzle playing 5 with the Dawnbreaker. That seems like a really strong lane to go to your safe lane. And a banning carry, so they don't think Dawn is a carry. But curious to see what Ant do when it comes to their last pick. So far they've only ran offlane Nature's Prophet, so it seems pretty telegraphed as far as what their setup's going to be. And then the big question is, what does Argius want to play for the carry role? They're banning out heroes, these aggressive carries that are really what he likes to play. He probably knows that he's up against either like Dawn or Marcy, some kind of melee hero, so he has a pretty good idea of what his matchup is, which should make the pick a little bit easier.
Yeah, I like that Eternity have a lot of question marks on a draft where they get overall last pick. So they really do get to just shove things where they want at the end of the day, and Ant do have to hope that either Marcy or Dawn is going to be carry, because then they can pick for that later carry matchup.
I want to say Shadow Fiend. That's my guess. Yep. That or Morphling.
I like it. Ooh, I don't think they'll Morphling.
Well, I had to give one smarter one stupider one. Got to even it out at all times.
Yeah, you got talking points. That's all. That's what it was for, wasn't it, B-Cop?
Woo, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Even Shadow Fiend could be a little tricky. Like heroes that Marcy can jump on top of you, but I think it fits their draft and what they're trying to do. Yeah, nice. Good call, B-Cop.
Go ahead. He should be a panelist all the time.
No.
No, definitely not.
Maybe.
Yep, maybe. Eternity don't have too much time to work with here, but they get their last pick. God, that's your time to shine. What is happening in the Eternity draft?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, figure out what the last pick is going to be, and I had zero answer for it.
I don't think anyone would have been able to guess Primal, really.
No. So I think they're doing what I expect. Oh, okay, they don't carry Marcy. I was going to say, I was expecting the...
it is Mid-Dazzle!
Oh
yes! See, this is why you're here. That wasn't just a guess. You were perfectly on it. Oh my God.
Okay. This is amazing. There was a realm where I was like, oh, maybe Dawn is just going to be a support, because we've seen some other teams in NA run Dawn that way. But yeah, okay, so I carry Marcy. That's going to be good. That sort of like ranged matchup. She does enjoy. A lot of people pick her because of that. But yeah, Skye would get in the last pick Primal for off lane there. Like, Mid-Dazzle, I don't know what you guys want to talk about, but please, like, God, where do you think this one is now going that you so brightly predicted the blessed Kid Dazzle?
I mean, I guess it's something he's played maybe in some pubs and wants to have fun. He's picking it as like a lane counter, theoretically. Like, I guess the poison touch, just keep poking the Pengo. I don't think the lane is going to go as well as he hopes. Pengo just swashbuckles away, gets a bottle for a regen, so I think Pengo still does fine in this lane, and the issue is I just think Ant have this really good playmaker in Pengo, and that's something Eternity, they're going to be looking at Skyward to like really pop off this game on Primal Beast.
Okay, well, B-Cup, is Skyward going to pop off? Is this now the potential for Eternity?
Sure. Yeah, of course. I think this is going to be the best game he's played so far to date. Will it be a win? I'm not sure, but yeah, that's all I got.
Hopefully he can walk away with, an eternal, win. He's just like, yes, I still played well despite a potential loss. But, the game's only just started. I'm going to head out. I will leave you both to it. I look forward to having a chat about this one at the end.
Definitely can do. So we'll chat with you at the end. But for now, we'll take on the actual game with a Mid-Dazzle. That was quite the call. I'm still not over that. That was, it's going to be Mid-Dazzle. This is totally going to work. And I'm here for it. I'm excited.
Yeah, I like where it's saying that's what I call it. I mean, I was half joking, but definitely was not fully serious. I was definitely not fully serious about this one, but it's the kind of thing these mid laners like to do, and they just like, they're out of the tournament. They lost game one, and he's like, he just sees a matchup that he thinks he can, do something different with, catch his opponent by surprise. I had a friend who used to love playing Mid-Dazzle whenever he could against melee heroes, so it just kind of, as soon as I saw the Dazzle pick, it made me think of him, and now I'm like, okay, it's coming out. And we have to message him and be like, look, Mid-Dazzle competitive Dota, it's a thing.
Shout out to that guy. He's they're taking trends from your friends list.
Nope. That's how dire their position is in. they're pretty lost if they're following him. He's like, he's Divine 5, I think, but
high enough.
Ooh.
It works. That's that's enough to participate in the qualifiers usually for NA.
True.
Mid-Dazzle. I'm really excited to see if it's gonna do anything, but a little nervous that it's probably not gonna do anything. That's what scares me the most. But well, we'll see. Yeah. There's a video from Ant, by the way. It's a message to their fans, and we'll take a listen into that while we get set for these lanes. So let's take a quick listen up.
I want to say a shout out to all the fans. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played in many years. I don't know if my fans are still around, but if you're out there and you're watching, thank you. I appreciate you guys sticking by me all this time. And any fans of our team, thanks for watching. And just in general, the viewers make the game. If it weren't for you guys who watch, we wouldn't be able to do this. The players wouldn't be able to play. The casters wouldn't be able to cast. So thank you very much, and shout out to PGL as well for hosting the tournament. Just follow me on Twitch. I try streaming all the time, so it's Ushdota with 2 H's if you're interested in watching that. And yeah, thank you guys.
So always nice to hear a little bit of a message of fans, especially towards the end of the DPC season. While that was going on, Arates tried to fight and just square up with these heroes and died for first blood, but he does come back to the lane and end up getting a little bit of revenge, but giving up first blood, never the best case scenario. And I like hear both the messages from Skyward and Ush. Like, even though it's just Div 2, like, there are fans out there that come to watch these players do their thing.
Dude, a lot of the viewers today may not know him, but I'm an Ush fan. This guy's been around for a while. I think I told Sir in the panel how 2015 I was casting him play at a Star Ladder LAN in Ukraine. And it was like his, I think he was playing with like Fluff and stuff, like all these old school NA players, and that was how I got to him. He was like a 17, 18-year-old kid playing his first big LAN, and he was like the friendliest dude. And then he suddenly came back. Like, I saw him playing Div 2 NA. I was like, what the hell? I haven't seen this guy in like 4 or 5 years. But yeah, just a super kind soul.
Yeah, so looking to get a last victory in the Div 2 before the season ends. God, RL taking a lot of damage over
He almost died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That poison touch at level 2 is definitely not friendly at the moment. And he's got to be careful, because another one of those, and I don't know if he's able to run back on that.
Yeah. He's got the swashbuckle now, but yeah, anytime he gets poison touch, he just kind of has to swashbuckle away. So this mid matchup, he's winning the CS so far, but you can see there, get poison touch and just instantly swash away, and kind of just has to reset.
This time at least he's got a couple sips on the bottle so he could kind of stay nearby. But he's using that shield crash to get a little bit of CS. I don't know how long that's going to last for him, though, as the levels keep coming for Blessed Kid.
Yeah, at least you can see with the CS, like, it seems like Blessed Kid has been trading, like, instead of going for some CS, or maybe he's just missed CS, he's been overly harassing, to the point where RL's still doing fine. He's got TP base. Whoa, boy. Oh! Almost got him with the heal bomb mid.
Warden, snowball to avoid the Starbreaker, but still getting jumped on, rebound, and a kill. Gets a tag team off the second before he ends up dying, and all of a sudden, well, Shadow Feeny sitting with a little bit of health on the top lane, too.
A lot of aggression in all of these lanes. If Feeling finds Moonlight, he may still... he's not going to poke his head out just yet.
Argius just dying here. That is...
okay. And the courier feed.
Yeah, I'm going to lose that courier. Then Feeling Arcane Curse onto 2, but there's a trample right on top of you, and, well, he'll end up falling. Karwa just gets away, but I don't know if Arates is going to be so fortunate. Treants won't be able to get the body blocks, and Warden doesn't have a snowball to work with. Meanwhile, Moonlight, he goes down to Argius coming back towards top.
He tried to feed to the tower, but SF TP'd in just before he died, so he actually got the last hit and the experience for it. So, a clever idea for Rubik, but he just couldn't feed fast enough.
Aw. You never feed when you want to.
Yep.
That's not fair.
Bit of a chaotic early game. There's so much aggression in every single lane. I think this is just, Eternity, this is kind of what can happen when you're not playing for much. You're just going to be that little bit more aggressive in the early game laning stage. You're going to go for these kills that maybe you wouldn't normally. Maybe the ill-advised aggression, although so far it's really paid off for Eternity.
Yeah, they've got potentially another kill here on Argius. He just came back towards top, so he's not even going to have a TP when he respawns. Everything's kind of going well, because if you're looking at mid 2 at the same time, like RL's getting pushed out of the lane here by Blessed Kid by the poison touch. It's really been frustrating for him. Like, this has been another repeat of a good start, at least, for Eternity.
RL continues to be pressured. He's the one that's going to have to, maybe make some rotations and moves, but if you're losing your lane, that can be tricky. Another kill top.
Yeah, Feeling
this
dead again.
We talked about Skyward popping off this game, and so far 3-0-1. We're just 5 minutes in, and he may get triple raised here, but he'll survive this. Argius is trying to chase him with the boots.
Telekinesis, Silencer coming over, and one more raise.
Ooh.
But they've got RRL. Oh, who are they going to go for? They want Moonlight. Blast Kid comes in too, and immediately a TP out from the Pango.
No.
Bottom lane, they're still fighting. They're still trying to figure out who's winning this lane because it feels like mid and top are both won by Eternity so far.
Yeah. And we've seen this a few times now. Pango just has to TP away when Dazzle gets on top of him with the Poison Touch now. Dazzle's going to get the bottle refill in the mid lane. I think the big thing that Ant really need is actually Nature's Prophet to hit level 6. Like at level 6, Nature's Prophet TPing in offers this threat where you can't make these aggressive plays if you're Eternity. Diving towers on Primal Beast, rotating on... Like someone like Dazzle can so easily get ganked by Nature's Prophet, but they need the damage from the Nature's Wrath.
Yeah, they'll have that soon. And again, Argus just taking a lot of damage, gets a raise off, and with the one he's got coming back up is available, short range, right click, skyward, ring around the rosy, and eventually your pockets will be full of posies. And, well, Argus is going to get a kill there on skyward and gets a kill streak out of his hands, too, which is a good amount of gold when you're struggling in this lane. The Warden bottom. They've got the hammer being thrown forward, but not really doing anything, and these heroes are just going to kind of stand there and trade a little bit. It's not much from the Celestial Hammer, just level 2.
Yeah, that's a particularly nice kill for the SF to kind of salvage his lane, although he's sticking around. Moonlight, meanwhile mid lane, Rolling Thunder, not sure. Bloodskin's like, okay, hello. That's just a farming Rolling Thunder, you know? That's when you know things are going badly, if you're using that just to farm your lane.
Net worth-wise, Pango, he's 500 gold behind the Dazzle, but you could see, like, Argus, even with his 2 deaths, he's top of the net worth at the moment. Not all terrible.
Yeah. Getting the solo kill on Primal Beast, a killing spree as well, just completely turned around his game. And this is a lot of aggression down bottom.
Yeah, they tried to go with a trample. Now they're going to turn this Starbreaker onto the Warden. They've also brought Feeling in. Bottom lane has the Primal Beast around, Snowball, Skyward. Both these heroes really not taking a lot of damage as the Poison Touch hits on a Feeling. They should be able to get a kill there onto the Silencer. They want to go. Onslaught lands. It's at full distance. Ush going to be disposed, and now he's under the tier 1 tower. He needs to find a way out, but he's not going to do so, and the Warden walks back into what is almost certainly going to be his death. No, just TP's out. Just barely.
All of that kind of for a courier. Silencer, like, threw away his life to get a courier and then kind of gets his Nature's Prophet killed as well, and they're not done, yeah.
Skyward's top. He's going to onslaught again. Moonlight, he's holding on to Telekinesis, so even if you want to try and leave, there's no way out.
All right.
This is what we saw from them in game 1. It was aggression until it stopped working.
Yeah. At some point, you know, you can't just run at the enemy. You have to kind of play with a bit more structure in team fights. But for now in the early game, this is another game where Eternity just have everything kind of working out just fine. Their laning stage has proven to be one of their kind of strong points when it comes to this final week of games here in Div 2. And another game where, I mean, they drafted for it as well. That's the other thing. So heroes like Dazzle will, you know, have some weaknesses come kind of mid-game where, you know, it's not your traditional mid laner. It's not a mid carry. It's not a mid playmaker. It's kind of more like this, you know, utility hero that's going to go for things like the Greaves and play a bit more like an offlaner.
Telekinesis into the onslaught. Trample again. Wrath of Nature gets the +2.
They got Rubik. Yeah, that Wrath of Nature was a lot of damage. A nice little turnaround.
Bouncing quite a bit, and that at least gets them a kill and a +2 before he dies, but he still ends up falling. 10-5, net worth kind of even. Like, is the aggression enough from Eternity?
For now, like, definitely they haven't got themselves much of a lead at this point, but that can, you know, very quickly change. They need to be careful not to start giving away too many kills.
Skyward, Snowball, and they've got everybody here. So they're going to get another kill into Skyward and another 3-time spree. Like, that's his second one. He went 3-1, then he went 3-1 again. So 6-2-2, but he's given up 2 kill streaks to Cores.
I think the big thing is they really need to start taking some objectives here. They're trying to do that mid, but they don't really have the best heroes to push or take towers. They're just trying to bring numbers. Like, they saw that big rotation top and like, okay, let's get this mid tier 1, but the problem is none of their heroes really deal damage to towers.
Oh, RO.
Yeah, it's getting pretty low.
Regen picked up there by the Tusk. So taking that power rune away, and all that time, Ush is still continuing to farm. He's going the same build. He's going into the Ags first.
This is just the build I think from what we see most Nature's Prophet do. Ags, just Gleipnir. These are the two kind of core items of the hero.
Last word, Wrath of Nature, going out, bouncing around, and doing a lot of damage to Blessed Kid, where he ends up dying, as RL had the Rolling Thunder sitting right on top of him. Like you said, that level 6 is going to be big here for Ush, and it has been. That Wrath of Nature, the first 2 times he's used it, has done a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's such a good punish when you're against a team that's playing super aggressive, like diving you. The ability to turn around the gank is just so crucial in a game like this. And yeah, the fast Axe is going to give even more impact onto his ultimate. It's going to be a really nice pickup with the lower cooldown as well, just allowing him to just kind of almost spam it off cooldown anytime there's a fight.
And now they try to go get the top tier one.
Yep.
Well, they are putting pressure on. The question is it going to be enough to get a tower here?
It's tricky.
Again, they can have the Nature's Prophet TP to top to try and defend it. He's also got Wrath of Nature in 25 seconds, so you got to make this move quick. Snowball on a Skyward. He's under the tower. They've got the Walrus Punch, Swashbuckle, Global Silence, so there's not going to be much help from this Radiant lineup, and the Razes are going to come in to get the kill on a Skyward. So this is a push gone wrong, fueling with the last word and the Arcane Curse on this Dazzle. The chase is on. Moonlight comes over the Fade Bolt. They just don't have enough to keep up with these heroes, but they are defending these towers. Blessed Kid's kind of standing his ground, and the shards blocking Moonlight. Swashbuckle hits, Wrath of Nature flying out. They've got the Requiem that lands onto the Rubik, as well as the Dazzle with the Rolling Thunder coming in. They go to the Stolen Rolling Thunder. They have a Shallow Grave, but the Swashbuckle to kill off Moonlight. Poison Touch on RRL, while Argus and the Warden go down. And RRL trying to trade a Blessed Kid, but doesn't have the damage, so it ends up actually getting salvaged for Eternity.
Yeah, most importantly, they brought in Karwa, and he's like being just quietly farming. He's trying to go to this Battle Fury, but I think when you're a Marcy, you can't just, you still need to show up to fights. Even before this Battle Fury, this hero can be so incredibly impactful with the early, rebound plus max out sidekick. There's a lot of damage coming out there with, 65 bonus damage. So great job from Karwa to show up, punish the overextension, and just, biting off a bit more they can chew with the dive there. Pango going in really, really deep there.
This is a kill they need to get.
Agreed.
They need to kill him. They've got the Pulverize. They'll have the damage, and Sprout won't help him out. Actually, Moonlight's going to be able to Sprout and grab his own Treants.
Showing us that there's no Sprout TP if I can kill your Sprout.
Dispose
Another
on
top lane,
Warden. But Arcane Curse and Last Word sends him packing, at least to stop the chase.
Warden's just done a great job of holding this tier 1 tower. Still no towers claimed. Mid 1 is deniable, but Ant still want to try and keep that up as long as possible. Like, all 3 towers being pressured, and still, at like 14 minutes in, we're yet to see one of them fall.
This is what we came for, the Battle of the Treants.
No.
Over bottom. And the game's been pretty even. I would assume the odds probably favor Ant in that scenario, just because they're the favorites overall, but I would be wrong. It's actually 1.57 to Eternity.
Wow.
EASportsBet.io. I'm shocked.
Oh, unfortunately.
Considering they had a 4K lead and they weren't the favorites before.
Yeah. Rolling on Dazzle, unfortunately got pushed to the high ground, and now RRL, he got stunned on it as the roll was wearing off. He's dead, or should be dead.
Boy. Requiem? Not going to be in time. They'll get the kill on RRL, and now you just use Requiem for nothing.
Yeah. Maybe something about the drop, but yeah, this is because last game we saw like a bigger lead for Eternity, and the odds still didn't favor them, so something about this draft.
Onslaught wanted to pulverize the Shadow Fiend, but I don't think he had the time to get that quick shot off. Unleash, yeah, that level 6 and that damage and that right click power just feels so strong. Oh, you had me to 5 health? Well, that's too bad, because I unleashed and now I'm going to kill every single one of you. Okay.
Well, now they show why their draft was still favored here. They just go from one kill to the next and just falling like dominoes there. And Eternity utilizing the strengths of their draft, which is just like, we're going to keep running you. This is like, what we saw from Penguin Squad at the start of the Div 2, where it's like, we're going to pick these like melee heroes and just dive the enemy, go from one kill to the next, and just not give them a moment to kind of catch their breath and farm. And heroes like SF, Nature's Prophet, these heroes need a lot of farm. It's like, Ant's not really ready to fight. They need to finish these key items like the Ag Scepter before they keep taking all these fights.
And with that, like, Carla's got Battle Fury, he's got Treads, and he's almost got Blink. Like, his gold is up there.
Yep.
And previously we saw Ush in the first game when they were behind, able to recover for the team. But he's still 400 gold away from finishing the Ags, and then, of course, he wants to go into the Gleipnir, but that is such a far ways out, and the reason he was able to do it the last game was because the fighting eventually started to favor them, but it's not doing that right now.
Yeah. And it like, these big fights, like, just happen now when Ant is actually, like, they're close to these items. Like, Axe was 400 away. Pengo was, like, 100 or 200 away from a Diffusal Blade. These are really big early game items that they were taking fights without. And I think that's, that's a big issue. They can't force these fights until you at least finish your base items. Like, yeah, Ush wants to also get the Gleipnir, but you need at least an Axe before you commit to this constant brawling.
Yeah, and they've been brawling and losing, and it's 19-9. A lot of deaths on these cores already for the side of another NA team, and when you talk about a hero like Shadow Fiend, is he someone who can recover back into this game, or is he kind of losing his timing very quickly? When I say
this
that,
one
he might just
helped,
die
yeah.
again. Stolen Arcane Curse, Global Silence on a 3. That might help him get the Requiem off, but the Arcane Curse is still on him. He needs to be careful about how many spells he uses and how low he's getting. They'll come in with the Solar Guardian, Moonlight coming over. They get the kill on a Blessed Kid, which is a streak going into the hands of RRL. It does also save the SF.
Great turnaround there. The Global Silence covering them. This is why Ant have, I think, Silence are their most picked hero throughout this tournament. They just play so well around the defensive Global Silences. But the chase is on.
Arcane Curse, but Felix gonna die for that.
Yeah.
Warden avoids the Starbreaker, and now a bit of a turnaround coming through. Snowball into Skyward, who's got that BKB, but the Walrus Punch will take 2 seconds out of that duration. Goes into a Pulverize, Us trying to fight. Sprout up, Erates onto the back lines, going to the Starbreaker, has the damage to get the kill into the Warden. Meanwhile, on the other side, RRL's trying to fight Moonlight as Karawa. They get the kill into Erates. RRL is gonna find Moonlight, so overall, that's 3 kills when you consider Blessed Kid died just a moment ago, and they end up just losing their supports.
Yeah. They almost caught Skyward on the Primal Beast. That would have been the huge kill, but he is such an early BKB. I don't know if they were ready for that one. I love the item selection there, getting this as your first item. You want to keep fighting, you want to be leading the charge. Having that BKB just means he can, either, get pulverized off for free or force a Global Silence, which in itself can be a win because that just enables the rest of your team to not have to worry about if Ant's popping Global Silence just at the start of a fight to, cancel a pulverize.
So, BKB early going into Kaya Sanj for this Primal Beast. Don't normally see these early BKBs on Primal.
Yeah.
And what the audible is on the items you want next.
Yeah, and Kaya Sanj just looking to tank up, get some more damage, and just kind of, there's not like any must-buy items. If you're not, you've got a mid-dazzle who's getting all the team aura items, so you're allowed to kind of be that more of that, damage dealer / initiator, which is what this kind of item build is going to bring to the table. Once again, as tanky as possible, since he knows he's gonna be like charging in, and then he may get Global Silence and right-click down. There's a lot of right-click damage on heroes like SF, Nature's Prophet. He may even want like an armor item after this. And
Wayne,
yeah,
feeling he's gonna die again.
All right, 10-3-5. Big game for Skyward.
Unleash. Snowball, but it was quick. That means the Solar Guardian gets in with the Starbreaker and just an easy 1-2.
No global.
Maybe they would try to go to the Snowball and pull in the Shadow Fiend to hold him for a long time, but activating it so quickly means, well, you just end up getting killed very quickly.
Yeah, those are the moments we saw last time, that kind of gank in that same area. They had Silencer alive, so they just pop a global, but like a stray death on Silencer bottom, which is totally fine. He's just kind of split pushing. Him dying there isn't a big deal, but it did have that ripple-on effect. You can see here, anybody showing themselves, anybody who shows themselves just gets launched at by the Primal Beast.
That might be too far, but has that Lotus Orb. That means he's going to be snowballing the other way. Ush over to the side, and Global Silence is going to be used. The Wrath of Nature on cooldown for another 7 seconds. These heroes are still diving in despite the fact that they're silenced. So go to the Trample, then go to the Requiem. Now it's going to be a fear on 3 of these heroes. Snowball, again, going over towards the neutral camp. They go to the Starbreaker. They've got the Wrath of Nature. Snowball can't pull him in. And now, finally, the Snowball hits. They should be able to get the kill on an Air Test. They'll lose the ward, and Moonlight's dead, and this team is starting to run on the side of Eternity. But Swashbuckle, the rebound, the sidekick, and the dispose of the Battle Fury. He's got more than enough damage when he unleashes to kill them both.
Yeah, you can see it. The call from Ant was, Chase, we got numbers, we're in like a 5v3. Let's just go. Us was trying to TP in, and Karwa just shows up and annihilates. He's not done.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Marcy is here to save the day.
Marcy is huge.
Yes, this is a big problem. I don't think SF, Nature's Prophet, can really deal with this Marcy at this point. Gonna have a basher to go with BKB Battle Fury. 21 minutes in, BKB Battle Fury Blink. This is one of those farm Marcys I've seen, and 6 or 8 Karwa is absolutely poised to just solo carry this game at this point. So, last game we saw all this aggression, but they didn't have much to back it up. This time around, their aggression's starting to get punished a little bit, but that's where suddenly they've got this carry who's actually taking advantage of all the space that, he's been given.
Whoosh. Trying to figure out what the game plan is. I would say don't fight in the Unleash, but that ability at level 3 is on cooldown for only 60 seconds at all times, which is nothing.
It's hard. This blink gives Marcy so much ability to get on the key targets. These range carries, playing against Marcy with a blink dagger, just life is very tricky for them.
That being said, they still only have the tier 1 down mid and top. A little surprising.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that goes back to maybe how Ant did a really good job defending towers early on, and just naturally, this Radiant draft doesn't take objectives. Their core is Dazzle, Marcy, Primal Beast are not objective takers. The issue is going to be how do they've defended their towers, but how do they take a fight?
RL, Unleash, the run. Oh boy.
Okay.
There's a blink available, so he's still got to really get away. Swashbuckle. He's got it. He actually diffuses, doesn't use it immediately. Last word, Arcane Curse. Dazzle coming around. By the way, he doesn't have Shard, so he won't be getting him into that Hex with a Poison Touch there. And I feel like that Shard's a big part of this, but...
Yeah, I would like to see him maybe pick it up as one of his next item. Or even, I would like to see him pick it up before the Lotus, for example.
I agree. I want to say, even though they're dominating, it's only going to help you dominate more.
Yep. Yeah, everything else about, maybe you could make an argument that you could get it before the 4 step, but it's such a big upgrade.
Alright, else here with double damage. Uh-oh.
But he's going to be careful, though. Even with the double damage, he wasn't looking all too scary. He's pressing forward. He's just trying to, bait them to go on him or something while they make the play top. Yep.
Punch, Wrath of Nature with the root, and
nice
BKB. Kill. That's not going to feel good. It's a good kill, and then a bad BKB, truthfully, because he just died the second after.
Yeah, that was a cool little setup from Ant with the SF in the trees, using the fear plus the chain stun to... By the time he could BKB, he was just already dead, and like you say, should not have used it at all.
Skleipnir timing is going to be important for Ush. The control has been very lacking.
Yep. And they're kind of prioritizing, just sitting back and farming, trying to get to some of these key items like that Gleipnir.
Oh, Unleash just dying immediately.
Yeah, we saw Marcy, almost solo killed Pengo when Pengo walked up a hill, and Marcy just unleashed on Pengo, and, anybody who comes near Marcy when unleashes up could just get deleted.
I want to say Unleash would be good even if the bonus attack speed was half of what it is. 1325 is a lot.
Yeah, that's a number you don't normally see next to attack speed.
Whoa, RL! He got spotted. Gets the Rolling Thunder off.
Nope.
Now, just will leave.
Luckily, there was no Unleash there, or if you get bashed or something, you kind of may have just died there, so... No.
Rush almost just died too, by the way. They're in Roche. Why not? Unleash
and they
in just
stop
a
this.
second.
They're coming for it.
Can Roche stop this? He's getting unleashed on. Unleash? No, it's going to go the other way. RRL, swashbuckle, bash, kill. Karawa just looking to bash and knock these heroes out. The Wrath of Nature roots him up for a second with a BKB pop by Karawa, though. He's chasing and looking.
No. And that's all you can do when
Now-
Unleash is popped, is just try and kite. Try and get away, throw a Walrus Punch and just disengage, use Snowball. Like, finding an Unleash Marcy at this point in the game is just not possible.
Is Ush going to go for the snatch like we saw the other day? Oh,
I
TP
don't
right on
think
Roche
so.
where you don't see it.
He doesn't know where Roche is standing, because sometimes teams, like, you can pull Roche to, like, the edge of the cave. It's not always, like, right on the deep in the cave. But yeah, that seems like a mega throw if he tries to do that. Feeling?
Ooh, feeling?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Whoa, okay.
What a spot to TP out in.
He knows his trees.
Not even playing Nature's Prophet. Knows his trees. Oh, that
Top
was
lane. Who's
worrying.
Marcy going to find?
I
Or
will
are they
say,
going to go in Marcy? They may.
the same way they did with
No.
Blink, Walrus Punch, the damage, the
Okay.
damage!
Oh.
Oh my god!
She's got BKB.
Requiem?
No, she doesn't. BKB's on
Timing?
cooldown.
Oh, he's too early. But the global
They still got-
silence, that might be enough. Can he get the kill? The shallow grave is in from Blessed Kid. Now they take care of the dazzle, and the Walrus Punch means they get both.
Wow.
Whoa!
I was
Even
like,
with the timing being off the mark, and they're gonna find Moonlight too.
huge. Marcy just got deleted. And yeah, the Requiem timing, unfortunately, off, but because she didn't have BKB, it was on cooldown for 5 more seconds. They timed that game perfectly around the BKB cooldown, and it worked out. Even though it wasn't executed perfectly, it worked out, and they're not done.
Yeah, they want more, and they're gonna get more. This is what we saw. Sky.
Deja vu. What's he doing?
Oh, yeah, getting you forced to use his BKB.
Don't like that. And they're going to lose a lot of map control, lose their entire lead, essentially. This mid-tier on towers on 1 hit, too, so they'll probably lose that. And what a huge find that Marcy kill was in the top lane.
They were 5,000 net worth ahead, and now that's all gone.
It feels like deja vu in some ways. Like, last game we're looking at it, it's like, this is the game. Eternity got this, You shouldn't be losing with late game with Enigma Sniper and then, a couple slip-ups. This one's still very winnable with how, well, Marcy is scaling, but at this point, SF is come online in a big, big way. And if you can just keep your distance, which this Hurricane Pike is going to help a lot against heroes like Marcy, SF could carry this game.
Yeah, you saw the damage output from that kill just a moment ago, and you're also seeing the bit of control that Ush offers with that Gleipnir Ags combo. Also, Warden's going for the kick, so it's like, oh, unleash, all right, kick you away.
Well,
Try and get you away from my team.
RL just rolls in with no backup. Like, this guy's insane. What's he up to?
Dying. That's what he's up to. Maybe?
He doesn't deserve to live after this.
Yeah.
He rolled into enemy ancients. Like, it was like a scouting mission where he's just like, I'm gonna swoop on in. He has no backup. He wasn't trying to get a kill. He wasn't, he was literally just like, let's just try and be annoying. And then on the way out, he just doesn't really get out. So yeah, bit of a mistake from him.
He might die. Onslaught,
Yeah.
pulverize, everything here. The team coming over. Marcy with an unleash. Your BKB has no power here when I've got bashes. Oh, yeah. That's another kill for Karawa.
No.
Asher upgrade is real.
Yep. The kind of pickoffs, like you're clawing your way back in, and like that's your win condition. The Shadow Fiend in so many ways, you can't really afford to get solo picked off like that. But we're seeing it from both teams. Like this is, two teams who are not like the top teams down here in Div 2, and we're seeing some of those misplays that kind of explain, their shortcomings throughout the season. Individual mistakes from, cores getting picked off. And it does make some interesting Dota, because this game is still far from over. It's a 2k gold lead for Ant, but they're down 33-19 on kills, so you've seen Eternity have control for so much of this game.
Yeah, I will say, like, Bless Kid's game kind of shut off. He doesn't really have a lot of gold, and the way Skyward was
Yeah.
playing, you'd think he'd be higher in the net worth chart than he is right now.
Yep. Yeah, it really feels like Ant have like 2 carries going late game versus just the Marcy, and it's like Marcy playing alone. Like, yeah, Marcy generally decent against range carries, but there's still range carries that will do their best to kite Marcy. Like stuff like the Sprout Leash, the Shadow Fiend Hurricane Pike is going to make life really hard for Marcy in these team fights. Not to mention one of my favorite items and spells in the game, Tusk has Aghanim Scepter. Walrus Kick is going to be coming in. This is where Dota can get kind of wild. Walrus Kick is just so good. Like this Ags can just win you a team fight by itself.
RL finding this Dawnbreaker, and they smoke top while this is going on. While this chase is here, they could probably find the Shadow Fiend. First hit bash, BKB, bash, 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 kill, kill, kill. Karawa is on it, but there's the kick under the tier 3 tower. The BKB popping goes to the Walrus Punch afterwards. Gonna have to rebound away. Stolen Rolling Thunder, and they've got the Sprout, which leashes, so your Rolling Thunder is worthless. That's not fair.
That just looks so comical. Yes, wonderful. Wonderful Nature's Prophet. But again, the Shadow Fiend, it's kind of the same mistake to a smaller degree. Like he's kind of by his base, by his teammates there, but you can't afford to be getting picked off as the carry because that, they get the kick into the base on the Marcy, and that's like a good fight for Ant if Shadow Fiend is alive to do damage.
Yeah, and he
He's
ends
doing
up
a
dying
fight.
soon after, and they're going to try and make a fight happen. They have Skyward caught, but do they have the damage to get the kill with Gleipnir control? They should. It's just a matter of time.
They know there's no BKBs, and this is what we saw last game. Like, enemy team uses BKBs, and they'll just run at them, TP in, use their playmaking. The Warden is, like, looking great on the Tusk. And then you've got us, you can always TP in as well. So once this Gleipnir comes online, you've got so much more catch potential that makes it really easy to punish these mistakes.
One of the biggest things that I noticed in game 1 was another NA team knowing when to use their buybacks as well. Like that black hole that came out top in game 1, they had buyback available on the Ember. Like once you use those big spells, or in this game, it's going to be more so those BKBs. If you have a way to get back into the fight with a buyback, then you could certainly turn it around and all of a sudden find the advantage out of an exchange that you lose initially.
Yep.
Kick and punch. And then they've got the shards, they have the kill, they have the control, unleash. Rolling Thunder landed.
Marcy.
Now they've got the Sprout.
While he's rolling.
See,
looks
that's
so funny.
supposed to be an unstoppable force, but not there. That is. Boy.
Marcy's like, I'm the immovable object once I pop
Yeah.
BKB. And just eats that Pengo alive during a Rolling Thunder. I don't know. If Pengo sees that, I'm just like, what do you do? Buy an AC, buy a Shivers, buy some armor or something. I don't even know if that's going to solve the problem, but that is brutal.
1325 bonus attack speed, so if you blink, you'll miss the hits. And that's exactly what happened to the Pango. He blinked and got pretty hit.
Yeah. We'll get to see it here again. This.
Oh. And with the Battlefield, you can see the damage just get spread out a little bit at the beginning, and then he just gets stopped.
Yeah, the pause of the Rolling Thunder pause when he gets bashed is just like a, oh shit, you know what's going to happen to him. This poor soul. he's done for.
Late shard, but might be a big enough item at this point in the game for Blessed Kid that fights really start to favor Eternity.
It did get the full Lotus Orb once the double Dispel against Silencer. I can also, help out your teammates a bit with this too, so definitely a nice item to have, but delaying the priority of the shard, I think maybe costs them some ability to make some plays here in the mid game.
Roche is back up. Roche is back up, but Roche also knows that Karwa has Unleashed, so he will stay in his pit scared and never want to leave or have anybody enter, that's for sure.
Dude, Roche is cozy. He just likes to stay at home, like play games by himself, and everybody just wants to come in and house crash.
That was a Requiem.
Yeah. And a BKB
That was a
TP.
Requiem to Yeah, get a fear BKB TP, but if it didn't hit, I don't think. I wasn't paying it. I heard it. I didn't see it, and then I was just like, all right.
I think he thought he was being ganked in the trees there. Like, he somehow thought he had been seen and enemies were nearby, so it seemed like a bit of just like a precautionary play.
Scan connected at the last second on that Roche.
This
So,
is
yeah, they're going to 4-man smoke. This is rough
aggressive.
with Unleash being available. That spell is always scary. They're not going to Roche.
This is huge if they can get themselves an
What?
Aegis, though.
And a shard for Shadow Fiend, which is going to allow him to activate the Necromastery,
Yeah.
and that's pretty significant when you've got a little half-second fear duration. Snowball to get the save. That'll waste the time of the Unleash. Now they've got the Wrath of Nature coming in to get the root with the BKB being popped. They go to the Walrus Punch. Now they're going to need to kick him, but he's been bashed and he's been killed. Solar Guardian comes in with the Global Silence being used. The buyback comes out for the Tusk. They've got the damage coming into the Shadow Fiend. That's going to be the Aegis. Not used just yet. Pulverize on the side. They still don't get the kill on the Shadow Fiend, but they're still going to work the action on an RRL. Take out Feeling, take out RRL. Buyback was used by the Tusk, so these heroes working with their last couple lives. And if these buybacks don't come from Ant, well, the fight's just over.
Yeah. Just all the sustain there. Like the Dawnbreaker with the Ag Scepter just pops the Solar Guardian in onto the Marcy, so she's kind of unkillable, and there's a Walrus Punch to control her, but that only lasts for so long. Like Karwa with the backup with all the heals and sustain, not to mention there's a Dazzle on your team as well, just they couldn't really bring Marcy down. The only time they've done that was when she was completely alone and picked off. So other than that one death, Karwa has played perfectly this game.
Casual, by
There's
the
the
way.
break and the kickback.
7.5 thousand.
Oh, the Lotus Orb. Oh, he's going to go back in the base. The Snowball. Can he kick him? Oh, the Bastion Pistol. No. He wants it so
Goes on
badly.
cooldown too.
Oh.
It almost worked.
The Lotus Snowball is always a fun one to keep track of.
A bit of a bait, almost. He took level 25, so he's... Let's see what he takes on this 25 talent for the Marcy.
Not sure, yeah, which is better here. I mean, spell immunity makes sense, I think. Not sure. The silence is, I think the spell immunity was what I would lean towards, but we'll see where he goes. He's deliberating. He's not sure.
Sheesh. So, trying to do math in my head, which is never a good topic.
Uh-oh.
5 strikes per Fury, which is just 5 right clicks so fast for what? 300, 400 something damage? So you're just insta doing like 2,000?
With
Maybe
a double
more?
damage.
Oh gosh.
Huge rune to find.
Insta doing 4K damage.
Yeah. There is not really surviving this. Like, maybe you're starting to consider, like, Aeon Dis if you're Pangolier, because I don't think, like, a plate mail is going to help you out there.
Ags
That's
for
like-
Marcy?
I mean, the cooldown is insane.
Yeah,
20-second
20 is
cooldown.
stupid.
Oh,
That's all right.
yeah. This item is amazing here, and, you know, you can eventually get the blessing so it doesn't take up an item slot, but... Ooh. Yeah, if they've seen this double damage, they're probably just saying, like, we don't fight. We chill. I think they want to play around their high ground defense, try and use this Walrus Kick to pull people into the base, because any kind of standard fight where they get to, you know, fight around Marcy where everybody's backing her up with the heals, the, you know, Solar Guardian, isn't going to work well. You need to pull Eternity out of position.
I'm surprised it's only a 2K lead, truthfully.
I mean, for a long time, they didn't even have the lead, despite, you know, I think, at least to me, kind of clearly they were ahead, even though they didn't have a gold lead. I think a lot of it is, like, it's this kind of, like, Nature's Prophet effect, where there's just so much farm on Nature's Prophet that, you know, Nature's Prophet, it's not like a Doom thing where you have, it's like inflated net worth, but it's just, there's a lot more gold on the 2 carries of Ant, even though the 1 carry of Eternity is just this unstoppable killing machine.
I don't think I want to fight into a Marcy with a double damage. That's for sure.
No, sir.
Ag's money there for Karwa.
Blink, kick. Oh, do they have it? They do.
Nope.
That works. When you don't
That
get
was simple.
bashed in Abyssal immediately, you're able to get a kill there with the kick. They'll steal the Rolling Thunder again. Now they've got their eyes on Bless Kid. The Warden comes over to give him a punch, and he's got a kick if it's needed. Snowball, Lotus Orb reflected, and let's pull him back towards the base, right? Sleipnir, and a couple right clicks.
Interesting. You see that, and my first thought was like, huh, why didn't they do that before? Why didn't they do that sooner? Like, they just made that look so easy.
Yeah.
And they're not done.
Walrus Punch, and down goes Moonlight.
This is what we've seen a bit, where it's like, 1 kill shouldn't turn into 3 kills. Like, maybe
Not at all.
the Dazzle gets caught there, but that was like a good 10 seconds later where Rubik's just getting caught out. Could have easily TP'd or just ran away with Blink Dagger. So a bit like silly when it came to the follow-up kills. Like, they maybe had a plan to defend Marcy when they were pushing high ground from the War's kick. They didn't execute it, that's fine, but then you just gotta back off and reset, which is something we saw in game 1 where they're really bad at resetting. After one small mistake becomes a much bigger mistake with Eternity, is what I'm kind of learning watching and casting this series.
Yeah, it can't chain into more. I'm trying to think of the word I was looking for. But it turns into chain bad moves, right? Or
Yeah.
chained up bad moves.
Yeah, the problem gets
find
kind
out
of
eventually.
exasperated when you're looking at this, you know, one mistake shouldn't turn into more. But yeah, so what was that? Was that Lincoln's pickup? on
Yeah,
somebody?
for Shadowfiend.
Okay. Just against the Primal Beast, not bad.
50-50 on Dota Plus. I'm here for it.
I kind of agree. It feels that way. Like, 7K Gold Lead's kind of whatever. Like, it's been Eternity in control this entire game. They're the ones always kind of playing on the aggressive, getting all these kills.
Yeah, I think the net worth means nothing. It's literally just unleash or nothing. And they're going to go Abyssal Blade, Onslaught. Global Silence isn't going to matter. They're going with the Warden, but they've got themselves the Pulverize to get the kill. Easy, 1, 2. No buyback.
Yep.
That's the worst part of it.
Yep. And, you know, I criticize Eternity for one small mistake being turned into a big one. I got to do the same. And same thing. Like, that SF, that was a big mistake. What's he doing? Just farming there alone? And that was, like, just a 5-man smoke, and they just ran at SF and killed him. Like, it was the easiest kill ever. It's 43 minutes in the game. What are you doing?
They're going to try and rat this out because they want to go and get the kill down on the Dawnbreaker. That's going to force somebody else back.
There's no kick now because SF was dying. Tusk went in to try and, you know, save his buddy Syndrome.
RL, this can't happen. It will.
Oh.
He's got buyback, though.
They may just thrown him.
SF has
also,
buyback, too.
Yeah. You've got Dawnbreaker just defending bottom, ready to come in maybe with the Solar Guardian, but
yeah, at any
Chase
time.
is on. No global.
Sprout doesn't land.
Very questionable play. I mean, the SF, like, I just don't, like, 42 minutes in the game. It's one thing to get, like, caught, like, right outside your base, but he's just in the middle of the map, like, tier 1 tower mid river area, farming with not a single teammate nearby. Enemy just smoked and just walked towards him and kill him. Like, that is just a huge misplay from RGS. And then as a result, Tusk dies as well, which means they don't have the Walrus kick to defend their high ground with, which is like, the Tusk being alive is super important for Ant because of that Walrus kick when you're defending your base.
This Roche is going to be really important, I think, for another NA team if they... Well, really both teams. I think if you take next Roche, you probably win the game. Getting through these next 2 minutes, though, is going to be the biggest point.
Yep.
A little nervous for him. Or for the side of this team to get there.
Yeah, both teams trying to use their smokes and trying to posture for that next Roshan as much as possible when buybacks are being used. This is where, you know, you're kind of desperate for an Aegis if you're Ant because your cores have used buyback and
Pango, 2 minutes. Global Silence now down.
It's the same thing as last time where someone gets caught off alone. They commit the Global Silence. This time at least they don't lose Tusk. Yeah. They have the Tusk for the defense, but similar to last time, they don't have Global Silence. They try to use it to, you know, save somebody that gets picked off, but...
Ush is thinking about what he can do, and they're going to send the Dawnbreaker back knowing that the Solar Guardian's available to just go in.
Yep. Once Global's being used, you can do this. It's a really nice thing.
Orb
Okay.
for Global Silence.
Ooh.
No refresh, kick, snowball, going through, and they're going to need the Global Silence. That's exactly what they're going to get. They're going to kill the Marcy. They got him for at least 100 seconds if he doesn't buy back. TP out, Bless Kid. Oh, just escapes.
Yeah, the Hex was on cooldown too.
Skyward. They're going to TP in. They've got the snowball, and they'll stop the TP. They've got the Walrus Punch and the kill. But again, they have buybacks, and Roche isn't up for 30 seconds.
Yeah. Clutch refresher. I'm looking at this like, it's the same thing as last time, where Global Silence kind of gets wasted to try and save one of the cores. Dawnbreaker then can TP back to deal with the Split Pusher and Solar Guardian in, but he hid the Refresher Orb, so Dawnbreaker didn't know about this Refresher Global Silence, which meant Solar Guardian gets cancelled, means Dawnbreaker's not showing up to the fight, means those heals aren't coming in, and it completely swings the fight back in Ant's favor. Really clutch play from Feeling.
I will say, though, I really don't like Warden sitting here across the river by himself. You have been caught here on 3 different heroes. I understand the Marcy's dead, and so is the Primal Beast, but this is late enough in the game where I don't think that matters anymore. There's somebody who can come and kill you.
Yeah. It's not as egregious as the last two. The Pango and the SF doing it when 5 enemy heroes were alive, I'm just like scratching my head like, okay, this is iffy. This time around, gets away with it. But yeah, take the Roshan, get the Aegis, probably for the SF here. And what's it going to be? It's going to be an Aghanim Scepter as well, which I guess the SF will take. They don't really have anyone else for it, so.
Not bad to have the upgraded Necromastery and the Requiem.
Yeah. Oh, he canceled his Silver Edge there by popping it, but that's okay. Yeah, I think it was Pango also doesn't have an Ag, so it could have been Pango, but I like it on the SF a bit more. The question is, how do Ant take a fight outside their base? They've had the most success with the Walrus Kick inside their base, and we haven't really seen them take good fights outside, and they're playing under enemy vision here. This could be really bad.
They're going to try and make the move. They go to the Abyssal Blade. They're going to try and find the Tusk.
Cheese.
Cheese, Guardian Greaves, Onslaught in, looking for a Pulverize with the BKB being used by both the Marcy as well as the Primal Beast. They'll go to the Pulverize. It's going to be on Ush. They'll get the Global Silence off. They get the kill into the Ward, and he's going to buy back and try and get back into the fight by TPing over to the Outpost. Ush trying to survive. Sword Guardian, there's the kill into Ush. They got the Requiem coming through. It's going to be the Fear and the Requiem coming back into him, but it's not really doing anything. They go to the Snowball. It's going to be on the Dawnbreaker with the Gleipnir. They've got Ush back into the fight. They get the kill into Skyward. It's going to buy back as well. Walrus Punch, now the Dispose, as well as the right clicks from Karawa, but they've got the Swashbuckle. They have the Shallow Grave. Can Karawa survive? The Hex from the Poison Touch. Ush is going to die. 3 heroes dead on the side of another NA team. Oh boy, Stolen Requiem not going to land. Shadow Fiend trying to leave.
Dusted.
Oh boy.
They got him.
On the run. Celestial Hammer. It's got 4 staff in 3 seconds. They've got a Sentry down. And they jump in. There's the Abyssal Blade. They'll catch him and they'll kill him. That's the Aegis gone. Has Hurricane Pike. He has Silver Edge. Does he get to move? No.
I think that might be game. Nobody has buybacks and Eternity. This may be their first win.
Could be the first win of the season for him.
Nobody's dying in these fights. Like, Ant's just like right-clicking away, and everybody's just so tanky on this Radiant side with all the heals and sustain that they bring to the table, and GG is called. Yeah, wow, it's over.
They just called GG, and for the first time, they get a victory. Eternity have done it.
That's hype. And with a mid-dazzle.
Wow.
Yes. I mean, you can see there, that's the look, the smiles.
Across the board.
This is a sight we've not seen the entire 3 weeks, but they're happy. They got to win. They got to have some fun. And just a great game from them. Like, definitely still, the signs of sloppiness were there, but they held on and they didn't let their mistakes snowball out of control like we saw in, not just game 1, but also on previous days where they had games where they got off to a good start.
Yeah, so they might be out of words there on their screens because they were all doing this, and I can't believe we just won, but I know who's got words, definitely, and that's Nat. So let's bring Nat back in. Hear what you gotta say. Mid-dazzle, I need the thoughts. I need everything about what you just witnessed.
Dude, I am so happy for Eternity. Like, obviously, it is a little bit of a crush to the soul for Ant, but a game win for Eternity. This is how they needed to end the season. Like, it's nice to see them all smiling there. I know they're still going to be relegated, but what fun they would have had in this. Kawa just popped off. The man had the most amount of damage across the board here. Same for like hero and building damage. So I'm just super keen. It was the Marcy carry worked for them. I don't know about the dazzle mid though. I think that question I really gotta ask Gods because I have no idea why it worked so well as it did. We thought it was gonna struggle mid game and it didn't. It didn't really seem to struggle at all.
Yeah, the hero, I mean, wins its lane against melee heroes. The biggest thing it did was something we like. It was like the invisible effect where Pengo out of the mid lane's meant to be this big playmaker that goes and rotates against the side lanes, but because Pengo lost this mid lane so heavily, he wasn't really able to make those kind of moves. It felt like RRL just didn't really have a game. I definitely didn't feel the Pengo impact, and it wasn't all his fault. Some of it is just that mid matchup making it so that he's playing from behind all game long.
Yeah, it feels like at any point there was always a core or someone else just really holding it on for Eternity. You guys pointed out, or at least you did, Gods, the Skyward Primal rushing for the BKB wasn't something that Anne expected, and it had a really good impact to be able to keep them in that middle part, or the earlier part of this game. But real question, Bcop, why couldn't Ant do anything at all? Like, why was it that the game felt so even, yet neither team could really take full grasp of it, especially Ant, who should have had the favor in the later game looking at that lineup?
I think it was just the fear of being by yourself, right? Like, that Unleash just does so much damage. So being by yourself, the way this lineup kind of wants to move with Ush, especially being solo and trying to split push at times, like, it just feels like, oh, well, I'm going to get caught here by Marcy, as we saw was very evident at the back end of this game when people were just like, oh, hey, look, I'm in the mid lane, come get me. Oh, well, and then you did. And then they came and got you, blink, unleash, and then you're hitting with an extra 13-something 100 billion attack speed and dying in a split second like you're in My Hero Academia. It's insane. Like, it's nuts. A hero is not okay with that kind of attack speed bonus.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing it just because, again, we've heard from player after player, different regions, how much they enjoy seeing the Marcy against ranged cores, and this just proves it yet again how quick it is for her to get on that back line, just to tear them to shreds, to literally just make them disappear. But our MVP is going to be Skyward on the side of Eternity on that Primal Beast. B-Cop hyped up that MVP last game. Gods, now it's your turn. You got to hype up the Skyward Primal.
Nah, you're the one who picked him. I want to hear you hype him up. We never get to hear you hype up the MVP.
Hey, that's because I asked the questions over here. Thank you very much.
No, Skyward was great. I love that he went for the BKB rush. I think it's something we've seen Primal Beast not prioritize quite as much, but he was definitely the one throughout the early game just leading the charge, literally and figuratively, just finding kill after kill, put so much pressure on that top lane, and just all in all, I think he was the guy kind of that they built a lot of their aggressive game plan around before because the Marcy took some time to come online, like needed all that space, and it was Skyward who kind of gave Marcy the space to play nice and greedy.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could make a case for almost anyone getting MVP, but definitely, in my eyes, it was Skyward really holding down the fort for this part of the game that could have been broken open by Ant, but also at the same time, I really loved them putting Dawnbreaker on the support. They did so well to be able to obliterate the silencer and then really capitalize on Dawn having that free sort of reign for her ult. So it was just a great game from Eternity. I'm super happy for them. I'm not too sure if it'll continue in game number 3, but we are going to go to a break. When we do come back, we'll see how these two teams are going to step up for the third and final game of this series.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
welcome back. It is going to be game number 3 between Eternity and Ant. Something I'm not sure I would ever get to say during this NA Div 2 DPC, but Eternity, they won game number 2. We are going to a game 3 for this series. It's very hyped. The bans don't change up from game 2 to game 3, which means everything that worked for Eternity in game 2 is still very much in the pool. And also having opening pick here, they go back for the Nature's Prophet. History might just repeat itself, B-Cup.
Whoa, hold on, I don't have to do my job. They're all going to be the same pick. Actually, I could do my job, Rubik, damn it. Lady. What was next? I don't have the previous draft on
Tusk.
me.
Tusk was next.
Tusk, okay. If it goes Tusk, then we're just repeating the same thing.
I don't think they will. I feel like that's an area that's very easy to change up, put something else in Gods.
Yeah, it could go both ways. I think Tusk is just a good hero and a great partner for Nature's Prophet, but it definitely wasn't a weakness of their drafts. So, could see either way. There may be something they want to prioritize more, like Silencer, I guess, but no.
Nope.
Tusk,
The
he's busy.
exact same.
Usually what happens when you go, like, the pick order stays the same is, like, teams believed in their openers. What changes is the bans, because that's the easiest thing. Like, picking the same opening 4 picks is fine, because I don't think either team feels like their opener was bad. What they may think is like, oh, we should have banned this instead of this. Or we learned, okay, this is what they want to play with Marcy. Like, we should have banned Primal Beast in that last phase. Whatever it may be. It's much easier to change the bans and then, like, tweak, like, you know, your 3rd, 4th, 5th pick of the draft. Because, you know, phase 1 picks are pretty standard meta heroes usually.
Ooh. And the Terrorblade. It was Bloodseeker last time, so I'm keeping an eye. They're going to go Bloodseeker now. And then pick Mango again.
TV did still get banned by just a different order.
Yeah, one of the things that may want is just a little more control from Marcy to control during the BKB Unleashed. Like, War's Punch is decent, but having more could also be good. Some kind of BKB Piercing Disable. You know, it's kind of hard to find that because a lot of those heroes maybe come out of, like, the support role or the offlane role, but that's something that could be an adjustment.
Yeah. A Primal being taken out this time. They don't want to have to deal with that Skyward Primal right at the end. I do like that adjustment, which means it's actually Bloodseeker still left in the pool. That's the main ban change up for the side of Ant. And the exact same thing for Eternity. They're literally just running it back right now. Although the Dawnbreaker next pick, like it was Dawnbreaker next pick last game, so that's probably going to be a little bit of a change up. It is a Jakiro this time.
Bloodseeker for Ant. Here we go. Stop the movements of the Marcy and go for Bloodseeker, right?
I could see that working. I'm not like a huge fan. I just don't think it's like a good carry versus carry matchup. Like, it does stop the Marcy from moving, but also I just think Marcy can just happily kind of stand still. I guess I'm not sold on Bloodseeker. I think Ant wants stuff that can maybe push the tempo and take objectives a bit more. But we'll see what that may be. It's interesting to me that they're still banning out carries, even though last game we saw the Marcy core. Like, they banned Naga and TB. These almost feel like wasted bans. Like, yeah, they're heroes that are good against the offlane Nature's Prophet, but I feel like that's almost them telling Eternity our Nature's Prophet only gets played offlane. And also, it's like maybe even just wasted bans, because it does feel like Eternity are just going to keep playing Marcy carry. They won with it. It's their only win of the DPC. There's, you know, everything points towards them playing carry Marcy again.
Maybe that's the next level, is that they want the Marcy again, and so they take out all the other carry options, so then they just prepare themselves for the Marcy carry. I don't know. I'm really stretching for this one. I really don't know. I'm trying so hard.
No, you're doing. That's a decent point, because, like, forcing them to play it again, and I feel like probably Ant a little bit feel like they just messed up a bit and can make some changes and things like that. Disruptor doesn't deal well with Marcy carry at all. It's just like a good hero. I mean, a great hero based on the stats here in Div 2 NA. I don't think, like, Marcy popped off last game, but it's not necessarily the pick that has to be addressed. Marcy carry can be a bit slow, especially if you're going Battle Fury. So there's a lot of things Ant can do to adjust their playstyle, and I think particularly their lanes. That's where things fell apart. Last lane, that top lane, the SF versus Primal Beast. Like, Primal Beast was like 4-0 at 7 or 8 minutes in the game. Like, that's what needs to be addressed more than the Marcy.
Yeah, because I mean, we hit the 45-minute mark, and the game, net worth wise, and even like Dota's win probability was literally dead even. It was right in between, right on the mark. So there is a way that Ant aren't afraid of the Marcy. They want to see it in that carry core again because they felt that a few adjustments are going to be able to get them the win in game number 3, but the Disruptor and then whatever is to come out next, B-Cop, are going to be two of the most influential changes. Doubling it down.
Well, now, Glimpse and Rupture and buying Ags on Tusk again, get the kick. See, that's red. That's a Bloodseeker. It's definitely, sure, cool. That's mid-SF Copium, so there could be a safe win Bloodseeker. Yes.
Same color scheme. Yeah.
Nailed it.
It is flexible. Like, it could be mid if they, depending what they see and find here. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting they don't pick their mid because they're like worried about picking Pengo and getting lane countered again by a Dazzle. Not to say that pick that. I think Dazzle with Jakira Rubik sounds very weak. We'll probably see a more standard mid laner for Blessed Kid. This could be a decent spot to pick his hero. And leave the Marcy flexible between offlane and carry, like the Ember Spirit type heroes. We've seen him do pretty well on. Definitely a player that likes to be active and make moves and make rotations.
Yeah, I think we definitely are going to see a Blessed Kid hero next. I do think Skyward, he is the one drafting, and I believe that he does just like leaving his hero to the last pick. But I know that he also wouldn't be against having the Marcy for himself if he does see a better carrot for Kawa to pick up. But I think it's just the way that Skyward likes to draft, and he is the one drafting this series round for them.
Yeah, and I don't think Marcy's really a mid laner, from what I know. And that just means picking a mid laner here. Like, if you pick your carry or an off laner here, you reveal where Marcy's going. So it just makes the draft easier for Ant.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Do you think that Jakiro... Sorry, do you think Jakiro fills the holes of the objective taking that their draft had last game? Does that help a little bit?
No, I mean, a very tiny bit. You're not really picking Jakiro for the push here. You're picking it for the lane. It's very good against the Nature's Prophet in lane. It's just a strong laner, one of the few heroes that can, hold its own. All the attack speed slowed on the Treants. And they actually pick up Sven. So this is not what I anticipated.
I'm wondering if it could still be a support
Offlane?
Sven, if they've played that before. I don't think they have, so it's probably just a carry.
Offlane Jakiro.
Mid Jakiro.
Hey.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was is there a problem that the Rubik or the Jakiro gets put into a core and the Sven's more support? But I don't know if that's something that we've seen Eternity run before.
Yeah, but I heard through the rumor mill that there was going to be weird different picks coming in here.
Okay, that happened with Dazzle mid last game. You got your one wish.
That's
you got
one
a support on a carry.
The rumor mill doesn't pick up for one pick. It only spins when it's more than one pick.
That was it. Dawnbreaker support.
They banned the Dazzle.
Holy heck.
So this Sven pick is great, whether it's carry, support, whatever it might be. Right now it looks like they're carry. I guess it could be an offlaner too, because all the damage from Ant, we saw it a bit last game, it's all physical damage. And you can kind of itemize for that when they're going all in on physical damage. They're kind of forced to last pick a mid that's very spell heavy, like Puck gets banned, Zeus is already banned. Leshrac maybe comes to mind, but it does feel like a great Sven game because of that. And if it's carry Sven, you play into the Nature's Prophet. You've got a very free lane. So I like the pick a lot. It's just how they lane it and how they kind of set it up. Is it going to be a carry Sven or not? Because I'm not sure this is the best carry Sven game.
Okay.
Wow, more physical damage.
Troll. Yeah, that does mean the SF is most likely going to be going mid. I don't know if I would favor a troll mid at all. Oh, and then a Coddle.
Coddle?
Coddle? Mid Rubik.
Should be mid Coddle, but...
Yeah. Mid Coddle. Everything else pretty stock standard. Eternity going back to normal flavor of the month. And yeah, there you go, RL on the Shadow Fiend there. So you did call it B-Cop. And does that mean you're in favor of Ant just because they listened to you? You're able to see what they were doing?
Well, when somebody finally listens to my one 4-digit MMR, maybe kind of 3-digit MMR analysis, I have to root for them. It's, there's a lot of digits in MMR, and mine have some. And smart things get said sometimes. I'm in for it.
My MMR definitely contains numbers. I love it.
Exactly.
All right, so you're favoring and they're able to bounce back after the game 2 loss. But gods, for you, out of these 2 drafts, you liking what Eternity have gotten because you already pointed out that Anne have gone very heavy on the physical?
I like Eternity's draft more. Am I going to predict them? I don't know. I don't want to predict anything here, but Ant just picked 3 ranged carries. They have Troll, SF, and Nature's Prophet. That is the greediest draft imaginable. It's all in, physical damage, right clickers. Like I don't see how their draft works.
Yeah, there's only 2 real changes from Ant on their draft compared to game 2. I'm going to see if Skyward on the Marcy is just as poggers as the Kawa Marcy, but it's game number 3. I'm excited. The last game that we will see out of these 2 teams, excluding tiebreakers, so let's jump on into it. I'll let you go, Gods, B-Cop. Enjoy this game 3.
Why not? See you later. Oh, and the screen just closes. See ya. Gone for 30 minutes. Not to go look at my watch. About 30 minutes. These games have been around that timing, although the last one that Eternity won was a long one. And I mean, maybe it is because it was something new for them and that's closing out a game, but they did it. So they're 1 for 1 in that scenario, I would say. Works out.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. And they put themselves in a pretty good spot, I think, with this draft. Like, they've got a good mix of kind of playmaking, decent scaling with the Sven, like mid-Cuddle, who should have a very free game. And I feel like they're going to hit this... Oh, yeah, hold that thought.
Oh, boy, Karua. Hey, it's time to run. Oh, the shards, the trees.
They kind of blocked themselves.
Too. Yeah, that was...
Yeah.
That got kind of weird.
Like, yeah, the Sven was surrounded, but the ice shards also blocked Ant from killing him, basically. Okay.
So no first blood that time. Because it worked for a second. Then all of a sudden, it was back in just Sven escaping. So he'll walk all the way back to base. He'll be fine. They'll try to get their bounty runes, which Moonlight's going to get his for free as the team stacks up on this one by the river. I did place a deep ward. Maybe that'll help them get something as time goes on.
Yeah, should give us a lot of intel. Very unlikely to be dewarded too. Well, okay, they find some camps in the jungle. Okay. Making sure that the Sven has the jungle to fall back on.
Okay, so as we get started here, we've got one more video save for you guys. It's from Ush, and the question was, he is the one who makes the calls and the shots for the team. So I kind of want to hear him break that down a little bit more, and we'll take a listen to what he has to say about shot calling.
I call the shots when it comes to like the major in-game plays. I would say because I'm the captain, that's kind of my role. And I do have quite a bit of experience playing competitive in the past and going to LANs and whatnot, stuff like that. So I feel like the team definitely has trusted me to make those kind of calls. Everyone definitely communicates. They make their own plays. They call different things in the game, like, I'm coming to gank here or do this and that. But when it comes to major plays like Roche or pushing towers or trying to end the game, generally it'll be me that makes that call. And it's kind of nice just having that one voice when it comes to the major plays so that you're always on the same page.
Shot calling, definitely a very important part of the game, and you could see, in different scenarios, it's nice to know who's making the ending call. And for the side of another NA team, it is Ush, who I believe has the most experience or lifetime experience professionally on this team, right?
Yeah, maybe in as far as like when his career started, like I was gonna say, like, all of like Div 2 NA almost. Like he started his career before people like BSJ started his career. So he's an old timer, although he's not necessarily old. He was just very young when he started playing. He's definitely grown up a lot since then. He was kind of one of those, young core players who could be a bit immature, but now he's like got a very level head.
Yeah, his picture on Wikipedia, he looks like 12, potentially. But I know the
probably
feeling.
from that 2015 event or something.
Yeah, he was on Sneaky Nick's Assassins when they played at ESO1 New York, which was the first event I ever watched in the crowd. That was a fun event. On first day, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, back then he was just a mid. Like he was like a SF player. That was his signature hero.
Moonlight? Getting run a little bit, but do they have glimpse or anything? They don't. They just have the kinetic field on the Thunder Strike, but the slowdown, the right click's not enough. Dispose, and that puts Marcy in an awkward spot. Skyward taking some damage, but just not enough here for another NA team to get that first blood out.
Yeah, still some really good harass here. There's a nice rune deny coming from Coddle, stopping the SF from getting the bottle refill, and yeah, this top lane is probably the one lane that's going better than the others for Ant, with Marcy only hitting 8 CS, but the other two lanes looking really good for Eternity.
So far, so good. We've talked about how their laning phases looked okay at times, and I think in this series it's kind of shined a little bit. They've led both games in the early parts, and they've gone 1-1 thus far. But like the lanes are solid, and they know their matchups pretty well.
Oh, absolutely, and they've done a good job, like, with some surprise picks and in their drafts picking these flex heroes. Like, they first phase of Marcy, you don't know where it's going, so it's hard to kind of counter them in lanes when they're drafting smart, doing stuff like the Dazzle made against the Pingo.
Well, feeling his first blood there. Telekinesis should be, and it is for Moonlight. I thought maybe they'd give that to Skyward, but still going the same way for Eternity.
Rubik's and kill stealing. It's the, going back to like Yapsor on Secret. It's the classic. That's why Fadeball is the best spell to take secure kills. It just feels very satisfying.
I don't know if you saw that post on Reddit recently, the one that was like the master of kill steals, and it was like 4 heroes, and then somebody was like, no. This is the real master of kill steals, and it was like Oracle with level 2 Purifying Flames.
That's a good one too. We just don't see enough Oracle though, unfortunately, but yep. Whereas Rubik is like the most played competitive Dota hero in like history. So
yeah, and he was kind of quiet last year, but this year Rubik's kind of come back into the mix. And I'm kind of hoping it stays that way through the patch. He's just one of those exciting heroes to watch and can be a playmaker from the 4 position.
Yeah, there's a few heroes that just don't go away and are always fun, and you never want to over nerf them, like the Rubiks, the Enigmas, the Earthshaker. I mean, Earthshaker's been a bit over nerfed for a while. I feel like he's due for some nice little buffs, but definitely the fun big team fighters are always fan favorites, player favorites, make Dota more exciting to watch. Whereas some of these heroes that never get to see much competitive play because they're just not very interesting. Clinks, for example, like no one cares about Clinks. He's kind of I play a ton of Clinks. I like the hero, but he's not exactly a flashy, fun hero to watch.
Yeah, Clinks isn't cool anymore. He was a while back, but not anymore. He's quiet in the I don't get picked at all phase. One day, maybe what would they say? March 6th is the patch, so maybe they'll bring Clinks back into the mix.
Is that right after the major? Is that how that works?
I think so. I think it's like the day after the major. They're like, hey, we're working on something. They're not going to tell us what, but, there's something. Oh, no. The stacks that Blessed Kid was making for himself. Oh, no.
Oh, he's getting them. Don't worry. Blessed Kid still got all of it, I think, from what I saw. He didn't get, the medium camp, no, but the big camp he got all of. But yeah, nice rotation from RRL to come in, and with the level 3 raises, they've got the vision there as well.
Yeah, they denied their own obs. Meanwhile, Skyward running and dying to Argus. So they got first blood in that lane, but they end up losing the Marcy. Ice Path with the Stormhammer, but the damage a little bit lacking to get Ush.
Yeah. He's got the TP back to base, TP back to lane.
He's been getting solo experience because the Warden's been in the jungle with the SF.
Yeah. It's always nice, too, with how important that level 6 can be. Comes right back, trades some more harass here. The only downside of this for the Nature's Prophet is some of your gold does go into buying more TP scrolls, which are not as cheap as they used to be. 100 gold a pop, so.
Top lane, Argus. He's going to get run down eventually. The last shot coming in from Blessed Kid, who's got the Illuminate. He's been moving around the map, maybe not so comfortable over mid, while RRL is just doing what he can to get as much CS as possible, and he's sitting here 48 and 11 at the top of the CS marker, and he's got Boots of Travel coming in 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, good timing. Like, I'd say pretty standard timing. He's actually CS-wise 4th. Usually you're thinking Coddle CS, you're like top 1, top 2, top net worth, so he's actually had a bit of a slow-ish game, but still 7-minute Boots of Travel. Nothing wrong with that, and the Spirit Vessel follow-up. Very, very standard Keeper of the Light itemization here.
Boots of Travel, we'll see how much he's going to use that to move around, especially once he gets at least the urn in that Spirit Vessel, right? Like, you want to kind of get those charges, work on that, and move around, get some damage out early, and kind of stick to what Eternity's been doing this series, and that's early aggression.
Yeah, Disruptor just coming in. Wherever the Coddle goes, they seem to be following him. They've done a really good job of limiting his farm. But now
like
mid lane, yeah.
CS has not been as high as maybe you would have liked. They've got 3 heroes for both teams over mid, and that is the party for the 8-minute rune, I would assume, at some point.
Yeah.
There's an arcane rune for RRL.
It's interesting because usually it's like a decision with Coddle, like, okay, do we try and invade jungle? And most teams just let Coddle farm and say, we'll just beat you later, because it takes a lot of, often wasted resources to like invade an enemy jungle. You have to have a hero that can steal stacks like SF. But they've made it work.
Oh, he threw him down, not on the rest of the team. I feel like if he had just hit him with the other 2 heroes, he might have survived there. Skyward's coming in with a rebound, and now they've got the kill and a feeling. No unleash, though, so the damage is a little bit lacking from this Marcy. They'll get 1, which ends up at least affording them a trade.
Oh. This SF build, Boots of Travel Rush. I mean, the Coddle Boots of Travel is standard, but the SF, what is RL's doing some old school stuff.
Boost of Travel, Blink BKB is the key right now.
Yeah, maybe he's getting item tips from Ush, because this is probably something Ush used to do back in like 2014. He's like, what do you go in SF? And Ush is like, Boots of Travel, dude. Boots of Travel into like Shadow Blade.
Let me just take a look at old Sneaky Nick's Assassin games and see if I could confirm that for you. Meanwhile, top lane, Blessed Kid going down to Ush. So he'll end up dropping out. He's been trying to move around a lot.
Yeah, it feels like, I think RL looking at his team's lineup is like, I'm not the carry, you're not going to go for your Mask of Madness or your Dragonlance type stuff. He'll get BKB, but with a Blink Dagger, so he likely will play more around, being a spellcaster, hitting raises, early Requiems, and, trying to come to some early fights, because they can't afford to have all 3 of their cores play greedy and try and be the carry.
Right, and you see them lose feeling there, and that's a little bit rough for them. But now it's a 1K lead for another NA team, and they haven't had a game where they've had this early lead, right? So trying to make a move over mid for RRL. Good Blinding Light, pushing him back, goes to the Requiem, lands on all these heroes. Now he's looking for the raises to get the kill on a Skyward. The damage is going to be enough to finally kill him. Dual Breath, and the Illuminate does finally pop RRL. They just don't have the heroes responding to this at all. Trolls staying top. They have Tusk staying bottom, and with 2 heroes here only for another NA team, they don't get anything done.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem when you have these kind of cores. They all, want to be either farming, and even if Nature's Prophet is showing up, they're all these just like kind of right-clicky cores. It's not like you've got this, mid-Ember Spirit or an off-lane, Mars or somebody who's TPing in with a big ulti to catch everybody and punish them. The heroes that TP in to punish aggression are just right-clickers, so there's not really any punish. Attorney can make these moves, go in a core, and know that there's not really anything that's going to cost them. Whereas often we've seen, Attorney played too aggressive, like in the last few games and some of their other series, and things go, astray. That's just not the case against a draft like this.
God Strength, Walrus Punch, Snowball over to the Rubik. But again, 4 heroes here for the side of Eternity, and Blessed Kid's going to get a kill there onto the Warden. And immediately a
great
smoke.
job getting involved. Yeah, they want to maybe get into these enemy ancients. They've got the ward there. I think SF is well aware of the potential for this to happen, but they're going to even maybe consider swinging towards mid lane. They could go on this.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They pop the Spirit Form, but still,
Dire's
RL, he's sticking away from the mid lane and not actually getting touched at the moment. Shard, Snowball all the way out on Akarwa, and they've got Wrath of Nature bouncing as they go to the Glimpse with the Static Storm, and they get a kill there on Akarwa. So they'll end up losing the tower. They will steal the Walrus Punch. Illuminate hits 3. Macropyron 2 with the Ice Path. Blinding Light. Is the damage there to get more than 1? It looks like it's there to get all 3.
Oh my god. This Coddle just annihilating everyone, deleting them from these fights. And, a nice move, I think, to go on the Sven, but just the ability to instantly show up with the Boots of Travel, and they were already nearby because of that smoke. They just come in and punish heavily. This Coddle is just a huge problem right now with the amount of damage he's dishing out, and they don't really have any hero that addresses that. They don't have that ability to really jump the backlines and go on the Coddle outside of maybe a Tusk who's just a support.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what another NA team's going to do. Like, they're waiting on Troll to get a Battle Fury and farm from there, but, like, what's your SF going to do in terms of damage? He's gone Boots of Travel going into the Blink Dagger. He's got Invis, and he'll look to maybe get a Requiem out on top of Karwa to get back-to-back kills on this hero, but now he's under a Sentry, and there's a Stormhammer with Moonlight, Fate Bolt, and, well, RRL, he needs to run because he is in trouble. Whew. Almost dying. Back-to-back. Blessed Kid, meanwhile, stealing the stacks that were made via the Shadow Fiend, too. This is really rough for the side of another NA team. It feels like nothing's really coming together for them at the moment. And there's the Spirit Vessel feeling hit with that stolen Walrus Punch from a distance, allowing them to get the telekinesis and the kill for Blessed Kid.
The seeds of fortune.
This is getting really interesting for the side of Eternity, as they've got themselves a 1K lead at the moment, 10-4 in favor of Eternity, and the aggression that we've seen game in, game out from them is, well, working again in the early parts. They just got to continue to keep it going, and we'll see what they can do, because they've held on to the lead once, but they haven't been able to hold on to it both games, and I think for right now they're in a decent spot. I think the aggression, though, has to start to come out on Argus, because Argus is got the Battle Fury, and that's where the farm's going to start to pick up for this Troll. Well, let's see what they can do with this one, as they are setting up on RRL over mid, feeling, well, he's going to be right here to try and protect RRL, but they've got to dispose. They'll keep him away from the Disruptor. They'll get the kill into RRL. Ice Path, Macro Pyre, the Warden standing in the fire and the flames, as now they bring over Argus, but he uses that ult to try and get these kills. He's still low on health, but enough damage to at least get Skyward and Moonlight. So a trade 2 for 2 that kind of helps another NA team to stabilize a bit.
Hey, sorry, back with you, B-Cup. Sorry about that. These are much needed fights. They are coming at the cost, SF going down, but at this point you kind of need to just take these even trades and try and give your team some room and some map to farm, because of the kind of greedy nature of your draft. Like, your Troll's got a Battle Fury until you see, like, Yasha BKB or something. Right. Really, you need BKBs on multiple cores before you're super ready to fight.
Snowball, Requiem, 8 lands, 1 raise, 2 raise, 3 raise, struck him out. Karwa dies, and that's the combo that they pulled off in game 2 that I thought was going to lead them to win that game, but it ended up being the series being even, and now I kind of want to see what the odds are saying with the game net worth being even, and it's...
Wow.
What? I think it makes no sense to me. I don't know how, I'm not an odds maker, but 5-1 on Eternity with an even game at the moment by esportsbet.io. I'm not sure if I agree with that.
No, they may just see something in the drafts, or I don't know what it is, but that is... Because, I look at Anstraft and just think there's way too much greed going on here.
Troll, bottom lane. They've got Ush coming in, right clicks through, and Argus will have another kill with that activated Battle Trance. So it is kind of working out. They are starting to pull themselves out a net worth lead, but they need to really start to jump down the throats of Eternity, right?
No. Yeah, I think... I don't think they're in any rush to doing too many plays on the ad side. If anything, it's Eternity who want to hit like an early item timing on Sven. He's got the blink now. Even pre-BKB, I think they want to be fighting and using this Sven as an initiator. He can set up a lot of this Cuddle damage. Cuddle's the one hero you can't really afford to have game picked off, because so much of your ability to take fights and make plays and just deal damage comes from Cuddle. So I do like the idea of seeing Eternity, keep looking for these kills and playing aggressive. Punish the fact that Ant are this, very greedy lineup.
So will greed be punished? Well, Disruptor will be. That's a 2-shot and probably a tower as well. So all the tier 1 towers are out. They look over for the Warden. They've got the Walrus Punch. Ice Path avoided with the Snowball. And the Illuminate will come in, and Blessed Kid will get the kill. They've got that Wrath of Nature upgraded with the Ags, but they just don't have anybody else to go in once they all get hit by that and get rooted up. Skyward coming over. Ush, that's not the best spot to TP out from, but now that the Dispose is used, he tries to TP out again. They've got a Telekinesis coming in from Moonlight. There's the rebound of Illuminate, and Blessed Kid has another. They also ended up stealing themselves Wrath of Nature.
Ooh.
I'll throw that out immediately.
Yeah, nice little find. Not, I think could maybe hold it for some damage in a team fight, but yeah, I was getting a bit greedy there. One of that tier 2 tower got super loads in deny range, and you're just thinking, oh, I'll just finish this one off. But playing against a hero like Marcy, you just can't make those aggressive moves. Just, push it from fog with your treants or something. Battle transfer.
Yeah. And dead. Might have been
so
why
funny.
he used that Wrath of Nature before, knowing that he
Yeah.
might die in a second.
That's so battle trance on battle trance. I don't think I've ever seen that before, myself at least. Like, I've seen Rubik's use it, but never like against a battle trance troll.
It's an anime battle when that happens.
Yep.
Nobody dies and just fighting without death being a fear. Carla? What does Carla have right now? He's got Echo Saber, Blink Dagger, and then going into BKB. Okay. He's in an okay spot.
Yep.
Right there with the troll.
Yeah, it's tough because your core matchups aren't the greatest. Nature's Prophet's a good matchup in lane, but later on in the game, Nature's Prophet's very good at kiting you. So I think this Sven is gonna.
Oh, good static storm.
Have some issues.
Requiem, and that'll land on a 3. They're actually going to wrap around the back going for Blessed Kid, Moonlight, Skyward, all dying. Glimpse back into the hands of the Dire side. Ice Path lands on RRL. And Blessed Kid's able to walk away. Argus, he doesn't have Battle Trance for 6 seconds, but I don't think they're going to be able to burst him down before he ends up getting it off. I say that! Oh my god, I was almost a liar. But I am not a liar. I never lie, and Carlo, well, he's not going to get that kill on Argus. The Battle Trance goes off, and the right clicks are in on a Blessed Kid. Illuminate's not enough damage. Spirit Vessel, TP. Ooh, 39 health. Oh boy. It was close, but never in doubt he was going to survive the entire time.
Yep.
No sweat.
That was just such a great fight. The static storm from Feeling catching so many there, and then all the glimpse backs as well. They may get punished on the way out. Yeah.
Oh!
Wow.
Feeling that glimpses are... Yeah, okay. That's too strong.
What a spell. Okay. Somehow survives. That just looked like similar to bottom lane where he just hung around a little bit too long, but he gets bailed out by perhaps the disruptor bit there, and maybe we'll see a support kill. Yeah.
Yep. This should be another one. And did they deny the ward?
I think he did, yeah.
All right. Loses his life, though. I like this ward. Gives them vision enough to get a glimpse.
Yep. They throw it out, but no follow-up.
Kind of gives away the vision that they have, I would assume. But maybe not if they're assuming the creep just caught a glimpse of them.
Yeah, I think the creeps were there, so probably they had it regardless. But 5k gold lead now for Ant. They've really stabilized things here, and the troll being as farmed as he is, I think they can kind of take Roche whenever now, or any kill can set them up Roche. They're smoking towards it. I'll see what they do here. It makes sense to try and find a pickoff or two, and there's multiple Eternity heroes that are getting collapsed on.
And the Sven might be the one who dies. He's over to the side. The shards are in. They caught Carlo, but the troll's not going with them. Glimpse into the static storm. Walrus punch. BKB looking for the raises and the damage. Carlo trying to run with the war cry. Argus losing his Mithril hammer while that's going on too, and that BKB. But no, the shards. The chase from the warden.
Huge. Oh, that's so bad. Sven, his BKB just arrived. If it had arrived like a second sooner, he could have popped it to like avoid the glimpse, but he got glimpse back, pulled into the kinetic field, and by the time he popped BKB, his fate was mostly sealed. It looked like it was going to escape in the end, but what a great snipe from the Tusk. And the reason they smoked up to this area of the map to find kills is because they want to get Roshan, and this will be an easy Roche claim. No contest here. Even though there's a smoke there, maybe a fight afterwards.
Without Sven and God Strength and the damage, it's so risky. You're just going to lose numbers, I would say.
Yep.
Telekinesis, Argus. And he's not going to be able to save Feeling.
Yep.
And Feeling can't save himself.
Don't run from your feelings.
No. Take him head on.
Yep. I love the Shadow Fiend build we're saying. This is old school, this is the full-on spellcaster. He's got the Arcane Blink queued up to go with the BKB, Boots of Travel. full-on
Where's
spellcaster.
the Shadow Blade? Wasn't that a part of it as well?
Yeah, that was more like right-clicky. Yeah, that was like the pub build. You go Shadow Blade and Requiem on top of people, but then it kind of evolved and became the like Blink Requiem
Yules.
with the Yules, exactly. The Yules into like blink on someone, you Yules them, and then you channel your Requiem, and you combine that with Arcane Blink. You combine it with like Refresher, Ag Scepter, these kinds of fun items. Hex is also a great one too.
Back when you wanted to go to LAN events and blow out the bass.
Yeah.
Because Requiem is a very deep sound when you're in person.
And SF used to also have a level 25 talent that was like 40% cooldown reduction, maybe even 50% cooldown reduction. So you get like Hex and have like Hex plus Arcane Blink where cooldown reduction stacked, and your Hex would have like a 9-second cooldown. It was just absurd. It was a lot of fun those days, but not for other players.
Take the outposts, continuing to play across the river. This time, this game not paying for it. BKB also going to be finished for Argius when he gets that courier back. So he'll have the ability to get some magic immunity under his belt. And again, Ush going Ags Gleipnir.
Yep.
No real shock.
No. This is the offlane Coddle build that he will always do. A few other offlane calls will always do. The deviation we've seen has been what he follows it up with, whether, Hex, AC, etc., what kind of items he feels makes most sense for the game.
Yeah, I know a couple times we've seen Orchid, but it feels like they lean on Ush a little bit more to be like this secondary carry
Yeah.
and kind of offer the team more than just the Orchid silence. Walrus Punch coming through. Aritas on the run and a raise hits. There's another and one more. Right click to get that kill. RL running him down.
Troll was looking for a Wrath of Nature route on the Rubik there, which never came. Too many creeps on the map, I guess.
Not enough bounces.
Yeah. Bottom, though, they found Blessed Kid. Oh, no, they haven't. Oh, maybe they have.
Run. Rebound. Some speed. There you go.
Zoom, zoom. 550 move speed.
But they've got this ward, so now they know where he is, but they just don't have the glimpse.
Yeah.
Disruptor is unfortunately mid. So he's got Ags now on Blessed Kid. At least they've got the Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, that's nice. Gives them, a bit more team fight, which is something they're lacking, especially the control against all these right-clicking
Ice Path.
carries. Off the mark.
Doesn't quite connect. He's got Battle Trance and a BKB. Skyward, I don't know if you want to be there
Very far
anymore.
forward.
Will-O-Wisp, they've got the sleep. It's on to 2 with the Spirit Vessel hitting on a feeling, but he'll pop the BKB and go into the Battle Trance trying to right-click. It's a right-click battle between him and Marcy, and it's not a carry Marcy, so he'll win it. No unleash in that moment.
Still okay for Eternity. You just lose one. It's an offlaner, but, BKB is getting popped. The Aegis getting stalled out. Not a good fight, but not a bad fight. It's kind of one of these neutral ones, but this is a huge kill if they can get it. Sven, one hit on Ush. He was so close.
Requiem! Doesn't even land, but they got the raise. That'll connect. Okay.
So close. Well, that's unfortunate for Karwa. He's kind of the one who needs to step it up and carry this game. As time goes on, you can't really look at your Coddle as the damage, and unfortunately for Sven, 1-5-5. It's been a tough time, like playing Sven against all these ranged heroes and Troll. Even if you get on top of Troll, he just turns and fights you with Battle Trance and Lifesteal through like your massive damage. It's just not a good Sven game outside of the Nature's Prophet matchup, which I don't actually think is massively Sven favored.
Oh, Blessed Kid. Gleipnir, right click, sees in trouble, Will-O-Wisp, and, Argius doesn't get hit by the Wisp. So he's able to just run down this Coddle. They have really extended this lead.
Yeah, and it doesn't really feel like there's much fight in Eternity with just where their draft is at, the lack of items, the, kind of lack of team fight as well at this point. They just aren't really seeing any plays to make, and Anna just farming the entire map, getting more and more farmed on a draft that, has 3 scaling cores that are all going to just get scarier and scarier.
They gotta protect this tower. So I don't think this is the only thing that falls if they let it go down.
Well, maybe too late, though. There's no Aegis on Argius, so they're really pushing things on the ant side, wanting to take advantage of the Cuddle being dead.
BKB, God Strength, rooted on the first hit. Static Storm is there. They've got the Walrus Punch even with the BKB. They'll get the kill to Karawu, who doesn't have buyback. They'll fight Skyward again. It's not this carry Marcy, so it's not looking like it's going to matter as they go to the Blink with the Requiem, and that's the Arcane Blink. That's going to be 3. Now make it a 4th, maybe. Glimpse pulled back in. Will-O-Wisp won't do anything. Instead, help this building last a second longer.
Very clean fight there. Just using the troll as like the perfect bait. He just waits and then times his battle trance BKB perfectly, chewing up 2 heroes alive. He just fights the Sven head on. Doesn't care about the God Strength Sven. Just keeps him locked down with the Basher as well. And they get rewarded with 1 and maybe 2 lanes of racks here. Just nothing Eternity can do in these team fights. The Sven just doesn't have enough farm.
Backdoor, protecting them for a second.
Yep.
Still, though, losing the bottom set of racks in the tier 3 over mid does not feel great. And by the way, RRL going into the refresher, so straight just Requiem damage.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, his spell damage in these fights is going to really start to add up now. Has got the Nether Shoal for some extra spell damage as well.
Feeling. Getting run at by everybody on the Radiant.
A little deep there. An instant smoke from Eternity. Feeling like they have to get out on the map. They probably really want to get some vision down, knowing that next Roshan is in 1 to 4 minutes time. You know, they ideally, if Ant just get another Roshan, it just feels like maybe game over at that point. They'll go high ground and get another lane of racks. There's no winning a fight against an Aegis troll.
It's going to be tough, and they smoke up. They try to find anything they can, but nothing is showing itself. A little bit different than the last game where another NA team were showing themselves quite often in the lane and getting punished for it.
Yeah, I feel like there was a strict team talk after that. I was just probably, let's focus, guys. These guys may be 0 and 6, but they're not pushovers. Every team down here in Div 2 is competitive, and you make those mistakes, we'll lose games, as obviously they found out in game number 2.
So, right now, a 17k lead. Items being built aplenty here for the side of another NA team that feels like that'll power spike them into a finish.
Yep.
Especially this Axon feeling now. Ooh, find the Sven, Requiem, BKB, Stormhammer on to 2. The damage is starting to pile up, but he goes to the TP attempt, and well, Karawa's BKB is not going to last long enough, so Ush is able to get a kill there onto the Sven. And Roche is 40 seconds away, but so is Sven's life.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They did manage to steal teleportation on Rubik in the top lane, but that's really a tiny, tiny consolation prize. Is another kill on the poor Eternity carry who's just having a rough one. Definitely not a fan of the Sven pick. I think just because there's a Nature's Prophet offlane, it isn't merit enough to pick Sven. You kind of have to look at how the hero matches up against the other cores, against the supports, and outside of Nature's Prophet, this is just a really bad Sven game. Heroes like Tusk even are great for kiting Sven. Go have Billy pierce through BKB.
Oh, Skyward.
Yeah. Live, but that's BKB down though.
Yeah, BKB being down and trying to defend and feel safe is things that don't happen often.
Yeah. Roche is there for the taking if they want to fall back and take it, but yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to go for any kind of high ground. No need to. Pick up your items. There's a Satanic now. They're still sticking around. RGS is saying, no, let's... Aegis, what is this? That's some tryhard stuff. But there we go. They've scouted Roche now with the tree, and so they will fall back, and I don't think there's any way for Eternity to contest this one. All they can do is sit back, wait for a high ground defense, which is going to be damn near impossible against the Aegis.
Who's getting the shard? Warden.
Okay.
I think.
Yep. Interesting. Yeah, one of the things I noticed, I guess RL's not a right-clicking SF, so it doesn't make sense to give to him, but even last game when they gave it to their carry SF, he wasn't actually using the shard.
Yeah, not much. Stormhammer, and oh boy, they've got Karawa just going after feeling. Snowball, and with the Will-O-Wisp, they get the kill in the Moonlight. Now they're starting to back away, but with the Will-O-Wisp and the damage, they'll get the kill on Ush, who doesn't have buyback. The Warden with the kick They're getting the Marcy away, but they're going with the Requiem. They get the kill on the Eratas. They'll buy back on this Rubik. Stormhammer misses, but the Snowball's pulling him closer to the Marcy as well as the Sven, able to blink away. But they've got a telekinesis coming in from Moonlight and a Requiem from Moonlight as well. So they should be able to get the ward in. 3 heroes dead on the side of another NA team.
The entire time, yeah, Troll wasn't there for any of that. Like, that was a little bit of remnants of what we saw last game, where just some, bit of sloppiness, bad decision making. They get kind of caught in that top lane, but also they force that fight when Troll was in bottom. He'd like TP'd his way and was pushing out bottom lane and farming the bottom jungle. So you've got to fight around your Troll. He's your strongest hero. He's the one with the Aegis.
Bottom lane though, Sven.
Yeah. No BKB.
Oh dear, no BKB, no God Strength. Now he is in so much trouble, and he's just going to get ripped to pieces by Argus.
Yeah. Similar thing we've seen last few games where Ant have done a really good job. They maybe lose a fight, but BKBs go on cooldown, and then they use the fact that they have like these drafts where they have a lot of pickoff to instantly just run at their opponents and find pickoffs on key cores who are like, oh, Sven's like, I'm going to farm, I'm a Sven. I can't really be ganked, but just 1 or 2 heroes can kill you when you don't have BKB.
And even if he has that BKB, the Static Storm's got the Ags upgrade, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Being out there is pretty rough.
So, see what Ant look to do. They still got the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes, so good chance they try and press the advantage here. Just, they need to do it around the Troll here. It does look like they are grouping up towards mid, but Disruptor alone bottom. That was sloppy.
Are under attack.
Being out a bit too far. So,
Structures are
the aggression that came out from Eternity allowed like these greedy cores from another NA team to kind of pan out. They're all 3 at the top of the net worth. Like, they didn't take advantage of the fact that Ant really didn't exactly have the quickest lineup to start activating with.
No. Yeah, I think one of the things they're thinking with Eternity is like the Coddle came online super early, but Sven just wasn't really ready to take fights. Went for this fast blink, but like a Echo Saber blink, Sven just isn't really dishing out enough damage, and Troll kill would be huge.
Would be, but it's just the Aegis. He still has Battle Trance. They need to start to retreat. They go to the kick. They've got the Walrus Punch. There's the Requiem, but he gets the BKB off, and now Argus is going to go in with that Battle Trance, chasing, bashing, and hoping that the rest of the team could follow up with this. They've got the Gleipnir. They have the right clicks. They get the kill onto the Jakiro, who's going to be dead for 50 seconds. Requiem right on top of Karawa. He'll be dead for 70. No buyback. Shards kick again. This Coddle push right back into Ush. They get the kill into Moonlight. They'll buy back on this Coddle, but it's really not looking good for him.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, this may be it. They've only got the Coddle really to defend with the Marcy alive as well, but no BKB, no Unleash, no real damage to dish out, and this will be at least Mega Creeps. Likely the GG here, as Ant just got too overwhelmingly strong across all their cores.
Oh,
All right.
base. That's not
Mhm.
great.
Yeah, no. All right.
well.
Yeah, you saw what happened to your buddy there.
But yet,
Guys.
hello?
Guys.
Argus?
Nice Ghost Scepter.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under
All right. Okay. That's Dota. Comeback. man.
We'll see about that. If we have to wait for another Roshan, like, come on, guys. This game was over there. They literally just had to hit tier 4s in the throne. And instead they, went into the Fountain.
Yeah, they watched them all die. That was not great.
That's look. This is what happens. You get to the end of these seasons, and you kind of know where you're going to end. I mean, for Ant, there's still something at stake, which is prize money. For Eternity, no prize money for bottom 2. So they're playing for fun, and they're the ones making Ant earn this win. They could easily just GG out because they're not playing for anything. But Ant, they need to get this win to potentially a couple $1,000s, maybe even like $4,000 or $5,000 prize money difference. Not insignificant cash, and they
Well, it felt
do have a lot of room.
for a second,
Yeah.
considering they ran into the base.
Yes. There's a lot of room for error with how big of a lead they have and their draft, but we'll see. Eternity, they believe in the comeback. Skyward's calling it.
We'll see. 27,000 net worth deficit. I've seen bigger comebacks before. I can see it happening now. Maybe.
Yeah, this is there's been mega creeps comebacks, but one in a situation like this where your draft shouldn't ever come back from mega creeps or even any kind of a deficit would be very, very impressive. But repositioning stuff we saw there, Marcy, pulling people in the fountain always gives that little bit of an X factor. But I think the issue is you can see by the way they're playing, they're like, okay, guys, let's not mess around. Probably Ush had some words for him, and they're looking to seal the deal now.
Can we get the Dota Plus odds on the screen for splits, if they're available? Not sure. But if they are, if we could get some Dota Plus odds, I'd like to see if it is 100% or 99 to 1. I can actually just check. It is 100 to 0.
Okay. Even after the fountain.
However, hey, there it is.
I was like, 77? What?
So, fractions of a percent, maybe, possibly. Skyward gets feeling. That's a way to start.
Yeah. Oh,
BKB jumping in, and the Ice Path lands onto the Tusk. They still have the Unleash. Can they go to the Battle Trance? They'll get the kill on the Moonlight. And now Will-O-Wisp rebound out. Right click's not going to be enough, but they've got the Requiem to get the kill to Skyward. Now Will-O-Wisp pulling in 3, but still the fear on Arates means he's not going to be able to run. And they look over at the Sven. They'll get the kill there onto Karwa. Snowball over, and they'll call GG. Another NA team will finally finish out the series, taking the 2-1 victory.
Yep. A fun way to end their DPC run. Eternity, congrats to them getting their first win. Definitely, I think overall we saw improvement from series to series, at least particularly around playing the early games and getting some of these early leads. And then as for this is a series I think they played some of their worst Dota in. They get the win, but it was not a pretty series. Perhaps they just weren't as, prepared for this one or motivated because their fate had kind of already been sealed that they weren't getting top 2. But yeah, for me, this was one of their weaker series, even though they do get the win.
Yeah, so they end up getting the victory. We're going to invite Nat back over, see what she has to say. Nat, I want the entire breakdown, the highest analytical breakdown you've ever given in your life. I need it right now.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that one for you, but I can definitely give it a shot. You know what I mean? But no, I loved what Ant had in this game. It looks fantastic for them. Just liking the use of the combo a little bit more, and I just wish Fear was here so then he could see another troll win. That's all I wish out of this game. Maybe I'll send him the game idea to be like, bro, look at this game, you'll never believe it. But it was nice. It was just nice to see Ant playing up to the standard that we've seen them for in past series. You pretty much hit the nail on the head there, Gods. I'm a little bit worried about whatever happened in game number 2, and even game number 1 wasn't the cleanest from them, but eventually it is a 2-1 victory for them. And I want to talk about Eternity. I want to ask you, Gods, what happened here with the Sven carry and the Marcy offlane? It just didn't have the same sort of impact.
Yeah, and I think particularly their early game lanes didn't go that great. Like Troll absolutely dominated the laning stage up top, so felt a lot of the game Skyward was kind of just trying to catch up, finish off. He went for an armlet too. Not a big fan of the armlet Marcy build. I think you just need to get that faster BKB, but Sven is just a carry that's really hard to pull off. Like picking it with a Cuddle too, two heroes that have very different item times. Like Cuddle comes online early, wants to fight, Sven's still kind of farming. And you can't just farm as Sven this game. You're gonna get your carry to carry matchup is bad. It's bad against SF, against Troll, against Nature's Prophet. So it was just a, I think, ill-advised pick. That it wasn't like he played badly or anything. It was just the pick was never really going to pan out, I feel.
Yeah, just an unfortunate lineup for Eternity. Some mis-executions as well. But Rico, throughout that game, was there any point where you thought Ant might have been weak, that there might have been a moment for Eternity? Or was this just the Ant show through and through? They just did not let go?
There was a moment of weakness. And it was when they ran into the fountain. That was about it. That is always a moment of weakness at the end of games. It's should I potentially throw or just hit the buildings? And I have been in my pubs before, mic on, just going, hit the buildings, please stop, guys, please. And then all of a sudden, 4 heroes die into the fountain. I don't know what's going on anymore. And that could have ended up being the game changer if it wasn't Mega Creeps. I think if they had like one rack standing, maybe a little bit different there, but I don't know. That was the one moment.
Yeah, look, I agree. I was sort of baiting that answer out of you, I won't lie. So I'm glad that's the one that you went for there. I loved this guy with all chat. Come back, question mark, question mark. Hey, they tried, and that's a massive props to Eternity. But it just doesn't go that way. Big congrats to and our MVP, who is going to be that troll warlord played by Argius. He... I love the woo so much. But yeah, Troll MVP. This is just the double whammy. Not only does Troll win a game, but also gets the MVP here, gods.
Screenshot of that, send it to Fear. Not just the game log. This right here needs to be screenshotted, along with the Chaos Knight winning the other day. You know, these heroes. Fear needs to fix up that analysis before the major starts, but. Argius, honestly, a well-deserved MVP. He had a really solid game here. Was a little bit skeptical of how greedy their draft was when they picked Troll, but when you win the lanes this hard, and he goes like the typical kind of greedy farming build, Battle Fury, even got Manta before BKB, but he was just leading the charge, starting every fight. Really good use of Battle Trance. It's such a hard spell to use, and it felt like he was never doing those, classic Troll, cast Battle Trance, get pulled into the enemy base and feed. We never really saw that at all this game, so really good decision-making coming out from him.
Yeah, fantastic. 11 to 14, the highest hero damage there as well. I think what made this troll work, and look, I could be completely wrong, but I think I really liked how RL and Warden played, so the Shadow Fiend and the Tusk, how they worked together, that they were finding pickups when the troll sort of wanted to farm, and then the troll would be like, okay, let's fight, and then everyone was sort of on the same page for it. I think it was just a fantastic use of the map, but also the highs and lows of each hero and what combos work together. But B-Cup, and they will be staying in Division 2. Eternity will, well, actually, we don't know that for sure yet. I shouldn't say it. I haven't done my quick maths, but putting themselves in a good position to be staying in Division 2, and Eternity going down. Any kind words you have for Eternity for these players? Do you hope to see them in the future of Div 2, Any?
You'll get them next time. Division 2 is not the stopping point for you guys, and you'll what was it? Skyward said we're gonna stay hungry past Division 2. So next tour, you got this. 100%.
Yeah, looking towards the next tour. And yourself, guys, how excited are you to have I guess Ant either staying in Div 2 or potential tiebreakers for them? I don't really know how our next few days are going to be playing out. There's a lot of question marks still there.
I'm excited to see more of this team. Definitely when they look good, they have looked very competitive, taking games off other good teams like the Cut. But then they've had off days. Like I'd say today was a bit of an off day. Wasn't their best Dota. They also, I think, was it Fart Studios who they maybe that was Seed Up. But yeah, they've had off days where they haven't looked as great. But all in all, they're a team that's growing, hungry to improve, has a really good attitude, a great leader in Ush, and some good individual talent. So excited to see more of them in Div 2 next season.
Yeah, I lied. I just did my quick maths. This gives Ant 4 wins, so it actually does secure them to stay in Div 2. I just did the quick maths then. Apparently, whoa! Yeah, we can look at the leaderboard. We're not going to do an interview. Unfortunately, we won't be getting to hear from Ush. So we'll do interview. Bloody hell. We'll do leaderboard. I literally just said we weren't doing it, and then I just contradicted myself. Leaderboard here. Yeah, there it is. The 4th win for Ant. Penguin squad can only ever get one more win for themselves to force tiebreakers. So anyone who is on 3 wins is not safe. Anyone on 4 or above is safe to stay in Division 1 and or Division 2 and or going up to Division 1, and Eternity still down there. So our schedule, that does mean our next series, the Cut versus Dog Champ, is going to be happening very soon, and later today we will be seeing Felt versus Penguin squad. So we will know if there are any potential tiebreakers based off that last series, but I'm keen to jump into the Dog Champ Cut series. You two won't be here with me on panel, so any quick words about the next series? Are you gonna be on panel? I don't know what's happening today. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think we
Yes,
are.
you both not. Yeah, okay. I thought it was just going to be a full reshuffle. Yeah. So any quick departing words before we go to a break about the next series gods?
Stay tuned. Watch RCY. This guy's the future of NA Dota. I think DogChamp's going to pop off and have another 2-0, but RCY is, yeah, he's legit.
And anything
my
yourself,
words.
Big Up? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
those are my words. And then just a woo at the end. That's all I got.
Woo! Yeah, it's a very short break. We'll come back. It will be a new series, The Cut versus DogChamp.
Radiant's bottom side is under attack. bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Welcome back. Today's already been so action-packed here in NA Div 2 DPC, and it was only our first series. But right now, we're going to change up on the panel. It's Breaky, it's Waga, it's a new series, 2 new teams. But first of all, Breaky, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Definitely excited for another big day of North American Division 2 Dota. Obviously, we already had the first series underway, and a little bit of a change up here. Going to be doing some paneling as well as in the cast itself, but always a pleasure to be beside you, of course.
A man of many talents. And what about yourself, Waga? How excited are you for this series, The Cut versus Dog Champ?
I'm pretty excited because I feel like The Cut, they have a very high highest level, but they also fluctuate so much. Like sometimes they can perform really sharp and sometimes they can look a little dull. But Dog Champ, I mean, we always expect the best out of them, right? But I think if The Cut show up and play their best, then we could have a really good series on our hands here.
Yeah, and that's what we want. I mean, despite the fact that both the slots for Division 1 have already been taken, I really want to see The Cut just come out strong. Just be like, hey, we can prove that with a lineup, with the way that we play, we can still take some games off of them. We want to do a play comparison. The mid laners. God's departing words from this panel were to keep your eyes on RCY. And Waga, look, here we do. We have RCY up against Sadman, also known as Shaggy, 2 mid laners that are very, I would say probably the 2, maybe not best mid laners, but the most enjoyable to watch down here in NA Div 2.
I would say in Div 2, these are the 2 mid laners that have the most individual skill for sure. Shaggy makes a lot of nice outplays, or Sadman as he's using his name. Also RCY, I mean, he's been the standout player of the entire division here, always making plays even in unfavorable matchups. He shines. So this is going to be a very, very contested mid lane. Interesting to see how much they're going to bring in other players towards this mid in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm curious too because the cut they've been fluctuating with who they bring on as their pos 4. Sometimes it's been Save, sometimes it's Be Good. I do see Save in the lobby right now on this side of the cut. So, in your eyes, Breaky, do you think that it's going to be more team sort of style that the cut are going to aim for here with Save on their lineup and on their roster in the series today?
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely one to play more, not necessarily in a bad way, but, for the team where B-God seemed like he's more, he's played the Skywrath, he played that Zeus support yesterday. He's a guy that likes to get those solo kills, the Hoodwink, of course. He's certainly looking for those kills individually for the benefit of the team in the end, but Save perhaps a bit more of a passive playstyle.
Yeah, and it could be the thing that helps them with those rotations to try and shut down RCY. We're yet to see any team sort of do that, but this series could be the moment that we see it. The most picked heroes for both of the teams are here on our screen, and Quap is the only one that's overlapping, so the one in the mid lane yet again here, Waga.
Yeah, that's. Looking at Dog Champ, it's also pretty impressive that they have played so few heroes multiple times. They have techies in their most picked, by the way, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've just been extremely versatile. We can expect them to do the unexpected here. Meanwhile, the cut a little bit more predictable. They kind of have their style shown a lot.
I don't want to see the bristleback. I'm going to say it straight up. It feels like the cut just always goes back to it. We saw it picked up as their overall last pick in a game that just wasn't good. And I am a little bit afraid that they might fall into that issue for themselves again, Breaky. But the opening so far a little bit different. Rubik, Beast for the side of the cut.
Yeah, Rubik Beastmaster, nothing wrong with this opening by any means. Obviously, one of them proven to be two of the more stronger heroes. I will say when it comes to Rubik, obviously I'm a man that always likes to look at those stats overall, and for being the most picked hero at 30 games now we've seen in Division 2, 36% win percentage. So Rubik hasn't necessarily been that powerful number one pick hero that you'd maybe expect to see. Again, not saying it's a bad pick here, but it's worth considering, perhaps a little overvalued by teams.
Yeah, I think I agree that Rubik is so priority right now, but there are other heroes that shine a lot, like Treant is being shown here with a 66.6% win rate. He's been picked 21 games. Very popular and for good reason. But overall, I think that it's a nice opening for the cut. They get nice quick disables, and picking Ember into this lift of Rubik and the Primal Roar available, there are ways to kill the Ember already with these two heroes. You kind of guarantee that.
I'm personally not a big fan of the first phase Ember. There's just a lot left to be desired with how it does play, what the enemy team can pick, how much you really can ban to protect it. And you've already pointed out that the cut's opening has ways that they can try and deal with Ember. So yeah, a tree Ember opening probably isn't the strongest for Dog Champ here, Breaky.
Perhaps, but if it's RCY playing Ember Spirit, that's something to consider, right? I mean, here we are praising this play. So, I think that's worth something, absolutely. But even a great player like RCY, they're very valid points. As Wago was mentioning, you're already picking them up into two heroes that are powerful against him. Now, naturally, they're going to ban out some matchups. The Bat Rider, the Huskar, and even the Necrophos here don't want to have to deal with as far as some mid-matches, or mid-matchups, that is. But, still going to be a little bit concerned about that lockdown. But like I go back to, it is RCY playing it. And Yuma's also a player that they could certainly rely on to be that carry player for the team as well. So even if RCY is finding himself a little bit locked down, a little bit of a struggle, certainly as long as they get that comfortable hero for Yuma, things could still work out.
It's funny because Yuma, I feel like his comfortable here is literally just whatever he feels like playing at the stage. Like what he's going to play this game, I have absolutely no idea. Just the fact that they are prepared to play anything carry, it feels like. And Dog Champ obviously already having secured themselves the Division 1. We might see them go even crazier with the draft here.
I like that. It's just whatever he feels like playing on the day. A Silencer now coming out for the cut as well. So the support duo being Rubik and Silencer.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the two in tandem, but silence does help them a little bit here with the Ember again. They are prioritizing trying to shut him down. The issue is though you have two squishy supports now. Both Silencer and Rubik can be easy targets for the Ember to also cut down if he gets a good start.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Knowing that Save is playing for the cut, I actually would have preferred them to not favor the Rubik. I understand why they picked it up. They don't want to getting in DogChamp's hands. They probably didn't want to ban it. I mean, they favored banning out the Brood and the Leaner instead. But I would have liked to see him on a Tiny. He's really shown up when he plays the heroes that can sort of be a little bit tankier and can almost initiate or do a little bit more when it comes to team fights rather than sitting back and having to position yourself perfectly. So I am a little bit worried about not only Save being on Rubik, but the combo of Rubik and Silencer like you just talked about there, Waga.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them, though. They do have the advantage of having the vision from Beastmaster, so even if you're squishy, you can be kind of shielded by just having good vision of where people are playing. And we're going to see an Enchantress come out here for DogChamp, so common hero against Beastmaster, you know, every now and then used to counter him in the laning stage. However, he can always just go for the max access build, and if he lanes up together with a Rubik, Fade Bolt access, that's a lot of damage. So DogChamp, they have to think about what hero they want to put against that Beastmaster that's going to deal with the potential magical spam.
Are there any that spring to mind for you, Breaky?
Not necessarily off the top of my head. So obviously Beastmaster being this goes back to, you know, what Yuma is ultimately going to be comfortable playing right here. So we'll see what they end up determining. But yeah, the thing with the Enchantress, I mentioning great against the Beastmaster, obviously it needs more than the laning phase too, right? That enchant ability being able to, you know, take over Beastmaster and his units even throughout the game, certainly a powerful tool in itself. But yeah, kind of going back real quickly to that support you were mentioning, again with Save playing here for the cut instead of Beat God. It goes back to the point I was making earlier where, yeah, this Rubik Silencer opening especially, I don't think we would have seen that if it was Beat God playing, right? You know, there's still Hoodwink, Skyraz, Zeus, these more aggressive killing individual support heroes, but that kind of really shows that, you know, different players certainly can change up that play style quite a bit. So, but okay, we are going to see Yuma's hero though, and it is the Terrorblade.
That surprises me a lot, actually. The TB pick into this. TB is notoriously a low HP, you know, hero with high armor, so usually struggles with specifically spellcasting. But he is going to have good protection in lane. They might do off lane Treant and have Ench lane with him if they want to pair Ench against the Beastmaster. But no matter how they do, they can always give him the armor from Tree and maybe heal him up with Ench as well, depending on the lane setup.
I have a question because I'm too lazy to really figure it out myself. Does Treant's Leech Seed also work with illusions? So if Terrorblade has these illusions, do they also gain Leech Seed health? No.
Yeah. You can heal. It's an AoE heal, so it's really nice with Zeus strats in general. Actually, it's one of the nice things about playing Treant is if you have a big army and you just put the heal on, you know, a creep or something, and you can keep creep waves alive and so on against the full push. It works for illusions too.
Okay. Yeah. I knew about the creeps, but I had no idea about the illusions, so thank you.
Yeah, it's another hero
bit
that's
strange. Some things work, some things don't. But we should Doom. What do you think? What do you make of this, Breaky?
Well, I was going to say, it's another hero to deal with the Ember Spirit. I mean, they're really respecting RCY and the Ember Spirit, right? So, again, we're sitting here praising this player, and certainly a big reason why DogChamp is currently undefeated, etc. But is this a case of they're going a little too overboard against the Ember Spirit? I think that's there's something to argue. As far as the matchup, that's actually just, it's going to be a carry Doom though. Yeah,
there are some nice things about the Doom. So Doom continuously dispels the living armor. That's something that you can benefit from. You can stop some of the healing coming out from Tree when you go on a target, and it's not just against Ember. You can also stop the Sunder from coming out. So it's useful against TB in a way. What I don't like though is Beastmaster and Doom. I feel like both of them might just become easy targets for TB come late game when he has that Manta, has the illusions up. You have two heroes that need to go in, and TB kind of shreds tanky strength heroes. They don't look tanky next to a TB come late game. So we'll see exactly how it works out this game. We
have seen mid Doom before. don't remember who played it, but it was a cut series, but I don't know who. Yeah, it was a cut who played a mid Doom as well.
I'm thinking right now. I'm like, I haven't seen the Doom versus Ember ever since a lot of the changes to both the heroes, and I'm just sitting playing it out a little bit, like how the matchup goes. But it's not a terrible matchup for Doom. I'm not sure that they were gonna put it, but that's definitely playable. You have a lot of armor on Doom now. It used to be a problem that you had no armor because Sleight of Fist would just shred you. Nowadays, though, might work.
Okay, a little bit of experimentation here and there, Bricky.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I will say that the scalability right now for the cut is also continuing to be a bit of the concerning, especially if that is a position 1 Doom. But again, we'll see what they decide to finish with. But at the same time, I guess I'm kind of going to contradict myself because, hey, you're playing against a Terror Blade, even the Ember Spirit. Like, a faster gameplay is certainly not a bad thing if you're the cut. It just more pretty much puts them in that phase of like, okay, if we're going to win this game, we definitely have to play fast. We got to get that effective farm on Doom and Beastmaster, especially early on. We got to push objectives and take that early advantage before it's too late against this lineup.
I like the choice to go with Centaur here, by the way, because this helps them against the Doom. He wants to run after people and just keep them doomed and run them down slowly. But Stampede can also bail out your carry, and I think that's a huge thing in this game. And it's going to be useful as well if he, can get himself to the point of having a Dispel, maybe a Lotus Orb or something. Then when Global Silence comes out, he can Lotus Orb off the silence of himself, pop the ulti as a reaction, and his team can reposition.
Yeah, I feel like there's just so many ways to counter a Doom because you talk about those things that if he has his normal Doom of a single target, just how negligible it becomes. Also, if he ends up going the Ags, how you can use the Stampede to sort of run away. So there we go. It is mid Doom, Bristleback being the last pick. I said going into this draft, I didn't want to see a Bristleback, but Scrooge McDuck, goes back for it. Seven times
Wait,
now, Breaky?
we've been bamboozled this whole time. Right?
What's up?
What's that?
Or no? What's up? Okay.
It's Sadman playing Doom, so it is going to be a mid Doom.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they are doing it, yeah. Okay, interesting.
Yep.
I mean, the Bristleback coming out, it's a matchup, I guess, overall that certainly, has merit. It kind of... And as usual with a lot of their Bristleback strategies, it's about getting that Ags early on him and winning early. Now, we saw against Fart Studios yesterday, the other side of that can certainly, backfire and you really just lose steam. And then the game's just over. No matter how long you want to stay in it, it's just going to get overrun. But I don't know. It's a comfort factor for them, that's for sure, with the Bristleback.
Yeah. And what's going to trump here, Waga, do you feel the comfort for what the cut is going here, or a little bit more of the counters and the skill of Dogchamp?
I think Dogchamp are going to take this one, honestly. I like the counter picks. And I mean, RCY Ember, I don't think I can say no to that.
True. Yeah. It is very hard to say no to RCY Ember, but it's game 1. Anything can still happen. The only thing we know for sure is I'm going to duck out of here and I'm going to leave the two of you to cast this game.
All right, thank you very much. Here we go, game number 1. I want to reiterate, Waga, that this series right here, again, Dogchamp, they're good to go. They've already, as far as the top 2 finish, that is 100% guaranteed. Now, whether they finish first or second, it's another $1,000 difference, and let's be honest, a good chunk of change for players, especially here in Division 2. So certainly playing for something there. On the other side, the cut is playing to not finish bottom 2. A loss here could potentially still be the case. So a win here would mean they don't need to worry about that at least. So just to reiterate, ultimately, what is on the line here?
Yeah, because if the cut lose this, then they would have 4 losses, and Penguin Squad have 4 losses right now, but they have 1 series to go. Thing is, Penguin Squad have to play Felt, I believe, and they're one of the guaranteed Div 1 teams as well. So Penguin Squad are quite likely going to drop their last series. I think cuts are not in danger necessarily, unless something,
But you want to control your own destiny, right? You don't want to let that happen.
You do. Worst case scenario, they would be in a tiebreaker situation. They can't immediately be eliminated by losing here or something, so they're still pretty comfortable.
All right, got to pause to kick things off right here. But again, so as we're going over with the draft, but even more time to talk about here in the pause. They're going back to the comfort that is the Bristleback for Scourge. They're literally the only team, I was confirming that, to run at this whole tournament here in Division 2. They're 4-2 with the hero, so no other team has even touched it. But more so than mid Doom, I think, is the thing to talk about here, because obviously that is very rare. So I know you're talking the matchup against the Ember Spirit, you're kind of playing it out in your head, a little more time to think about it. You see this going well for Sadman?
Honestly, yeah, and he's going for an early ring build, it seems like, so probably gonna lean into like getting maybe even tank up with a Vanguard build, who knows, against the TB and the Ember as well. It would make him really, really hard to kill. Or maybe just get that early ring of health for value in laning stage. Who knows exactly how he wants to build this. But yeah, with 6 base armor, I think Doom is more than fine against Ember. And it all comes down to how you play it. RCY does get cheeky and steal a rune.
Oh yeah, and actually Empyrean could be in some trouble. The enchant was already used to slow us, so I think he's going to be fine. Just going to take some maximum damage. Speaking of Empyrean, by the way, the production had the chance to sit down with Empyrean and ask him about DogChamp, their opponents, and how their toughest opponents, especially RCY as a mid player.
I think probably DogChamp will give us the hardest time. I really respect their mid player, RCY. I think he came from SEA pretty recently, and he's been having a good performance on his heroes. I'm pretty sure he gets first phased a lot, his hero, and he seems to own every single game that I see. So I think they're going to be our hardest opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. That's what we've seen a lot. They very often go for RCY's hero in the first 2, and they did in this series as well. And we'll see if he's gonna own or not, but they do have the tools to shut down this Ember.
Yeah, they definitely have the tools to shut down the Ember. It's about everything else around that's, I suppose, going to be the big question mark. But you even point out, in Doom's case, where, yeah, it could be the Doom ability could be great against the Terrorblade as well, preventing Sunders from later on fights. So it is more than just simply lockdown for the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, for sure. Top lane, this seems like bad news for the cut here. There's the Saturn Mind Stealer, really annoying creep to deal with during the lane, just doing a bit of damage here. Enchantress protecting her TB.
Mana burn being used. Chives is kind of running away, almost wants to duel the Mind Stealer, but not able to do the most damage right now. So a couple more hits will finish it off, though. And yeah, that's got to be annoying. But the bottom lane, it is the Bristleback Silencer versus that Centaur Treant. So Italiano Gangstar playing the Centaur. And you were mentioning, I mean, that's the last pick Centaur for the team of DogChamp, as that's a kill at the top lane.
Well, Reflection, they managed to get him there. They connect with the enchant, and that was the prep work done first by Blood9 there, just harassing. As we see a bit of harassment bottom, this Bristle should be fine though. Is he fine? He's fine.
Yeah. He is good. The quill spam, you got to respect, and the Arcane Curse coming out. In fact, Centaur, he didn't respect it. He had a lot of time to respect it. I guess he just wanted a free trip back to base, Waga.
I mean, honestly, he had no salve. They had no regen on lane. Maybe that was just a free trip back to base. Otherwise, he would have to sit there and wait for quite a while. Downside is that he, obviously gives away a kill here on a lane that you don't want SMD to have a good start on this Bristleback. This guy really loves Bristle, and any extra tempo for him is going to accelerate that Aghanim's timing even more.
Yeah. And again, it's certainly a lineup across the board that screams, we want to pressure you early and, take objectives and choke out the map, especially against this Terrorblade, is, I think, a very fair thing to say for the Radiant side. So, yeah, that's good news for the cut, but Centaur back in the lane and continuing his farm. But, yeah, so if you want to reiterate / go on that a little bit more about the Centaur and why you like the Centaur pick so much.
I think it's really mostly just about the ulti. Like, laning-wise, maybe it gives a little bit of a difficult lane here, as to have the double melee of the Treant together with the Centaur. I think struggles against especially Silencer Bristle is such a lane-dominating matchup. But it's more that the hero fits really well for the mid-game team fights. sort of how we saw Monkeys Forever when he was standing in for Fart Studios, how his Bristle, or his Beastmaster was, not Beastmaster, there's so many BMs, dude, the Brewmaster. His Brewmaster was not having the best lane, but then he had massive impact later. That's what I'm kind of foreseeing, that the center ulti can be worth having a bit rougher of a laning stage.
Mid lane matchup, Doom versus the Ember Spirit. Obviously intrigued to see how that's going. And right now it is RCY with the slight advantage, 20-3 against 18-5. As Courier is going to be picked up elsewhere, but this is how this is playing. I mean, level 6 on Doom especially, that of course that's a very, big ability to look out for. Do you expect him to make a play with it early on Ember Spirit?
He would need to get boots, though, to really do that, perhaps. But yeah, Sadman always goes for the aggressive plays and looks for openings. He is an aggressive style player, and he's going to go for a Vanguard here. Something that I always say is that defensive items allow you to play aggressively, and aggressive items kind of force you to play defensively. Top, though, defense is perhaps not enough here for Rubik as he gets hit by one impetus flying in.
Yeah, Conjure Image, Reflection, and they're also going to take out the Beastmaster, who got a little too confident there, chasing, and that's a couple of kills going the way of the Dire. Yuma getting one of those specifically, but the assist on the other, and this Terror Blade is already feeling pretty good. He is the top net worth in the game early on.
Yeah, this is such a good job so far by Blood and Nine as well, babysitting him, because this lane really shouldn't be that easy for TB, but he's having a good time. Rubik, though, swinging around, wants to get the lift and fade bolt on him.
Yeah, he is going to try to make that kill happen. The Wild Axe is flying in. A couple more auto attacks. That armor, though, of Yuma, it's a little too much. I was watching the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Treant ends up going down, going at it with Silencer. But Treant, the one to fall. Of course, the Bristleback was also there to assist. In fact, gets credit for the kill. But you saw at the top lane, Terrorblade did end up surviving. And now Enchantress, Bloody Nine, is taking some damage himself, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, it was good damage to TB, though, and he does have to make a base trip running all the way back to base. It's, some time off farming for him, and gives Beastmaster some time in the lane where he's not being bothered. But overall, we see perhaps a little bit of movement now come out from the side of the cut. They have Vanguard mid on Doom, Vanguard bottom on Bristle. That frees up them to make more moves. I expect the Silencer to come top and start hunting for the TB even more. He actually goes back bottom. I think he doesn't have to come back to this lane again here, but of course he can still try and keep the Centaur from scaling. But I think this TB is having way too good of a start.
Yeah, gotta respect that. Of course, they take out the Enchantress, but she's already back up and TP'd back into the top lane. But yeah, Empyrean finding himself at the bottom lane, and Scourge McDuck is quilling on top of the tree, and one more. No, nice stomp from Italiano Gangster, and unable to finish the kill. But Bristleback, yeah, to your point, he is feeling very good as far as what's going on at the bottom lane. Mid lane, Sadman, he is level 6, but he does not have his Doom. He did not go at level 6.
Pretty common skill build as well to just max out the Devour fully and go for Scorched Earth and ignore the Doom for a little while at least. And we can see that Vanguard really giving him some tankiness there. Able to keep his catapult alive for a long time, and only 5 HP on that tower now.
Yeah, Doom's not necessarily known as a big tower hitter, but he's able to get that presence of the creep wave push assisting and managing to get that tower just about dead. Yeah, they're pinging it out even. Look at that, 5 life.
Oh, the
Will he
creep.
deny the creep?
RCY got it.
That was an epic moment right there. With the creep. 8 minutes coming up, and Bounty Rune control Empyrean bottom lane, going at it with Treant Protector. And Treant, he's tanking the damage pretty well. The level 1 living armor, that Leech Seed also assisting with a heal, and it's not going to be enough though, but Centaur will run on in and just cut him down with a double edge at least.
Yeah, meanwhile though, the Bristle is farming quite happily, but yeah, Centaur has done a great job recovering from, the lane wasn't fantastic at the start. Top save, probably going to go down here to just a little rotation. He could pull him back with a Hurricane. There it is.
Well played. But yeah, Centaur's top net worth after that.
Yeah, he was struggling for a little while there in the early stage of the laning stage, but he's found a way to just not get too close to the Bristle anymore and get his farm on.
Ooh, Chives, meanwhile, at the top lane, jukes through the trees. I thought for sure that was his death, and I think DogChamp did as well, but they're unable to collapse on top of him, and he manages to make the great getaway, so will survive at the time being. However, gonna get pulled back in, and the Metamorphosis auto attacks us too much, so just when you think he's fine, apparently he's not. Empyrean also in trouble now. That leech seed on him. So, Sons, yeah. Brown boots.
Few seconds too many, probably on the Nature's Grasp cooldown. Gonna get it out just fine there. Mid lane though, the Doom onto RCY, getting the first kill on him. And tower down, as well as getting a kill here on RCY. The Doom mid is working out so far.
I would say so, absolutely. Sadman having the better of that matchup over RCY, and RCY, it's not like he's really struggling, but yeah, winning the matchup. In fact, top lane, Yuma, did he go too deep? He doesn't have a Sunder currently. Getting some assistance, also eating through the trees. Empyrean Arcane's Curse, the lift on up, and Terrorblade will get picked off. So 4 heroes coming together, including the Doom, made his way up here to assist with that.
And they get the kill without using the Prime Aurora as well. So Beastmaster is still strong here. They can look for a kill, even perhaps on Ange if she gets too close. Though she is level 6, she didn't skill Untouchable yet.
That is interesting, as she is going to take the curse there, but last word. But yeah, what do you make of that? Not going untouchable yet at level 6.
It's not too surprising. Wow, he finds a treasure cove here, getting 3 bounty runes. It's not too surprising. He wants to use the impetus as much as possible in lane, and it's really a magical spam lane where the right clicks are not a very big factor. And Enchant, getting that to level 4 is so important for the support Enchantress.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess really looking across the board at this Radiant side, yeah, they're not ones to just sit there, right-click auto-attack, and you're relying on that damage. More about abilities, spam, especially like a Bristleback, of course. Speaking of that Primal Roar, Chives holds it, gets it on RCY. He's gonna make it out, but yeah, that was a very confident decision by RCY that almost backfired, but I suppose he lives.
Yeah, he knew his limits and did force out some abilities there. Now going in with the Invis, looking for more plays.
Obviously knows now they don't have the Primal Roar, but Save could lift him up. Not careful. Another slight coming in at the vision. Well, it was stolen. That would be the slight by Save. They want this kill on RCY. They are going to commit. The lift up. Pull back. Into the Fade Bolt, but RCY with the living armor especially is got a little too much survivability, or does he? Now he's going toe-to-toe with Chives and turning on him with that Flame Guard and remnants away. I mean, this guy just knows the limits. He just continues to be so impressive.
So much space created, honestly. Just the way he played that, the way he set it up first by going in and baiting out the Primal Roar in the first case. You know, they thought they had enough damage to burst him. They did not. They didn't have level 6 on Silence yet to follow up with a Global Silence. If they had that, they could have killed him. But he knew exactly how far he could take his hero there, and there's so much space for his TB. The more Ember makes moves like this, the more you forget about shutting down the TB, because that's the real like ticking time bomb in this game. Yeah, you have your Bristleback who's going to get pretty strong, and Doom can scale a lot too, but the real hard carry in this game is going to be the TB, and he needs to be stopped for the cut.
And right now he's at the bottom area, being protected by Treant, or kinda, as Sadman comes in and dooms him up. The Global Silence also used by Silencer. That Doom is still ticking on him, but Centaur, the Stomp, blink on in. Looking to respond. Terrorblade does eventually fall though to that Doom. That's what I was looking at. So they get the kill on Terrorblade, but at what cost now? Doom's gonna live. He gets his support. A slight actually from Rubik helping assist in that kill on Centaur. They're also going to take out the Trace. See another slight use. That proven to be a good ability that's stolen.
I think I just learned something there that I didn't know. Interesting. We'll talk about that after RCY makes his play top here. Just being a nuisance to this poor Beastmaster. More than a nuisance, as he's gonna get the kill probably. Just finishing him with one more slight. Alright, so an interesting detail that I didn't think about during the draft is there's a combo between Doom and Silencer that is kind of nasty. If you throw the curse and then Doom someone, then that person is silenced, so the curse doesn't tick down. So the duration just keeps going. So you basically have double damage Doom, you could say, for the entire duration. The Arcane Curse adding the damage.
he seemed like he was ticking down pretty fast, right? Like, a good chunk of health. And I actually thought he was going to live, but no, he ended up dying in the end. And it's certainly that combo's to thank for it. So
it looked like he was going to be fine because you look at his HP, you see that he's Doom on him. Like, yeah, that should be fine. Normally at that HP you live, right? Bottom, they go on Bristol now. They have the possibility to nuke him here, but he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, the upfront nuke isn't necessarily there, and it is going to be a kill on him, but the quill spam as a result of his passive doing so much damage. You mentioned he picks up the double kill in response. Centaur's very low off to the side, but don't know if he's going to be found. In fact, he's hanging around because RCY also making his way down here with an Invis rune. So DogChamp pushing the limits yet again. Sadman doesn't have his ultimate yet. Gets rooted up right there. Metamorphosis, it still has a decent amount of duration left.
Yeah, and Doom just kind of shielding down here with his Vanguard, along with the Crimson, or along with the Greaves, sorry. He is such a good frontliner, but Rubik has to be careful not to get caught out himself.
No, Trian has overgrowth. I thought for a second he was looking to activate it right there, but no, it is going to be a full armor tree from DogChamp, and the cut, bringing the numbers here as well. The only one out here is Chives, who's at that top lane. So in the end, both teams will fall back from one another, kinda. Centaur is still down here, hiding in the trees, and farms a creep wave. And oh, look at this Rubik chasing him down with a Stolen Remnant, but Centaur gets out.
A nice try, but not gonna connect. He did look for him a little bit there. Meanwhile, looking for a Beastmaster is the rotation here from the Ember and the Enchantress. He saw the Remnant being thrown at his summon, so he knows that something is up.
Yeah, you can tell. Very aware of what's going on. The ward's put down, but, I mean, do they really find him here? No way.
They saw his courier. So they saw the courier with their own ward, and that reveals that he's probably in here. And as they check, he gets caught.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, how are they really actually knowing where he's at? But yeah, a little bit of information gives it away. You mentioned this from that previous fight. I actually want to go back to it and give you a chance to get your opinion on it more so. The Guardian Greaves on Doom to follow up that Vanguard. A little bit more of a unique Doom build.
Yeah, not going for the Ultra Greed with the Midas that we see on a lot of offlane Dooms. I like that he's going for more of a tempo controller build, and he's going to run into a lot of heroes here, but he's completely fine, I think. Doom is so chunky with this build, and she can do a lot of damage, but she runs out of mana before Doom runs out of HP.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Guardian Greaves, he currently has the Purge from Devour, so he's understandably feeling pretty confident. He's going to be building a Blink next. About 1,700 gold saved up, so he'll have even more of that presence of that true initiator being able to jump in and stand strong in these fights. So
it's a very good game to have the Purge creep, by the way. Like, you're against the Treant, against the Ember.
Sure.
You have all these roots to dispel, and even the enchant, and leech seed. They're so good things to just remove. And you can also remove the flame guard, living armor. So it's super value creep to have this game.
Yeah, makes sense, absolutely. So a little bit of a lull here. Let's take a look at those odds, thanks to esportsbet.io, watch to earn platform, and it is favoring DogChamp by a decent amount, but this game overall pretty even, honestly. And in fact, we're going to see a kill happen on Ember Spirit. There's that combo again between Silencer and Doom himself. There's no chance for Ember Spirit to escape that. So RCY, he's been playing pretty aggressive with his positioning. This time he does get caught.
Yeah, it's honestly such a nice 1-2 combination of just extending the Arcane Curse by using it during the Doom. With that, there's so much guaranteed damage. Obviously, they didn't need much of it there. They immediately kill him. But later down the road, if they keep doing this this team play, where, I mean, they've orchestrated this like 3 times now, so they definitely are, willingly using it to its full potential. And if you keep doing this later on in the game, it's still going to be very potent.
Yeah. I mean, Terrorblade, he does have his Manta style, has an ultimate orb, so the Eye of Scotty's coming along. Looking to assist with the team here at the bottom lane. We've seen this before, though.
That's terrifying to go on.
And the TPs, there's a lot of TPs coming in right next to the tower, so this is a very ballsy decision by DogChamp. Scourge McDuck is going to fall. No, heals up at the last second. The Guardian Greaves coming out from Sadman, keeps him alive. Ember Spirit, he's in trouble. He's silenced up, but they can't really do more damage on him, so he will be fine. Nobody dying through that, although a lot of damage did come out, and they're still going to push this.
Yeah, the Bristle hasn't really healed up. He goes in, drops a ward here on tree and behind the tree line, and 2 heroes get caught.
Oh, big stun from Centaur. That's why he got that blink right there. The double hoof stomp, and that means a double kill for the team, and that also means that tier 1 tower will actually fall. So again, another case of DogChamp really kind of pushing the limits right here, but they are going to win the exchange and they take out the tower finally.
Yeah, and while they're actually a little bit of gold behind right now to the cuts, DogChamp, their heroes are gonna work much better with the same amount of gold. So if they're not falling behind by a huge margin, which there definitely isn't, it's only a 1k lead, then eventually TB will become too strong to handle. He's closing in on Ascadi already. He has that Manta, Power Treads, 2 ultimate orbs, just needing the point booster next. Well, he has the gold for a second. Ultimate orb already.
So, yeah, the pretty typical stuff there. Again, going back to Doom, though, we mentioned he had that blink queued up. He actually changes his mind. He goes the more greedier route. He does pick up the Hand of Midas, and he is also going to commit to a BKB to follow. So, we mentioned with the Guardian Gears already, he's feeling pretty tanky. He is going to go BKB on top of that, though.
Yeah, I think maybe the Midas is a bit greedy to go back for after the Greaves and Vanguard. If you want the Midas, you want it as soon as possible, right? And any minute that you miss of Midas usage is a lot of value lost. So maybe Blink Dagger would have been a better item. Then he could have Blink and BKB when the BKB comes up, allowing him to be much more aggressive and pick his targets. Now I feel like, I don't know, I'm not sure that this is the way to go, but this is at least protecting them going a little bit later into the game. Problem is, though, I think TB is still going to be reigning supreme once you get to that stage.
So, with the Bristleback, one thing that we hadn't talked about earlier on, it might have briefly mentioned it there as far as item progression for Terrorblade, but the lacking of the break effect against the Bristle, right? Where it looks like Terrorblade, though, yeah, he is going to be going that Silver Edge.
Yeah, after Scotty, he's going to go Silver Edge, then they will have break. You can always itemize against Bristle to deal with him. They don't have it innately built in, but their lineup's really nice together. Save is in danger here as Eng comes wrapping around together with Tree.
Again, they're doing this next to a tower, though. Is any TP support? No, he's just dead. He's dead a little too quick, so even if they wanted to. But look at where they're coming from. The top side is the cut. They have a 3-player smoke. It's going to be broken right here. Centaur looking to TP out, actually.
Oh, he could catch
their ult TP.
No, so close.
No. Yeah, he tried, but in the trees. Even Treant's hanging around, but Enchantress will get out, and DogChamp just retreating as a team. Yaren's going to cut the creep wave, even be extra greedy right here.
The perfect crime. Yeah. Even the Tree, he has shards, so he's so obnoxious to try and run down. He has that invis over and over, and that makes him very, very annoying to kill. So Yaren is probably just going to sit down here until he has his blink, by the way. He's not leaving this area. He's not going to go play with his team. He's just going to sit in this area, be invis, be annoying, kill creep waves, and there's not that much you can do about it that easily. You might make a rotation down there, but then what? You're playing in an area where you have no objective to take, so... instead, they smoke up and try to find where the TB is farming. They're looking for him.
And again, they have their Bristleback with the Aegis, so yeah, the cut certainly wants to make a play right now. But again, DogChamp's so aware of what's going on. They're spreading out. Enchantress may tank a gank of sorts here, although Beastmaster is the one that's starting to run from her because he doesn't have the most backup nearby. Yeah, that was a lot of damage from a support Enchantress.
With the Dragonlance as well as the Lance of Pursuit. Very, very lancy, this Enchantress, and Enchantress is running away from Bristle. Gonna be just fine, but Dog are reading the maneuvers pretty well here. The thing is, the maneuvers are very telegraphed when the lanes are so far shoved back, and that's what you have TB illusions for. That's what you have that Tree and Protector sitting bottom for, to keep an eye on what your opponents are doing.
Mid lane. No, RCY coming back in. Rubik stole the remnant, but it just doesn't matter. He cast it, but nothing. He can't use it after the fact. And Overgrowth in the backlines. Oh, they catch 2 more. Guardian Greaves coming out immediately, but Sadman still needs to run. He has to off the BKB Empyrean. He's definitely dead. Global Silence was used. Can they also catch Doom is the question. So Silencer does fall. Double kill for RCY. Doom itself applied to the Centaur, not the prime target, and is going to be healed up.
Yeah. He's trying to right-click him, but he is too high HP right now.
Trolling. He's gonna be fine. And yeah, he got healed up, and Enchantress is just babysitting him, sitting right next to him with the heal. And they even get the Dale next.
She has to, otherwise their carry's gonna see a kill and take the kill. It's the type of carry you want, I guess, but
out for blood. Doesn't matter who it is.
At the end of the day, that was a really feels bad man ulti. Sadman throwing out the Doom onto his Centaur, just trying to push the opponents away a little bit and also maybe hope for a kill, but not gonna get anything in return for that big ulti cooldown.
And this Terror Blade, he is getting very close to that Silver Edge now. And as we stressed, and again, you're dealing with a position 1 Bristleback. Obviously an item that's very effective against him, and even without the break effect, they show that they could do some good damage to him. And you got to imagine what it's going to look like once they have that break. So yeah, certainly something to be concerned about if you're the cut, but I also just love how aggressive Yuma and DocJam is playing with a Terror Blade. This is not a hero you see often kind of playing, so in the face of the opponents earlier in the game, but he's been so aggressive.
Yeah, he's joining a bit. He has been farming quite a while already. He feels strong with his Skadi and Manta style, and correctly so. He is the most powerful hero on the field right now, so it's nice to see him not just keep autopiloting, but actually taking part actively in the game. Looking for the Rubik, not gonna get him though.
Rubik on the high ground. Meanwhile, Silencer is found at the top lane. RCY though could be in trouble. Sadman does not have Doom, and that means really not much of a chance he could have been the end. Scourge McDuck can try to run him down, but yeah, save dead. Meanwhile, back to the bottom. So the chase was on Ember Spirit, and there was a bit of a distraction there, and 2 supports dead on the side of the cut. They both have buyback if they feel like they need to.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to use their buybacks here. Just gonna have to try and fend it off here together with the BKB on Bristle.
I was gonna say, I don't know, that's a pretty deep Bristleback. But again, even without the break, they're doing such good damage. It's gonna force the BKB out. Sandman, the Enchantress making that attack. So again, dooming up the Centaur though.
Yeah.
Of all the targets, I don't know about that one. Global Silence is gonna be activated. Bristleback, enough to get the kill on a Treant at least, but that'll be it.
I mean, Dooming Centaur doesn't even do anything. He has 20 HP regen. Doom is 30 damage per second. And wait, actually it's 30 damage per second because he has level 1 Doom still. I suppose it's more worth. Yeah, actually, you don't care. The CDR or cooldown is the same on all levels for Doom, so you don't need to level it.
Either way, though, that almost felt like a misclick, right? Because Enchantress, though, talk about more in a second.
I don't know. There's no way you doom a Centaur that doesn't have ulti. There's no value at all to trying to go on him. But now they're trying to make some play around SMD on his Bristleback.
It has to be the Ember or the Terrorblade, right? Like, there's no question asked from here on out if you're dooming.
I mean, it can be good to doom the Centaur if it's before he stampedes. Same with Treant Protector, possibly before he uses his things. It's all about the sequence of the spell casting, right? If the Centaur already ulted in the previous scenario, then you can basically ignore him. All he does is stomp every now and then and cast some Double Edge and Lotus Orbs.
Fair. Well, in the end, successful fight for DocJam, but you see the cut is still feeling confident about pushing out pretty far. Top tier 2 is going to be taken out, but they will have to respect what's going on at the bottom lane. The illusions of Terrorblade putting a lot of pressure on that tier 3 tower.
Yeah, and TB does have the full Silver Edge coming out now as well, so he's more prepared to deal with that Bristleback, possibly.
Oh yeah, absolutely is. And Manta Style just delivered to the Ember Spirit, one of those items that certainly makes sense to have. And they're collapsing. They've been under a sentry, you're right. He got dusted as well, but he's a little too fast, so Terrorblade is going to be fine. Close call.
Yeah, he makes it out just fine. Empyrean has to be careful. The illusion shreds him, so he's going to force tap himself away. And credit to the cut. I mean, DogChamp, they have been so dominant in every single series. They are already guaranteed to go to Div 1, but they're still keeping within decent net worth comparison here. The issue is, though, which heroes are you using? You're using a Midas Doom with Devour, kind of steroiding your farm, and Bristleback is that type of carry that gets a lot of gold, but it's not really going to scale nearly as hard down the road.
Okay, here we go. The combo on a Terrorblade. A great start. Look at that damage. Centaur is going to have to react. He already pops Stampede. He pops the stun. Bloody 9 throwing up the heel, being a distraction, a bait of sorts. Ember Spirit. That Viscous Naze slowing down. He's going to be lifted up. The Doom will eventually wear off. He has Sunder now. Is going to be able to use it effectively. He'll use it on a Scourge McDucks to get some low. So Terrorblade fine, but his teammates are falling. RCY will buy back though. Overgrowth catches multiple, including that Bristle, and the auto attacks right in for the Metamorphosis. Terrorblade takes out Beastmaster. The chase is on. Bristleback still running. Silencer, they don't care about him. They want the Bristle, and they get him, and they get the Silencer. Double kill for Yuma. Well played by DogChamp. Buyback from RCY, proven to be worth it.
Yeah, really well played. And a lot of this comes back to the fact that TB didn't die from the Doom jump there. And what was that? Exactly what I said during the start of the game, Breaky. Lotus Orb on Centaur, waits for the Global Silence to come out, pops the Lotus on himself, stampedes afterwards, saves his team from the Doom plus Global Silence combo. So, yeah, this was why I liked Centaur. It doesn't matter what your laning stage looks like if you can just do this. And honestly, it's not like he had a bad laning stage at the end of the day. The Centaur ended up being the most farmed at the minute 10.
But yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, clearly the effective item right there, that Lotus Orb, and helping to keep his teammate alive in that Terrorblade, because yeah, without it, probably a different story at how that fight plays out and perhaps where we're at in this game. But it is now a 5,000 net worth lead for DogChamp, a double damage rune just picked up by Terrorblade, who you see what he has queued up next, by the way, on Terrorblade. It is a Linken's.
They're spamming it. They're going Linken's on absolutely everyone, I think, right now. They have Linken's coming in on the Centaur, Linken's on the TB, and I think Ember also has the Linken's coming in. Yep, he actually has the Linken's on the way as well. Well, he needs the Ultimate Orb, but he has bought the Recipe and the Perseverance. So triple Linken's. It's an item that gets stronger the more of them you have. Gonna get caught up mid to SMD, dies in just 4 auto attacks here.
Well, that was actually the dive bomb from Beastmaster. He has that shard effect, and the dive bomb stunned him initially. That was well played.
Yeah, Beastmaster, some value from the shard, and now they're in position to contest Roche here. Quick buyback coming out though.
Yeah, Treant, he's ready to go with an Overgrowth, so clearly the cut is now having to pay attention to that, so we thought they might have had a free Roshan attempt. I mean, they're still going to knock on the door a little bit and say hello to Roshan once again.
On Metamorphosis, they're waiting, and the waiting might actually bite them in the ass here as TB is getting his meta back.
And remember, he has that double damage room bottled up as well, so yeah, in 1 second, he's going to have meta. Here, Linken's popping there. That was on Ember Spirit, it looks like, or somebody, but either way. Going off, and yeah, Roshan still has plenty of life, so the cut needs to really think about what the game plan is here, because I don't think this Roshan is necessarily happening right now.
Yeah, SMD wants to, but his team can't just stay. Silencer already lost most of his HP, just getting close, getting a random Sleight of Fist, and he loses his HP.
Yeah, DogChamp almost kind of claiming this position right here. Double damage has been activated, by the way. The opening, I thought he was going to go for an opening there on Scourge McDuck, but obviously not a easy target necessarily to just jump. But yeah, both teams just in the area.
Mid-Rax is gonna fall though, and they're pinging it out on the side of the cut. So while this standoff is happening, they lost range racks. It's only range racks, it's not the most important thing, but you're losing something, and tier 4 towers are taking damage.
Yeah, so that's where DogChamp is very satisfied with what's happening right now, because the objectives are working in their favor while this stalemate of sorts is taking place. Now, Yarn is going to be picked off. Remember, he bought back, so he's not buying back a second time. He's out for 70 seconds, so it is a 5 versus 4 favoring the cut right now.
Yeah, and the moment that he dies, I like the pings coming out from DogChamp. They're just going towards a split push instead. Actually, Blood9 is just standing his ground against all of them, throwing out some impetus.
Look at RCY, though. RCY is committing to that split push you're talking about, and this is going to force them. I mean, they have to do something about this.
I think they're just gonna try and commit for the Roche, and I don't expect that they're gonna get it for free.
No, definitely not. 38 seconds on Trent. Teleport in. That's Enchantress making his way back over. Again, this is not a fast Roshan killing team. That's very evident. It is taking a while. The illusions constantly being sent in. Reflection use. Doom was activated on Terrorblade. The Stampede immediately after.
They're losing so
Save,
much HP
meanwhile,
on
picked
Radiant
up.
though.
That they are, and a big double stomp coming out from Centaur. Global silence in response allows for the BKBs. It's Scourge McDuck now going to spend those quills. Italiano Gangster, he will go down, but where's Terrorblade? That's actually Ember Spirit getting caught out in the midst of sliding and gets out. He remnants back in. He's somehow still alive. Try to avoid damage, but the Black Dragon will finish him off, actually. Empyrean cannot TP out away from Yuma, though, although he'll buy back, as does the Beastmaster. So Metamorphosis has worn up. No, he still has it actually for a good chunk of time. Those are just the illusions.
He's going to try and finish up Roche here before they get here. I think he's going to be easily able to do it as well, as Ench is keeping the Hurricane Pike defense here, acting as a turret.
And he picks up the shard as well, and now Scourge McDuck. You got to just run on out of here, and that's not easy to do when you get Overgrowth, and there's that break. Oh, no, he actually, I believe he used it, yeah. So Bristleback just melts.
Yeah, he got Silver Edge from the low ground there, and then he has no real defense. Another DD rune is back as well. TB gonna take that one. Looks like he's gonna go for the defense though. They don't have RCY right now, so he's just gonna go and push top. He's working on his Satanic as well. His TB is getting massive.
Yeah. And you got the mid Doom there in the mid lane trying to deal with the supports of Enchantress and Treant. Continue to be extra annoying. Centaur, I mean, no doubt, though, between the saves you mentioned with the combo, but also some pretty big hoof stomps that he's had with jumping in that last fight. Certainly a reason why it was able to go in their favor. Again, that wasn't a dominating victory in a team fight by any means, but did win it in the end. As Enchantress, by the way, Inferno Blade, Lotus Sword being reflected. Centaur, he is going to be Promo Reward. He has Stampede, though. Not using it even yet. There we go. Now going to activate it.
Stampede comes out, and she's still in a bit of trouble here. She is healing, but her heals run out. Lotus Orb and Lincoln spam trying to keep her alive.
Oh my gosh, it's like, I mean, that's a position 5 Enchantress for how much it takes to kill her. I mean, yes, they get her, but God, that's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, I had to work so hard to get her, and meanwhile you're getting absolutely robbed. Yuma is just farming your triangle. He has that Aegis, so you can feel pretty safe. He's also been running around this shard for 2 minutes now, before finally passing it over to Ember, who's going to be the recipient of it.
I was wondering if he was just going to take that for himself or not. We've seen that about the Demon Zeal, but...
Oh, it's so bad, though. I guess he is finishing up Satanic, but the Demon Zeal is pretty far down on the list of shards, I would say.
All right.
So having Ember Shard is really valuable. Getting an extra remnant back all the time. And the damage over time is nice too. SMD in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. Got the break effect. Nice counter stun from Doom though. Global Silence. He has Doom itself, but it's so hard to get off with the Lincolns and everything else. Did it get I think it might have got absorbed because he used it, but either way, did not get effect. Overgrowth activated as well, so Doom's picked up. The whole team is just dead on the side of that cut. It's just Bristleback suddenly. No buybacks around him, and he is also going to have no buyback. And just like that, yeah, the game's over. GG.
Yeah, finally they sealed the deal. 37 minutes. The game felt like it was longer, honestly, with the way that the teams were playing. There was a lot of contesting non-stop happening, but ultimately a good first game fight from the side of Cut. I think they played, definitely some of their better Dota here, but Dogchamp are just looking so much better than all the other teams down here in Div 2. Like, they are really styling in every game. This was a close series, or a close first game, but the TB was not really contested at any stage, I feel.
Yeah, and there was so much talk about RCY for good reason, as there absolutely should be, but they addressed the Ember Spirit throughout the draft. But yeah, how about Yuma? It clearly showing that this is more than just RCY, despite all the hype around him. This is an absolute team, and Yuma, the carry player, fantastic performance by him. But overall, a great game one victory for them. So we're going to bring Nat back in, though, I believe, to continue on with the panel segment.
Yeah, I'll share some of my thoughts, ask you guys some more about what you witnessed throughout that game because, yeah, RCY is always the talk of the town. He's always impressed, always popped off, but DogChamp showing there's more than one win condition when they do draft. The Terrorblade looked great, but just DogChamp overall, the items I was really impressed with. All three of the cores ended up being able to get a Lincolns on themselves. They went for the double Lotus. This is everything that you talked about in that draft, Waga, of the downfalls of having that mid lane Doom. So the cut just very much by the end of this out itemized, outplayed, and it is unfortunate because there was a lot of potential. But biggest downfall for the cut in your eyes, Waga, where would it have been? Is it a little bit in the draft, the lanes, or moving out of lanes and into that mid part of the game?
And you gotta respect them for, they're sort of mixing, sticking to their guns with the bristleback and, the Beastmaster and whatnot, but also throwing in some mixed punches here to try and get an edge against DogChamp. I think there are maybe some details that could have been worked out that could have been better. I was not personally a fan of going back for the Midas after the Greaves and Vanguard. I think maybe going Blink, play on your tempo, play on your early game draft. This is not a draft that wants to go later, and after that half-hour mark, the TB starts reigning supreme. But overall, I think they played good.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird in that part because then we saw team fights be very difficult for the cut. There was a little bit of disconnection, and I'm not too sure, Breaky, if it was the cut just weren't on the same page of who to target, or maybe they just didn't really know who to target, because sometimes the global would come out and all they would get from it was a support kill. There was just a lot of commitment, but not a lot of rewards for what they were outputting.
Yeah, and I think it just really goes back to, one, just the draft altogether for the cut. Again, they needed to have this very early tempo, and they certainly did of sorts, but really more so to DogChamp and how they reacted. I think all the credit is definitely deserved in their side in that aspect. The cut played fine, I think, but the DogChamp just simply played better. And this goes back to, as we're talking about, the item reaction specifically, the adaptability shown right there, the triple Lincolns, the double Lotus Orb, the teamwork coming into play. I mean, they just were able to purchase the tools if they didn't have it naturally, such as the Silver Edge on Terrorblade, of course, against the Bristleback. I mean, they did such a great job of just adapting in the game with their draft, and thus why they were able to become victorious.
It's always a pleasure to watch DogChamp play, and MVP is going to go towards Italiano Gangster on that center. He was their last pickup in the draft, and it was a fantastic one. Really enabled a lot of the rest of his team. It almost felt like even though he was a core Vaga, he was still doing a lot of the supporting.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rich support, you could say. The impact he had was making sure that TB and his Ember were going to stay alive as much as possible, and he was successful in that. He had great reactions and good reads on where he could be, and like Breaky said during the game as well, he landed some nice multi-hero hoof stomps as well, so definitely, pulled his weight in this game. I think all of them were kind of shining on the core positions though.
Yeah, you could argue all of them very much having a massive game here. It's not like that it's just one person who really, really stood out. Obviously, by the fact that Centaur got MVP, there was just so much more going on throughout this game and in team fights and whatnot. But game number 2. It is going to be happening very soon. I'm keen to see if the cut can bounce back, if there's going to be a change up in their draft. But one thing that is stable is our sponsor, esportsbet.io. I have to do a massive shout out to them because they are running you have a chance. That's what this one is. You have a chance to get $100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. It's an exclusive $100 risk-free bet here for the DPC. So if you guys want to know more details, you can join their Discord. The link is below in the PGL Twitch panels. And with that, it is time to jump to a break. We'll come back. It'll be game number 2 between the cut and DogChamp.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The Cut versus Dog Champ. Dog Champ had game number 1, so we are about to jump into game number 2. And Breaky, what is the biggest thing you want to see changed up for The Cut? What are they going to have to do to be able to get a win over Dog Champ?
I see you're setting me up for this one. Well,
oh yeah.
Let's just say the easiest adjustment is don't pick Bristleback. There you go. There's the win condition. No, and again, obviously there's a lot more to that than just simply saying that. I mean, but the idea of it's such a comfortable hero for them, and I get it, but. Even that last draft, they had some ways to keep things nearby for the Bristleback to be able to do his damage, because obviously that's what you need, whether it's just complete stun lockdown, massive slows, etc., roots, but clearly not enough, and especially against the tools that they had on the other side goes with the Lotus Orbs, and teams that know what they're doing against Bristleback, as Dog Jam clearly does, it almost feels like an impossible situation.
It's a bit of that surprise type carry. You know, the first time you play against a team and you don't really know exactly what type of carries they like to run, they pull out the Bristleback, they can really catch you off guard. But we're late into DPC now. Like, this is what, there are 3 more games? Or is this the third to last? I can't remember. This is
this is the third to last. We only have
yeah,
it's pretty much over. I mean, this is going to be the Cut's last series, right? So unless we get into tiebreakers. So excluding tiebreakers, this is going to be their last scheduled match. And I've thought about it, right? As you guys were talking, I was like, maybe there's this 800 IQ move going on, right? You know in CSGO, how you rush B, and then you rush B again, and then your opponent's like, are they going to rush B a third time? And you still rush it, and they're like, okay, 4th time, they're definitely going to rush B. And then you do it, they're like, oh, okay, we know 5th time they're going to rush B. This is it. This is what they're doing with the Bristleback. They just keep picking it. Dog Champ are going to be prepared for it, and then they don't pick Bristle. But everything's gone in for the Bristle pick. That's it. That's the 800 IQ move from the Cut.
Yeah, the downside. I mean, that's probably
I'm literally joking.
That's the plan. Just keep doing it. The issue is the Dog Champ. They just set themselves up. They don't leave that weakness throughout the draft.
Yeah.
They pick these heroes that are good against Bristle. You have the lockdown from something like Treant. You have the speed from something like Centaur, and then you shield yourself. And here we go again. They go back for that Treant again, the hero that was greatly successful in the previous game. And we're gonna see the Cut go with the Rubik and Beastmaster. Are we running it back?
I want to see it. Let's do it.
Did we load up a replay on accident? I mean, this is actually the second game of the series. Yeah, I mean, is this going to be the Ember Spirit? Why not, right? I mean, obviously RCY. And that's the other thing I wanted to talk about last game, too, is, and again, not that this is that surprising, but again, understandably, there's been a lot of hype around RCY, deservedly so, etc. But as a team, this is a very, very good team, and Yuma certainly, in his own right, a great carry for the team, and he shines. So it was really a reminder to the Cut in this case that, like, you can lock down RCY all you want, and he didn't necessarily have the biggest game, although stat-wise, he still finished like 11-4 or something like that, so he's still pretty good. It was clear that the Terrorblade proved to be the massive issue in the end, but they're going to go the Pango route this time.
Yeah, he's just switching out, playing something different now. I think they could have gone Ember again and just shielded it with the bands, but going Pango, you don't have to shield it as heavily with the type of heroes that you remove. Perhaps you yourself might ban out the Ember, but again, RCY played that and showed that he's able to win that matchup from the Pango side as well.
Yeah, I think it is just a more comfortable thing to pick up a Pango here. And it also could just be, hey, RCY, what do you want to play? And he's just like, man, I just feel like Pango, There might not be too much more to it. But Pango is a very nice mid laner. We've seen RCY do fantastic on it. A Techies ban, a Necro ban. Yeah, gosh, okay, all right. The Techies band coming out there, Wagga.
I mean, it is one of their most picked heroes. We saw it before the series, right? Dog Champ, they play so many different heroes, and it is a hero that Yaren is very annoying on when he gets it. He definitely knows how to get the most out of it. Played it so well that a lot of teams actually banned Techies against Dog Champ just because of it.
Yeah, the history of Techie is, of course, there's that meme history, and for good reason. But in the case of Dog Champ, to go on Waga's point a little bit, we saw it even earlier in this tournament. Yaren plays it so well, and the current iteration of Alteki's work, it is a very strong initiating roaming ganker, and there's no problem in that in cut banning the Techie. So for those that are kind of, maybe I saw even in the previous game people were bringing that up, it's why are they actually banning it? Well, that's why. It actually is a legitimate pick in the hands of Yaren and the case for DogChamp.
Look, the only thing that makes me know we aren't running back a replay here is the fact that they've reversed the ban orders for DogChamp. They went Necro, then Husker, whereas last time it was Husker, then Necro.
Huge. Yeah.
Huge. Everything
Slight
else,
changes,
exactly the same. I'm not even joking. Everything else so far.
Pango is an
obviously
Ember now, but yeah, otherwise,
yeah, everything else outside of that is literally exactly the same. Like, they're just not changing up the bans on the side of the cut at all.
Yep, they even get the Batrider. That's 3 for 3, right?
Yeah.
On the same bands. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you might pick a different mid laner, but everything else seems to need to be exactly the same.
I think these are just heroes that they have identified can be really problematic, even if you're, this superstar mid, in individual skill, you can still find yourself in some unplayable matchups. If you're against a Huskar mid and you have a bad hero against it, you can't play your way out of that. You're going to lose to the Huskar. Your laning stage will suck. And the same, I think they have identified as true in the Batrider and Necro as well. Necro is an annoying mid hero to the same degree for heroes like Pango and Ember.
Good ban of the Enchantress. We saw the impact that Bloody Nine had last game on it, and it's specifically into the Beastmaster matchup, as we were expecting. It proved to be a very potent one, so understandable ban of that. I'll say that, like, if they are going to go back for the Bristleback, I do think they need to at least ban the Centaur, because they've already shown that they can run it against it. God, they're going to go. They're actually going the same draft, aren't they? They're going to pick up the same heroes, but.
All right, it's gonna be Silencer again. I mean, yep. This is, I don't know. Can we just repeat our analysis as well? If they just do the replay, can we just load up our last one? Silencer makes a lot of sense here. It's similar against Pango as it is against Ember. It's a hero that can allow you to catch him, but it has the same drawback and weaknesses. Like I pointed out, you got that double squishy support, unlike DogChamp, who have the thick tree already.
CK or CC? No.
Oh, CC.
All right, so DogChamp. What do they do? They went there was a Terror Blade as well as.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not going to get Ench this time, so DogChamp are going to have to change up their draft.
They sure are.
Trying to figure out what the other support that they want to pair is going to be. Anything that springs to mind that you would like that either does similar to Ench or could take this draft down a very different path?
Could do CM. Yeah, there it is. So
nice. You snuck that one in. I like it
because I knew it was coming. Yeah, they could do CM. Okay, Beastmaster or Pudge. Pudge is probably going to be the carry here against the Beastmaster, and they can, of course, flex this towards the offlane as well. That's a possibility for them. But Carry Pudge is pretty damn good together with Crystal Maiden in lane. You have nice kill potential, level 2, like some of the best in the game.
Yeah, so...
I love...
Well,
go ahead. Breaky.
No, you're good. You go. You're good.
I was just going to say some BS about CM Pudge. It's something that we see across a number of regions. It's such a vicious lane, I want to say. Like, it is just so full on, the combo that you can have with the CM root and the hook and the kill potential, I guess is what I'm trying to say for DogChamp. I'm just loving so much now. And
I'm upset here. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you off a bit. I'm upset.
Of course.
I mean, I like Bloodseeker, but I've seen so much Bloodseeker not work out here in NA, and this Bloodseeker pick, it's Bloodseeker against Pango. I can see the appeal, but I think there was a carry hero here that would just slam this game, like be so damn good, and that is Lifestealer. I think it would be insane here to pick Lifestealer against CM, against Treant, against Pudge. Pudge, the biggest carry that he struggles against, and something we saw Liquid when they ran carry Pudge a lot, going back to another team here, bring some EU Dota into this, is that they would consistently try and ban out Lifestealer always, because that was such a hard counter matchup. and they had an opening here. Lifestealer was available, and I think it would have been absolutely amazing for them.
But it means they're not picking up Bristleback, so you know what?
Or is it?
Don't say that. Yeah, there's no
Bloodseeker against Pango. Yeah. It's playable.
Guys.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, still room for a Bristle, baby.
There is. They banned the Quap on the other side again. Sadman, that's, I want to say, been his most popular hero here throughout the season, so no reason why it wouldn't have been pretty good here, too. So, yeah, good ban there on the Puck,
probably the hero that he has been shining on the most for sure.
Yeah.
Sadman, like that's where he's found solo kills and outplays and really big impact in a lot of team fights as well. I think like he really finds his groove on that hero, but it would be a bit awkward for him to fit it into a draft. But still, some respect coming out from DogChamp towards it, and well deserved.
Just one of those things. Sometimes you just have to take away comfort, whether it fits with the draft or not. And I would like to see Shaggy back on a bit of a playmaker. I think that was the only downside for the Doom mid. I do like the theory that they were going for. It's not like it was sacked really hard in lane or anything. It's just when it comes to that later part, I think the cut do rely on Sadman or Shaggy to initiate a little bit more with the playmaking. So we'll see what he ends up with. Is DogChamp are going to have to pick their off-laner here now, Breaky.
Yeah, I mean, they could go back to the Centaur idea, although with Bloodseeker, you know, a little bit faster, I suppose, perhaps. But Centaur played it well by Italiano Gangster, and feels like it could bring some value here. I'm trying to think of like more zoo-like, and obviously most of them are banned out, as you'd expect by now, but Visage still comes to mind as, okay.
Good
Visage
call.
going to be the pick, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, that is a very, very well-fitting hero here. You want a range off-lane hero, so I agree that fits extremely well into the draft. And DogChamp agree with you as well, Breaky. The tree Visage lane most likely going to be on that off-lane here.
You look at the stat on the screen right there, too. It's been picked once, and it won its game, so it's pretty good win percentage coming out for this hero. So,
Thank you very much.
Ember for Sadman. So Ember on the other side for the cut now. Okay.
Okay,
like
so this matchup is Ember favored really heavily. We have seen RCY outplay Ember on his Pango before. Can he do it again against Sadman, who I would say is probably the fiercest opponent here on the mid lane? I think this is where Sadman could, show his prowess as well and outplay RCY, because he has the tools, he has the good hero, and he makes a lot of outplays himself.
A lot of eyes on that mid. I mean, RCY is someone we continually talk about. Sadman, who has also been a lot of the talk for the cut. But with the drafts overall, when we look towards the later part of the game and out of lanes, Breaky, where do you like to sit between the two teams?
When it comes to the drafts, I mean, if we're just talking that, I think that Ember finish was good. Bloodseeker is great in the Pango match. I do like the cut and what they're doing here. They did not pick Bristleback, so I'm leaning with them, but this is DogChamp after all, so.
That's very true. You can't just look at the drafts. You have to factor in skill and everything. But either way, game number 2 is sure to deliver. I'm going to head on out. Enjoy yourselves at Waga and Breaky with game number 2.
Thank you. Yeah, we get another game here, and we'll see if we get a third game as well, as right now we have DogChamp up 1 game in the best of 3 here. Already taking the first game, but it wasn't super convincing, right, Breaky? It wasn't like a shutout and there's no chance Cut could win. They were looking like they had a fighting chance for the majority of that game. And now I would say that they have better draft to get themselves into an even better position this time.
I'm with you, right? And this is a lineup that certainly has that bit more of the scalability as well. The matchups make sense, as we keep talking about, and DogChamp, a different style themselves too. They had that terror belay, that the big carry to kind of fall back on and rely on, and they were able to do so in the hands of Yuma. As you're pointing out, I mean, they are going to be relying a little bit more on RCY this game than perhaps they were last game, and he does not have the easiest matchup now. Yeah, as you so well pointed out too, he's definitely has already shown that hasn't mattered in the past, but Sadman's certainly a great mid-Ember player, as this hook is going to land pretty easily thanks to the freeze, and that will be our first blood. So hook's pretty easy when they're frozen in place.
Yeah, nice combo all the way from level 1. I talked about the kill potential on level 2, that this combo is nice, but you can see just some cheeky play there on the Observer Ward. Goes up for the high five and then betrays the high five with a Frostbite. Absolute scum maneuver. That feels bad for Chives. He just came in for the little high five, you know?
I didn't even notice that part. We talk about the mind games of the taunting, but that's just even next level. That's where it starts to push the limit. You know, it's like an MMA fight, right? Where they go to the center of the rink and they go to, you know, clap hands or whatever before they actually start trading blows. It's like you're doing that cheap shot as you're about to do the fist bump or the hand clap. I mean, I don't know about that one, no, but obviously
Oh my god, I just realized the build on Yuma. What is this? You got first item Vanguard with no item at all. Look, his inventory is one shared tango. This is... Okay. I have not seen this. I do not approve of it, by the way. He has no armor, and... yeah.
Is this part of him getting the blood, though? Obviously, they had to kind of plan that. Oh, I guess he didn't get it. No, it was Yarn technically that got it, but...
Yeah. No, I think he just forgot to buy items or something is what I'm gonna call. And then he didn't want to send out items, so he ended up putting a Vanguard into quick buy instead and go for that quickly. It is nice, but I feel in the laning stage, Pudge with one armor is very abusable. We'll see how it works out though.
Obviously, by now, the cut is also very aware of that, but Rubik running up to do some damage, but Yuma's like, all right, you want to run up? I'll just hook you right in and get a little closer. But, of course, he's not level 2 yet, so no rotten play, and Rubik will survive, getting low, more tangos being shared. He is going to be getting that ring. You see his courier all the way at his secret shop now running all the way over, so it's going to be a little bit still, but Pudge will have that ring of health coming up soon as the hook missing there, but that's going to be a fun lane to watch up at the top. Already a lot of spam.
Yeah, definitely a lot of trading of the spells here, not connecting. He has to try and play more probably on the Frostbite setup, but I'm keeping my eyes towards the mid lane matchup here because I'm very curious how it's going to go. Also bottom lane, the kill potential here. Those nukes.
Have Visage. That's Soul Assumption. Definitely some good damage. Get Bloodseeker low, but Empyrean trading blows with this Arcane Curse and auto attack. So, but back to the mid matchup: 10-1 Ember, 9-2 Pango. So far, it's very even.
Yeah, starting out even, but I think at some point the Ember should start pulling ahead even more here. The way he's playing is pretty correct so far, and he is overall starting to win the lane.
Crystal Maiden getting pretty low there at the top, having to get some recovered. Was sharing so much of his region early on with the Pudge, but trying to keep that health pool up against the wild axes and everything else that's coming in.
Yeah, he does at least have the Tango and the Ring Your Health regeneration going, but immediately buying the Magic Stick and a Salve from base as well. I just feel like you could have started with these items instead of just waiting for the ring then. If you're gonna have the Magic Stick, it would have done so much against all the spam already.
The logic at its finest, but you don't care. You're making it work so far. Bottom lane, Bloodseeker. He's 7-2 down here. Against the Vicious, that's 10-6. So Bloodseeker, Scourge is having a bit of a struggle. Okay, we've seen him so much on that Bristle, and even the Nature's Prophet, usually, very effective, easier farm. Bloodseeker, not as strong of a start.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong hero, and he has Silencer to babysit him as well, so overall he should start farming more easily here, but in the beginning of the lane he got hit by a lot of soul assumptions and just aggression coming out from Italiano and Yarn here. But eventually you start healing up more when you get 2 points in Thirst.
Levels that up and take advantage of that. Crystal Maiden going forward with that Crystal Nova at the top lane, but just once again more so continuing to trade blows. Yuma, level 2 Roddy's running in. The freeze happens, but didn't really have a chance for a hook. And Bloody Knight actually a little scared here, but Yuma in the trees. Oh, going for the hook. Well played though. They saw that one coming. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Empyrean picking up the kill on Yarn.
Yeah, just running down with Bloodseeker for a while there with the curse slowing him down as well. They managed to get a nice kill, and like I said, this lane, while it was a little bit tough for the Bloodseeker to begin with, he is finding more farm now. but Italiano already level 4. Visage is notoriously weak until he gets level 6, and then there's a massive power spike for him.
Yeah, of course, Familiar is pretty strong for this hero. Kind of make the hero, but who cares? He doesn't need Familiars. He'll take out Silencer with Yarn's assistance. Top lane, it's a trade. Crystal Maiden going down up here, so lanes are starting to get a bit more active now as we're approaching 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the CM going down. She does have TP to come back to the lane, and Pudge soon has the Vanguard complete, but top lane feels like it's not going as good as they want at all. Just now getting your first deny on a hero like Pudge, who has so much damage, that is a big sign that you have not been allowed to touch the creeps as much as you want. You want to be able to stand there and CS, but Bloody Nine runs in again. Might be in danger.
Yeah, but exactly. It's like if you go for it, you got to be careful about this Pudge, and with Pudge showing up, that's what's going to save Crystal Maiden in the end. But yeah, getting low and getting the Wild Axe is just continuing level 2 on Beastmaster. But he might have overstepped. He's in trouble. The freeze, the slow, but Yuma not enough damage. And he has to fall back.
And mid lane, we saw ulti committed by Pango, trying to go for a key play using his roll up or rolling thunder before the Ember hit level 6. But Ember got level 6 right as he did. So the ulti was wasted for Pango, not going to be able to get Sadman. And he just jumps base, gets full HP.
And guess what, Waga? It's 6 minutes in. That means supports are here in the mid lane. Chives going down at the top lane. Meanwhile, RCY, he's taken. Up against the Ember Spirit, gonna go in for the swashbuckle, not over the kill. There's a slight almost for the turn kill. These two players, you can tell that they want to win against one another. In the end, though, both surviving.
And Yaren finds a kill on Empyrean on mid lane as well, going in with this tree, diving on the tower and getting the kill. This game is starting out pretty wild.
Yeah, it has definitely picked up quite a bit, so... Pango, though, he's finding himself running all the way back to base. Arcane Rune bottled up by Ember Spirit meanwhile, so Sadman's gonna start gaining a slight lead here.
Very slight.
Tip. The Italiano gangster having fun with Scourge McDuck. He's been throwing out the tip down here. He's kind of been 1 versus 1 for a bit, but that's because elsewhere you have Pango going down. That's a rotation from Empyrean.
So answering the question that I asked during the panel for the first game, if we're going to see more rotations towards mid, just because of how RCY has been shining so much and like both mid players being so aggressive and outplays being available, this is the type of rotation I want to see. Empyrean just coming mid again and finds that kill. That's a death with no TP on Pango. Really painful death. Like this one, he's going to have to run all the way back to mid lane.
Yeah, and that lead is really starting to grow now for Sadman. 3,400 net worth. He got Pango at 2,700, so quite the difference. The supports continuing to go at it down here as Trian throwing yet another Nature's Grasp down, but Silencer able to avoid it for the time being, but Chain Protector still chasing. He has to respect Ember Spear coming over, though. In fact, he's probably dead, actually, at this point. Yeah, he went a little too committed. And Ember Spirit's going to rotate over and secure the kill. The Blood Right, not even needed. Sadman says, I got this, don't worry.
Yeah. Jumping back to mid lane, Sadman gonna go farm. Meanwhile, Haste Rune, though, on the side of Pango this time. And top, we see Dismember coming into play on the Beastmaster. Gonna juke the hook, though. Nice sidestep. Yuma did not expect that.
Yeah, so many players will just panic at that moment, trying to run away after the Dismember, but Chives playing it cool, calm, and collected. He just simply sidesteps and avoids the hook as a result. So very smart play on his part.
RCY really low. Has the haste rune, of course, so he's going to be fine in the end. But that's a defensive haste rune now, sort of. Maybe he can transition into doing something.
Kind of going back in, but he's poking, not really. Back up to half-life. But I know, but to make it too aggressive of a play with it, we'll just get some CS. Sadman, he's going to go back to base, but of course he'll remnant back in as he gets the phase boots finished. So, Visage, Vlad's finished.
Visage is just going to go for the Wraith Pact in this game. Decent amount of right clicks. Still a good item. This is like sort of the one hero that still goes Wraith Pact fairly reliably after the nerf. Broodmothers will sometimes pick it up, but generally it's just, you know, some form of Greaves Aghanims build. Visage, though, doesn't really have one item that he needs that desperately. He can go for the Wraith Pact here. I think it's decent against the lineup that the cut have.
Item that I like to see on Visage too is, luckily they might have been going for a play, is that Ags, potentially, the Invis. Really makes him that solo ganker, but more on that later, because mid lane, that's a rotation to kill Pango. Coming out from Rubik, you saw the TP in from Train Protector, but he's just a little bit too late. Crystal Maiden also here. In fact, Sadman might pick up another kill. He's going in, going to be frozen though by Crystal. Slight, unable to finish the kill. Get back.
Gets out, gonna get the refill as well. And this is a horrible start for RCY right now compared to what we're used to seeing him have. And both of these kills onto him were because they made rotations towards Sadman, playing around this aggressive mid lane.
Yeah, very smart. Might as well bring the numbers to deal. And Sadman, he's continuing to be a little slippery as RCY thought about channeling out that Rolling Thunder. A little bit too many heroes nearby, though. The Slight will take out Crystal Maiden. That in duo with the Fade Bolt. Swashbuckle, however, turn killing a Rubik. Ember Spirit is going to get a little more harassment on RCY, but certainly no kill on him happening.
Yaren coming in with a pump fake on the ulti there, scaring away the Ember, who has to back up a little bit.
Yeah, there's just a lot of attention in the mid lane by both teams at this point. The supports are, it really is kind of solo lanes at the side lanes for the last couple of minutes, it's felt like.
Yeah, and those solo lanes are probably favoring Dogchamp a little bit more, I feel. Just getting time left alone, not getting too much pressure on you is very nice for Visage. I've seen a lot of Bloodseekers, though, have good time to farm in lane and then not able to transition it into doing too much. Visage, though, plays more on the timing, so he has now level 4 on Grave Chill, which is a good spike to play around.
Yeah, that, and of course, when it comes to objective pushing, Visage certainly great at that. So something that the cut will have to keep in mind as this push bottom lane. Gonna continue, but look at the rotations. Ember Spirit included. Rupture applied. Visage. That TP is not going to happen. It was so close. The familiar stuns onto Ember to try to stay alive, but got the chains off at the last second.
Yeah, they get the kill, and meanwhile, though, Yaren just running away and gonna run and get the bounty rune on his way out here. So staying alive on the tree. They do bring down the Visage, which I think is important to try and hold this bottom tower. And try to have a tower lead. Usually when you play Treant, you want this to happen. You, like, just get an advantage in all the tier 1 towers that stand. And top lane, Yuma, he almost took down the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Pudge not necessarily known for his tower hitting, but he's gonna be able to kill the tower, to your point. I mean, this kind of goes back to that there's been so much attention in the mid lane for the supports that not only Visage, but Pudge especially has just been really having a very free time up here. And the fact that he's able to push to tier 1 before Beastmaster, his opposition even gets... He didn't even do 100 damage to the tower on the other side. I mean, that's just crazy. Something about that feels off.
It's just a hero matchup. If you get left 1v1, Beastmaster versus a Pudge, and Pudge is a little bit ahead in farm because of how the lane went as well, then you can't really go up. You can't do too much. And Pudge, with just that Vanguard alone, with the face boots, is too tanky. He is smoked, looking for a hook.
He's got the vision, but not gonna go for it, at least for now. He's thinking about it. There we go. Finally will use it. Finds the right time. Silencer, the free kill. Maybe? Maybe not. Global Silence coming out. Eventually is gonna be a kill. However, responses here. Save, frozen in place. Freezing field immediately canceled by the Primal Roar. But yeah, I don't know about using that on the Crystal Maiden. They're gonna finally kill her. But look at RCY, by the way. Oh, the Rupture. That's why you pick up Bloodseeker into that matchup right there.
Yeah, he tried to TP out, but not going to be able to do so. He did have the Diffu, so Pango was looking to have a first good fight, but nice rotation overall by the cut. The way they joined that fight by Bloodseeker as well was very nice. Now he will have his entire Maelstrom complete. So the cut, very nice move overall. The fight started out poorly with that hook, but they reacted really well.
That's going to be a mid-tower push as well. And the immediate smoke after the fact as well. And Arcane Rune bottled up by Ember Spirit. They're going right to the bottom lane. They're going to run right into this Crystal Maiden. So she's going to tank this Smoke Ink. So, of course, going to kill her. But yeah, somewhat good news in that Visage will be fine. And he'll also be able to push the tower before falling back. Yuma's also down here, though. And Dogchamp may want to fight this.
Yeah, they're looking for an initiation. They have to not reveal Pudge, though. It's pretty hard.
He's somehow hiding behind that small tree.
Ooh, the slide dodge. The overgrowth doesn't connect. Sleight of Fist dodges it.
Well played. We get out from Sadman. As he's now in the mid lane. Of course, that Arcane Rune has been active, so he is loving life right now. And yeah, Shaggy's certainly having a very strong performance here in game number 2 on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, 5-0-3. He's super shining in this game, and that's what I was expecting. Like, we have seen RCY manage to win as Pango against Ember before in Div 2 here, but that was not against as strong of a mid player as I would say that Shaggy is. He is certainly a match where if you have this favorable of matchup, which I would say, yeah, like Ember is really, really favored, then he will be able to capitalize on it. Top stolen freezing field.
Yeah, we've seen Treants do this plenty throughout this tournament, where they kind of hide in these trees, protect the tower, get a little bit of farm, poke in, but the second he appeared right there, immediately got jumped and just killed off. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a big kill onto the Pango as Crystal Maiden will TP out, but right now the Cut's got so much momentum, just over 1,000 net worth lead. They're looking good in multiple facets at this point.
This is interesting though, because we haven't really seen this throughout the entire DPC Div 2 here. We haven't seen a single game where RCY was shut down like pretty hard in laning stage. I haven't seen a single game like that. So this, how well can Dogchamp recover when they don't have him styling on everyone everywhere? Because now the Cut suddenly have, like you said, they have the momentum, they're in the driver's seat, they can make the moves. Sleight of Fist gonna reveal smoke on mid lane probably, or not.
Oh, Overgrowth, this one does catch. Global Silence response though. Gonna allow for a slight. Sadman able to react, lift up on Crystal Maiden, putting it in. But here comes the Rolling Thunder, going for that Ember Spirit. Hits him. Also hits the Bloodseeker. They took out Crystal Maiden, but Bloodseeker's in a horrible spot now. Grave Chill, Soul Assumption. The Rupture's up. RCY, it just wore off though with the Rolling Thunder. So he can stand still. He'll be fine with Bloodseeker and Rubik dead. Dogchamp winning this battle.
Yeah, good fight for them, but it's time that you're leaving the Beastmaster alone, right? So you committed every hero on the side of Dogchamp, and you are starting to see some damage at tier 2 tower for Beastmaster. He was late to take tier 1. Oh, nice hook on mid lane. The wrap around as they push the tower. They connect onto a silencer, who was a little bit too close there.
You mentioned Beastmaster still at the top lane during all of this, but that tier 1 mid is going to fall. The top tier 2, Living Armor, kicking in for the Treant, which is level 4. And now Beastmaster will start to fall back. A TP coming in from that Treant. BM's going to have to head into the jungle. So, yeah, a little bit of pressure being applied, but yeah, big picture. Still feels like Dogchamp certainly making up for him. Hell, the net worth shows that too. They even gained a slight lead.
Yeah, probably just going to see Yaren sit there and protect the tower now and be able to repair it fully. But the Cut, even though they lost the fight a little bit there, they're not backing down. They want to stick around here. They want to catch the Treant somehow.
Yeah, he has a shard now. I don't think he had the shard when he got caught at the tier 1 tower. So that makes it much more difficult. Obviously with the invis and being one with the trees, and just south of him there is Sadman's in trouble. The freezing field on top of the Rolling Thunder, and Pudge just walks on in with the rot. Bloody 9 actually credit for the kill. That is a massive streak stopper right there. You see the 5-kill streak stopper. Rubik also killed off, and what a transition. He's like, oh, hello Roshan, let's kill you now.
So convenient, just winning this fight right outside Roche. All your heroes here, works out flawlessly. I like the presence of mind there on Bloody 9 and RCY, that they can actually kill the Ember. They caught him out with the combination of the Frostbite into the roll, into Chain Stun, and enough burst.
Beastmaster.
Guess the last hit.
Yeah. Okay. Something.
I mean, that's a lot. He used his Hawk, so that was timing. And yeah, that gets you a lot of gold, at least, going the way of Radiant that otherwise would have gone to Dogchamp. Thank you for farming for us, I guess.
Yeah, no, hey, making the best of a bad situation as the line goes. So why not? Made a play right there. And Pudge does have the Aegis, though. He's got his Ags, and is definitely
and Blink as well. the blink along with it, so he can initiate now. And he's smoked up. They're wrapping around, trying to find another initiation. They're going for a deep wraparound though, down where there's no tower on tier 1. The Cut are all playing together on mid.
Life is but a game.
Hoping to catch somebody maybe being a little too greedy in the Radiant jungle, but that's not the case, as we can see wrapping back around the mid, because now they see Ember Spear showing up. Just is able to remnant away as Pudge will use that blink.
Yeah, he just used his Sleight of Fist right as he blinked in, so unfortunate timing there by Pudge. Does get a Hawk at least with his hook.
Like Visage just farming bottom wall. More distractions happening. How about Yaren, by the way? They know Yaren's here. The dust comes up. They kill the trees. Yaren is just dead. So, being one with the trees, unfortunately not as easy when they're being cut down like that.
Yeah, he was a little bit too deep, and they do have that flying vision. That's the scary part as well. They have ways to find you. They can cut the trees with wild axes. They can send in the Hawk. They can even just, sometimes randomly Sleight of Fist you if there's a sentry around. So they have ways to find him. Beautiful hook.
Yeah, great hook to start things off. Empyrean, he is dead. And Rolling Thunder was being channeled, stopping there. But you see the Lotus Orb, by the way, on Pango. Yuma is going to fall to this. Of course, the Aegis, bringing it back up, full life, full mana. And both teams just going to retreat from one another. As that fight comes to an end, I believe we might have the odds here for esportsbet.io, the watch turn platform. You can check it out, and there you go. It is leading for Dog Champ, even a bit more heavier now as the game has progressed.
I'm surprised it's not heavy in their favor, because I feel like the Cut are still in a decent spot here. Sure, they don't scale necessarily as hard or as easily into late game, but they do have BKB on Bloodseeker now with Maelstrom. Once he gets that Shard and a Basher as well, he can really shred through a hero like Pudge. Some games we see this carry Pudge be unkillable against Naga Siren and whatnot, but Bloodseeker is decent. It's not Life Stealer level counter, but it's a really good hero against him as well.
You also can't forget about Visage too, as by the way, top lane, there was just the root there from the Shard, but Visage, he's got a full pipe now. He's actually going to be building into a Guardian Greaves next, so going back for that, but got pipe to go with the Wraith Pact as Pudge bottom lane. Ends up hooking one of the creeps right there. The minion, Crystal Maiden, going to be locked down by the proper warrior. Yuma jump back in. He gets locked out on Rubik, but he's pretty deep committed. RCY, Lotus Orb on himself, wants to finish off Chives. Rolling Thunder on through. Playing a bit more defensive with it, I suppose. They did kill Pudge. Transporting in. There are buybacks ready, and the tower's here, but nothing being used just yet. Overgrowth happening. Great swashbuckle. Multiple heroes, and Silencer will end up dying to this. Meanwhile, in the midst of it, Italiano Gangster taking on that Visage, talking about him. Sadman can't finish the job just yet. Sleight of Fist going to be used, running back in. The Living Armor's helping, though, and Sadman will have to retreat.
Yeah, gets all the way out to top lane. Even the Ancient Creep going down at the end of the day there. That was a nice fight for Dog, and I think a big thing is that Rupture was committed to the Pudge there early on in the fight. If Rupture is not used on Pango, that frees him up to make more moves happen. And because he was ruptured so many times this game already, and he's playing against the Silencer, he opted to go for a Lotus Orb. So that gives him a way to dispel the Searing Chains, dispel the silence coming out from Silencer as well. And you can return Primal Roar and Rupture. It's a really good Lotus game.
A very valuable tool, just like it was last game. So again, Doc Champs showing that they can certainly adapt appropriately. Blink also just picked up by the tree, and we'll take a look at this last fight once again. A very aggressive jump from Yuma. RCY got rooted in immediately, but there's that Lotus Orb kicking in. Again, Pudge dying, but what seemed like at this point, you felt like maybe the Cut's looking pretty good, but then Italiano Gangster shows up, bringing the auras, bringing his presence, obviously damage, etc.
I mean,
and that's where the tides turn. And Trade ulti was pretty good too.
Setting up for the swashbuckle to cut on 2 like that. It was nice follow-up overall there for Dog after a pretty bad start to the fight.
Sadman even getting low before managing to escape at the end, but again, quite the brawl. And to your point that you were talking about earlier, I mean, this really continues to be a pretty close game. There's no very obvious lead for one or the other, but another brawl taking place. Crystal Maiden getting staffed away for now. That's the reflection of the proper roar. Mentioned that. Global Silence used, but Ember Spirit's dead. he died just south, somewhat of an isolated fight. And now Beastmaster is also going to be picked off for the looks of it. Yep, very successful fight for DogChamp now.
Nice blink out by Save there as he gets blinked by the Pudge, but they're still chasing for more. The Dip Fruit gonna come in?
Oh no, he reflected the Rupture. Oh, that's so awkward for Bloodseeker.
Rupture hook.
RCY trying to kill him. Yeah, if he can get that hook off, doesn't even need it. The Gravechill Soul Assumption nuke is plenty. Silencer dead, and so is Rubik, and suddenly no one's alive.
Oh boy.
For the cut.
I mean, this is why we say that they're the best team in Div 2, right? And soon they're gonna head to Div 1 and see what they can do for next season there. Definitely DogChamp are looking like a Div 1 team and, very well deserved. That was an impressive way to take the fight, the way they kept getting more and more catches there. They have the tools, they have the blinks available now with the Pudge, as well as this Rupture return on Lotus Orb, showing just how good the Lotus was in this game.
I mean, it literally reflected the Promaror and the Rupture. Those two abilities you were just talking about a minute
also
ago.
went for one, so they have an extra one, and that's what we saw last game too. Have they found the solution to playing against the cut? Just go for Lotus Orbs?
Apparently, teams should definitely take note. Pretty good item against them, but no. So obviously, again, well played by DogChamp, and now they're making use of this lead that they have, pushing the tier 2 bottom. The scan is going to barely miss, but now they know Ember's here. And Yaren, yes, he's gonna go for the overgrowth. Sad man, he is dead. Getting greedy right there, trying to defend of sorts at the spot him, and ends up dying for it.
That was a nice overgrowth. Even though he didn't have direct vision, he saw the Sleight of Fist, and then he waited just enough that he connected and gets a nice catch for his team. Another kill going their way, and more strength onto this Pudge who's just piling up right now.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that, but plus 22 strength.
SMD.
Pretty good. SMD's in trouble. Global Side saving him initially. Stops the Dismember at least, allows for the BKB use, but he's just too slow. It's not often you see that with Bloodseeker. He's just too damn slow. However, Promaror and now Pudge is the one that's getting turned. The Rupture being applied. They are going to get the kill. The heal it up for Scourge McDuck. Chives. He has to run though as well. Bloody 9, that freezing field, doing plenty of damage, but still unable to secure the kills. But looking down here, it's Visage and Treant coming in with the flank, the south position, and they will cut off the Beastmaster at least.
Yeah, and Bloodseeker finally gets his TP back, so he's going to be able to TP out as well and be completely fine. But that's another win fight for Dog. Sure, you did lose your Pudge, but overall, yeah, actually, the fight wasn't too bad. Since the Pudge gave away 1,000 gold, that was pretty damn good for the cut.
Who got that right there?
The high fives bottom. He's just walking in. Where are you going?
Yeah, RCY says you're not getting away. So Empyrean dying right there. The Ancient Creep at the top, meanwhile, going down as seeing tier 3 neutral items starting to pop out. But yeah, I was going to bring back the Bloodseeker. I mean, you were mentioning coming out of the laning phase. This is a hero that, yes, he could have a good laning phase, but the impact isn't necessarily always felt. And it unfortunately for the cut, it seems to be a little bit lacking, and it might get worse. The overgrowth initiation again from Treant. He's going to have to pop the BKB, losing his Rubik teammate. The Maelstrom procs are helping, doing some good damage right here. And he's going to get the kill, so he'll heal it up. Promaror locking up Visage as well, but now Yuma shows up. So Italiano Gangster gets that team support, and he gets a double kill with it. Ember Spirit in panic mode, just trying to spam that Remnant. Cannot get far enough, though.
Yeah, Silencer was heading towards that fight, but somewhere through the lines, he's like, actually, I'm turning around. I'm going to walk away as his entire team dies. 11,000 gold lead. This looked to be so even. Just about 5 minutes ago, it was still looking like the cut can easily take control of the game, but in 2 fights, pretty much, Dog have just claimed such a massive lead. These team kills, or team wipes very much, without losing much resources at all. They lost only Treant there.
And both Pudge and Pango hit level 20. You got the 30 swashbuckle damage on Pango. You have Pudge with the dismember duration. And Visage, he's very close himself to level 20 as well. So not only is it this gold farm, but which across the board, it's very even between these 3 cores. Experience-wise, they're looking good. And yeah, just as a team, as seems to be the theme with DogChamp. They're looking really good right now. The Lotus Orb with the Lincolns on Pango. What can you do against
Another
him now?
level 20 as well. Visage can get his, so could see him go for either talent, honestly, but usually it's the movement speed. It's going to be the movement speed in this game as well. And he's going for the full aura build, has the Wraith Pact, has the Pipe already, and the Guardian Greaves. Going for AC next. It's the full aura carrier bird.
Yeah, certainly high impact in these fights with how much fighting is happening and gathering up around one another. So, proven to be a good decision there. But it is a free Roshan, Aegis, and the Shard. Who do they give the Shard to? Let's see.
Probably just Pudge, honestly. It's really, really good. Pudge Shard is amazing, not just for saving, but you also get CDR built in. And that CDR is good even if you just use it aggressively. But having the option to pick up someone who's ruptured or roared is also massive. And he has Lotus Orb, so when Global Silence comes out, he can Lotus himself, dismember, and pick up an ally. So it just adds more to your toolbox, more that you can do.
Yeah, the tools just continue to add up more and more for DogChamp. I mean, a tool for the other side for the cut, they get a BKB on Ember Spirit, so certainly a valuable item that he will take advantage of.
Yeah, they also have Ether Lens on the Beastmaster, so long range roar.
Again, the Lotus Sword. Oh, there it is! Dismember, his teammate running away, got locked down by the proper roar, though I believe the Global Science as well, but it 4 steps out and escaping for now. Can he get away? He cannot. But he had the Aegis, and now RCY pops out with full life, good to go. Rolling Thunder. Scourge McDuck realizing it was a trap all along. He's trying to kill the train, but it's not going to happen. He's down for 70, and so is the Ember Spirit. The Shard on Pudge. You were right. The great pickup there. And GG, well played. It's official. DogChamp staying undefeated.
Oh, what a sad way for Save to end that fight as well. He just got the steal on the Dismember with Shard on Rubik with Ether Lens. That can be game-winning, but sadly, that was right at the moment where it was a game lost for them, as they are just not able to stand against all of this DogChamp power.
This team is impressive, and what I really liked about this series, and obviously we'll talk about it more here in the panel segment, but this was a showcase of DogChamp as a team and just how good they are. Like, again, there's been so much talk about RCY deservingly and how he's going to match up, especially going to Division 1 against these other mid players himself. But as a team, this team looks very good right now, and they have a lot of momentum. What will be going into Division 1 coming up right here. But we'll bring back Nat, who I assume agrees with that statement there.
I don't think anyone can disagree with how fantastic DogChamp are looking. The enjoyable thing as well is that we do have one more series in Div 2 with them tomorrow, so I'm looking forward. It's not done and dusted for them just yet, but the cut, unfortunately, this was their last series outside of any potential tiebreakers here in Division 2. We'll see what happens for them going forward for at least this tour and what is to come. But looking at it, looking back now, Game 1 and Game 2, Waga, what are some areas that you hope the cut can sort of improve and work on, because it wasn't a flawless game from them?
I think they're honestly one of the teams that had a great chance of getting to the top 2 as well here in Div 2. Their highest level is very good. I think here they kind of met their match against DogChamp, but overall, I think they need to tighten up some of their execution. Every now and then their decision making as a team seems a little bit off. Fear was saying as well at an earlier point that they're not really so much a team play oriented team. When you look at like DogChamp, it's so much like Bloody Nine randomly just baiting, and then the team is there to back it up. It's always like something coordinated, it feels like. Whereas the cut are just really good players and sometimes stumble into a good situation. But the better and better opponents you play against, you need to have a plan. You need to have teamwork. You need to have the execution. And that's what they need to sharpen up even more.
Yeah, great pointing out there as well is just the cohesiveness and the trust that DogChamp have with one another when they're playing, that you're able to bait, that you can feel comfortable knowing that your team is going to back you up. And in this game too, there was a lot of that going on, Breaky.
Yeah, there absolutely was. I mean, and they, like, to me, like I said at the end there, that continued to be the theme for DogChamp, that this is really showcasing that They are a full, complete team, at least as far as Division 2 play is concerned. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see how that translates going into Division 1 into the next season after a little bit of a break here. And on top of that, of course, there's what we believe will be another patch, finally a big patch going into that new season for them in Division 1. So something else to consider, too. But right now, this is a team that looks very good, and yet another clean performance by them across the board.
Our MVP as well for the side of Dog Champion game number 2 is Yaren on that tree. He was just stable, super consistent, Wagga.
Yeah, he had some really nice catches as well. Got multiple nice overgrowths. He did whiff one on like the Sleight of Fist, but that will happen. Sleight of
we
Fist,
didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, Sleight of Fist is hard to always catch, especially when you're in vision as a tree. But he had great moves and some good wards as well that led to multiple kills for them. So yeah, overall, especially bottom tier 1 tower, he set up and they got some nice catch because of him.
Yeah, I want to hear a little bit more about the itemization on the side of DogChamp as well. That was something that stood out as practically impeccable in game number 1. Was it the same sort of level here in game number 2, Wagga?
I think they itemized correctly for this game. The double Lotus Orb early there was really nice, identifying that it was sort of a similar case here, the Beastmaster and now with the Bloodseeker. It wasn't the Doom and Beastmaster this time or something, but it's those single target big ultimates. They just reflect them back and very nicely used to. RCY with the double in one team fight was a really big one.
Yeah, of course. And then when we look at the cut, just, I don't know, for this game too, Breaky, were you hoping that there was a way back in for them? Could you see one as the fights were unveiling?
Hoping, absolutely. Always rooting for game 3 and definitely, rooting for the underdog in a lot of ways. There's certainly nothing wrong with that. And they are capable, absolutely. But as far as this game specifically, I mean, yes, we did like the Bloodseeker pick. We saw it shine early on with that Rupture play against Pango, but similar to the Bristleback in the previous game. It's like early on, sure, had its chances, but adjustments were made on the other side, and it just seemed like Lotus Sword, Lincolns came out, Bloodseeker became a fairly irrelevant hero for the most part. So, yeah, they just got out-adapted, I guess you could say, and outplayed as a team.
I mentioned just before as well that DogChamp are going to have another series that's played tomorrow. It's up against Fart Studios. So before we jump into our interview, I just want to quickly ask Wagga, like, this form of DogChamp, is it going to be undefeated? Is there any way to break them down? Like, is the last opponent going to do it?
Yo, there's this secret weapon, all right? My man, Monkeys Forever, he's there to give them something to fight against,
True.
He stepped up Fart Studios when he joined. So on the back of his Broodmother, his Brewmaster, I think Fart might have a tiny chance.
There's just a little bit. All right, maybe. I mean, I am going to ask that exact same question to our Dog Champ winners. We do have Yuma joining us here. And Yuma, I know you probably would have heard just at the end there what Wagga was saying about Fart Studios potentially taking a win over you guys. Do you think you're going to be undefeated? Do you think Fart Studios stand a chance at all for tomorrow?
I mean, I think we played them 3 weeks ago. We beat them, but now that they have, well, you said, right, they have that stand-in.
Monkeys Forever.
Yeah, Monkeys Forever might be a bit different, but we'll see. It'll be cool to go undefeated. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be. And I mean, you guys are looking in fantastic form, so congratulations on this 2-0. I want to know a little bit about the preparation for yourself coming into this series, but also just how it pans out during the drafting phase for DogChamp and how you sort of fit into it when you want a specific carry.
I think it just depends on what we need in the draft. Like, we always try and have a well-rounded up draft, like enough stuns, enough tower push, so it depends on what we lack, and then I decide what hero I want, I guess. So this game was, like, we thought about the Visage before we picked the Pudge CM, and yeah, like, we just try and have strong lanes, I guess, with my pick.
Do you normally get the heroes that you're gunning for? Like, if you go, hey, I really want this hero, are they more often or not going to give you to that? Like, how much input do all of you put in as a group of 5?
I think everyone, like, if you mean if we have the final call on what hero we want to play,
Yeah.
then yeah, like, I mean, I don't want to sound harsh, but like, I feel like Div 2NA is not that great right now. So like, I don't know, we've just been playing whatever we want, but just trying to fit it into like a good draft, I guess, like a well-rounded draft. Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say is the biggest strength on the side of Dog Champ? You know, what do you think that you do that's well above the rest of NA Div 2 here?
I guess we have a better understanding on how to move around the map, and like, I mean, some games like we do throw a bit, but like we understand when we're stronger and when we should like let them have some part of the map that they want. And I guess like more macro gaming, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. Walker, if you have any questions?
Yeah, I want to say first of all, like I appreciate that you guys have been playing. You've probably played the most versatile drafts overall. It's been a fun experience to cast, especially you have had so many different heroes you played. So just from us casters, some appreciation for that. That's been fun. I want to ask you about the future a little bit here, since you guys are guaranteed for Div 1. What are the thoughts? What are the plans? Like, are you guys planning on like a possible boot camp or something? How's it feeling in the team now that you are gonna go to Div 1?
I mean, it's exciting for sure. Like playing better teams. I don't know if we'll boot camp. I don't think like we haven't really talked about it. It's just excited to play better teams, to be honest, and keep improving from here. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't have necessarily anything else. Breaky, you got some question?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. I think 3 in total. We'll start with the first one. Who is your favorite sports athlete?
Sports athlete.
Yeah.
Sports athlete. I think Michael Jordan was pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. A little bit old. So it's funny I'm about to say this, but a little bit old school there. It's kind of crazy to think, but yeah, a little bit older generation, but I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. So we talked about the variety of heroes that your team has played and you yourself. Do you like playing more of these aggressive, more of these kill heroes like a Pudge or a Queen of Pain, for example? Or do you prefer maybe more of the Terrorblades? Do you have a preference, or is it just whatever you give me, I'll make work?
I think I like both styles. Like, it's fun to hit creeps, but it's also fun to like participate and just run around and kill people. Yeah, like team fight a lot. Yeah, but depends on the game. Yeah, but I like both styles.
All right, good answer. Can appreciate that. And then one last question, kind of about the future, as Wago was touching on as well, with Division 1 coming up. And I mentioned this just before you came on too, that we got the major, of course. After the major, a lot of people are expecting a big patch finally, kind of crossing our fingers, hoping for that, which would then lead into the new season. Do you think with a big patch that'll revamp some stuff, that'll be to your advantage, or will you be at a disadvantage, or just like a level playing field with these other Division 1 teams?
I mean, I think when there's a huge patch, it's expected to be a huge patch, right? Because there hasn't been like a big change for a while now. So like, if it is, I think every team will just be looking for the new best way to play Dota. So I can't really say if it'll be to our advantage or disadvantage. I think it will be like whoever finds that playstyle that fits that specific patch sooner. Yeah.
Any hero specifically that comes to mind, maybe in the carry side, that you do want to see some buffs to, some changes to?
I think I haven't seen Wraith King. I like playing that quite a bit. For Arc Warden as well. It hasn't really been touched at all. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good for me then. Congratulations.
Yeah, fantastic answers there. Thank you so much for joining us, Yuma, and a big congrats on being undefeated. I look forward to your final series, and if you can make that clean run.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. I like it. That was, look, I can't get on page with the Arc Warden buff. I'm sorry. That's where I have to disagree with Yuma. Everything else, though, I love. He wanted to come in, be a little bit humble, didn't want to say too much about NA Div 2, but it's nice to see him, confident about what he thinks DogChamp's strengths are, and it's just very refreshing to see. So I love to hear from Yuma there. It is nice, and he kind of gets to pick whatever he wants to play, Waga.
I mean, I'm an Arc lover myself. I'm down for more Arc Warden gameplay always. That's a lot of fun. Not necessarily fun for anyone else, but one player is enjoying it. Kind of two players. You got your clone enjoying it too,
I think that
you and your alter ego.
I think that answer kind of speaks to his versatility as well with the carry role, because he gave two answers there, right? Wraith King and then Arc Warden, two pretty different heroes in terms of how they play that carry role. One more massively farmed, one more, farming heroes, other farming creeps, but love to see it.
Yeah, I do, for sure. And I love to see DogChamp out there now, still undefeated on the leaderboard. 6 series wins. They have 1 series left to play. Felt coming in at second now. They have 5 series wins, 1 loss. And they will be playing later today because there's not too much else changing up in the leaderboard except maybe the fact that the Cut still haven't escaped from that potential relegation. They're on 3 and 4 as well as C-Dub. So this final series that we're looking towards at the end of today between Felt and Penguin Squad is massive. If Penguin Squad can pull out a win, there are going to be that would be a 3-way tiebreaker, at least, minimum, for 1 relegation spot.
Possibly 4-way even if
Dog depending
win
on
against
Fart Studios.
Yeah, if Dog win against Fart Studios as well, which is kind of the expected outcome, then you could have a 4-way tie. If, of course, everything rests on Penguin Squad, they have to pull out that W
no pressure
against Felt. It's do or die here if they want to stay in Division 2.
I would love to see a 4-way tiebreaker just because I have never hosted a 4-way tiebreaker. Like, that would just be something really cool to be a part of. Obviously, it's a really big stretch for us to get there. But Waga Breaky, thank you so much for joining me today. Any parting words before we bid adieu for today, Breaky?
Be careful what you wish for in terms of seeing a 4-way tiebreaker, because there could be some long days ahead if that's the case. No, but it is very possible. Part of me is also like, that would be kind of fun too, especially when that elimination spot on the line. That could be something, but
it could be like the EU tiebreaker that we have, right? The over and over tiebreaker.
Yeah, I've hosted 3 3-way tiebreakers, so just 1 4-way tiebreaker would be more than enough for me. But Waga, yourself quickly before we get over break.
I just, looking forward to seeing what we're going to see tomorrow between Dog and Monkeys. But today was a lot of fun, I think. Cut, they played the best that they could here, but Dog just proving to be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be an exciting time. New series coming up, Felt Penguin Squad. You guys definitely don't want to miss this one. It is going to be happening after a short break. Welcome back, everybody. We are into our third and final series here. It is going to be Felt up against Penguin Squad, and joining me back on the panel and casting our games is going to be Gods and B-Cop. Guys, were you watching that series between Dogchamp and The Cut?
Definitely. 100%.
What happened?
100%.
What'd they pick?
Kept my eyes on it.
Yeah, what'd they pick, B-Cop? Name
there
one
was
hero.
Bloodseeker.
He's good. He's good.
Do I have to name a second?
We got it. No, Gods can name a second.
Okay.
To prove he was watching.
Pango. Say Pango.
Bingo.
Damn, you guys got me. You definitely were watching. But it doesn't matter because I know you guys will be watching this series here, Felt versus Penguin Squad. Let's have a chat about how important it is for these teams, but also the fact that both of them are playing with stand-ins. Penguin Squads, if they lose this, they will be unfortunately relegated out of Division 2. So they really have to step it up. They're going to have a stand-in for their position 1, but on the side of Felt, they're also going to have a stand-in for their position 1. So it's very... I'm not going to say an even trade because we don't know what to expect from these subs, but at least it's going to be both position 1s that aren't normally with the team Gods.
Yeah, I think Arms, who's the stand-in for Felt, I'm familiar with. He's competed in DPC, SA and stuff before. Assuming it's the same player, he should be a capable stand-in. And then we've also seen Penguin Squad play with this stand-in before. They didn't look great. The big question, I think, with them is always about how stand-ins fit in the team with regards to Snow and what he plays, because the team ran into this issue early on. They had like 2 carry players and no mid laners. So when they looked best was when they had 98 Flo stand in, because he kind of filled that mid role and put Snow onto his natural role, the carry role.
Yeah, that does worry me a little bit, seeing that we don't know where Snow is 100% going to go. If history does repeat itself, it will be him back in the mid. But let's compare the position 4s. They're 2 stable players, 2 stable roles in these teams. It is Shu up against Crawler here, B-Cup.
Wow, 2 players, lots of numbers. Interesting that they're both destroying the same amount of wards. Kind of close. But it does look like the shoe fits for obs planting for Shu, because he's planting more obs, but not as involved. And I think that's kind of obvious. Crawler's played Spirit Breaker a lot. He's charging all the time, and he's getting more assists, because whatever kills Penguin Squad are getting, well, he's involved when they continue to give him this Spirit Breaker. Boom, nailed it.
Yeah, good work. I'm so proud of you, Pico.
Thank you.
You're doing so well on the panel. I don't know what you were ever nervous about.
Everything that I just said.
Everything that you just said. But yeah, the position 4s, you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, just how much they like to play with the team. And we can also have a look at the team comparison. We can see what these 2 teams do so differently, Gods.
Damage. Felt like to hit heroes. That hero damage almost 50% higher through a similar number of games. I think Felt are obviously winning games, and I think in general as a team they're just putting together a lot more kind of fighting drafts. Something I found interesting when looking at the Shu comparison with Crawler was he's playing a lot of kind of more like 5 positions in the 4-position role. He's played some Undying, some CM, some Disruptor. They're picking these team fighters. They're picking heroes that can fight and brawl early on, and that's something that Penguin Squad likes to do. So I do feel like matchup-wise, this looks pretty good for Felt, since they're playing a team that will more than happily fight them early on.
Yeah, I think I like that from Shu because it really helps Fade. It almost feels like sometimes Felt have like 2 safe lanes. Like, I know you could never have 2 safe lanes, but just the way they play, like the way that they draft for it, like it's just very impressive for Felt. And game 1 draft here, we're going to see what the players end up picking up for themselves. I'm very keen to see how Fade plays for this one, if Penguin Squad are going to look at trying to shut him down, because he's always been such a standout in every game and every series because.
Oh, respect ban. Sorry, changing a little topic. Spirit Breaker first phase ban.
It's all right.
Put it up on the board is the first time I've ever seen that happen, because Spirit Breaker is not one of those first phase bans in this patch, and I will guarantee it's not going to be a first phase ban in the next patch, or the next one, or the next one, or the next one. That is
damn, that's a guarantee.
I'm guaranteeing the next 5 years of my
there.
life, apparently.
You're not here for the Spirit Breaker buffs?
I'm here for them, but not first phase.
Okay.
Come on. You know it.
Look,
I wanna see the biggest buff happen to Spirit Breaker now.
Bash, 100% chance.
That'd be insane. Clockwork for Felt there. The only thing that's really sticking out, a lot of the Zoo still being left in for Felt to be able to close the phase for Fate, but also for Fade. Might help if I pronounce my words. But also Broodmother just getting let through. Do you feel either team are really heavy on the Brood potential gods?
Nope. It could come out, but it's neither of these teams have been big Brood pickers. There's a few teams where I feel like you do need to ban Brood. C-Dub, for example, with Isla, but I think with this matchup, you can leave Brood in the pool. Maybe they take it, but Penguin Squad first phasing Brood, Felt at least get a chance to respond in the first phase. And I think there is potential for Felt to maybe throw out a Brood as well and catch Penguin Squad by surprise, but given their track record of games and what Fade's been doing, I think it's fine to leave in the pool as well.
Okay. Well, here we go. Morana plus 1 B Cup.
Mirana first pick. Of all the heroes to first pick, I am shocked to see it is Mirana, but we'll see what the Waddle has in store. I love calling them the Waddle. Ever since we found out that that's what a group of penguins are called, that are land-bound, I'm all here for it. But still concerned about this as well. Mirana Tusk, I want more arrow confirming heroes. If you're going to give Mirana out there, you need to make the arrow easy. Or at least that's what I'd like to see.
I like the way you worded it. Arrow confirming.
Oh, yeah.
Try and help out your four Mirana. I think it could be Tusk Mirana as a lane. I think the Tusk is kind of a nice pick in that it's super flexible. Generally speaking, Mirana is a 4. It's kind of odd to see Mirana picked up first phase because other 4s have just been considered way better and higher priority. The Hoodwinks, the Rubik, obviously, even stuff like Skywrath Mage. But the Tusk comes in as potential 3 position to go with Mirana, potential 5 to go with a range carry, could also go mid. So Tusk is just this jack of all trades that can kind of fit anywhere.
Yeah, big advantage for Penguin Squad, but there it is. Felt they pick up the beast. I was very surprised that Penguin Squad. I mean, look, Nature's Prophet Lena, I also understand why you would favor betting those 2 out, but yeah, you've just really sort of felt a fantastic hand here. Beast going to be going straight into the hands of Fade, and now they get to ban to protect it. It's an uphill battle.
I think
it's tough.
That might be why they picked the Mirana, right? Just throw arrows at boars and everything. Want to dominate some creeps? We're going to throw some arrows. You want to throw some boars? We're going to continue to throw some arrows. By the way, I have this ability. It's called Arrow. And I'm going to continue to throw it at anything you summon or hold on to.
Yeah. Very much some use for it there. But bans for Felt. What else are some really good beast counters that they must take out, gods?
I think there's not any must ban heroes, I would say. There's some heroes that kind of deal better with summons than others. I think the illusion carries, like the Naga Siren. We've seen often ban the TB. Naga TB are, I think, the 2 most common banned heroes when teams have picked up Beastmaster. At the same time, Penguin Squad have played TB before, so I think that makes it definitely a worthwhile ban. Otherwise, you're looking at maybe carries with I don't know. I don't think Sven type heroes are ever worth really banning. You may just want to prioritize bans on stuff that's going to, deal with any kind of D push, basically. You're worried about maybe them stopping your Beastmaster push. You want to take out some of these AoE wave clear heroes.
Mm-hmm. And then Penguin Squad, they're going to have a little bit of time for their bans now. Try and think about it. If we were to see them ban out a bunch of mid heroes, right? I know they've already taken out the Ember, and normally that's just one where it's if Snow's going mid, that's his comfort, let's take it out. But if we see more mid heroes being banned out, would it be an indicator of where the Tusk is going, or not so much?
I think not so much. I think for them, most teams in Penguin Squad's shoes right now wouldn't have a set role in mind for the Tusk. They're still leaving it open. It's not like they're just, it's not like they've locked it in, that they're just hiding from the other team. They're they want to wait and see what their opponents get, see as much info as possible. I think banning up more mids is fine because, what Felt are looking to pick and what Solji plays has been a more limited hero pool. Like, he has heroes like the Ember especially that have kind of been his favored go-tos. There's already bans on Death Prophet Batrider, so I think you're just really limiting that pool of mid heroes for your opponent, as well as yourselves theoretically. But, like you say, given you already got the Tusk, it does mean you can get away with banning more mid laners. But I think from what we saw from Snow, the fact if he is going to be the mid laner, he'll play carries from the mid lane.
Yeah.
He's actually happy. The more traditional mids get banned out, it actually favors him because, he's going to be playing the weird stuff in the mid lane.
No, very true. I didn't even think about that. The Snow effect that you have to take into account with Penguin Squad here. And yeah. So far, two of Felt's mid laners heroes being banned out. The Ember, the Panko. What do they really contemplate next? Maybe an Invoker, a Lesh, a Tiny ban?
Yeah, I like the Lesh or Tiny. Lesh with Beastmaster gives a lot of pushing power too. That's something which could be problematic if Penguin squads aren't ready for defending against that kind of a push.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I kind of like banning the Invoker. You've got two heroes that kind of set up Sunstrike, right? Primal Roar, Cogs, Sunstrike in.
Yep.
Set something up. Maybe get that out of the way.
He's a slippery hero too, Invoker. You gotta make sure you really lock him down, and it's one of those things. Is the arrow and the snowball all enough? But they take out the Lesh. They don't want to deal with how much pushing potential could come out from Felt if they got that into their hands.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yep.
Get that out of the way. Get all the push out of the way. You already got a Beastmaster. No need. Don't push anymore. Don't push. Please.
Just stay in your half, and we'll stay in our half.
And then we'll go for 60 minutes, and then we'll just high five in the middle of the river. That's how Dota should be played.
Everyone wins that way, right?
Yeah. I used to play Dota with my friend and would join pub games on different teams. We'd both go mid and would just have a truce where we'd let each other get every single last hit.
No way!
And it was great. This is Dota 1. This is not
so
Dota 2.
good. That sounds so good. I would love to do that.
And we basically both get to pop. At some point we break the truce, but it's for the first 15, 20 minutes, it's we don't harass or go for kills at all. It's just let the other player get every single last hit. Don't deny, just only last hits.
That is an amicable friendship right there.
Yeah.
Are you still friends?
No. I think he broke the truce one too many times, and I was like, no, we're done.
And you're like, I gotta get you out of my life, my guy, and then you moved into Dota 2. I love it. Alrighty, Penguin Squad Mars. So the only thing that it does reveal is that Tusk won't be going in the off lane, but could still be flexed between the 4 and mid lane there.
With the thing with Mars with Penguin Squad, week 1 they were playing this in the safe lane, so they're.
Wait, actually, I didn't get to watch any of that.
Oh yeah, because they were this team that they were doing Snow on the mid carries, and they would pick 2 offlaners. They'd have safe lane Mars, some other typical offlaner maybe a Death Prophet offlane, and then they'd have a mid TA or Dusa or something. So I don't think that's still the case. I think they've moved on since then. That only worked for them for 1 BO3. But most likely we are seeing Mars Mirana. It just makes sense. But that was kind of funny just to see Mars come back because it just reminded me of all their carry Mars performances.
You had PTSD flashback. You're like, oh gosh, carry Mars. Nothing's ever safe.
Okay, but yeah, not for long. Ooh. That's interesting that Felt are the ones taking the TA, because this has been a hero that Penguin Squad have really leaned on, but it is one of Solji's most played heroes in competitive Dota. And traditionally it's been paired a lot with Beastmaster just because TA doesn't need a whole lot of items. All you need is your maybe Dragonlance, Deso, Blink, and then you get BKB. You're not getting expensive items, you're not farming that much, and then Beastmaster hits a similar timing with Helm, where suddenly you're just rolling over the enemy, taking Roshan, taking towers super fast.
Yeah, it almost feels like a double whammy for Felt here. It fits our lineup so perfectly, everything that you just mentioned, and on top of that, you get to take away something that feels like comfort for Penguin Squad. You really have to push them outside of their comfort zone. But TA, and now a Crystal Maiden being picked up, B-Cup for the side of Felt.
Big fan of Crystal Maiden. I love seeing these Crystal Maidens feel so confident these days, even with a hero that is just a upgraded creep. I don't know. We've seen a lot of Crystal Maidens just like the players feel confident to throw down freezing field whenever it's available. Take the extra, get that extra strength in you or the extra armor, and just try to ulti. Maybe somebody's caught in cogs, maybe somebody's hit with the primal roar. Throw down the freezing field, get a kill. Easy does it. Boom, nailed it. Done.
Easy does
That's
it.
how you get the
might have
kills.
been easy. Yeah, it might have been easy does it before a Dro was picked up their gods.
Still easy.
Last time they played Beastmaster, I think it was this exact lane. I remember we interviewed Fade afterwards, and they were like, they absolutely stomped their lane. Like CM plus Beastmaster, they went, for the double nukes with the wild axes against the Drow. That likely could be the case too, where you want to go for wild axes over, maybe you still get like 1 point on the board, but axes with CM is just so much nuke potential against a hero like Drow. Anytime she steps too far forward, just kill her. I think Fade went like 21, 3, and 17 or something that game. It was on a Beastmaster. Usually Beastmaster, the hero gets like 3 kills and 20 assists, but he had 20 plus kills on a Beastmaster. It was a sight to see.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I've just erased that one from my memory, maybe.
Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe it was a different team. It's been a long tour.
It has been a very long tour.
I can confirm.
I don't think
I'm looking at it. 21, 1, and 9. Died once.
1.
Sheesh.
Oh God. Okay, he didn't have 17 assists, but he 1 death only. That's impressive.
The Crystal Maiden had 18.
This is what I mean even more about freaking getting Fade the beast. Like, he has a performance like that. Like, you could never feel safe with him having it in the game. But alrighty, they're looking to try and run that lane back, try and be just as dominant again. But Penguin Squad, they still have one last pick. They're going to have the overall last pick to try and shut it down. Without knowing what Felt's picking, is there anything that springs to mind, Gods? Or even just for either team, in fact. Like, how did Felt round out that team at their draft?
Tiny.
I think with Felt, Tiny could be good. I think Felt, the question is, like, where is TA going? Like, is it mid-TA or safe lane? I mentioned how Solji is one of his most played heroes, but it's also outside of Penguin Squad still being a safe lane carry for the most part. You see Penguin Squad, they're banning Storm. I think what Felt need for their draft is some kind of active playmaker. Some mid-hero that moves around the map, so Storm, and there's Tiny, you said, Peacock. Unfortunately banned out, so they'll have to look elsewhere at heroes like, Puck, and other kind of, more classic mid-roamers. Maybe Invoker still comes into play as well.
Mm-hmm. Do they play Quap at all? Is Quap even good?
I think it's not the greatest. There's a lot of things that can kill Quap, like Drow Silence, Smart
I was going to say Silence, as soon as you blink in, you're kind of just done.
And
the ability isn't best.
It moves, like, Quap can move around and try and make plays, but it's not like the... oh, wow, it is Quap.
Yeah, by the way...
Great call, Matt. There you go. Tell me why it's Quap then, since I didn't think it was going to be Quap.
Well, I mean, I don't know why I thought it was Quap. There was just some... You know what? Sometimes Dota's about what you feel in the heart, not what's in the brain, okay? And Quap was it. I just have faith in Felt. I really don't actually know why they picked the Quap here. Maybe they do feel that her mobility is fine, that they're able to sort of shut down even if she gets silenced. Maybe they're able to back her up. I'm not too sure, Beacop. Maybe you have a different idea.
Well, I was just going to say, this is a panel about explanation, and I really want to hear your inner analytical thoughts about Quap and why that was picked.
Yeah.
See how that feels for a little bit, because I definitely know getting asked that question is go for it. Answer. What about the Shadow Fiend? You got this? Break it down.
Yeah, well, look, Snow's running the Dro down mid.
Yep.
So Shadow Fiend carry is just stable with the Tusk. That's about all you can do here. I don't know. They were looking... Look, I do think that they probably wanted to do the Dro safe, and then at the last minute we're like, hey, I think Dro is actually a really good mid matchup against Quap, and we can pick SF, who kind of does similar things. It's just as much of a ranged carry as Dro is, Gods.
I would lean... I think they picked the SF for the Quap matchup. A lot of mid players like playing SF for Quap, sorry.
No, the thing is, they could have just gone either way.
Yeah, so I think they're picking SF to deal with the Quap, and they're going to do the Drow safe lane. Even like basically, Snow's going to swap roles and go play carry now.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, good. I'm actually very happy with that because, like you said, Snow's played carries from the mid before. It hasn't really worked out. I do like that they're keeping him in the carry role even with this sub coming in. But game number 1 at Penguin Squad, they've got to put out all the stops, try and get a win. I'm going to head on out, and I will see you guys after the game.
Bye, Nat. Bye, Nat. Well, gone but not forgotten. We'll see which one of the two of these teams is going to take this game. I was really hoping Nat would
That
stay
is
and
true.
give the analytical expertise and just honestly anything better than me saying that they have leaves on them is going to be better. So
Yeah. And better than you saying one of these two teams is going to win this game.
exactly. There's one of these two teams has to win this game. It's how Dota works. There's never a draw. I don't think. Don't quote me
It's
on
not
that.
cricket.
Yeah, well, that last 8 days. If Dota lasted days and months in just one game, I don't know if I'd be able to handle it truthfully. It would be too much.
I'm imagining a 5-day Dota match now.
We're here with tier 54's neutral items they've dropped. Here they are, ready to go and causing just a bunch of chaos. But the odds on the screen felt big favorites. I kind of agree with that, the way Felt have been playing, but it's a little hard to say when both your carries are having stand-ins. That's like super odd.
Yeah, and I think for me, Felt were more favored than these odds coming in, but the stand-in factor maybe, factoring into this one, making it less Felt favored. Because I think Felt obviously top 2. They're going to Division 1. Penguin Squad bottom 2. Like I would say, this series should be 80% plus Felt favored, which these odds say it's maybe more like 60% Felt favored, 65%. So we'll see how the stand-in affects things here. I'm not sure what the reason is there, but Arms is at least a good experienced player and hopefully fits in just fine.
I want to look up where Arms was playing before. SG Esports back last year, and even before that. I feel like how back in the day, CIS had Power Rangers was the team, or Empire was the team that every CIS player played for. Well, he's been on Pain Gaming, and I feel like Pain Gaming for for South America was like the team that everybody had to stop in at some point in their career.
Yeah, every Brazilian player. It's like you haven't played on Pain, you haven't made it. At least maybe less so these days, but at least 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, it felt like that was the squad that was always around. Similar to Power Rangers and all that. So I think he's got a lot of experience. I'm looking at his Wikipedia, little WESG action, taking second place. So made some money through that, and he's had a good time through a career. We'll see what he's able to do. But we've got some PC issues. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get right back into the game when the PC issues are fixed. So we'll see you in just a moment. What is this? We're right back into the game. There was never a pause to begin with. You didn't see it. We just, time skipped a little bit. It's like one of those filler episodes where you just go right back into the game and have some fun. And this is exactly what we're doing here. And boom. That wasn't 10 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about. That was just a commercial break brought to you by, the commercials that came up. Maybe there was cereal in there. Maybe there was like other things. I have no idea. Felt up against Penguin Squad. Will the Waddle win? I love the word Waddle. And Felt. Well, let's see what they can do. To remind you guys, look at the top of your screen. See the draft in front of you. And remember that we both said that they were good drafts. I totally said that during the draft.
Yeah, there's only good drafters in NA DPC.
That's what I agree with. Only good drafts all the time. And we never even made it to the horn. Look at this. You're back into the game, folks. Ready to go. And
missed nothing.
You missed absolutely nothing. Arms is going to be playing the TA. I'm happy for that.
Mm-hmm.
With Shu on that Crystal Maiden. He was part of our player comparison. I'm excited to see the Crystal Maiden with this Beastmaster. If you hyped it up in the panel.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they get similar results here. The Drow Ranger's like a good hero to kind of keep her distance, paired with a melee support in the Tusk, who can be quite annoying. A lot of pressure on East, though, because I think the Tusk is the one who's kind of in most danger in this lane. The Beastmaster CM have a ton of kill threat between the two of them.
You say going with the Boots of Speed first, so just quickly into the boots. Oh, look at that. Where is Kid? Kid is just in between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Shu's getting run down. There was a tag team. There was some frost arrows. There's a first blood for Issei. And Shu goes down. I guess the Shu is on the wrong foot.
SF, 4-2 on the first wave. Having a great start versus the Queen of Pain. Bottom lane also off to a great start. I was kind of watching it to see if they're going to dominate again the CM Beastmaster, and they messed up with using the Nova and not getting the last. That's 2 range creep in a row that just got denied bottom. He used Axis but didn't actually get the last hit. So bottom lane is off to a bad start when it comes to the using nukes and not getting last hits is a bad sign.
And top lane also a lot of harassment coming through on the Arms. We've talked about Clockworks and what they work well with. Do you think against this matchup of Crawler and Satoshi on the Mars Mirana, that running at them with battery assault is going to be worth it?
It's tricky, especially when your TA is this low. You can't reliably get much backup in this lane. I see Arms there doing a nice job dodging an arrow, but he's doing what he can, but it just feels like anytime you run in, they're just going to stand their ground and fight, as we're seeing here. Where Crawler... Yeah,
he needs to make sure that he eats if an arrow comes the way of Arms. Luckily, he doesn't have the mana, and it was on cooldown. So Arms going to be passed over a Tango to eat. You do eat the Tango, right? That's the war. Spear, arrow, and Chen. Ooh, he's actually going to die after Crawler dies to Arms.
Or does the Tango allow you to eat the tree? Is it not the tree you're eating?
That's the weird thing. Because if you're eating an entire tree, first of all, that's a lot of fiber.
Yeah. Well, it says you consume a target tree. So the tree is being consumed, which implies eating.
Now, is it some magical stuff where you're taking the life essence from the tree and that's what's gaining you life? You're not actually eating the trunk and the fibers and the... Ooh, arrow. Another fraction off, though, so should be fine. Spear afterwards on Chen, a.k.a. Clockwork, a.k.a. Chen. Very confusing when these players have hero names. There's this guy who plays in China. His name is Phoenix, and he never plays Phoenix.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen Chen play Chen. Maybe one game, actually. I think Felt picked it one game, but I don't remember if he himself played it or if it was Shu.
That's the worst part, is when they have the hero on their team and the namesake guy isn't playing that hero.
Yep.
Arms is actually outputting a lot of damage. He's just not getting as much CS. He's only 9-6 for the moment to the 16-4 of the Drow bottom. Snow's got a open lane at the moment.
Yeah, this lanes are being stopped. Just the CS right now is insanely one-sided. SF is completely destroying mid lane. Top lane was getting heavily harassed, so that's probably one of the lanes doing better. And then Beastmaster and CM not having quite the time they were hoping for in this bottom lane, where Drow is so far had a free lane, but is getting gone on here.
Ooh, boy.
Getting kind of low.
Snow. Ooh, mango, but good shards. It's salve passed over. That's not going to be a full amount of health, but it will be something to work with.
Yep. There was a lot of mana being used from the Dire side, so even though Drow gets low and doesn't get much value out of the salve, I think you're still okay with it because of the fact that the CM Beastmaster used so many nukes there. They're going to have to bring out more mangoes.
Meanwhile,
although Snow does stay low.
Dying in the top lane. Crawler getting the kill there. Multi-shot. Snow, though, eats a Crystal Nova, and Axe is flying across. Snowball's going to hit the Crystal Maiden. Shu really trying to get the kill on the Snow, as Fade will come around the other side of the trees and throws the axes that are also hitting Issei. So Crawler dies to Chen. This Tusk is in dire need of some health.
Yeah. I think the Drow just stuck around a little bit too long there. You get that low, like you need to either have more regen on the way or even just throw away your life there. But just got to be a little bit too greedy trying to stay in the lane and gets punished for it. That kind of is going to equalize this bottom lane a little bit. Beastmaster going to be really happy with that. But now the question is, what can they do now that Drow's back in lane? And, well, Tusk is still low. Let's say Tusk needs to just go die, and he's going to feed to a tier 2. If they want to win this bottom lane, they need to be healthy. You can't afford to be sticking around when you're in like 20% health. That's how you lose your lane.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the big thing here, though, is the fact that Quap is getting doubled in CS. The experience isn't that bad overall in terms of like how far the Queen of Pain's behind, but definitely the CS is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's been absolute destruction from Kid so far.
Kid
Let's lose that range creep, but whew. Yeah, seriously. Like, you're getting a stand-in who can dominate mid this hard. It's a good feeling to have for Penguin squad.
Always one of the questions I have, like, what's the easiest position to stand in on?
It does depend team by team. There's definitely been teams in the past where you could say, it is a mid lane because they're kind of just playing by, they're by themselves in lane. Like, the synergy between laning partners is important, but I would say that the two easiest to me is mid and 5 position, though. But it's going to differ team to team.
Kid activating haste, and Arms is going to find himself in the hands of Satoshi. But now they need to get the refraction off and land the spear. They don't get the spear to land. The raise is coming into Arms, and now they've got the cogs, the arrow, the raise, the kill for Kid. Taking out the TA while the Crystal Maiden will drop bottom, and Fade might find the same fate. Axe is thrown at Snow, so not so confident, just kind of standing his ground at the moment.
Gets a boar as well, so some extra golden XP. Fade does have that crown and helm, so has that little bit of extra stats and armor that can help him stick around in this lane and sustain, but until he gets that helm up, this bottom lane will continue to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, who deals with the Helm of the Dominator and Overlord creep the best on this team for Penguin squad, if anyone?
It's not really anyone. Like, heroes like SF and Drow can right-click it, sure. But I think at that point, Beastmaster, you may just have to kind of give up on this bottom lane, especially if there's any kind of Quap rotations, which, given how mid lane went, I think there's a good chance we see Quap just, like, commit to this bottom lane to try to take the tower.
Bottom lane, they've got the silence on Fade, the multi-shot, but here comes the Queen of Pain. Shards aren't going to do anything to save the life of Snow. And they don't have the mana, actually, for the Sonic Wave. While that's happening, the Mirana's getting chased down. They'll get the kill on Issei, and then, this Mirana will survive. They go to the arena. Chen will finally die. But Arms is just going to stand in the arena, seeing their ally fall.
Good rotation from Quap. That's kind of what I was waiting for. It's like, she can't just stick around this mid lane while SF's free farming. The slight issue with the timing is it means you're not really contesting these runes. Another power rune goes the way of the SF, who goes from having a haste now to an invis, and his move bottom is going to be by a sentry ward, but it may still be successful.
Yeah, they don't have a level 6. They don't have a primal roar to stop the Shadow Fiend from really getting off this Requiem, and that means there's going to be a fear and some raises. Fade probably dead on his screen already. And that rotation, again, Kid coming over and getting kills in both side lanes after having a pretty dominant mid. They go to the smoke, Chen comes over, and he's got battery assault, but what else does he really have? He's running right into these shots as, good Sonic Wave to get a kill there on a Snow, at least a trade. But still, is that entirely worth it?
Yeah, I mean, you kill the Drow at least, so it's core for support. I think from that aspect, it's definitely worth it. Yeah, Sonic Wave's down, but that's the exact kind of use from Sonic Wave this early on you're hoping for. Solji is just going to run back towards the mid lane to keep trying to get some more farm and XP. It's still a tough spot for Felt to be in. They're losing this early game, but kills like that is kind of how you can try and claw your way back in.
Arm's going for the Dragonlance, by the way, on this TA. Not sure the build that you're looking for when you're in a position like this on the Templar Assassin, but I've seen some different builds. I remember it used to be like just Deso first all the time for TAs.
Yeah, I think more recently we've started to see this Dragonlance kind of before Deso become a part of the TA build, at least when TA was kind of meta. Like
he might just die, get run down. Like he stood there, didn't hit the spear, and that was it.
No, Arm showing he's fully capable of and comfortable on the TA. Nice little kind of semi-solo kill.
Yeah, that was weird. Like he just kind of ran up and died like that. And now Kid, he's also in trouble. The arrow dodge is going to be massive here because they'll get the kill. The Requiem in Death doesn't take out Chen. We're waiting maybe for Crawler to come in. He could have swiped one with the Star Storm, but probably gives up his life afterwards if he does that.
Big kills, back-to-back core kills. One on the SF from the Quap is absolutely massive and grabs that double damage rune, so able to stay full health and ready to kind of make that next big move. Curious to see if there is going to be any pressure on this bottom lane. If it's actually going the other way where they're trying to kill Fade. Fade's yet to be able to kind of get that Beastmaster Helm timing to kind of translate into any kind of tower pressure. And a big part of that is that Penguin squad are just sticking around this bottom lane.
And a weird silver lining of that, though, they're going after Fade constantly, and the TA seems to just have an open game at the moment. So, yeah, you are losing this Beastmaster again here bottom, but it's a lot of resources going towards continuing to shut him down, and Arms is taking full advantage. Like, he's top of the net worth now. He was not having the easiest time in lane.
Yeah. Even Quap almost taking this mid-tier 1 tower. Like, that's a lot of damage on tier 1, and the mid-tier 1's much more important than taking that bottom tier 1. Even though it is a big part of like Beastmaster's impact on the game, being able to take that bottom tower and rotate in the jungle, I do think Penguin Squad have over-prioritized that bottom lane. Shutting down Fade, I know like we on the panel at times, Alex said it too, Fear said like maybe people need to start shutting down Fade more just because he is like in some ways the best player on Felt and the guy that they play around the most, and it seems like Penguin Squad like has that idea and took it to heart, but you kind of can't overly commit to one lane, especially when it's the offlaner, when you're giving like the enemy carry and mid the chance to come back in this kind of fashion.
Hookshot was in on the 2. They've got this Queen of Pain over to the side, but they go to the Moonlight Shadow, and you really don't want to fight without that vision. Again, though, that's resources going while Arms is continuing to farm. He's almost got that first Mithril Hammer for the Deso, picked up after the Dragonlance, and maybe this is finally some time for Fade to kind of have an open lane for himself. He's even hesitant still with nobody down here and a lot of people showing mid that he just does not want to go out too far.
Yeah, he's like, can I do Beastmaster things yet? Maybe, maybe not. Like
pushing?
Usually this is what you do at like 7 or 8 minutes in, but he's now like, he just did like the first damage of the entire game on this tier 1 bottom tower at 12 minutes. That's pretty unheard of, unless his lane got completely stopped. I mean, his lane went badly, but it wasn't like the worst ever. It does look like he may be able to get this tower by himself now. Has the Hawk over the trees, so he knows if anybody TP's in.
Caught the scan.
Let's catch him on the scan, yeah.
I'm wondering if they make the move over. For right now, it's just Arms who's trying to take these stacks, and I understand why. Getting that Deso to decent timing in this game feels like it could be a moment to snowball off of.
Yeah, they smoke down here to try and gank him, like, which I don't really like this play regardless. Like, even if it connects and you kill Beastmaster, like, you're still losing your tower. Oh, yeah.
Shoo.
That's a CM. That's...
Yeah, but the Dark Troll Summoner took favorites and threw it at the Crystal Maiden. Hook shot onto the Satyr Tormentor. That's not great, but still going after Satoshi. They've got the Battery Assault Spear to push him away. And maybe a
Blink Sonic Wave?
Sonic Wave? That'll get a kill. Yeah. Crawler also going to die here to Fate.
Okay. Nice retaliation. Like, they kind of overcommit on a CM there, and Felt were just ready for that move. They smoked them. Beastmaster was hugging the tower while his creep and boar took the tier 1 bottom. He was at his tier 1, so they knew exactly where Penguin Squad were moving on the map, it seems. Read them like a book, baited the CM, and then retaliated. Could it, it already was a good outcome. Could have been even better maybe if you hit like a hook shot on the SF and kill him there. Just really good understanding as a team of how to punish the movement of Penguin Squad.
Yeah, and they've kind of found their stride, right? So now they're kind of wrapping around, moving, knowing that they've probably nullified the advantage. So they're playing aggressive. That being said, Blink to the Mars with the next arena is going to be nice, so they're probably going to smoke off that.
Yep. And this is item Penguin Squad have really needed and been waiting for to kind of make their next big moves. They can't just keep getting supports with this Mars initiation. They need bigger fish to fry. But losing a lot of map control here. Yeah, wow, TA's farmed.
That's crazy. Just the speed of that, because there was so much attention, like you said, on Fade. They took it to heart, and like they went after him, but he still gets the tier 1 tower. He still has this Home of the Overlord coming out now, which isn't the worst timing. And while doing that, Arms was able to find a full Deso. Like, that's really kind of taking advantage of the map you've got left over.
Yeah, and the lane started very poorly for Arms. I mean, similar story for the Quap, who's really bounced back as well. Both the mid and the carry for Felt have just really recovered fantastically, and now, any pickoff can easily be a free Roshan. Maybe they don't even need the pickoff; they just go straight into Rosh.
Wow. Or maybe they're
nearby.
Getting a fight. This Blink arena could be massive.
Yeah, Penguin Squad's ready for this.
Hook shot. Hits the SF who's invis. Primal Roar, and can they get this? Requiem, though, hits 3 of them to run into the arena.
On the deck.
Aegis going to be picked up by Crawler. They also got a kill on the Radiant side, so they'll take the first life out of the Mirana. Now they'll go over at Arms. Freezing field for some distance. I don't hate it, but I don't really think Shu's getting out anyway. That is not the fight Felt we're looking for, that's for sure. As a snowball now hits, they've got a Walrus Punch. They'll get the kill on the Queen of Pain, and after all this praise, well, that was pretty tragic.
Yeah, they kind of knew roughly where Penguin Squad were on the map anyways and thought they could just waltz on in. When Penguin Squad have okay enough ways to scout it, like you can throw an arrow to see what's going on there. The ice shards as well, disrupting it. And even with Felt having a decent initiation, like that hookshot finding the SF was good, but then once he didn't get caught in the cogs, he was in a great place for that Requiem on the other side of the pit. The fear pushed away Felt from picking up the Aegis as well, which meant Mirana just leapt in and grabbed an Aegis for herself.
Meanwhile, they just got a kill here onto the TA and another one on the Clockwork. Like, that...
brutal.
All that work from Felt to bring it back and even take an advantage kind of just tossed out the window. That really, wow. That says 84% in favor of Radiant. Pretty high probability. But I guess when you're able to shut down the TA a little bit and stop that snowball, that's what you're really trying to do as a Templar Assassin. I kind of get it. This shard is matching for Drow.
Oh, agreed.
Let's see how this kind of gets out of control. Yeah, right onto the TA. They're a little late on the movement after the TP.
Yep. Hypothermia here definitely has some pretty good value. Let's see what Felt look to do now. It does really feel like so much of, like, you pick Beast TA, like your game plan is around getting first Roshan like really early and trying to take a bunch of towns with it. So the fact they rushed the Roshan, got caught in there, lose the Aegis, completely messes up their entire game plan. They're not out of it for sure though.
Arrow flying in, but Primal Roar will be used,
creep.
and they will get the kill there onto the Tusk. So they at least get something back. But Felt was evening it up. I'd love to see what the odds are saying, because it feels like Dota Plus saying 84% for Penguin Squad. And, I mean, that is a high percentage for Penguin Squad. So once those odds do show up on the screen, I kind of want to see what... I've had this question a lot, like, what would make me a good odds maker? Because I see, like, just like Dota Plus has its hero favorites, a Spectre, like, dead even right now. And I guess based on how well the team is in Felt, but how well Penguin Squad are doing, that makes a little bit of sense.
Exactly. Like, I think Penguin Squad position is like, the fact they're ahead here. Like, Felt's draft is meant to be ahead, and then it's like 50-50. But I think the odds are making it more even, because obviously Felt, you know, their track record, they pulled off many games that have been, you know, hard to win games.
Chen in some trouble.
Yeah.
An arrow and spear, gonna make it hard to leave or survive.
No. Yeah. But yeah, I would say like if these two teams were exactly evenly skilled, like this game in its current position is like 75-25 for me in Penguin Squad's favor. I think the fact that, you know, Felt are who they are and they've, you know, been absolutely crushing it in Div 2 makes it a lot more even.
Question is, do they have the ability to kind of come back in this one? And I know they have the heroes to do so, I would say, especially like TA. You never know when one fight can just kind of blow up in your face, especially after this BKB gets finished. But Helm of the Overlord, like picking up this Ancient Thunderhide is one of those things like maybe they take the attention now it's on the TA and Beastmaster has his time to push out these lanes.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a bit of split pushing going on. Felt don't really want to fight head on to the team fight of like Mars, SF, and what they bring to the table. They really need to play around their own BKB timings as well. Like, I think particularly the TA, but even the co-op, like these two heroes desperately need BKB if they want to be able to take a team fight against, you know, Mars, Task Morana. Even Drow Silence is starting to have a bigger and bigger impact on these fights. So BKBs are just essential now.
And Drow Silence only level 2 at this point, but level 4, that's 6 seconds, is a long time to be quiet. That is really rough. Only a 3k lead. I think next Roche is going to be very important.
Yep.
And especially when you talk about these TA lineups, I feel like they're similar to Urza lineups. First Roche is important, but if you don't get the second one, you're probably not winning the game.
Yeah, at that point, I think, yeah, it's almost like 90-10 over. Definitely losing the first one, I think, dramatically impacted their game plan. Like, they'd be able to take a lot more towers, and they're also now getting picked up off one by one from one support to the next.
Yeah, the clockwork, I think, was fine, but when you're losing multiple supports and, again, giving up a lot of map to the Penguin Squad, like, that is making it harder for your cores to feel comfortable moving out past their Riverside. Almost have BKB on TA. I think that one's obviously the most important. Queen of Pain wants theirs as well, but still a lot of gold to get to that point.
Yeah. Problem is they're going to have BKBs, and by then Penguin Squad's going to have their next round of items. Like, Drow SF don't really care about BKBs too much. Like, they're still, you still have to get BKB here. It's just these two right clickers will just kind of bypass and ignore them. But it's a similar thing with Tefel. Like, we see SF. Well, he had a BKB queued up. It looks like he's going to change his mind, which I kind of like. I was going to say, like, I don't actually think they need to prioritize BKB on Shadow Fiend and Drow. Maybe one of the two, but, like, just getting more right-click damage to win the kind of BKB battle is a decent option.
Going up high ground, this is a bit risky.
Bold.
With Roche so far away, it's not the worst thing if you lose, like, a hero here or there, but at the same time, again, like, it's giving openings to Fade. Like, I talked about him getting tier 2 top. He got that. Now he's going tier 2 bottom, and he's put a lot of pressure on this. That means the outpost is available, and Felt are, like, sneakily getting more of the map than they should be allowed to.
Yep, exactly. Like, you get stalled out with your push because, you know, they spam a wave, then glyph the next wave, and suddenly you've just given up a tier 2 bottom tower if you're not careful. So I think trying to poke at high ground is not what they should be doing. They should be trying to hunt these heroes who are getting greedy, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Arms. Oh, they're picking it. They know where he is.
Oh, the Requiem. Oh, stops it. Silence. Hook shot comes in. Stops it even longer. Now the snowball pulls everybody in. TA hit with that hypothermia. Goes back into the meld. Dust is going to come out. They'll get the kill on the arms. The spear's going to land. It's on the Chen, and it'll be 2 heroes dead. They do catch the TA, who just got that BKB. But it's a bit too late. I think that was getting BKB because of the grave.
Yeah. TA, you know, was just not really there when the high ground poke was happening, was farming Ancients, trying to just get that last bit of gold. And SF with that 6th sense, knowing, you know, that inner carry player of SF was like, okay, I know where this TA is hiding. She doesn't have a blink to get away. She, you know, the fact we can't see her means she's hiding somewhere in Meld, and baits her out with the Requiem fake pump. So nicely done by Kid, and they're going to just go from one tower to the next. It really feels like Roshan is just Penguin Squads here. Unless Felt make a really bold move here, they will have Hawks for vision. And with Roche respawning in 10 seconds, this is a disaster for Felt if they don't contest and ideally get Aegis for themselves.
Satoshi's going to die. That's a big marker on that because he was the Blink Arena. That's what makes things a little bit difficult. Queen of Pain gets caught for a second. They've got the Walrus Punch. Shoe over to the side. Frostbite. But Kid coming over has that Manta. They've also got Snow. They have the Silence. It's onto the Queen of Pain. They get both.
Wow. Great silence. That's why they need these BKBs. It's like they're not going to help against all the right-click damage that SF and Drow are pumping out, but you just die when you can't use your mobility. If you get caught in any kind of a silence or, Tusk snowball with an arrow follow-up, there's just so many things that can chain stun you.
Got a Rocket Flare on this, so they do see Kid kind of coming through, but...
I'm not sure what they do here, though.
5v3.
They have DDTA, but... Yep, they split push. They looks like they're just going to give it up. I mean, at this point, if you're Felt, you're playing it for the long haul. You've missed your timing completely, and you're going to try to find a way to go late game.
Arena, and there's a Silence.
Okay.
Because Arms has that shard, so that is going to be now the BKB. He's going to try and output that damage. The Meld Strike, the right click, not enough to kill Satoshi. And now here comes Snow onto the high ground with that Hurricane Pike. Meld Strike lands, kills off Crawler. They've got the Silence again to the top. And the side blades are splashing, and this is a problem. But Kid coming over, no more BKB for Arms. The Silence, the Requiem, the kill, and that is really all the damage taken out of the hands of Felt.
TA did all she could there to dish out 7,000. Wow. Okay. Yeah, DDTA, and they kind of trickled in one by one, so it wasn't like they were bursting TA from full to nothing inside like a Mars Arena. The fact she had BKB meant, she reliably got to do a lot of damage, but even so, the fight still doesn't quite go the way Felt were hoping. Losing your carry, just killing, supports is not a good outcome for them. Also, while that's going on, Kid did manage to snag himself the Aegis, as well as the Ag Shard, so this game just continues to go from bad to worse when it comes to Felt and their ability to try and take game one here.
This is becoming an issue. Their comeback path is now looking strictly like high ground defense.
Yep, I agree. I think their ability to go out and make plays on the map is so hard, and the problem is that means you're just giving up Roshan. So it's a 7k gold lead. If Penguin Squad want to play it safe and not risk high ground, they just slow roll things, like play the map, outfarm your opponents, turn a 7k gold lead into a 15k gold lead, 20k gold lead. You've got SF Drow. These heroes can get massive. They can very safely and slowly siege high ground as well, just by poking at towers with Aegis. And yeah, kill after kill seems to be the name of the game.
Activated the Necromastery, so the fear stops the Tifi. Chen's gonna die.
Nice.
That's unfortunate.
Very, very nicely done by Kid, using that shard. And they're going to poke a high ground here. I don't know if you can easily take a Rex here. You've got Co-op on the far top side of the map, just trying to cut waves, but there's a Siege Wagon here, and Glyph will be used, and it looks like Radiant don't have a way to... Well, they did have a Glyph as well. They could have maybe kept their creep wave alive, but they opt not to, and they still have some time to get at least a tier 3 tower here.
That's a change I'd like to see. Backdoor being a little bit quicker.
I don't mind. You should... to me, they should get rewarded a little bit for... they're the ones who got an Aegis, and they're punish teams for, avoiding fighting you. Oh, swinging and a miss. Just a CM, too. That's very bold to try an Arena CM, but I think that just says Penguin Squad are they're not fighting us. If I can kill a CM with Arena, sure, why not? We're not going to take any fights anytime soon. They're just trying to split push and cut waves. The entire Felt strat right now is just to avoid fighting for 20 minutes and just try and farm without getting picked off. Problem is that's a very difficult way to play Dota.
Yeah, they want the Silver Edge on Arms. They're picking up a Shiva's on Queen of Pain, as well as a BKB next on the Beastmaster. They really haven't put together the control that they offer in this lineup. I haven't really seen the Primal Roar with the freezing field and a sun. It hasn't all been there at all. And Chen's actually going to have his smoke broken. 4 staff out of the high ground with the Necromastery, 4 right clicks, and a godlike streak for Kid.
Felt had 5 heroes there, but they were. They don't want to go to SF. He has Aegis. They go on him, they probably just all die. They're trying to find Drow. I think they saw Drow farming bottom, so they were running at the Drow, but they just couldn't quite get there. Instead, they may find Crawler, but even he's on an easy kill.
He's got 3 leaps.
Yeah,
and a 4 staff
and a 4
Guardian Greaves.
They may just get team wiped here. They need to get a good initiation.
They want the Drow Snowball to stop that. Oh, blew off Crawler, and that is at least something. Right clicks from Arms over to the side. That's going to be the Tusk dying too. Okay. With the Mirana. Silence Got 50 seconds on this Aegis. They catch the Queen of Pain and needs to get out. Blinks away. Silence through. Snow's gone to Chen. This is going well for Felt somehow.
Yep. 2v5.
I almost want to say they're leaving Kid alive because he's got this Aegis and they know they want to kill him afterwards. But Satoshi's going to die here.
Yeah, Kid just TP'd out. He's like, this fight's lost. Great play somehow from Felt. It looked like, it's not like the least clean smoke kind of wraparound you'd ever seen. Like they smoke up, they go for a wraparound, they run into the Clockwork runs into the SF, just dies. Like mid 5-man smoke, they lose one of those 5 heroes, and they don't go on the SF. They just keep running past him and say, okay, take out Clockwork, and then eventually they get a full on wraparound and somehow manage to just instantly jump some of these supports, killing the supports, and then eventually getting the Drow because she didn't take the Aegis, so just somehow that Felt make that wraparound work. I did not see it going that way. I thought they were about to get team wiped.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Mars's line who says, fight me, but Shadow Fiend kind of stood there the entire fight and was like, guys, you gonna fight me? No, I guess not. Oh, Enchanted Quiver for the TA.
Yeah, it's a nice item to have always.
Has both of them. Apparently stole one. Both teams got the drop. Only one team's benefiting from them.
Somehow that happened.
I want to say it's probably all for Requiem in a team fight.
I can see it. But yeah, definitely signs of life from Felt. They're only down 3k gold now. You see what the TA can do. And the big issue for SF and Drow is they do somewhat rely on their Mars and Tusk to lock people down in order for them to right-click and do damage. So if you can take out the supporting cast, avoid the SF and Drow during their BKBs in these fights, especially SF when he has Aegis, you don't have to avoid him anymore. If you can blow him up now, he's a literal pinata with, taking him out. He's the big damage dealer that you almost want to be blowing up first, but we'll see if they take that approach or if they avoid fights a little bit longer.
Despite the fact that the net worth lead is kind of even and the experience lead actually even going over towards Felt, the win probability still says 87% for Penguin Squad.
Okay. I think their draft is just meant to scale way better. Heroes like TA aren't really ideally played going super late game. Even like the Co-op, the Beastmaster, they went very much for this early mid-game tempo draft where they wanted to win this game by 30 minutes. So they really should be Penguin Squad in the late game. You can see here, they're just walking high ground. No Aegis, they don't care. That's how confident and how strong a position Kid is with regards to their team. Here comes Felt, though. Ooh.
By the way, Fade's taking the tier 3 mid.
Yeah. Bit of a interesting time for a pause because now teams get to really discuss okay, do we fight? Do we push? What's going on? Do we bring Beastmaster back? He won't have his creep.
Everybody got to discuss except for Crystal Maiden, who was dead. The Arena, the Primal Roar, that comes out of the Drow. They get the kill on a Chen. They're going to look over as the Sonic Wave hits onto the Mars as well as the Drow. Force Staff forward. Frostbite. Meanwhile, the Rax mid are starting to take some heavy damage from the Helm of the Overlord creep. They've got some Sideblade splash damage. They get the kill there onto the Drow. They're going to look over as they've got this Moonlight Shadow to try and work with, but they'll lose the Tusk. They've lost the Drow. They both don't have buyback, and that's sort of a defense, but now you're left to one set of Rax and a half set top. Oh, you did take half set mid.
Yeah, just the range Rax, but still something. They lost melee Rax top, so the important one going down. Definitely not a unwinnable position. They're just going to charge forward. They did kill the Drow, so 40 seconds with no Drow. If they get a fast Roche respawn or something, they could maybe even get themselves Roche in here, but Kid, what's he doing? He's really close to them.
Oh, over Seal Totem and a
Roaring 2? Okay. That was very scary for him, and they have a haste on TA, yeah.
The arrow hit the Beastmaster. Roche is a minute away, benefiting Penguin Squad. Because I think just having everybody is really going to make this still tough for Felt.
It would have had to be in a super fast, under 20-second respawn for Felt to be able to capitalize and take Roche. So they were really hoping for that, 20 seconds or less respawn. It's unlikely, and they're not going to get it. But Penguin Squad have to push out quickly. They may go for, smoke here. They need to get on the map. They don't know about that Roche respawn timer. They don't want to give Felt the ability to kind of set up and position and posture themselves to kind of secure that Roche fight. TA traps in the pit. They need to kind of delete some of these, take away the vision, get your own vision, and really set yourselves up for a good
He's going to
Roche.
break the smoke, but now can they go?
That's good, though.
Shot. Oh, avoided the blink.
Okay.
That was the Blink Arena, and he's going to miss the Spear. Freezing Field, BKB, over to the side. They go to the Requiem.
Okay.
And that will mean that Shu is dead, but that's Arena. That's Requiem already used on the BKB for Satoshi, so they'll go to the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to blink it with the BKB as well as the Primal War. They go to the Walrus Punch. It's onto the Beastmaster. Arms trying to do the damage, but they've got the Snowball to pull in. The Sonic Wave, it hits on 3 of these heroes. Now they're going to go in with Crawler dying and Issei falling. Side Blades, the damage is done. Satoshi's dead, and Snow and Kid trying to salvage. Chen, he'll fall. The buyback comes in from Satoshi. They get the Command of Fate. It's a lot of damage coming in from Kid now. Arms looking for an opportunity. Snow staying a while, but he's got a gem, so you need to be careful about where you put yourself.
Just gets the cheeky quiver hit off. Trying to get some extra free
Roche
damage
is
in.
up too, and it has Refresher.
Yeah. They're buying back on the Penguin squad side. Maybe they saw Roshan. They want to go for it. Yep. Snow gets right into the pit here, and he's the one holding that gem now. So with a 2v4, I don't know if Felt
BKB
can get in there.
Yeah, they
can scout it out with a trap, but
he's gonna try. I mean, this kill onto Satoshi's not nothing. He bought back in the last fight. The Snowball's not even gonna reach Arms, so he's able to make a little bit of a shift. He's got the trap to get the silence on Issei, then gets Invis again with that Silver Edge.
And he's looking to turn around.
Oh,
Cade walks right into him, though.
This is such a
the sentry. He didn't know about there was an observer plus sentry kind of scouting him walking right. Yeah, the observer on the high ground and the sentry in the river meant he was just walking right into enemy vision. He's thinking, okay, as long as I avoid the drow and don't walk into the gem, I'm fine, but completely caught by surprise because of one sentry.
Beastmaster up in 6. They have glyphs, so they're not gonna immediately lose their buildings, but they need to be careful. Kid's got the Aegis. He's gonna pop that Manta, and now he's got that Necromancery hit. With the Fear, hook shot comes across, hits the Drow as well as the Shadow Fiend, but Quap's dead. They get the buyback coming out of the Quap. They go to the Requiem. That's going to land on the TA. The right click's coming in from Snow. That's going to put a couple of shots of the Hypothermia in on him. Refresher, Silence. Not going to do it. They'll get at least the Megas. Now you've got to fight up against Megas, and you've used your buybacks. This is not feeling good anymore.
Yeah. Kid just prioritized objectives there. The AC on the Shadow Fiend giving even more minus armor. Has the presence or affecting buildings as well. So they get the kill. Every time this Quap, like, you know, she kind of blinks in and to do scream damage and stuff, she just gets chunked at. She just can't afford to blink in, even with an AC giving bonus armor. Feels like she almost needed like a Ghost Scepter or something this game, or an E-Blade type build, because the right-click damage is just overwhelming her. And the same thing to the buildings with Mega Creeps now. That really puts Penguin Squad in the driver's seat. They can go for that killing blow soon, or if they want to play things safe, you know, just slow roll it. But realistically, the pressure's on Felt to make something happen now.
Felt have to like massively team wipe. I mean, there is no buybacks
multiple
available.
times.
So
yeah.
That's at least like if they do win this fight, I think they are able to push pretty heavily, but it's not going to work well without Chen. Hook shot, trying to get away, gets the cogs down, but the damage again from the SF is just too much. Kid, he's at critical mass.
Yep. There's been multiple times this Necromancery Fear is like it stopped a Freezing Field, it stopped a TP. It's getting a lot of value out of this shard.
Oh boy, Shu is gonna die here. They've got buyback available on the Clockwork.
Radiant are scanning.
No. Looks like Felt just gonna maybe they are going. TA is behind enemy lines, like thinking, oh, do I cut some waves? Do I try to jump the back lines? And you gotta go on something. They're going for tier 4s.
Decision before your whole base is dead.
Has a rapier queued up. That's what she was trying to do, but doesn't have the gold for it. About 1,400 gold short.
Oh, that was the roar on the Lincolns. That feels awful, and I think that might just cost them the game. They lose the TA, they'll call GG, and Penguin Squad take game number 1 over second place Felt.
Big upset. Big upset. You can see the tips on the SF. They know Kid really showed up this game. He absolutely destroyed mid. I mean, they destroyed all 3 lanes. Like, this was a Penguin Squad team who came out strong, had lane set up to really, you know, take advantage of Felt maybe picking some greedier things. I didn't really see the reasoning behind the Quap pick. I think it was, you know, you open yourself up to get counter picked. Not to mention, like, it just wasn't really the kind of hero that fit their draft and help amplify and enable what the Beastmaster wanted to do this game.
Yeah, Beastmaster got shut down. It opened up some space for the TA, but again, it really you kind of hit the nail on the head with the whole Roche aspect of the draft, where they just didn't get any. So you're not really going to do that well when you don't get any of these Aegises or anything to do with Roche, and well, that's going to be game one going for Penguin Squad. We're going to invite Nat back. She's got her analytical prowess hat on, and oh, no hat. Okay, well, just
No
headphones.
Just
disappointing.
headphones. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a liar out of you, but what a game. I mean, Penguin Squad were one step closer to the tiebreakers for the relegation. You know, Penguin Squad definitely fighting for their lives. This is going to be an uphill battle no matter what, but game one, the Shadow Fiend, the Dro Ranger, just everything worked so well for them here, and yeah, felt actually for once looking not shambles per se, but a little bit lost. It just felt like they weren't really able to get anything on the map here, gods. And even when they could get a kill or two, there wasn't too much more except for maybe Fade being able to rat at some of the towers and some of the racks.
Yeah, it kind of got to this point where, you know, your draft is not meant to be split pushing and playing Rat Dota, but they kind of had to just because they were so much weaker. Losing that first Aegis was pretty catastrophic. And even the stuff leading up to that first Aegis did not go according to plan. Like the Beastmaster CM lane, like when I was watching it, they were just missing spells, missing a lot of last hits, trading harass really, really badly. So the lanes themselves, I think they were probably thrown off by the DC and PC issue. One of the players, I believe, had to, you know, go play at a friend's house or something. So I think that just kind of threw them off in the early game. And then that bad early game snowballed things to a point where, you know, they were still in a winnable spot, but that first Roshan was just a terrible decision. Going into Roche against a Blink Mars when the enemy team is right by you was punished so heavily.
It is really unfortunate. Just wasn't the same felt that we normally see no matter what happened. You know, again, we do have to point out that they do also have a stand-in for themselves too, so there could be a little bit of that. There's many different factors right now happening on the side of Felt, but either way, Penguin Squad, they showed up today. B Cup, they looked fantastic, and I mean the Lincolns coming in clutch for the Dro Ranger as well.
Yeah, that last second Primal Roar, uh-oh, he's got a Lincoln's, that's not good, and then you just lose. Like that was just it. Okay, cool. Well, that makes me kind of worthless as a Primal Roar, and well, Kid just got to do some damage in that fight, and so did Drow. It's you know, I feel like this game was our stand-ins better than yours. Want to fight stand-in v stand-in? A lot of it. 21 and 10.
Hey, I will say, I think Felt stand-in was their best player this game. But he stepped up. Arms played a great TA game in what looked like a terrible game. I assume he's not making the call go Roche. He's the stand-in that should be, you know, the captain. Whoever made that Roche call was definitely not on their A game. But yeah, I think Arms played great here.
Yeah, I think so too. Side of Felt, Arms played great, but on the side of Penguin Squad, the stand-in that did pop off was Kid. So he gets our MVP here. You've already highlighted B-Cup. His scoreline going 21 and 10. Like, this man dealt damage. He was just shoveling out like it was free. Like 23.8K. It's just phenomenal showing by Kid. I don't even know what else to say here. Like, he just went crazy in game one.
Yeah, buck wild game one. It doesn't get much better than that. He used that shard pretty effectively. I loved seeing it. You know, like that one kill on Chen Top, aka the Clockwork, for all you guys confused at home. He was hiding in the trees. They just caught vision. He's trying to TP out. Oh, fear for half a second. Oh, there goes your TP. Oh, and now I'm gonna kill you. And just, you know, you're one of my 20 kills. Gosh, man, so difficult. He was really pouring in the damage. He's like, oh, Drow can't carry this game. I guess I'll do it myself. It's fun.
Drew eventually got there, but also Satoshi and Lamars, like, he was doing really well with his Blink Spears. He was helping catch off a lot of supports here and there and initiating in the fight. So all of Penguin Squad really did it. I'm super impressed with what happened, but obviously Kid just sitting above the rest there. Also, a way to sit above the rest is by using esportsbet.io. They are our sponsors for NA DPC. They are running an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet, a way to try and guarantee a win with no risk involved. So don't miss out on this opportunity. If you want to know more, you can join the Discord channel. The link is below in PGL's Twitch channel panel. It's a little bit of a tongue twister there. We're going to jump to a break. When we do come back, it will be game number 2 between Penguin Squad and the Felt. Welcome back. Game number 2 between Felt and Penguin Squad. We saw Penguin Squad get game number 1 here, and we'll see if things are going to be any different for Felt, because, gods, you said it, they really struggled in this game number 1 here. I don't know what is happening in this series, what happened in that game. I'm hoping that there's a little bit of a bounce back, but I like the adjustment from Penguin Squad, banning out Beastmaster.
Yep. I think Felt have shown Beastmaster's their bread and butter, and when it came to game 1, I don't think it was a draft problem. From what I saw, it was just a play problem. Felt just played badly. It was very uncharacteristic. I think they would more than happily play that exact same draft again and likely find a different result.
Yes. Sorry. I don't even know why I'm laughing. But Penguin Squad Felt here, B-Cop.
What up? It's
What up? What
I'm
are
here
you
for the
thinking of
draft.
me? You're the analyst.
Oh, easy does it.
Stand-in analyst for now.
I've got you with the analytical stuff. Rubik, he's a hero that can steal any spell, basically. He is green, he's a mage, and very strong. And I'm here for it. And I think that, honestly, Penguin Squad, I'm hoping they kind of get a little bit of 2-0 revenge here. I'd be hyped for it.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I'm curious to see where they go. No, B-Cup or me?
No, I never have more. I never have more.
Okay.
This is because this is my last day paneling for the year. I've hit my quota.
Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yep, no big surprises as far as these picks go. Nature's Prophet for Felt, they in the past have really liked to play this carry. I'm curious to see if that's still the case with the stand-in. Fade has said, he can play it, but when they had Burner, he's kind of like, Burner loves to play it. Why would I play it? But with the stand-in, that may kind of swap how they do things here. But yeah, obviously a great pick, very meta. Trade
More
Protector,
green
same thing.
heroes.
Woo! Great analysis, B-Cop.
More green heroes,
Rubik's
please!
green! Nature's Prophet's green! Tree's green! What's the 4th green hero then? Come on. Hit me with a B-Cup.
No, this is worse than the game show. I don't know.
Viper,
Hoodwink!
Venom, Necro.
Oh, yeah. He's got
Viper.
so many.
Windrunner.
Vena. Is Vena green? Yellow. Green?
Who
Like
else
what?
is green? Wraith King, technically.
Yes. True.
All right, that's all I got. I'm out. Tidehunter. Okay, now I tap out.
Yes. Well, it's not even green. It's primal. It's brown, orange,
Red?
beige. No, he's definitely not red.
Orangish, reddish. He's got blue lizard eyes. Those are
Auburn.
Is
Is that a color?
Auburn kind of works.
Yeah. I got to double check the color schematic of Auburn.
I like how that's what the draft. See a hero get picked.
Yes.
You could look up stats or something. It's like, no. I'm just going to look up a color palette.
I was right. That is the correct color palette.
Auburn is the correct color palette.
Yes.
So, well, let's see. What are going to be the bands? Let's see. What Clockwork? Are there
Actually,
bands?
yeah, let's roll
color
reversal
coordinated?
this, B-Cup. B-Cup, let's roll reversal.
No,
You be the
no, no,
host,
no,
and
no.
I'll analyze, and then I'll play-by-play cast with gods.
There is red in every single band right now. That's what I was getting at with the color coordination. And it's still there with the timber saw. I'm just saying.
Sure. No, we'll do a little bit of analysis. This is mine from listening to a panel for the past 9 weeks. Look, the band coming out from Felt, the Batrider one, okay? That's the one I'm looking at here. If a Batrider band is coming out in first phase and a team has back-to-back picks, they are most likely going to be picking up Nature's Entry. That has almost always happened, so I am not surprised the Penguins could pick up Rubik. I understand wanting to get their hands on it, but it is absolutely no surprise that Felt do the NP tree combo here. Isn't that right, gods?
That's so true. That is actually great analysis.
Thank you.
I mean that unironically. I think the Rubik maybe preemptively picked expecting okay, they're going to take Treant plus NP. Rubik's good against Treant. It's also, fine against NP. You've got some ways to kind of catch and reposition him. Although I wouldn't say a counter at all. But yeah, very, very solid Felt opener. Usually the team with second pick, I feel like, generally speaking, has a harder time with the openers. Like, first pick just has an advantage in the opening phase, but I actually think Felt's opener is much stronger here.
yeah, I think they did a fantastic job with like that preemptive Batman, and it's just like, what are they going to pick on 8 that really absolutely destroys both of these heroes that we want to pick up? There just wasn't really anything in that realm, so I liked it. And then they do end up going with Primal for Penguin Squad. So where are we feeling that it might go? Off lane, mid? Is that the joys of Primal, is just how flexible it is, Pico?
I like Primal mid. It in certain hands, I guess I would say, because I like when there's players who use this hero confidently to like kind of go to the side lanes and work with a good start to even bolster their side lanes up enough. Like we saw Mark kind of do it on C-Dub, but unfortunately when they were playing against Dogchamp, it wasn't him who made the wrong move when he went top. It was actually the Lycan, and he wasn't able to make anything happen. But when you can make things happen with Primal Beast and move around the map, and all of a sudden you get a really fast BKB, I feel like you open up the game for the rest of your team. And I like it mid more than off lane because you can do that a little bit more reliably, I'd say.
5 seconds remaining.
Even though we saw an absolutely pugger Skyward off lane Primal?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. I like that you doubled down, you stood by it. But yeah, it's all very valid points that you bring out there. And there is still a little bit of flex, but I do understand what you mean about favoring it going the mid there. We can turn our eyes towards the bands. Penguin Squad taking out Clock, Ursa Morph, and then felt the one that really sticks out for me is the Dro. I don't think that this is something that is crazy for protection and not so much building into what they want to pick. I think it is just bro, I don't want to go up against Dro again.
We lost to this, let's ban it.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing at all. Especially when you're versing a team who hasn't won many games. If they win with something, there's a good chance they go back to it. They double down. They, stick with their comfort. What's winning games? So, I think it's a good ban. They get their comfort pick in the disruptor now as well. So, all around, just very solid standard drafting from Fel. I think that was the same thing last game. The only thing that was slightly non-standard was like the TA pick, but TA Beastmaster is a very strong combo. But in general, I think Felt's drafting has been totally fine this entire series, and they're one of the better teams when it comes to drafting in Div 2.
Yeah.
Crystal Maiden.
No.
Makes me sad that this is in Western Europe Div 1 when they were doing Crystal Maiden Pudge.
5 seconds remaining.
We just had that in the last series.
Well, not all the time is what I meant.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely.
But they could.
They could. But it was more like, we've seen this Crystal Maiden be more versatile, which I guess I like. But I was just, I don't know, Duraccio playing it on Game and Gladiators. It was fun. All the time, Crystal Maiden Pudge.
Hey, you might get to see it in the major in a couple days. Keep reminiscing, and the dream might come true.
The Lena Major. Can't wait. But I'm actually hyped for Major.
No, for sure. CM here. I am wondering if they could mid lane, though. Pick up a mid hero. Yeah. Leshrac coming through. I like it. Big objective taker gods.
Yeah. I think with Penguin Squad, they like having these like melee offlane initiators. Like we saw, Mars and stuff last game. So I think to me, Primal Beast is just an offlane hero for them. The Leshrac gives them that kind of tempo out of the mid lane, which we saw a bit with the SF, although I think Lesh is less greedy, something that just comes online early. They have to kind of pick one of their cores, their mid or carry, without seeing their lane matchup. So I think Lesh is just kind of a safe pick that doesn't have too many horrible losing matchups and just fits a gap on their draft.
Yeah, I like it. And then Felt obviously just react. They see their mid matchup now, so they're like, why on earth would we reveal our carry here? Let's just go for the Ember. It's still in the pool. It's comfortable. That's probably what we need to go back on here. Right, Beakup?
I'm a little surprised foregoing the carry after carries got banned pretty heavily in the second phase, but the options may be limited where we end up having ourselves a Terrorblade and or Medusa game or Naga Siren. I'm a big fan of those 75-minute games. Well, I was listening to the interview in the last series when they were like, oh, I want an Arc Warden buff. Yeah, I don't. Just from a 80-minute perspective caster, I don't. I don't like that hero.
Come on, Beak Up. Longer games is more exposure, man. That's where those are the games you gotta hope for.
Potential for more
I've had too many Arc Warden games already. I hit my quota on that.
Yeah.
Just like my
he hit his
paneling.
lifetime quota.
I still remember, I think it was 2 TIs ago, the SEA qualifiers had like so many 100-minute games, so many Arc Warden TB games. It was just insane covering
There
SA
was
goals.
there was that game where 23 Savage had Arc Warden, and me and Black were like, why isn't he using the Divine Rapier that he purchased? He sat there with an Arc
the
Warden
backup
at like
one.
100. No, not even a backup one. He didn't have a Prime Divine Rapier. He just bought it and like didn't
Yeah.
use it all game.
Interesting.
It made no sense.
Yeah,
I didn't know what was going on.
Those calls were wild. But
think you
no
were there,
Arc Warden
man.
today, I don't think.
I was.
Yeah. You remember just going, oh, did you guys like that? Here's another Arc Warden game.
Yeah, I do remember. That was actually my first ever hosting for Dota. All the way back when.
You got to witness pain.
Oh, yeah. I was like, God, this is it. Sign me up.
We have like 2 BO3s and go 10 hours. And it's like, okay.
I'm
just
a
happened?
glutton for punishment.
What? Leshrac is not that kind of hero. Luckily, that is a very push-oriented hero. I like that. Big fan.
Big fan.
Number one fan, if you'd ask me.
Sorry, I don't know why I had to make fun of that. I'm so sorry, Beacom. It's
okay.
getting to that point in the day, you know? We've been here for quite a chunk of hours. How long? How long? I can check. We've been sitting here for 8.5 hours.
8.5, yeah.
8.5. So we just worked a normal day. And I'm already losing my mind.
And we're complaining. God damn this normal work shift.
Oh, God damn you. Nah, I'm joking.
You thought you left engineering for this to have the cushy talent life where you don't work 8-hour, 9-hour days.
There is no cushy talent live. All right, back on track. Last pick for Penguin Squad. It's going to be the carry. What carry can they blindly pick that pairs well with a Crystal Maiden for lane gods?
Pudge.
Ursa?
Ursa's still in the pool?
No, it's not. Ursa's banned. I lied.
What? Am I blind?
Alchemist.
Yeah.
Whoa! Was this one of the unpicked heroes? I think Fear was saying this is like one of like 2 unpicked heroes left.
No, Alc's been picked. Surely.
Okay. Maybe. It's definitely not. It's not being picked in NA Div 2. I'm wondering if it's
No,
been picked
that's
elsewhere.
true. That's very true. It has
But
been.
I think it was mentioning a few unpicked heroes. I'm not sure if that was like NA Div 1 plus Div 2 or all regions.
I can have a look at NA 201, and Alc definitely has not been picked there. So first time seeing Alc in NA in general.
Yeah. I have very little analysis to offer on Alc, I'm going to be honest here. This is just a
Gold.
hero. Yeah,
Oh, wait,
there you go.
Alc was the only uncontested hero left for all of Div 2 across all regions.
All
He
right.
is the only one. Penguin Squad, you've done it.
I mean, somebody
They looked at
points.
that.
That's sad.
Oh yeah, what dude? That's true. Might have to go
Yeah.
back into the records, deep dive, find that one. But Alchemist, yeah, okay. Glods can't offer the analysis, so this is your time to shine, B Cup.
So gold, very important into Dota. But I honestly, truthfully, I think they're going to just pick Medusa here on Felt. I don't know why. I just feel it. No analytical points on that one. Just you're running forward on Alchemist, and what's greater than Stone Gaze? Nothing.
Nothing.
Could also see them playing Prophet offlane and picking a carry with the Medusa. They could go either direction here. Like the bans for Penguin Squad is they were targeting offlaners because Felt have typically run NP carry, but
Ooh.
they're going to keep running NP carry. They get Axe. Oh, I love seeing this here. We saw it once before with Felt. Fade dominated. It was like an Axe Shadow Demon lane. They went on to lose the game, but it was kind of a game they should have won. I think it was against Fart Studios where it felt like they should have actually like 3-0'd them. But his Axe was super sick.
Wow.
Yeah, I do remember that. We even ended up like having the interview with them afterwards. It was just a very unfortunate last team fight. We'll just put it that way for the side of Felt. But I believe in a redemption arc. I believe in Fade's Axe making a comeback here. I'm liking just everything they have, especially the Disruptor too. I think it's something that's going to work really well for them on this side of Felt, and hopefully they can have a better laning phase. But because very quickly, are you liking what Penguin Squad have drafted themselves in game 2? Is it going to be a tour?
Did you just ask me if I'm liking, as in the hero, this draft?
No, but that's
okay.
funny. Next time there's a lichen, I'm stealing that one. Let me just write that one down.
Because I really thought you
Yeah,
said that to
alright,
me, and I was
thank
like,
you.
oh my
No.
god, that was amazing. But
yeah, no, just the accent. But it worked in my favor.
I have faith in Alchemist. I don't know why, but I love Alchemist,
Whoa.
and I love Alchemist games. Gold is winning, and that is obviously going to still be the case. And I also, I don't know, Kid kind of showed something a little bit different. And I want to see what he has to offer now on the Leshrac and what Snow's going to do with this Alk. Like, I'm interested. I like Kid. I think I'm more faith in him than the draft.
Okay. And quickly before I leave, Gods, I want to hear your thoughts on the two drafts. You don't seem too convinced about the Alk.
No, look, yeah, Alk likes gold, but so does Nature's Prophet, and Nature's Prophet farms a lot more gold quickly. I think it's just here that comes online faster and will put pressure on the map. Like, actually take the Alk's tower and really, limit where Alk can farm.
Yeah, I'm super keen just to see the Nature's Prophet in a different position for Felt as well. So a change up on both teams here. It's very exciting. It's not a different position. I don't know why I just said that. I'm so sorry. My brain lagged out. But either way, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to let you guys jump into game number 2.
All right. See you later. Maybe back for a potential game 3, Nat. We'll see. But this game 2 should be exciting. Again, I think the one to look out for is definitely Kid. Like, he just played so well last game.
Yeah.
He's got to be riding the high.
I fully agree, and I think this is a game where he's the one who needs to have a good lane. The matchup against Ember is good. It's slightly less favored. At least it's winnable. It's not one he should ever lose. At worst, you trade farm, you go even. But, he can pressure towers. He can make those moves and rotations, play around particularly the Primal Beast, who's going to be very strong early on. If they can win this Primal Beast lane, that's another huge thing for Felt. We've seen Primal Beast lanes can be very, very swingy. If you go too aggressive, you feed, or other times you go just aggressive enough and you're getting kill after kill. So we'll see which way it goes this time around.
Frostbite. That's a death.
Yeah.
That was...
And Ember got it.
Yeah, very quick, too. Just kind of walked in, Frostbite, died.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
That was not the start he was hoping for.
Make Kid's life a little bit more difficult, but we'll see how much that's really going to bear down on him. And it puts him right on a bottle, truthfully, 100 gold away. So.
Yeah. It's definitely annoying because it's more mana to spam, and the way Ember plays this lane is just sleight of fist spam. Often, I've seen Leshers even get casual Ring of Protection just because the constant sleight can just be pretty brutal to deal with.
Wondering about this Alchemist lane too, because from what I understand, Alk these days, you'll want one in Grievel's Greed, but not early. You want to work with Acid Spray and potentially the Unstable Concoction.
Yeah, I think you can't really get away with Grievel's Greed level 1. Acid Spray is actually a really good level 1 fighting spell. If you're trading hits in it, the minus armor can be very impactful, especially compared with CM nukes. You Frostbite, you hold them in the acid for extra right clicks. So we'll see what he gets at level 2, whether it's the Grievel's Greed or Unstable Concoction. But definitely you want to go back for that Greed, level 3 at latest.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some heavy levels into the Acid Spray, especially against Fade. If you want to sit here and right-click, that might be an issue if you're standing in the Acid Spray and getting hit with the Frostbite like you were talking about. So we'll see how it goes and how the lane's kind of going to perform. Glimpse level 1 isn't exactly amazing. You're not really putting out much harassment from Shu, but Battle Hunger is going to be there too.
It's at least better than what it used to be. I think the thing with the Glimpseless Battle Hunger is just a lot of damage. Now that Glimpse has this 150 base damage, or max damage early on, but the fact it does good. Oh wow, they're going for a kill here.
The Acid Spray, so just dies. The call was almost on the money.
Yep.
Almost got a courier too out of that. That would have been really good for Penguin Squad bottom. They need to make sure they're keeping this creep equilibrium pretty close though. I feel like Felt are okay with it pushing in, staying safe under the tower.
And now Axis Call, Call with no counter helix. That's not a very scary spell. It is a mini little disable, but it's not really something that's going to highly impact this lane. CM goes down, feeds a tower, just looking to reset. You got to, as a support, you got to stay healthy, bring up more regen, have spells to cast. If you're CM in lane with 0 mana, you're useless. So this is a good start for bottom lane for Penguin Squad.
Back into the call, I would assume. Fade, he doesn't end up going to the call. Not that it would really matter, right? He's on at level 3, doesn't have a counter helix, so calling just isn't really worth it too much, other than a couple right clicks from yourself and Disruptor.
And he's kind of low in mana, wants to save his mana maybe for the Battle Hunger in lane. I think we'll see what the plan's going to be there. Does have the double mango though, but this bottom lane seems to be where most of the aggression is going to be coming out, although a lot of harass on the Primal Beast up top as well. Very, very aggressive side lanes early on. Oh, Battle Hunger on the creep. Whoopsie daisy.
And not a lot of mana here for Snow either, so he's not able to get the acid spray down as consecutively as maybe he would have liked.
Ember?
Yeah, he's getting hit up by Kid. Kid's actually doing really well in the CS, but almost dies, and now they've got the call. It's on to Snow. Thunderstrike gets 2 spins. There was a stun out, but he's going to die in this bottom lane to Shu.
Easy. That's a good Axe player. He's got the spin RNG.
17%. When I said something about Spirit Breaker earlier, just giving him 100%, that's actually chat was like, no, 17% already is 100%.
Yeah,
and that's true here for Fade.
100%. Yeah, that'd be a nerf. You don't want to mess with Spirit Breaker's bash chances. The same way. Axe, you're like, okay, 17% at level 1. Let's not level this up. Like, level 2, 3, 4 spin. No. That sounds dicey. Yeah. At the same time, he will want to farm some ancient stacks, so I imagine he will have to level it up. But
this Primal Beast is getting beat bad.
Yeah.
They are
a
trying
little
to
rough.
get some damage here out on the Fade, which they do, but you can see Issei, he is really struggling to just stay here healthy as well.
Back at top, they've got a lift, and they're going for the Nature's Prophet and Primal Beast. Great Sprout Ball.
Oh, Arm's gonna die afterwards. They get Satoshi, the Leech Seed, kind of holding him on for a second longer. Meanwhile, Kid taking some damage over mid, and he's starting to fall behind in experience, but Fade goes down, and they'll end up trading in the bottom lane, too.
Both side lanes just trading kills back and forth. Bit of a bloodbath early on. A lot of aggression as Shu tries to keep the creeps for the Axis respawn, being a good support bro, not taking these last hits, although, he'll take what he has to. But, yeah, very aggressive side lane stuff. And mid lane's just been, it's been quiet, but it's also been pretty harass heavy as well with Rubik rotating.
Ooh, call.
Not really sure they can get a kill,
Snow.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, glimpse into the call. No Crystal Maiden there. A little bit rough. Like, Alki's got level 1 into the Greevil's Greed. He's sitting level 4, but the lane's not exactly amazing with 2 deaths already. And they're going to go for Arms once again over top. Fade, Bolt, Trample, Telekinesis, and Arms will die. So both carries kind of struggling.
Seems to be the P-Squad answer to the Nature's Prophet is just playing Primal Beast, just able to have a great time in the lane stage, getting on top of Nature's Prophet with the Onslaught, using the Trample to just clear treants, plus, do damage to treants plus the heroes. It does feel like Primal Beast early on is a good answer to Nature's Prophet in the lane stage, but we'll see what Nature's Prophet response to this is going to be. So far, not an easy start to this game.
Snow has to be a little bit careful. Like, I understand what they're doing with the acid spray as well as the frostbite, but he continues to walk in and throw a couple right clicks, and it's just unlucky that he's gotten hit by a couple spins here.
Yeah.
But that's what caused him to die on the previous death, in my opinion, is just like that aggression and unfortunate spins.
It's always hard playing against a hero like Axe when it's out of meta, because you probably don't even see it in many pubs, so you kind of forget about, like, you have to lane and play so differently when you're up against an Axe.
They're going to throw the stun here bottom, and like it's doing damage, and they've got another frostbite, but Shu's here now, so even like he's just spinning.
Glimpse.
He is spinning and winning and killing, and down is the Crystal Maiden? No. Got the kill, so the battle hunger went away. Perfect. I thought he was winning with those spins. He spun like 10 times.
Yeah, they had an idea where, okay, we're going to bring in the Disruptor for a glimpse into Cole. He didn't even kill the creep, so he had like 2 or 3 creeps on him, but just not enough damage coming out, even with level 3 Helix. Yeah. The pure damage, not quite as good as what Axe used to be back when it was non-pure damage, and as a result, CM able to survive through it all.
Yeah, we'll end up sacrificing again the tower. Meanwhile, Call. Can he spin? Can he win this time? With the kinetic field, it looks likely. That spin will get the kill.
Yeah, they've done a good job punishing the Alk whenever the CM's either out of lane, or in this case, CM was just, intentionally dying to a tower to like, CM couldn't help the lane. That's why she had to go die and then TP back in. And if you're the CM, you're probably getting a little bit annoyed. Like, you're like, come on, Snow. Like, when I'm gone, just wait for me to come back to lane. As soon as CM comes back, the Alk has a great time, but you got to play a little bit more passively when the CM's, respawning or going for a pull or something.
They might get the Primal Beast. They do have the Wrath of Nature, and that is a lot of damage coming into Satoshi.
Kid's TP'd up here, but that's not going to amount to much.
I thought, honestly, he might want to go over bottom. They find Fade once again. They're going to pop the ult on Snow. Level 6 available for Fade, so if the spins come in, he might just Culling Blade somebody. So far, 1 spin. 2 spins. Can we count them? Where's the count? Fade not going to be Culling Bladed himself, but they do have another stun, and that should mean a dead axe.
Nice find for the Alk. His game's slightly being recovered here. Top of the net worth, double bracer, Radiant skewed up, classic Alk build. Always the case with Alk where we talk about you need to be playing from ahead, you need to be top of the net worth.
Satoshi? He came into this lane with 3 heroes behind his own tier 1. That was a little odd, and he's going to die again.
Unless wants a revenge kill, but...
Ooh, Chen walks away. Slight doing a lot of damage to Kitty. Standing in the Nature's Grass. He's also looking like he is dead to rights. Telekinesis.
Oh, no!
Oh, Crawler.
He moved him.
They've got the Glimpse, Kinetic Field, Nature's Grasp again, and another kill for the side of Felt. Is not going the way they wanted in that top lane.
Yeah. And something I'm surprised by is this Leshrac skill build. Going for max Lightning Storm, 0 points in Edict. I feel like you want to be able to make these rotations, but pressuring towers is always such a big part of why you pick the Leshrac. So I do feel like he's limited in what he can do this game because of the skill build. But yeah, that fight at top going heavily in Felt's favor. Ember is off to a great start with all these rotations.
He just lost his arcane boots too. Static Storm. This is the trio. The trilogy of deaths for this Primal Beast. Back to back to back.
Yep.
I don't know about returning to this top lane 3 times like that. Truth be told.
One remake was already one too many, and they went for the full trilogy, and he is not enjoying life up there. And this is kind of, the point of picking the Primal Beast was to try and have this good lane stage where they get kills. And they initially looked like they were maybe going to be able to do that, but then they've just been a little bit too overly aggressive on that lane since then. Treant Protector doing a good job with the Leech Seed, Nature's Grass, not going for the living armor, but that extra Leech Seed has really panned out when it came to the sustain in this lane.
Use that Overgrowth to get a kill as well. Your 2k advantage over the Alchemist. Now, granted, this is an Alchemist who only has level 2 in the Grievil's Greed. But still, he's the only one kind of doing well at the moment. I say that, but Ember and Leshrac are still even. It's really Satoshi who just has support farm right now.
Oh yeah, he is literally below the Treant Protector, which is kind of impressive how much from this Treant's actually gotten. He's got Arcane Boots with 800 gold on top of that. 3, 0, and 4 Treant Protector. Chen has just been owning. But yeah, Alchemist looks like we'll have a good timing on Radiance. 12-minute Radiance, kind of a normal, pretty standard out timing. The 10 or 11 is the really good timings, but assuming he gets this and keeps farming, things could turn around for Penguin Squad.
Mid and Pulverize gets stopped immediately. Just not going to have it for the freezing field that was in place. And really, that's what's the biggest issue, right? When you're playing Primal Beast, your objective is to get a fast BKB, so your Pulverizes are confirmed. And, now this BKB is going to be miles away. He just bought a wand, so he's got no gold. He's so far away from a BKB.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that one anytime soon. Or maybe, like you say, maybe at all, depending on how long this game drags out. It will probably be his first big item. There's not really much else I think that he should be prioritizing. But, on the other side, you've got Nax who's going to probably just fall back, farm some ancient stacks, and, he's pretty far from his Blink, but he's at least got Boots. Oh, sorry, no, he's got Blink. What am I talking about? No, yeah, he's had Blink for some time, yeah. So Felt already have the ability to make these plays, and, yeah, Primal Beast is, just going to be relying on this Onslaught in, but so often, if you read the Onslaught coming in, you can just punish it, as we've seen multiple times where Primal Beast has just gone down.
Yeah, easy glimpses. Easy work.
Yep.
Now, they do have the Radiance. The farm's going to start to jump up for Snow. But you kind of need his farm to go and Kids. And Kid only has level 1 in the Diabolki. It looks like he's going to die in a second, too. They've got the Vision. They have the Glimpse. They'll get the Culling Blade and take Kid out of the game.
Rubik
It's
in
just
trouble
that
too.
easy.
Just walked into
Yeah,
him.
Crawler walks into the team, and Onslaught bumps him up into the air. Trample on the back lines into a Static Storm, so they get the kill on a Shu. They'll bring over Yusei. They both get hit by the Searing Chains. There's one dunk, there's two dunks, and, well, looking like an NBA player over here.
Nope. He was watching Mac McClung the other day in the All-Star dunk contest.
50s. 50s all night.
Yeah. Dude, he was popping off, and that's exactly what Felt's doing here in game number 2. Fade having a hell of a time, and despite the lane not going, perfectly for him, 3 deaths to his name, he's been the big playmaker for Felt here in the mid game.
And this is... I don't know the recovery strategy for an Alchemist lineup, truthfully, at this point. But you got to start taking some towers, and I don't know if that's possible at all.
Yeah, they're kind of just forced to just chill a bit. Like, the Leshrac not having Edict means you're limited in your ability to take and pressure towers, so we will see Lesh kind of maybe sync up with the Alk's timing, but...
Oh, Freezing Field?
Yeah, some good damage, but...
He's looking pretty dead. At least they get that. But again, every time Satoshi goes in, he's getting glimpse back, so he's never able to hold the Pulverize.
I think the big timing for Penguin Squad is going to be like Alk having BKB Blink. I got to imagine that's probably still the build you go in Alchemist, and I think that's where, your Alk can just be this scary frontliner with a Blink to initiate with the Unstable Concoction, and Leshrac can kind of follow it up. Ideally, Leshrac gets like level 4 Edict, as well as completes the Bloodstone by then. And that's where Felt have to be a little bit worried that Penguin Squad can, maybe pull themselves back into this game.
Gosh, they have Blade Mail now on Fade, too.
Yeah.
And it's just really rough. And they've got this ward down that spots them. Like, it's just at the end of its life cycle. But it sees Snow, Crawler, and Kid. It sees everybody, honestly. And they're just going to be able to come in with this smoke. This Blink is going to be, if it's on the money, should be at least 2 quick kills. And it might be Snow first.
They'd love to jump the Alk.
Whoa.
Okay.
He kind of got around the vision. But now he's in the vision, and they will find Crawler.
Somehow completely dodge this smoke gank.
Oh, but they still have the glimpse with that vision. Static Storm charges up the stun.
He'll
end up stunning himself. They'll stay silenced, and then there's the blink into the call. But they've got the Frostbite, Overgrowth. They go to arms, and if they can get these kills, they're starting to clean up. Snow's not as easy to kill as they thought. Frostbite, they need to avoid the spins. They'll get themselves a second somehow. Penguin Squad are waddling towards a fight victory. Arms trying to TP away. They've got the glimpse on a Snow. So that'll pull him out. And Onslaught. Oh, Pulverize. Ember. He's
a huge
he
kill.
Might die. Freezing Field. Slight again. Remnant over to the triangle. And he's still alive. Snow doesn't have a blink, so he's going to stun himself again.
Yeah, and Ember still with plenty of mana for Remnants will get out of there. But yeah, the fact they completely kind of botched the initiation, which it wasn't like a huge misplay. It was just a bit unfortunate that, the Alk was in the trees when the smoke popped, then Axe blinked, didn't actually catch the Rubik. So they had to really work extra hard, even just to kill Crawler's Rubik. And then they just exposed themselves. Like, they showed Penguin Squad exactly where they are, so Penguin Squad could kind of rotate in, charge with the Primal Beast first, and have the Leshrac following it up. Lesh did a lot of damage that fight alongside the Alchemist, and Felt just weren't really able to kind of sync up their key spells, most notably the Blink Hole just not really landing.
So off a fight like that, let's show the odds from esportsbet.io. They should show up on your screen, and it shows Felt at 1.09. I mean, with an Alk lineup like this, it's kind of searching into the unknown with the way the meta's been recently, but I could still see them putting it together, especially off the back of a fight like that.
Yeah, definitely signs of life, but still an uphill battle. Alk is still Alk where, you don't want to ever be behind.
Would be big. Oh, they see him. They just need Pulverize, but they've got Issei coming from the side, and that should be a dead profit. Static Storm, Kinetic Field don't do anything for them now, and off that, also Crawler getting himself some trees. The Nature's Call. Fade also getting low. The chase was on, but they don't have the damage to get the kill. They'll also take out Shu. So the map is opening.
Yep. Really great find for the extra kill with the CM down bottom. And yeah, multiple finds for them. Primal Beast is suddenly in the enemy Ancients, getting very close to that. We talked about that BKB taking a long time to finish, but with fights and pickoffs like this, suddenly Satoshi is only like 1,500 gold away. So very realistic BKB around that maybe 20 to 22 minutes mark of the game. Snow's been given time to finish his BKB, and if he can, maybe get... it doesn't look like he's going to go for that blink, but any follow-up items will come very quickly for the Owl. And fights can start to look pretty good for them. There isn't really enough damage on the Felt side to address the Alchemist if he's ever got BKB up in any fight.
Chen was looking for the Primal Beast and it does spot him. He's obviously in the creeps now, but Crawler's right here. Nature's Call off cooldown, or on cooldown right now, excuse me, and he's been using that to try and push a little bit. But they do have this Tree Protector. The one thing we really haven't talked about is ability to save these towers. Telekinesis, Glimpse used, Shu. Gonna be spotted. Crawler gets hit by the Onslaught, and with Glimpse already being used, they don't exactly have the chase for this. They do have this Crystal Maiden. They want to go. Crawler staying a little bit too long. Didn't exactly get a spell that will help him, and Arms is going to be right there to just hang out.
He didn't quite get the memo from Satoshi to GTFO bot lane,
Guys, we're leaving. What?
Yeah. There's creeps. Channeling his inner core player, like, I got to finish this neutral camp, then I'll get out. But just the support, not the end of the world, especially if they can pressure and maybe even take this top tier 1 tower. I mean, he kind of opened up this entire top side of the map for Penguin Squad to get some good farm in.
Top tier 1. Still hard to get. It is never easy with the Tree Protector in the game. Tier 2 is going to be taking bottom, though, if you're not too careful. I think it's actually already gone.
Yep. Not much you can do about that. The BKB timing for Nature's Prophet, something they haven't really got the best answers for. A lot of their damage at this point is magic damage, so part of the reason why that top fight went so well for Penguin Squad was the fact that Nature's Prophet was just short of having a BKB there. Does mean Arms is going to be a little bit limited in the damage department. Just the Maelstrom Midas, no Gleipnir just yet, but it won't take long for a Nature's Prophet to finish farming that one.
All that being said, though, Snow is starting to like outpace the Nature's Prophet in a decent way.
Yeah.
He's going for the AC. You've got Kid kind of recovering. Problem is still Satoshi far behind, and he's almost got the BKB, which I think is really the turn-on marker for him, but with it being so far out, it just seems rough.
Yeah. I think the good news is, like, he's underfarmed, but as long as he's able to get in and initiate with a BKB and be tanky, he can still kind of do his role. Like, I think heroes like Ember are similarly kind of underfarmed for how this game started. Yeah, Ember's got similar farm to the Leshrac, but Maelstrom, Mage Slayer, like, he's got to be a little bit careful in these fights. They've kind of prioritized giving Fade a better game. He's got a lot more net worth on his axe compared to the Ember.
Blink Call into the Onslaught. They've got the Blade Mail. Static Storm even committed to this one. You say hiding in the trees. They'll get the Culling Blade to get the kill there. Crystal Maiden's Courier has to go the other way. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and we'll steal the Searing Chains and throw them onto this Ember. Actually taking a decent amount of damage. They were looking for the stun on the Telekinesis, but won't quite land it. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, that was fortunate for Ember that it was just slightly off with the Split Earth timing, and they do get the kill on the Primal Beast, but quite a bit being committed, and right off of that, Penguin Squad say, okay, we don't have Primal Beast, that's no problem. We're just going to charge on out in smoke, try find a pick off. They kind of have an idea that Felt maybe split up there, and that's something they want to punish.
Who can they find? Maybe Axe. Getting a kill on Fade is not terrible here. Obviously, you kind of want to shut down the Nature's Prophet, but that's not happening at the moment. They're going to go and find themselves Chen instead, so getting the Tree Protector, that means there's no heal for these towers at the moment. So can they take a tower while the Tree Protector is dead?
I don't think there's... I mean, mid-tier 1 would be the most appealing. Roshan, though, would be a much bigger objective. Yeah, and they're going for it. I mean, Penguin Squad, despite, not having the best start, they're showing a lot of life here with the pick off into the Roshan pit. Only 10 seconds on Treant, though.
Fight Searing Chains, TP in. They need to get the stun so he doesn't get that BKB off. Oh, they do! Arms!
Wow.
Did so quickly. The Onslaught. Do they have the control to get the kill here now into the Ember? Remnant back over to the side, but they've got the trample. They'll get the kill on the Ember, too. Oh, my God.
Oh,
getting the insta-stun on Nature's Prophet, blowing him up before he can BKB. He just TP'd right into his death, and then the Ember kind of followed up, so they'll get themselves Roshan. Glimpse away on the Primal Beast to stop any follow-up kills. Crawler's still looking for maybe a telekinesis in on someone, but doesn't have much follow-up. But that's a huge Aegis to grab.
Huge fight to win, because it was your 1 and your 2 dying, and then the Aegis. Like, that brings Kid back into the game, and he's been kind of on the edge of being in this game again, but also Satoshi, now he's got that BKB. And they can work with BKB pulverized at this point. Oh, dear. Not feeling too great here for Felt.
No, and it's just the general, like, team cohesion isn't really there. It's, like, not just that, you know, the game's kind of slipping away. It just feels like they're not really on their A game today. You know, the way they're approaching picking some of these fights, definitely being affected by the fact they're playing with a stand-in, even though I don't think Arms is doing anything terrible when it comes to his play. It's just the team as a whole just seem to have been thrown off by it.
Disruptor's here. He TP'd into the tier 2. Blink in from Crawler. Glimpse away. Can he steal Glimpse? Yeah.
That's a great spell.
TP into the fight, just get glimpsed away, or blink from Fade and get glimpsed. Like, this gives some opportunity, and they're gonna go Overgrowth. It hits the Crystal Maiden. They come in with the TP from Arms, but he's gonna be hit with that Frostbite. Now they go to the Freezing Field. The Onslaught coming through. They should be able to get the kill on a Chen. They'll end up losing Issei, but BKB's been popped on the other side of the fight. They've got the Searing Chains inside of the Alchemist. The Pulverize with the BKB. That means it's full duration with the buyback coming out from Chen. So now, do they have the damage to blink? Call on a 2. Can he spin? Can he win? Alk is low, charging up the stun, looking over at the Ember, but he needs to throw it out, and it doesn't land. He uses that swipe, but the stun comes in from the Lestrak. They've got the Glaive here coming through from Arns. He's on the other side of the fight. They look over as the Remnant's going to be on the other side once again.
Oh, another call.
Calling Blade. Can he get another? Dunks on dunks on dunks. He's scoring 50s all over the place, and now they're going to look over the Lestrak, who's coming over to the side, but they've got the kinetic field. It's up. The damage from the Pulse Nova with the Bloodstone. There's the call again, and dunk on him as well. This is a just segment of dunks. It's the dunk contest, and Axe is on every single one.
Whoo! Look, even D Wade's not going to stop him scoring 50s on this one. No, nothing stopping Fade from popping off with the Axe, and just a hell of a, like, multiple 2-hero calls on the Leshrac plus Alchemist, the two most, like, high impact damage dealing cores of these fights, just get completely locked down. The damage being returned with the Blade Mail, the spins, just setting up and keeping his team alive. Like, Ember got glimpsed back into the middle of, like, the entire Penguin Squad team there, and despite that, he was, like, bailed out because of these Axe calls.
Yeah, avoiding that stun as well that was coming in from Snow. It ends up that Arms has his BKB hit this entire time. He never even uses it. Like, that's insane.
He knew. He's like, I don't need this one.
Does he use it here even? No? Okay. They'll just get another dunk. Sure. Now he's got 7 stacks on the cold armor. So 10 armor harvested. That's a way to put it. That's for sure. And if that fight goes well for Penguin Squad, I want to say, like, where that fight was ending, they could have pushed to the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they're very quickly, like, their draft was starting to snowball back in their favor. You know, you've got Lesh Edict, you've got an Alchemist who's kind of hit his timings, but now you lose a fight, and all of a sudden the question goes back to, like, uh-oh, we have an Alch. Like, you know, we're kind of limited in just how much we can scale into the late game. You know, our team is going to kind of fall off a little bit. And on the other side, you know, I feel like there's just a bit better with all 3 cores seeming to have good late games here. A Primal Beast, we've talked a bit about, looking a bit more like a support than a core at this point. Does raise some concerns for Penguin Squad the longer this game goes on. So that was like the fight where they win that fight, they could just win the game.
So now they'll get the Primal Beast to reconnect. They've got some time before they're all alive. So it is going to be rough sailing for the side of Penguin Squad at the moment. Especially like that. That's how they use their Aegis. That was an advantage they should have held on and kept.
Yeah. You know, kind of an awkward spot to take a fight. The Treant Protector was like positioned nicely in some fog over the trees. Even though the CM had a nice freezing field, it just felt like almost a little bit too forced, and felt we're able to do a good job of just like baiting them in, hit and run with the Ember, just constant poke, limit the damage. The Mage Slayer pickup has been really nice to limit the Leshrac damage output, even some of the Primal Beast damage output being partially magical as well. So good itemization, just making everyone on the Felt side hard to actually kill and bring down.
Soon they're also going to have the Static Storm upgrade from the Disruptor. He's almost got the Ags. He's 800 gold away from that. He's been gifted with the Fillet Stone. But this is, yeah, Ags next. How are you going to feel about this Ags for Leshrac? He's a long ways out from it, but nihilism in this game?
Yeah, it seems pretty nice. The Ethereal, I mean, especially against like Nature's Prophet, perhaps more useful than some of the others, but just amping up some of the magic damage, and just, you know, at this point, Les just wants to do as much damage as possible, so I think he sees this as just a way to do even more increased damage.
It felt like things were kind of like rolling together too, but at the end of the day, you know, it just wasn't enough from the Leshrac. I feel like he could have spiraled out of control, and this game kind of getting slowed down here.
Yeah, I think this is the part where you have like a crazy fight in sequence like that, where Penguin Squad's coming back in, they're, you know, pushing the momentum, and then they go a little bit too far, and now they're like, okay, let's settle down, let's farm, let's wait till we hit like a big item timing, or, you know, next Roshan is of course going to be on both teams' radar.
Daedalus for arms.
Nope. Yeah, his damage is the one I look at, like single target damage that's scaling right now, and arms is definitely a player to look out for. Has the level 20 talent now as well with the leash, which is going to be very, very annoying.
If they're able to find themselves the kill on arms early, like, I do think they win these fights, but that's easier said than done. Like, the only reason they got in the fight before the last was because he TP'd right into them. Never had a chance to get that BKB off. Hell, he didn't need the BKB in the last fight.
Yeah, and I think that's probably, you know, a bit of a learning experience. Like, okay, this is, you know, I gotta be careful about how I approach these fights.
TP attempt.
Got the CM.
Yeah, CM's dead, but considering what was up for grabs in that lane, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, they'll take it. They want to farm and push it out anyways. You know, they do bring maybe more heroes than they need to just for farming a lane and killing a CM, but not the end of the world, considering we're kind of at this more passive part where both teams are kind of waiting around a little bit for Roche. Lesh does run into the Ember here.
Let's see. BKB. Arms is in, and that is going to be a lot of damage. Like we were talking about with that Daedalus, Kid is just going to die, and with the time given, now they've got that upgrade with the Static Storm. Yep. Here they go.
Yeah, not having any kind of BKB or way to get away from the Ember just means, you know, Ember runs into Lesh and it's just a free kill. Soldier, you're going to push forward, probably aim for this tier 2 tower. This will give them even more map control and ability to, you know, set up and posture around Roshan, get that vision up, keep the map pressure on. Maybe even get some pressure onto the high ground here.
Yeah, if you're Lesh, you really don't want to buy back. Gleipnir?
Oh my gosh.
And
a lot of damage.
I feel just a little bit, probably would have forced him to pop that BKB if he had just got that kinetic field up in time.
Yep. They're trying to defend this without buying back, and I mean, they're definitely not going to buy back at this point. They don't want to commit like a Primal Beast BKB. They just want to commit nothing at all and limit how much damage their tier 3 tower takes. Looks like they'll be A-okay here. I don't really see any way Felt maintains the pressure. If anything, they're better off backing off, getting some more farm. Yeah, you see Nature's Prophet farm enemy Ancients, TPs to his own Ancients. He recognizes that this game is slowing down, and, you know, Roche is still a few minutes away at best, maybe even more. So they just have to be careful not to get caught, because they would have been spotted kind of backing off and splitting up, and now there's an opening for Penguin Squad to try and find somebody.
But Creeps freely pushing in, that probably gives them an inkling at this that, hey, well, they're smoked. And even a slight thrown out by the Ember. Onslaught going the other way. There's the BKB. So can they get the control? Blink call on to 2. Fades on it once again. Crawler's going to end up dead. They've got the Static Storm. That means no BKB here for the Alk. They get the Culling Blade onto Satoshi. And the smoke goes wrong again. That's going to be a fourth dying as Issei hits the deck, and Leshrac can only just go back to base.
Yep. This has been a really good sequence of fights for Felt. Just from one good team fight to the next, and with 4 dead, 10k gold lead now, they're just using their catch and pick off really well. You know, you've got the Axe Blade Call, the Glimpse, the Nature's Prophet, you can kind of TP anywhere. So the fact they kind of split the map and then force Penguin Squad to like make these tricky plays, and you always have vision almost because lanes are being shoved out, it makes it really hard to take good fights on the Penguin Squad side.
Tree and Overgrowth gonna die, but Kid in an odd spot. Fade should just be able to get the call. He doesn't even need to blink in. Gets it on the edge. Stun hits both shoes here as well. Kinetic field. Kid trying to survive, but never had a chance. Glimpse and stolen glimpse.
Ooh. Freezing field in the trees. CM.
Oh, CM. Not going to get the kill on his shoe. Frostbite. Still trying.
East wants
will get it. All right.
Nice.
At least he gets that. Satoshi's going to die to arms up top, by the way. So that's a bit of an issue. But they caught this Prophet and killed him. Blink call, though, now with the Blade Mail. BKB still available for this Alchemist, and he'll use it to run. Charges up a stun, throws it onto the Ember, and avoided.
Yep. Looks like Axe may just finish off the melee racks here. Does have a creep wave coming in a couple of seconds here. Only Alchemist alive for now. Rubik in 10. Buybacks in a couple of heroes, but probably... maybe you can even defend this melee racks, but it looks like he just has no interest and he'll let Fade take it by himself. Very surprised to see Alk just walk away and go farm some neutrals. I actually think that maybe could have been a melee racks that he defends.
So now that's just innately pushing in, and that's a problem.
Oh.
Roche up in a minute, by the way. Octarine Core. Frax.
Ooh. He's having fun. When you get to go these kind of item builds on Axe, it's always a good time. Getting super farm, getting some more kind of cooldown reduction to give yourself just constant uptime on Berserker's Call. 8-second cooldown with a 3-second duration. Not to mention the items, the way it affects, you know, your Blade Mail, your Blink, your BKB as well.
The question here is, can Penguin Squad sneak another Roche? Can they win a fight to get another Roche?
Ooh. I think sneaking it is not in the cards. You're up against like Trance and stuff, but if you can win a fight.
Oh my god.
Pain.
That is some fast damage on a crawler. He does not have buyback. The BKB early usage, but here comes Arms with his own BKB and damage of it. Well, Nature's Prophet is enough to get the kill onto the Leshrac. Glimpse. BKB, that might have wanted to be used before the Glimpse connected, but they're going to jump in with the stun. Onslaught pushes him onto the high ground. Now they've got the stun coming in from the Leshrac, but they go to the Culling Blade, and I think he accidentally hit it onto the Alchemist. They're unable to get the kill there onto Arms. They'll end up losing the Leshrac. Now they've got this Alk trying to get some damage here onto the Ember, and they've got enough. Sleight of Fist, jump in, got a Chen, and Issei falls to Arms because he's on the low ground right-clicking away. I don't think that call landed, but it's not going to matter. They've got the Sprout leeching. He can't go anywhere, and they'll take the Alk.
Yeah, too much damage coming from Arms now. He completed a full Scotty to go with the Daedalus, so he's slowing everybody. He's kiting the Alchemist and limiting his health regen as well at the same time. A great item pickup for this game. And unfortunately for Penguin Squad, it was a decent-ish fight, but they're right under enemy vision. They get the kill on the Ember, but there just wasn't enough follow-up. And this Leshrac, it feels like really needed like maybe a BKB or something. Like it's not a great BKB game, but every single fight just feels like Leshrac can't really stay alive long enough to do serious damage with the Pulse Nova and all the AoE magic damage, which is what they, you know, relies on having that teammate to also dish out damage.
Onslaught. Oh, the silence from the Mindbreaker. First hit, so the Pulverize. Now it gets off, but that's not going to matter. Arms is going to be able to just turn this one around. They'll take out Satoshi. They'll look over for this Crystal Maiden. BKB from Arms. They'll actually focus the buildings while the rest of the team will go to work. And they get a full team wipe.
Yep. Looks like we're going to a game 3 here, B-Cup. There's not much left, not much fight. The Alk pick, you know, a first for Div 2, but it just wasn't enough. And, you know, Alk looked okay here, but it still looked like the same hero that it always was. And that kind of style of carry just doesn't really fit the meta when you're playing against such a fast-paced team who has Nature's Prophet, Axe, Ember, these heroes that come online super early, that pressure the lane early on. It's just hard to make an Alk pick work.
Yeah, it shows up here for the first time and probably the last time, I would say, the way that ended up working out. But let's hear what Nat has to say. Again, analytical hat on. Nat, what do you got for us? Let's bring you in here. Ooh, look at that screen. Boop. Open. And there it is.
Analytical hat.
It's the hat of the, what was it that Kezu said? The Mind Fortress that he would use?
I don't remember that, but I also don't remember a lot of things. The only thing that's sticking in my brain right now is I really don't want to see Alk again. Like, it was a massive switch up from what they picked in game number 1, the Draw Ranger, and now an Alk, which takes significantly long to sort of farm, very different way that you play in team fights. And unfortunately, Snow just couldn't really get online, couldn't really do anything with it, despite the fact that what he ended up picking up in a Abyssal, a Radiance, BKB, and AC as well. Like, there's just so little he could do with so much, and it's very unfortunate for Penguin Squad because, again, they looked fantastic in game 1, but game 2 felt they turned it around. Different team compared to what we saw before, and I love the redemption arc on Fade Axe here. He picked up a win with it, and he was just dunking on everyone. His team was setting him up for some fantastic ults there, gods.
Yeah, he delivered again. It's shown that, this is an out-of-meta hero, but he can make it look meta with the way he plays it. It's kind of this old-school, blink, stun, initiator that's coming back in to match the old-school out there. I'm going to just farm, carry. But yeah, he played it really well, and I think the kind of draft around it that they had, like the global damage potential, the Nature's Prophet can TP in any time through an ultimate, Ember being super mobile. You've got the perfect kind of cores to go with an Axe, and also a very strong lane. I think that you can only really make Axe work when you've got these ranged 4s that give you this like real strong kill threat in lane, and Disruptor was like the perfect hero for Axe to have a good game here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And just Disruptor as a whole, something that felt a very comfortable working around. We've seen Shu play phenomenally on the Disruptor before, but Arms fitting really in this time around on the Nature's Prophet B Cup. He had a much better showing for himself and just felt a little bit more comfortable with how everyone on Felt was playing.
Yeah, despite that one death that happened by Roche, I think the game went pretty easy for him, truthfully. 12, 5, and 22 being involved in 36 kills is kind of hype. But he flexed those arms. He did a little bit of a workout and started throwing out some damage. Boom, 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 boom. And that's also off the back of just having like Ember able to just searing chains, the control from the blink calls that were on multiple heroes almost exclusively, and Shu being able to line up said calls with like a good glimpse and control he brought of his own.
Yeah, there was the control from the Disruptor, the control from the tree, control from Axe, and all of this, as well as the jump in and out from the Ember Spirit, led to Nature's Prophet just being able to sit there, dish out the damage, and also become our MVP. No, he wasn't. It was Fade. Just kidding. I was setting this up for Arms. I just read that one wrong. That's my bad. I don't have my reading glasses on. It is Fade MVP. We'll say that he gets it because he just set up Nature's Prophet so well to dish out damage that he didn't have to think about anything. Nature's Prophet could just, come right in, just right-click everyone to death, and Fade was there getting the jumps on, getting the calls off perfectly. When we do look towards our next game, gods, do you think that there is anything from this series so far out of game 1 and 2 that really need to be banned for either side?
I don't think so. I think Felt have a big enough hero pool. They always draft really well, but it's not like there's any one specific opener they just play way better than the others. I think for me it's more that Penguin Squad need to figure out what works best for them. I think they went a little bit too out of meta. Yeah, not out. Exactly. And it just feels like they're almost experimenting. Like we're at the end, we're like in last day. Maybe they're just they're still in, they still have a chance to not get eliminated if they win this series. But it still feels like it just seems like a weird time to do what seems to be experimenting, like picking it out of nowhere. Like maybe they played in scrims, they must have, or played a lot in pubs and feel confident. But it's too experimental. Stick with what's worked so far. Stick with what's strong. Don't go too wacky.
Yeah, I would love to find out a little bit more reasoning about this ALK, but we're not going to get the answer anytime soon because we do have a game at number 3 between Penguin Squad and Felt coming up after this break. It's game 3 between Penguin Squad and Felt. It is so important for Penguin Squad to pick up a win here in this final game, because if they lose, they are 100% going to be relegated. If they win, there is a chance for them to stay alive in Division 2. They can force some tiebreakers out. We could see some wild action happen in 2 days' time for some tiebreakers, but it all starts here. It starts with the draft. It starts here in game number 3. And Felt, this is probably one of the first times we see them really dip heavily into their reserve time for a ban. It is just going to be the Death Prophet, though.
Yep.
So not too much to say on that one. Oh, yeah. But what were they thinking, huh?
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't think they banned Death Prophet last games, or at least one of the games I remember thinking, oh, they didn't ban Death Prophet.
They did in game 1.
Okay. But
Yes,
game 2,
they
no,
did
right?
in-
Or am I
No.
BSing?
Game
Okay.
2, they did not.
Yep. I was going to say there's a good chance they may want to do like another Bat Rider ban so they could. Well, they have first pick this time, so I guess that changes things a bit with the first phase. They're going to force Penguin Squad to ban Lena and stuff, and yeah, they get to do the classic throwaway ban. You got first pick, you just ban a random support because you want more OP heroes left in the pool, so you just ban something your opponents like to play that isn't really a top pick.
Yeah, it's fantastic work for them. Very much mirroring. That's a tough word to say. What we saw in game 1 when it comes to the bans, because Felt did Death Prophet plus Spirit Breaker last time. It's Death Prophet Miranda this time, and then Nature's Prophet Lena here for Penguin Squad. So really not too much changing up there. What we saw Felt open up with, though, in that game 1 was a Clockwork. I'm curious if they will go back for that, or if they want to try and pick up something a little bit more meta, maybe a Tree, maybe a Rubik. Both of them still in the pool if they want to just open up with a support beak up.
I wouldn't hate it. See?
They're good.
Didn't hate it.
They also didn't hate it. They also kind of liked it,
I love it.
I think the expectation is Fade is going to want to first phase Beastmaster. They're going to probably. This is generally where Felt just 8-pick Beastmaster. And if you're Penguin Squad, you're like, okay, what do we get that's good against Beastmaster? They pick Jakiro. This is literally being picked because they expect Beastmaster to come out, and it's one of the strong, good laners against Beastmaster. But it is a bit of a unusual pick to see in the first phase.
Normally very, very much something that is saved for later for that second phase, but will they still go the Beastmaster? How much confidence does Fade have in it? Because this is the only time they will have the closing phase pick for themselves, and they're sitting, deliberating, contemplating. Lycan, practically the same
There we
thing.
go. Yeah, maybe we'll get a chance to interview him because I'm curious why most teams, rate Beastmaster just slightly above Lycan when it comes to that offlane pool and prioritization, but maybe just thrown off because they lost a game. I'm not seeing something where it's like, okay, they picked Tusk Jakiro, suddenly Beastmaster is worse and Lycan is better. But it is, it's very similar hero and how it fits into your game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm looking at the bans. What do you want to get rid of? Ooh, so many questions. Drow, get it out of here. They banned it themselves, Felt. I'm a little shocked because I feel like they've been liking the Drow more.
I think after Penguin Squad won with it in game 1, then we saw what Felt ban at game 2. I think they just see it as like a comfort pick for Snow, where you're never going to first phase the Drought, but they want to make sure that Penguin Squad don't get a chance to pick it in the second phase and ban to protect it. The Slark is a similar thing where they just seem to be banning out these heroes that are kind of comfort, because it's not obviously a good Drow or Slark game right now. These are just heroes that Snow is very comfortable on.
Would you be willing to ban Shadow Fiend? Is that worth it? Because I feel like Kid had such a good game with that.
I think
especially, right?
Yeah, especially if it counters something you want to pick, because Felt probably have at least some idea what they maybe want to play for the mid lane. If they want to go Quap again, you better ban SF, because SF just gives Quap a rough time mid. I'm not sure if they really know what their mid pick is here yet. They're gonna wait and see, get some more info. Right now they just see all these supports. They need to see at least one core before they really commit to anything, which they are going to get to see here. It's going to be Penguin Squad having to pick one of their cores. We'll see which way they go. Maybe they pick their carry since they see the lane matchup, or they want to save that carry pick and just pick an offlaner or a flex hero.
Yeah, it feels like Penguin Squad aren't in a realm where Tusk can ever really be flexed into mid just because of the style that we've seen both Kid and Snow play. Yep. It's like, would Tusk ever really fit into that? So unfortunately, they don't have the same sort of flexibility. Watch them prove me wrong. Watch them pick up another support here, and we're like, okay, well, I guess Tusk is going on a core.
I could see him offlane. Oh, Jakiro offlane.
Yeah. I'm a big advocate of Jakiro offlane. That comes from Mo Farah. He's a big advocate of Trebuchet Jakiro, and I'm a big fan of that.
Way. We saw Gaming Gladiators try it once in Western Europe, and I was like, well, I'm good. My eyes have witnessed it. I don't want to see it again, no matter where the official is being played. I'm personally not a fan, but I am always willing to be proved wrong. Always.
Yeah, we got Dazzle mid earlier today. Might as well really roll the dice.
I mean, that was in a series that had no implications for standings for, the team picking Dazzle mid. This one has a lot of implications for Penguin Squad.
That's very fair.
And which core are they going for? Monkey King. So yeah, I mentioned, the only lane you see the matchup for is that safe lane. Who's going to be Felt's offlaner. So they pick around that. They pick what should be their carry. Monkey can flex in the past to 4 as well as 3 position. Even goes mid against certain melee matchups like, Ember, but Ember's banned. But I think it should be a carry Monkey here.
Yeah, I think it's a safe assumption until proven otherwise for this.
Yeah. They're not looking to do anything, they want to stick to their comfort zone as much as possible. Game 3, must-win match to avoid elimination. Felt see this now, and they can kind of, address it with their double pick here. Likely, get some support, range support to go with the Lycan. I was going to say Hoodwink could be great, but that's banned out, so I'm curious to see if they have any other ideas for heroes that can maybe address the Monkey King out of the support role.
What is it that you're looking for in the support? Is it just being ranged in a lockdown? Because I was going to say snap. Yeah. Damn it.
And damage, I think, too. Like, Treant, Lycan don't really bring much damage. You got some teamfight control from Treant. You've got some building damage from Lycan, but you need a way to kill heroes, and Snapfire is great for that.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
But great call, Nat. I believe you. You had that.
Yeah, I was building up. I was like, oh, maybe you just give me like some more details. And then I say Snap. I look like a genius. I should just come out with it. But no, I do like Snap 4. She's right in that middle zone where she's not super favorable. You would obviously prefer other 4s normally over her, but she is still a fantastic backup option. And then, Big Up, what do you think they're going to pick here? Are you better off doing your core when you don't know your lane matchup, or your mid when you still don't know your mid matchup? Okay,
they're going to go with a Pango. I just think that pick really works, and honestly, it fits the bill.
It fits the bill.
Yeah.
Yep. So Penguin Squad want to win this game. They need to pick mid Dazzle now, is what I've learned today.
Yes. I need more mid Dazzle in my life.
But this is, the point of the draft where Penguin Squad have an advantage because they get to see these core matchups before they pick, their own cores. Like, the only bad matchup they have to worry about was the earlier on. So here they're going to get to, they get to pick Monkey King, seeing the Lycan matchup. Now they get to pick their mid, seeing the Penguin matchup. So basically all 3 core matchups they're getting to counter pick here, which is, a great position to be in.
And you know what we say, win lanes win game.
Yep. We do. True.
We really do. We really
Every
do.
day, honestly.
I wake up and that's my morning mantra.
That's what I was going to say.
Just before I queue up for ranked, I repeat it to myself 6 times.
I just say it in life. I wake up, I'm like, gonna win my lane, win my game, and then I'm walking down the street and people are like, what is this idiot talking about?
You got like the headphones in, just like saying it a little too loud.
that was supposed to be a whisper. I'm sorry. I'll take a coffee latte. Thanks.
All right, Timbersaw. There we go. They're going to go for their off-lane pick now for Penguin Squad. I mean, I'm a little interested why they would go the off lane when they don't know who the carry is on Felt here. Or is it Timber is a potential ban, like that was going to be taken away from them and they feel that there's any sort of matchup that they can have when it comes to mid gods?
I think they just really like Timber this game. Like you're saying, that there's a very good chance it gets banned out because it's such a good hero against the Lycan. And just looking at this Felt draft, like Pango also doesn't really bring damage that can threaten the Timber, so it's just the Snapfire with magic damage. So they saw a ton of value in Timber this game. And, you know, you can pick it here not knowing the matchup because there aren't many carries that give Timber a miserable time. There's a few and you get to ban them out. You know, this is where maybe you see like the Ursa ban and stuff like that. Morphling gets banned out. There's a hero that can cause some problems for Timber. But yeah, it just seems super high value when they don't have much damage. But at the same time, like Timber Monkey Cores, like I do still feel like Penguin Squad need that kind of objective taker coming out from the mid lane, which is like what, Leshrac and DP, and both those two heroes going to be banned out. Maybe a Shadow Fiend is another option. I know B-Cop wanted that maybe as a ban. I could see that working well for Kid, although it is a bit on the greedy side.
Yeah, I'm curious who really does get picked up. I know Penguin Squad are going to get overall last pick, so it'll fall down to Felt having to pick up their carry first. But you're right, like the DP, the Ember, the Lesh, the Puck now all taken out for mid laners. I know there are still a bunch in the pool, but it really does make you wonder.
Maybe there's a possibility we see a switch up too. Once they see that, like, you know, Monkey mid versus Pango, I don't think it's a great matchup for Monkey, but it is melee versus melee. You know, potentially Timber goes mid, but I just think there's too much value to be gained by having the Timber offlane unless it's a terrible matchup. But, you know, there is flex potential there. I think Penguin Squad's just going to wait till the very end, see what Felt do, and the pressure's really on Felt to come up with something for the carry role to kind of pull this draft together. We don't really, with the stand-in, you know, if this was their normal Felt draft, you know, you're expecting like Chaos Knight here, get that aggressive fighting carry, but because Arms is standing in, you know, it could be anything.
Really good. Sometimes the stand-in works to your advantage that way. Sometimes it unfortunately doesn't because it's not, you know, part of the core 5 stack. Because
Yeah, I think it's always hard to find immediate chemistry, but we were talking about this game one where, like, if you're mid, you kind of have the lane yourself and you can do your own thing as a stand-in, or at least that was Parker's point, not mine. And he also said that being a stand-in as a 5 is probably pretty good too. So I think having the decision to like have they're probably listening to what you want to play mid, right? Like they're not giving you something that works in a way that would have worked for who you're standing in for. You want to be able to make your stand-in play as good as possible at the end of the day, or as well as possible.
I think Felt could pick an Ursa here. That's probably the best hero. When it comes to countering Timber in lane in the game, Ursa's the hero that stands out the most. Other heroes like Bloodseeker. If you want something less greedy, there's, you know, your Dooms and stuff, which is another option. Yeah, Ursa it is.
Beautiful. You love to see it, and Penguin Squad get to come into their last pick now, knowing everything. And do you think that they're still safest to run the Timber Tusk together, Jakiro Monkey King, and pick up the mid? Or are you like, hey, maybe we can roll a Tusk into mid and pick up something else with the Timber Sword and make Ursa's lane hard?
I think most likely they're picking mid. If there's any swap up, it may be sending Timber mid to dodge the Ursa matchup and just play Timber versus Pango. But TA.
Not what I would have thought.
I'm wondering if this is safe lane or mid TA. I assume it's mid, but maybe not. Yeah, Kid takes it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yep. I mean, look, there's still a way that they interchange, but it's most likely, based off the past 2 games, it's going to be Kid running it down mid with the TA there. Snow, Monkey King off lane. Again, anything is possible for how they change up the lanes, but for now we will just take it as what we have seen in the past. And looking at that, then B-Cub lane phase, who are you favoring a little bit more between them? Who do you think will come out a little bit stronger and a little bit more on top?
I want to root for Penguin Squad. We keep calling them, I keep calling them the Waddle ever since that was brought up, and I want to see the Waddle work. I want to see them waddle their way to a victory and a 4-way tiebreaker, potentially, which would be really cool.
Yeah, it would be really awesome to see Penguin Squad just hold on to try and still give another fight towards them staying in Division 2. But do you think that this is the game that's going to happen, Gods? Do you think that they do have a chance here?
I think they definitely have a chance. I quite like the TA pick for them, but I still am going to lean with Felt this one. Part of me also just hopes Felt wins because I want to see them not just go to Div 1, but actually be competitive there. And, if they want to be a competitive Div 1 team, they need to be able to beat teams like Penguin Squad. The fact this has already gone 3 games and not been the cleanest Dota, I'm sure if we do hear from them, they'll, admit they weren't playing their best today. But I'm hoping for, the sake of an upcoming NA team that Felt gets the win here.
Yeah. Oh, 2 sides to the same coin. Don't know which way it is going to land, but for now, we'll toss it up and we'll see what Game 3 brings. Big up, Gods, please take it away.
Last game of the day. Gonna be a fun one in Division 2. But we've got to pause for a split second. We'll see. I don't know. I'm excited. I love seeing things that are a little bit different. I know it's been picked up more and more, but it's kind of a little bit different. Monkey King Timber, not exactly in every game. I just had so many weeks of just Lena that anything that isn't that is exciting to me.
Yeah, it's, stuff that has recently been meta, but that's partly why teams are able to pick it is this was meta 6 months or a year ago and I was playing TA all the time. So when they decide they want to play a TA, they're so comfortable on it. Whereas, the out of meta stuff, no one's been practicing. No one's been practicing Clinks because Clinks hasn't been relevant for ever, Yeah. But it's always funny way when you do see new stuff on a patch, it's often stuff that was relevant. Yeah, maybe the previous patch because that's just teams are going to be more confident picking something they're familiar with. That's where TA Monkey King come into play here, and it does give some very kind of a lot of aggression to this Penguin Squad side that they're going to be looking to kind of try and roll over this game with.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can pull it off on either side. We'll see if Penguin Squad can live to potentially fight another day in Division 2. A 4-way tiebreaker for 7th place would be pretty hype. I'm all about tiebreakers. I have experienced some fun ones and some long days and 2 days and 3 days. Mm-hmm. 4 teams might make it go on forever. I don't exactly know how a 4-way tiebreaker would work. I know 3 is like a 1-1-1 situation, but 4 teams all of a sudden, we're stepping into new territory.
Could do a little mini bracket or something. I'm not do a little double limb bracket to decide who gets first and last, since those are the 2 spots that matter the most.
Double limb, all BO1s, turbo games.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I want to see pro players play turbo or ability draft. I saw Purge hosting his ability draft tournament the other day. That was a lot of fun. Seeing pros play different modes.
I'm down for that. Just have different modes played for these pros for something that kind of means a lot. Maybe group, if you win, you get to choose your group, and the team that loses goes to the other group.
Yeah, one of the tournaments had a 1v1 mid to settle tiebreakers. That was kind of hype too.
I'm down with that. I know DPLCDA back a couple of years ago had for draft priority was 1v1 mids.
Nice. Just play a quick 1v1 before you get into the match. That's so distracting. The team's strategizing what they're going to pick and stuff, and then one player's guys, I got to go, win this 1v1.
And that was the problem, was the community was voting on who they wanted to play in the 1v1 mid, and then they also got to pick the hero for the player. So these 1v1 mids were always going to the 15-minute time limit because nobody would die.
They'd have some mid 1v1 alchemist or something.
Yeah, it was Alk or Earth Spirit. I remember it was 1 or 2 of them. It's just all right. Well, you also have Innocence playing mid lane against nothing to say, but against Ori. It's oh, that's a great matchup for him. Gonna win that draft.
Yeah. Look, that's why you got to make it CM versus CM mid. Then maybe he's got a chance.
Looking at these 3 lanes, Arms all of a sudden, he's eating some damage here, and they do a little bit of a lane shuffle.
Yeah, kind of cool. Looks like both teams ended up swapping their lanes around to try and get the lanes they wanted. But yeah, some good damage coming in from the Tusk and Timbersaw there early on. Ursa making sure he gets this lane matchup that he was hoping for.
So let's see how the lanes end up going, as this is all fight for Penguin Squad. Felt, there's not much on the line for them. They're hoping that maybe Fart Studios, Fart Squad. I can't remember at this point.
Dog Studios, Dog
Studios. Well, that Fart Studios wins because then they'll have a chance at a tiebreaker
yeah.
for first, second.
Yeah. They need Dog Champ to lose / Fart Studios to win, and then they could get first. Which prize. I think it's like $1,000 or $2,000 difference. Plus pride.
Bragging rights always.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't beat you in the season, but we were number one anyway.
Yep.
Is what it's all about. Trying to figure out which of these lanes is going to be most aggressive. And by the way, they've also got this Lycan sitting mid.
Yeah.
The big standout.
Yeah, that you mentioned the lane swaps, so having your offlaner. Usually it's just side laner swapping, but
Crawler.
Okay.
Can't get away. Thought he was going to sneak through those trees, but unfortunate for him that Chen just had the extra bit of damage in.
Yeah. I think the thing with the lane swap is, it was actually interesting. I was looking at Pengo when it was picked up on Dota Buff. TA is like the third best statistical counter to Pengo. And yeah, this mid 1v1 matchup goes really well for TA. With the Meld Strike just kind of chunking away at the Pengo. It's a really tough matchup to play, and they sent Solji to the safe lane as well. I don't know if this is the best way to kind of answer. I think you just have to kind of suck it up and play the bad matchup, but because now he's also in a rough matchup top. Like, looking at the CS, it looks like game one. This is what the CS looked like 3 minutes in game one.
Oh, Arms and Chen. And chased a little bit over bottom. The tag team runs out, but they've got the Whirling Death to get the kill there on a Chen, and Arms jumping in on this. If that Timber Chain had a better angle, maybe they get the kill onto Arms. Speaking of the CS, by the way, it's like, oh, you've got wolves in the lane? Well, my Sideblades are also getting me extra CS.
Yeah.
Like, he's picked up a couple wolves here and there.
Yeah, it just feels odd because I don't think Lycan has any kind of an edge here and doesn't really do better than the Pengo mid. And then you're going to Lycan mid. Like, you want a Pengo mid who gets a bottle, hits level 6, can rotate around a bit. It just feels like they've set themselves up to have a worse game with this, and not to mention you've got players out of their comfort zone. Like Fade playing mid against mid laners, like he's just going to naturally not do as well. Like he's not expected to be a proficient mid laner when it comes to just like standard like creep equilibrium and just the way you exploit waves. Mid laners are usually the ones using their glyph to kind of get extra creeps or deny last hits from their opponents, and those are just things he's not going to be familiar with.
This CS is atrocious right now. The lanes are going horribly for Felt and Arms. Oh, a little TP or a little Timber Chain under the tower. That's never the best feeling in the world.
So one of those earlier on too, where I was like, oh, you already got good harass in. No need to go for this Timber Chain too. But yeah, he's not even got any points in the reactive. They're going to snowball in.
Wow, they'll get the kill on Arms. The double cookie Crawler. They'll be traded, but they also lose Shu in the top lane.
Oh boy. Yeah, this Pengo with just 9 last hits, make it 10 now, but absolutely brutal lane compared to the 28-11 denies of Snow on Monkey King. These lanes are being absolutely stomped.
Yeah, I am starting to worry about Felt with the way the lanes are going, and this is kind of rough.
Yeah. I think I'd said before, I'll say one last time, like, just not sending Pengo mid was a big mistake. They're probably realizing it now. It's just maybe too late to do anything about it. Gotta make their bed and line it too, and they're gonna suffer through this laning setup.
Arms wants to come forward, but I don't think he really wants to do that. Meanwhile, they'll lose the Pango top lane. Like this, all 3 lanes are struggling mightily, and Crawler will get hit with a scatterburst, but Arms doesn't want to fight into this at the moment.
Yeah, Timber with this 2-3-0 build just has so much nuke damage that he can dish out with the Magic Stick and Soul Ring in 5 seconds. A double nuke is like quick, easy, 400-500 damage. Really love this skill build against Ursa, who just never really got into a position where he can use the Fury swipes to bully the Timbersaw, because he was always getting bullied first, so he's always been too low health to actually go for these right clicks.
They're going to go under tower again.
Yeah.
Arms hit with a Timber Chain, turns it on Crawler. The tower will not kill him because he'll end up dying there to the Snapfire, so maybe slow it down on the aggression.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to see because like they've just kept Armed, like they keep harassing him. He's got a ring of health now, so his lane gets a whole lot better, and he's not going to get bullied out of lane quite as easily. As a quick DC comes out, but Yeah, that's a nice kill for him to get. Well, I think, did he get it or Snapfire? Yeah, so Snapfire got it, but that kind of stabilizes this lane a bit. It's still under a 1k gold lead. Usually when you're, winning all 3 lanes with CS wise, like I think game 1 we saw like almost a 2k gold lead at like 7 or 8 minutes in. So it hasn't been a complete disaster, but it's definitely bad given that this TA is going to be hitting all these strong early game item timings, likely take an early Roshan. And if you take that Roche away from a draft with Ursa and Lycan, that can be absolutely devastating for Felt.
Yeah, this could be a bit of an issue. And if you look at the net worth, look at where TA and Monkey King are. That's... Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the reason that the net worth lead isn't bigger is just the supports. Like, Penguin Squad supports have just been a bit more sacrificial, whereas Snapfire getting a kill has a bit more farm. You ignore the supports, and it's like, it is about a 2k gold lead going Penguin Squad's way.
So is the support difference, like, that's what's making the net worth close, but is the support difference going to make a big play at the early part of this game? Like, is there really that much of a difference between a Jakiro with 700 net worth and a Snap with 1600 net worth?
No, it's stuff like maybe having boots, but Tusk went boots first. Jakiro doesn't have boots. He's going to have boots for a little while, but stuff like this doesn't really matter. What matters when you talk about supports early game is just levels. Like, what's the level 6 timing of Snapfire? Like, when does Mortimer's Kisses come online? Tusk, similar thing with the Walrus Punch. So I think when it comes to these supports here, you're looking much more at XP being the big difference maker early on. And all it takes is like 1 or 2 fights where these supports get some assists on the Penguin Squad side, and suddenly they'll get like a couple hundred gold out of nowhere, free boots, etc., etc.
So Timber is back.
Okay, good news.
Let's see if they... there we go. G, or the GWR is my favorite these days. Go when ready.
Yep.
TA going to the Dragonhead, so obviously we saw that early in the TA game. Meanwhile, Snow, Boundless Strike, and trying to get this kill onto this Pango once more. Meanwhile, Satoshi ends up dying bottom. I was not expecting that. Arms is going to get traded just barely. That tag team had run out. If he had a chance to jump away, he might have escaped.
Good recognition from the Ursa and Snapfire, though, that they could kill the Timber there before the Tusk came back. Still, I think worth it for the Ursa just to get that kill, even though he trades away his own life.
I'm a little surprised that, this hasn't happened more often without reactive armor. Just going that 2-3 greed.
Yeah. He's just been so low in health. That's like the first time where it felt like he had levels and health. Like, he's got that level 3 Fury swipes, the Ring of Health, and now we're going to see him, I think, constantly kind of run at and go on this Timber and try and punish the fact he has 0 points in reactive armor.
But now they've got Timber Chain. They have a Whirling Death in a second. Chan, one shot, one right click, one opportunity. Timber Chain and eventually the kill, but now Crawler, he'll die under the tower for sure.
This is fine, though. Hit. I think Arms is really happy with this. I don't think he should be chasing the Timber. You're going to end up wasting your time. Just take these creeps under the tower. But yeah, this Timber can't really play as aggressive as he'd like anymore without the reactive armor points, which just aren't going to come anytime soon. This bottom lane is seemingly starting to swing the way of
Wukongs, Balanced Strike. Chen just came here and dies.
Okay.
That's back-to-back deaths for this Snapfire.
No. Pango.
Interesting.
The one halfway to level 6. Definitely the one who's suffered the most from this laning setup and the way Feld have played. I mean, I talked about Lycan not being comfortable in the 1v1 mid. I'm sure Solji, safe lane Pango with a support leeching SP. He's probably, he's looking at this like, man, how am I not level 6? It's 8.5 minutes.
Oh boy, Ice Path down on the ground. Balance Strike and a kill onto the Pango. That's going to slow down that level 6 even longer. Shu, well, he is dead to Snow. And when you get snow in your shoes, it's going to be a bad time. That's for sure. This might be the tier 1 down, which means Pango's going to be searching even longer for level 6 and comfort.
And Snow's just having the freest game. 4-0-1, 51 last hits, 20 denies. Has an Echo Saber coming out soon. Solji, he just TP'd in. Is he going to die again? Surely not.
Got Snowball. Do they pull him in? Yeah, they do. They've got the Jingu. They have the damage. Oh.
Wow, he's so tilted.
Oh, boy.
That's just like a tilt death there. Just TP's in to die. It's forcing Lycan to now come and make this rotation. He doesn't have Shapeshift for about 8 seconds, though. Not sure when that was used. Maybe mid lane for some kind of a play, but... And with Lycan gone, TA's taking the mid-tier 1 tower. This is just a disaster for Felt.
They're like trying to chase Snow. They've got 3 bounty runes. Fade's like, oh, I have to pick these up? I forgot about that. Ursa's going for Kid, but now the snowball and potentially a turn.
Almost.
Also, they use Shapeshift to come mid. Can they get a kill here?
Kid was under a sentry there. Definitely. I think Lycan was coming thinking maybe they can get this kill. They see Kid here, and he's a bit low in mana. They know where he is. Is there detection?
Somebody, yeah, there's the sentry. There's the kill. That only works for so long.
No. Timber's coming in for the punish, though.
Yeah, if you can kill Arms, that's a decent trade. Snowball in. Timber chain across. They get the kill on Arms. And now Satoshi's in this weird cliff area.
Stuck,
and he has to get up with the Timber chain. So not able to really do more than that.
Yeah, may have had another kill if he didn't get stuck there.
Cookie, stun, and Crawler. He's going to die here to Fate.
And goes thinking about chasing Timber, though. Gets out of there. Level 4 Timber chain. Still no points in the reactive armor. He's just been having a great time just with the nukes. Top tier 1 tower still kept alive somehow. I mean, the somehow is Tree and Protector. This hero just keeps towers alive and finally going to go down with the Siege Wagon here.
Comes in, Ice Path, Wukong, Zisei. He's kind of getting away from this. That's a little bit scary, but, well, one more right click to get the kill.
Monkey's like every man for himself. I'm out of here.
See you later, dude. Primal Spring finds Fade. That's solid for him, but... Oh, he's got Boundless Strike. The kiss is coming through. They'll look for the stun, but they end up getting the kill on the Chen, so only one kiss comes over, and Fade ends up falling too. And they're also going to get 100 gold thanks to that Helm of the Dominator creep.
Yeah, Snap just kind of was running towards those Ancients alone, smoked up, gets popped, and gets kind of killed by the Timber. Meanwhile, Lycan was elsewhere, which is what the kisses were being used on, so it was kind of this disjointed gank attempt. And they're not done. This would be a huge kill. Oh, boy.
Yeah, they're starting to stack it up. Almost 6,000 gold here for this Monkey King. And that's Echo Saber, right? Yeah.
Yep. Now, losing this bottom tier 1 tower, but they'll be more than happy with what they're getting elsewhere on the map. Mid tier 1 tower has also been kept alive for quite a while with the living armor. That's the one thing this Tree and Protector's really brought to the table. It slowed down some of the snowball from Penguin Squad. But if they get this mid tier 1 tower and get themselves that Roshan, we haven't really seen this TA at all, and TA will have Tread's Deso fairly soon, especially if she gets left alone in these Ancients.
They don't have the...
Oh. Wow.
Shoot down. I was going to say, they don't have Liquid Fire over level 1, so the tower damage that this Jakiro is doing is not a lot.
I think it's, it's fine. This is the build you want. Obviously, more Liquid Fire would give them more tower damage, but they're not picking Jakiro for the tower damage. They pick Jakiro for the strong lane, plus, the control from Ice Path has just got more value right now.
Swashbuckle was already used. He's trying to get into the Rolling Thunder. Primal Spring, Snowball, Ice Path, Boundless Strike. The control is consistent and consecutive, and they'll get another kill onto this Pango, who is now 0-4-1 in this tier 1 tower. Should not be long for this world.
Man. Solji's game is just being completely destroyed. They may get more.
Yeah,
they will get more.
For the cookie away, and they've got the Ice Path. That means another kill. Arms comes in. Dual Breath. Crawler's dead. Boundless Strike. Wukong's. Ooh, Pig Pole. Squeak it on by.
Okay.
So.
Oh, Helm Creep. Got it.
1K, now 2K lead here for Penguin Squad. Let's roll up the odds for esportsbet.io, and it's Penguin Squad basically making it 50-50.
Yeah. Only a 1K goal. It feels like they've had all the momentum making all the plays, but it is, I think, still a more well-rounded draft on the Felt side. It's just like what we've seen out of Penguin Squad has just been like go, 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 run at the enemy, kill them again and again. But they have not been prioritizing their own farm as much, especially on heroes like Timbersaw. I feel like Satoshi could be in for a rough game. Like, he did a really good job pressuring the lane with this build, but now he's a Timber with no reactive armor, a little bit underfarmed. So he's going to try to find a way to maybe recover a bit. But if Penguin Squad, get this TA Deso and just take Aegis and get tower after tower, the game quickly will swing their way. That's kind of what Felt were trying to do in game 1, but they got caught in the Roshan pit, so we just have to make sure if you're Penguin Squad that you get Roshan without any kind of team fight going wrong.
Are they going to try and do this before the Deso? They get Satoshi bottom. Like, that's what you were talking about. And I was thinking maybe with this double damage, they just go for Roche.
They could, yeah, they're pinging it. Especially when you see those heroes bottom. And also the kisses being on cooldown. There's also no shapeshift. They kind of know these things. So, yeah. No Deso, no problem. This Roche just melting.
Honestly, that'll put the Deso pretty much into existence with that gold taken from Roche. And now it's Deso in with Aegis. Like, the timings kind of work out well anyway.
Yeah, and they can kind of just group up and take some objectives now. I'm curious where maybe the Timber's going to fit in, because usually that's like, okay, he'll frontline a bit, maybe tank some tower shots, but he's just going to be playing more as like this spellcasting backliner, jumping some supports, or, blowing up the Lycan summons in a fight. TA in the front, though, should do well. There's a lot of things to break through Refraction, with the Lycan summons, some of the Snapfire damage over time, Swashbuckle, but with an Aegis, it should be pretty safe for Kid to frontline a bit.
So Satoshi cutting the creeps. They're going to try and keep this tower alive, but with the Deso, this is going to be pretty quick.
Yep. They sweep through the trees, look for Shu, not going to find him. I'm not sure you can really defend this one, especially with how strong and farmed Snow is on this Monkey King, not to mention the TA as well.
Yeah, this tier 2's gone.
Yep. Mid lane, meanwhile, Pengo trying to get a T1 tower of his own, but Crawler is maybe setting up for a gank here. He's already TP'd in preemptively, and yeah, I think Solji kind of catching wind of this is backed off.
So tier 1 tower stays up. They've got the Diffusal Blade, which is that cheap fighting item here for the Pangolier, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to really fight into this at the moment. Like, Snow almost has this BKB ready to go, and that's going to make him feel really strong in these fights.
Yeah. I think as long as Aegis in the playing field, you're not looking to take a full 5-on-5 team fight. You can like try and pick people off who aren't with the team. Yeah, smoking on a couple heroes. They want to try and engage here in the mid lane.
TA's not with them.
Yeah.
Only Thunder, no blink. Ice Path down, lands on the Snapfire.
Are they even killing Jakiro? Surely. Okay, they will.
Yeah, Macro Fire down, and so is the Jakiro. But the way that played out, like, if TA's there, that might turn horrible.
Yeah, agree. And even the outcome there, like, TA is not there, it's still not really a good outcome for Fel. You use the Rolling Thunder, you kill a support, you bring a lot of heroes while Penguin Squad were just, TA somewhere else farming. So the gold you gain is kind of being negated by the fact that Penguin Squad's just getting more farm on the map.
So Monkey King switches off the BKB to a Maelstrom.
Okay. Maybe looking at this game kind of slowing down a bit. Like, they're not going to, they've got this Aegis, but this is just going to maybe get an outer tower or two. They're not going high ground anytime soon. At least not until, like, next Roche at earliest. And you can always, break down the Echo Saber to get that BKB later on as well.
Pango might be dead here. Him or Shu certainly feel like they're dying with the way that Kid has kind of pinched him in. But he's actually just farming. I don't know if he's as aware as maybe he thinks.
Burns the
Ice
mana.
Path lands on a Shu. Shield Crash with a TP attempt. They know where he is, and they had Balance Strike, but Snow never used it.
Okay. Good annoying plays. I mean, just getting the Diffusal Swashbuckle on the TA is super annoying. Take away TA's mana pool. Doesn't have any bottle charges left. Was using Clarities before. Just makes it hard for them to keep applying pressure on the map when TA doesn't have, Refraction and Meld. It's a lot harder to take any kind of a fight.
Brigand's Blade. And a Smoke. A Smoke with TA going bot. So they're trying to pinch again.
What can they find here? They would love a kill on this Ursa.
Considering the fact he's level 15 and Monkey King's only level 12, yeah. Scatterblast, but a quick kill on a Chen. Arms going the other way. Pango kind of showing up a little bit. Macropyre even committed. Just look at where this Jakiro's kind of stuck. This This Ancient Black Dragon is really doing a lot of damage to him.
Arms did not want to back off. He's like, man, I just stacked these Ancients. I want to farm these. Like, I know they're coming in here, but takes as much as he can before he backs off from the Ancients. But yeah, here they go. They finally make their way, get their next objectives. Look at the tier 1 bottom, the tier 2 as well. Aegis still has 30 seconds, and I think with Snapfire dead, with the position that Felt is playing on the map, they have no interest in defending this tier 2 right now, but they are starting to TP in, so yeah, okay, there we go. Here's the defense.
Arms is really high level. Like, he's got a BKB. If he just runs at this Monkey King, he might just die. Walrus Punch to try and keep him alive. They go to the Rolling Thunder, and that's exactly what they do.
Wow.
Kisses come in, down goes Crawler, and they are bumping up Kid onto the high ground. He goes into the meld, but this is problematic.
They wait for the Aegis.
The Aegis
Perfect.
expires, and that's going to be a kill on a Kid. And they don't even lose Pango. It's a full team wipe for Felt, losing nothing.
Insane. Ursa just absolutely stepping up their arms. You know, he had the rough landing stage. He just charges in. He kills Monkey King inside the Wukong. Like, by the time Wukong came out, he was already like half health, but that Fury Swipes damage adding up and just kept running at him. The Tusk doing all he could to try and delay the Ursa's damage with the Walrus Punch, but I did not see Ursa able to just destroy Monkey King that easily inside Wukong, man. What a swing. Full team wipe. Great job stalling out the Aegis, not killing the TA. With that couple of seconds left and a perfectly executed fight from Felt.
Yeah, and this is all off the fact that Arms has kind of stayed hidden and farmed up. He's level 17. Like, TA's been doing not a lot of fighting, but like a lot of farming, and felt like had the perfect start to the game. But hey, well, Arms is level 17, and he's 2 levels ahead of TA, who had a perfect start. And look at where Monkey King is, too. Like, he's only level 13.
Yeah. It's not like this Monkey King, like, he's gone very early game centric with these items. Yeah, Maelstrom gives you some farming, which also meant he didn't have a BKB that fight. But yeah, both cores, TA and Monkey, not having a BKB there made that fight so much more difficult.
Oh boy, Fade's wrapping around, and they've got the smoke coming in from Feld.
Yeah. They want to keep fighting. They smell blood in the water, and
they see Tusk. Ooh, instead they'll get themselves Jakiro. They saw Tusk with the Wolves. Now they're going to even...
Do they find TA?
No way. Did they see him melt with the Wolves? No.
They didn't see him. They don't know he's there, thankfully, because Kid has no BKB, no Blink Dagger. He's just like, guys, don't come near me. He's hoping they don't go for any kind of a D-ward here. I think Fade knows. He's pinging in the spot. Fade, I think I saw dark green ping. Whoa. Okay. Fade seemed to know where he was.
Oh boy. But now mellowed again.
They've got a gem now.
Wukongs, they're going to go one more time. Can they get the kill? BKB's on the run. Good shards. Oh, that keeps him in for the damage from Kid.
Even better kisses.
Damage. Yeah, the kisses kill Crawler and Snow. Chen's going to die here to Kid with a triple kill. Fade. Oh, TP's out. Nothing to stop him.
What a mess of a game. These fights are insane. This has just been a treat to watch. 21 kills to 20. There's a gem on the ground. That's a huge gold swing, assuming Penguin Squad find this. Is being pinged out. I think Monkey King spotted it and he's telling his team Jakiro's coming in to pick it up. Yeah, they're going to get this gem.
Courier. Aww.
Oh, yep. And there we go. Takes the Felt gem. That's a nice 1,800 gold swing.
It was a race to the finish, which is always a good place to end, but man, well, that was almost the gem in the hands of Felt.
Yep. I mean, it was originally their gem, so that was I think Snapfire who bought it, and they go on and lose it. So costly one for them, and they're trying to fight around the power spike of their Ursa, but that shards was just absolutely incredible. This time around, Monkey got off the Wukongs earlier, so we saw Arms. He wasn't trying to fight the Monkey inside the Wukong this time because he was just too much health, too much sustain, and too much backup with the Tusk there as well.
He was kind of happy to just walk out if he could have, but the shards were placed perfectly, and then the damage came in from the TA, which worked out. 5-man smoke? Yep.
Okay. Yep. Can they find with this? Soldier would be a great catch.
Yeah, and it will be an easy one. Just with Roche up in a minute 30.
No game for this Pengo. 1, 5, and 6. Not what we're used to seeing from Solji. He's been a pretty stable player.
More net worth than Timber, right? Like,
true.
That's insane.
Yeah. And Timber, I mean, I was going to say, you can still feel like what Timber's done this game because he had such a annoying laning stage pressuring the Ursa and really slowed down Felt's timing. With that said, Ursa's caught up and is kind of owning right now, but Timber did everything he could to kind of limit that from happening. Oh boy, Satoshi just ginks. No, he's fine. Not enough damage.
It hit me with those 17 stacks of the reactive armor.
Yep.
Try me.
It's not the laning stage anymore where he doesn't have it skilled. But Roshan, the next big thing for both these teams, particularly Penguin Squad, who have a lot of map control around the area with their wards, their vision, their gem, well, their stolen gem, and just not a lot Felt can really do. They can send out the Lycan Wolves constantly to scout. I do imagine they're going to want to contest Roshan, but it is hard to do against heroes like Monkey King and against the heavy vision disadvantage. Like things like TA traps and gem just make it really difficult to maneuver around the Roshan pit.
Wolf in the pit, traps coming down, Chen being very bothered.
Oh. Wolf in the pit means they don't have to overcommit.
Chen! Alright, go Scepter. Not awful, Rolling Thunder going the other way now, trying to get their hands and focus attention on Kid. Look at this, they're just right on him, waiting for the BKB to run out. The damage from Arms, because, by the way, there's an Axon Fade to just turn this bear into a wolf. He's half wolf, he's half bear, he's half man.
Yeah, this Ursa's just chomping through people, and now it's Felt who are going to be the ones in the Roshan pit. Getting the TA kill through the meld with the Black Dragon Fireball. Just, here they come though. Can Penguin Squad contest this one? They've got Wukong.
I'm expecting Ice Path into Primal Spring.
No. They don't really see Penguin Squad, although they will find East now.
Oh! There you go!
Getting the Ursa!
Oh my god, Arms!
He's living!
What?
They needed the monkey!
The Boundless Strike on the edge, but the overgrowth, the Chakram doesn't land! They do have the Wukongs. They will take out Fade, but here comes Arms again into the Wukongs! What are you doing? Jesus! Arms! They say to keep people at arm's length, but not like that.
Yep, kind of walked in that one. Roche is so low.
Oh, and Satoshi drops the shoe.
Oh no. Snow's sticking around. He's still got the gem. He still may look to come back in. Yeah, he is. 1v3.
Boundless Strike.
I don't know about this.
Oh, Rolling Thunder in the mouth of the pit. That's not good.
Yep.
But here comes Kid. Now Kid's going to be in on this one. The gem's on the deck, so that means they should be able to see him if he tries to hide with the meld. But the double tap onto Chen. Kid going to try and fight here. Shield crash, BKB, buyback from the Snapfire, running down this Pango, and he'll die. What is going on? Snowball to stop the TP. They'll knock him out with the Walrus Punch, and now Roche is the objective.
It was 3v1, and they couldn't get Roche.
Oh my god.
That Ursa walking back in and dying in the Wukongs was so costly there. It was like Felt had won the fight. They had Roshan. Roshan was like 10% health. They just had to, get out of the Wukongs, chill, wait for Ursa maybe to heal up, or even just, back off for a little bit and re-engage. Keep Penguin Squad out of the pit, and instead, suddenly it's a TA walking away with Aegis and Shard.
Walk away and survive and take Roche? No, this is NA Division 2 that you're talking about. We're going to keep fighting and going. Works out well. Well, depending on who you're rooting for.
This game's been mayhem. This has definitely been the most hyped game today for me. With so much at stake as well. Penguin Squad definitely playing some fun Dota. We've definitely not seen Felt on their A game, but I think Felt overall has played pretty well this game. It's just been so wacky because of the way the lanes were set up, which I think was maybe some bad decisions from Felt, but they're doing everything they can to make it work.
Now things get a little bit tougher for Chen, right? Like he wants to go to the Mortimer's Kisses, but if there's just a trap set there, silence him with the shard picked up for Kid. He's going into a Silver Edge. Like I kind of think this Aegis could turn into a high ground push if the next fight goes right for them.
Yeah, games like this can get blown up and very quickly. Here's like TA who can just break your base so fast, and now that these BKBs on the playing field, we see Penguin Squad have a much easier time approaching these fights. Where things start to look a little scary for them was when these fights are happening pre-BKB.
putting some vision down in the jungle. Time to work with this Aegis, so let's see if they just wait for next item or so to go.
No. I think the concern for Felt is just how their draft is going to kind of scale here for me. You've gone this Lycan Ag, so you're making Ursa like an even bigger, scarier bear in these fights, but it's like, it feels very much like Ursa is their late game, and then they haven't got a whole lot else going for them. Like Lycan, like Ag's AC coming out, like this is like, let's team items. Same for the Pengo, who's going to have Shivers plus Diffusal. Like these are team items, whereas on the Radiant side, I just think you're scaling a lot better. You got Monkey and TA. Even Timbersaw with an Ag Scepter is going to have some crazy late game damage potential. So I think there's just a lot more damage and scaling coming out of Penguin Squad's side.
This is scaling enough.
Got to take some good fights too. Like there's going to be Wolf Ursa just charging at this TA every fight, limiting her ability to, you know, right click and do stuff.
That's certainly for sure. You know, Ursa not afraid, as we've seen.
No. Has the shard queued up. You know, usually Ursa doesn't have to buy a shard because you're taking Roach, getting shard for free, but it's such a good shard. Can make such a big difference in these fights, getting these little mini enrage buffs.
There goes that tier 2 tower mid. They're trying to push bottom, so at least getting something or hoping to get something out of this.
Yeah, I think avoiding fights while Aegis is up there, you know, just posing a split push threat. They're not going to like hard commit to this if you're Felt. You're basically saying like, you know, if you guys 5 men down mid or top, we're going to apply pressure to your bottom tier 3 tower. You know, they want to avoid any kind of team fight while Aegis is on the playing field. It's only got a minute and a half or so left, so, you know, most likely Felt will just do what they can to avoid full-on 5v5 fights. They do smoke up, like, you know, if they can split the Penguin Squad team up, they see TA bottom now, they know they can take a fight or find kills, like, on the top side of the map, where Monkey King has been scouted by a Lycan Wolf. He's going for a TP, and they got him!
They got him! They broke that tree with the Battle Fury, and they will get the kill on a Snow, but they will lose the Pango for this.
Ooh. No. I'm not sure what happened to Pengo, but yeah, great find. The Lycan Wolves, it's, you know, we've always hype up Fade when we cast Felt there, and that's a kill that he's basically setting up with his vision for the team. You know, they see TA bottom, they know Monkey's farming top, and even though, you know, Monkey thinks he's safe, he's like, I'll just hop to trees, TP out, I know they're running at me, but they scout exactly which tree he goes to because of that Lycan Wolf.
So, is the trade, though, going to be worth it? I'm wondering how comfortable Penguin Squad are going to be in pushing, because they need to force these towers all the way down.
I think they're forced to just slow it down and farm now. Like, you're definitely not pushing without Monkey King. They haven't really got much of a gold lead. 5k gold is really nothing at 30 minutes into the game. You know, killing a Pengo is not the most farmed hero here. He is kind of the team fight presence of Felt, but it's pretty much an Aegis that's going to get wasted at this point, or it's going to expire without much ado. And great job by Felt using Tree and Protector in one lane. Like, Pengo dying there, like, you know, I didn't see how it happened. It seemed like a death that maybe could have been avoided, but he's kind of doing his job where it's just like, keep Penguin Squad, you know, on the back foot, so they have to keep defending. Finally, Penguin Squad maybe get Felt with this 5-man smoke. They're going to run right into Felt.
There's the jump in. Snowball. It's going to hit onto the Pango. They go to the balance. Strike that lands out of 2. They get the kill on the Pango to start the fight off. They go to the Macropire down on the ground. In the Wukong's crawler is going to fall. It's a dead Tusk for a Pango. But Ursa, how much longer do you have?
He's got the wolf
by Fade. The damage. The right click. Channel. Here comes the Monkey King. Is Beowulf stronger than Monkey King? Oh, not even going to try and find out. He's actually just going to run away.
I mean, these are the 5v5 fights that Felt want to avoid. Like, even when Aegis down, they're just not quite ready to take a full-on fight, especially when they're kind of caught out by surprise there. Tusk is the one getting the jump, instantly killing one, and they weren't even able to get things like Overgrowth off in the fight, so... And a great job kiting the Ursa and his BKB. Like, he wasn't really able to kill anyone outside of the Tusk, and his entire kind of BKB and rage just got wasted there.
And then he got bit late and had to run. Won't
lead to any kind of base taking, but it's still a good little fight for Penguin Squad nonetheless.
Didn't even lead to them getting the tier 2 tower bottom, which is a little bit surprising.
Yeah. You know, I think it's not the biggest deal. Like, it is nice to get that tower, especially if you get high ground later. Like, you may be prevented from getting mega creeps when there's still a tier 2 standing, but I think they just want to reset when their BKBs are down. Some of their key spells are down. They've lost Tusk, who is basically their big playmaker. He's the one starting most of these fights. Like, one of the things with their 3 cores is none of them really initiate, so I think it's important for them to have the Tusk alive.
Another smoke. Wow.
Yeah.
Smoking a smoke.
It was near a ward.
They'll go in. They've got the Walrus Punch. They're going to get the Pango out of the fight immediately once again. They'll go to the Shapeshift, take out Crawler, and the Timber. But Wukong's command, Macropyre down. Chen going to burn out. 2 for 2 so far. And 250 home of the Overlord creep.
No. Snow's chasing.
Ursa Arms just goes right in for the Jakiro.
He's so beefy. Oh, doesn't get the right tree for the Monkey King.
Gleipnir. Oh boy. Now the buyback comes in for the Jakiro. He's still trying to run. They have Boundless Strike available, but they're just not doing any damage. Overgrowth comes in, goes to the Refraction. The right click still not enough to get the kill here on the Ursa.
Kid, can he find Shu in the trees?
Oh, yes he can. 3-shot him.
I mean, this Ursa is
theirs.
An absolute menace. Beast in these fights when he gets Wolf Bit. Doing 7,000 damage. Next highest was TA with the 4.6k. But it's still this. It feels like it's all Ursa. Like, their entire team fight is just Ursa killing people, whereas on the Penguin Squad side, you've just got more things that can threaten. You know, the longer the fight goes, you know, this Monkey King's building up damage. He's also sustaining really well. Has the Basher, the Mage Slayer to just make life really annoying. And TA, of course, you know, if you're not bursting her down, she's going to kill somebody eventually.
Yeah, TA, it felt like the right clicks weren't doing anything, though. To that Ursa, at least. But soon to have the Swift Blink, which is going to be even more disgusting. And Roche is up in a minute, too. Oh, Snow. Trouble bottom. BKB. And
guess is wrong.
No way.
He knows where he is. Oh, just got out.
I was going to say, turning into a tree, that doesn't work in, like, real games, does it?
And just juked him. You know, it was kind of a 50-50 which way he went. Now Pango forced out. Yeah, it feels like he's just rolling Thunder to run, but he's going to turn and try to fight.
Yeah, they've got Shapeshift used, and now they're going to run.
Yeah. I was like, without Ursa, I don't think you take that kind of fight. Ursa's not too far.
Going forward, and Pango might die for the 10th time this game. They've got the break thanks to the Silver Edge. Kid's also got that Swift Blink. Overgrowth. Wukong's nobody in the circle. They take out the Pango. Dead for 60 seconds. And that's with Roche coming back up in 5.
Yeah, I don't think Felt would fight. They need that Ursa BKB, particularly. Even if it gets Wolf Bit, he just gets kited so much. Wants to finish off. Yeah. Maybe hit his level 25 as well. See where things go here, but yeah, it's definitely getting harder the longer this game goes on. Just feels like Penguin Squad across the board are just getting more and more tools to address the Ursa. You know, your supports are getting Ghost Scepters on Jakiro, Force Staffs. You've got a Scythe of Vice on the Timbersaw. Tusk is going to have a Heaven's Halberd. So everybody's just itemizing to make life annoying for Ursa. And at some point, there's just going to be too many, you know, utility items that kite the Ursa, limit his ability to attack, or disable him, that it just feels like ARMS won't be able to carry this game unless they get the perfect team fight.
I want to say at some point, Snow starts to build into more carry items as well. He's going into the Bloodthorn next after the Abyssal Blade, but like, you might be able to output some more damage as time goes on. Spell Prism for Lycan is kind of what he wants, considering he's got Quickening Charm, but who's he going to give Spell Prism off to?
Yeah, it looks like he passed it back to base.
That's interesting. Top lane, ARMS, Shu, trying to fight this, and Snowball comes in. Walrus Punch still inside the Wukongs, eats the cheese. ARMS, if he dies here, well, he is not going to have buyback.
Uh-oh. Well, that's definitely... Yeah, I mean, they've gotten Aegis now. That looks like it's just a high ground, maybe. Like, there's your late game. There's your carry. Shu's already looking to maybe cut some waves on the Treant Protector, trying to go behind enemy lines, but there's one creep wave that has to be addressed first. You know, they can maybe glyph the tower to multi-shot down the creep wave.
Oh boy.
I know, boy.
Satoshi with a solo kill, no buyback on this Pango either.
So like a support, he's just killing the enemy mid laner.
Shen.
Oh, he got buyback.
He got the gold.
Yep, just barely had it.
That. Oh, they're gonna bite him. They wanna go?
There's no Pango now. Like, it makes it so much harder.
Howl, Swift Blink, the tower's gone. There's the Abyssal with the cookie, the follow-up. But now they've got the Snowball to get the save here. They're also going to get the Meld Strike off. And if they get the kill here onto the Ursa, that's going to be big issues. The Overgrowth comes in. It's going to be a 3-shot coming through from Kid onto this Treant Protector. Gleipnir, Enrage, buyback coming in from Shu. And these racks are not long for the world.
Nope. There's the bonus refraction charges with the 25 talent just make this TA so damn tanky on the front lines. Like, the Wolfbit Ursa went on TA thinking, okay, I'll just chew through refraction and then start killing her, maybe get some bashes, but TA just stayed full health the entire time. And it's a free lane of racks and a disengage for Penguin Squad, who now have a 20k gold lead. They may be staying alive here in Div 2. You know, they had one of the toughest opponents to play to, you know, keep their spot in DPC, and they may just be pulling it off here.
Easy, let's pick up. Smoke off the ground? Interesting. That was weird. Or no, he picked up 2 infused raindrops, I believe. So now, big wave bottom. TA says, Snow, you're not the carry. I'll take all of these. Just get all that juicy gold. It's what, Nullifier next? Yeah. Well, that's now a tier 2 that's definitely going to drop here for the side of Felt.
I don't think Felt want to defend anything except their high ground. You know, fighting into this Aegis is just such a tricky situation. Now a Nullifier as well on the TA, giving her even more offensive power. The spell, the Dispel as well, can make life so annoying for things like the Ursa if you're getting your overpower taken away.
Timeless Relic, Stormcrafter.
No.
A little surprised that they didn't want to continue to push forward onto the high ground, knowing that Ursa's like one death away from being out of this game.
I agree. I'm not sure if there's a certain item or level timing they're waiting for or what it may be. You know, it feels like you've got the Aegis now. It's going to be expiring in a minute's time. Like, you know, put your TA, have your TA at least poke the tier 3 tower from the low ground or something. And if she gets gone on, you know, we saw top lane. You just force staff her away or she'll survive the refraction. But something about the position Penguin Squad didn't like.
Double damage is going to be... that's going to be the item.
Yep.
And if I'm in Soak from Felt, like, they want to do something and they're going to go and find themselves Satoshi. Can they kill him quick enough is really the answer or question. And they're going to go to the kisses on this too. Snowball saves him, pulls him the other way, and eventually he falls and Crawler dies too. So this is save your friend syndrome.
Yeah, Kid's here with the DD, but he needs to be careful.
And disc. Hurricane Pike, Wukong.
Aegis expires.
Oh!
Okay, but Ursa's dead.
Yeah, dead for 2 minutes. That's the damage gone. They'll buy back on the Tusk. That's also a dead Pangolier thanks to those double damage coming in.
Snow's just trying to jump the hell out of there. Same for the Tusk trying to chase him down, and this should be the high ground now. The DDTA for a couple more seconds. These buildings just melting.
Yeah, living armor or not. These buildings don't have much time on this world. Walrus Punch, Treant, Primal Spring, Boundless Strike, Snowball lands, but he's right by his base. They don't want to go in too far. Should probably focus the objectives, and that's what Kid is doing.
Yeah. Eyes on the prize. Securing the dub, and Mega Creep's going to be coming out. No way to defend or take a fight without this Ursa. They put all their eggs in the Ursa basket, and, well, wow. That basket has been flipped over, and these eggs are smashed all over the ground.
Yeah, I don't know if you had to do the school project about getting an egg down from the roof safely with a parachute, but it is not working for Felt.
Yeah. Glyph the tier 4s delay things a bit here, but I think Penguin Squad should just go for the GG. 40 seconds. Ursa is like the only way this game somehow becomes a win, and they have 40 seconds to try and end it before he's back alive.
Just focus the objectives. They are like going to get these kills, and I understand maybe wanting to get the tree and to make these buildings fall a little bit quicker, but you still have 30 seconds. Yeah, just Wukongs.
Yep.
Keep them away and make sure that you take these towers and get the base.
The kills will come to you. They have to defend the throne.
That's exactly what they're doing, but Crawler ends up dead. He bought back down for 100. Fade falls for 80. The throne exposed. And Timber Chain all the way across. Chikiro might be next. Goes to the Ghost Scepter. Again,
Ursa
the
back in
throne
5.
could just fall, but now with a lot of the attention just on the Tree Protector, the throne is open. Ursa's going to try and make a one last man stand and go after this Monkey King, but he's got the Abyssal Blade. The right clicks, the Abyssal going the other way, and eventually he does get the kill. But now, well, TA, yeah, base time? Maybe base time. Nullifier, GG, well played, is called instead, and they will get the victory, stay in Div 2, and potentially force a 4-way tiebreaker. Penguin Squad waddle their way to a 2-1.
Wow. Smiles on their faces. They took down Felt to keep themselves alive. I love that Snow is wearing the little snow hat, the beanie. You know, he's dressed thematically there. But what a showing from the lads over on Penguin Squad to pull off a win. You know, most teams back against the wall. That's where the pressure maybe gets you and you perform worse. But it feels like they actually stepped it up and played some of their best Dota today. Felt playing with a stand-in, and it just felt like, you know, they already got that top 2. So perhaps Penguin Squad, you know, benefiting from the fact that Felt had already secured top 2, weren't really playing for much, and as a result, nice little win for Penguin Squad.
Yeah, potentially being like, hey, now we're going to watch all 4 of you fight for survival. Like, it's fun to watch one team, but why not watch 4 teams now fight it out? They get to run the whole gladiatorship, and we're going to bring back Nat. Analytical hat on. Come on. Fortress, Mind Fortress. Oh.
I was slow, sorry, it's because of the delay. We're all doing it now, yeah. We got you. It was just the lag, and then I have my own personal brain lag. But yeah, it's a massive beat for Penguin Squad here. I don't know how many people came into this series thinking that they were gonna be able to do it, but my oh my, they did. They took game 1, they fell a little short in game 2, but it doesn't matter because here in game number 3, they beat out Felt, and in a fantastic fashion. There was so much action. There was a lot going on. I don't really know if this was just Penguin Squad overachieving, Felt falling a little bit short, maybe a combination of both of them, but I love the tenacity from Penguin Squad, even when there were those few times that they did get team wiped cards.
And it's great to see that, like, you know, a lot of teams you get put in this, like, must-win situation and they play, like, scared or, you know, the pressure gets them. They were just constantly fighting, playing aggressive. Like, this was, that's kind of where Penguin Squad has looked their best all tours, when they get these, like, super aggressive fighting drafts. They're one of the teams that's won and played TA multiple times now. And yeah, they rose to the occasion. Even when they were getting team wiped, they didn't let it kind of completely phase them. They came back with a game plan. They slowed things down, itemized to really like limit Ursa's ability to like scale as a solo carry. And at some point, there was just like too many, you know, scaling heroes on the Penguin Squad side. Like they just had too many tools to limit what Ursa could do. And outside of Ursa, nobody else was doing anything like it.
Yeah, that fight that we just saw, by the way, the 27-minute second Roche fight was, I personally feel, one of the biggest turning points for Penguin Squad, or even you could say for Felt. The fact that they were able to get as many kills as they could and not transition it into getting Aegis was really detrimental to their play, and from there, they could never really get back in. There just wasn't anything else paired with the fact that Penguin Squad had so many late game scaling heroes beak up. I mean, it was a downward spiral for Felt.
Yeah, it felt like it was a little kooky from both sides. Arms jumping into that Roche fight was an interesting move. That's all I got on to words to say that. I don't want to rip on anybody too heavily, but it was weird. It was like 1v1, V1, 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 V3, V1, and then all of a sudden it was 1v1 again. And, like, that fight was like 8 minutes long.
Yeah. It wasn't the best play, but, you know, he had some pretty heavy weight on his shoulders this game. Like, do you guys see anything Pengo did this game? I didn't. I'm going to be honest. This was a rough one for Solji. He's had a good tour, but this was like his worst game he's played
100%.
the entire season. He was just invisible.
Yeah, and even then, like Fade, I know that he was still making quite a lot of moves, and I don't know what it was, if he was just a little extra disconnected from the team today. I'm not really sure, but he also didn't really, outshine anyone either. I would say definitely didn't feel like the felt that we'd seen in the past from a lot of the players that should be the stable ones. And instead, Penguin Squad, like we keep saying, they have done what a lot of people would have thought is the unthinkable, and getting the MVP for their second win here is Kid, the stand-in at the moment for Penguin Squad, and he really showed up. Like, I don't know if I have any other synonyms or other words to describe this B-Cup, but I'm going to ask you to.
Honestly, he played amazing, and I don't know what it is about the last week of NA DPC Division 2, but stand-ins really standing out. What was it? It was Giant, it's Kid, it's Monkeys Forever. Honestly, teams take notice. If they're standing in, that means they're LFT, looking for teams. So bring them on in.
It's true. It's something very much to talk about there. But Kid, fantastic performance, amazing showing from Penguin Squad. Also means that we get another interview with them. We do have Ace with us here. We're gonna have a chat to him. Congratulations! This series wasn't as clean as the last time we spoke to you, but you guys keep the dream alive for Div 2. Like, how does it feel to know that you now are going into tiebreakers and you could be staying in Division 2? You're not relegated.
Well, it feels amazing. I'm still nervous. We're all happy with this big victory.
You say you were nervous. Was it across the board for the whole team? Everyone was kind of nervous, or that was just you personally? And how did you kind of deal with those nerves?
Me personally, I think I just have to hold it till the game is over and just chill, I guess, relax.
Yeah. I want to know, in game number 2, you guys picked up the Alchemist. I just want to know, what was the reasoning behind it? Like, what was the thought process, and what were you hoping to achieve with that hero?
We were trying something different in the scrims. And the carry, Snow. We play a lot of CMs and Alchemist last picks. We decided to go for it because it was working perfectly for us in the scrim. So, we just try in the tournament. We was really sure that's gonna work with the combo.
Okay. Unfortunately, it didn't work in the officials, but it's cool to know that that's something that you guys have been trying out. I look forward to it maybe being picked up at a different time. But Gods, if you have any questions?
Yeah, firstly, congrats. It's a huge deal. You're not eliminated. You stay alive to fight in these tiebreakers. I'm curious, when it comes to those tiebreakers, how confident are you feeling? Potentially 3 or 4-way tiebreakers, only one team eliminated. Do you feel like your team's in a good position going into them?
I feel happy because we did it to the tiebreakers. It's working very well for us with the standing. So, it's much better to play like this, I guess. But yeah, I think we're ready for the tiebreakers.
Great, yeah, and that was my next question. We've seen a couple different stand-ins. I think it was 98 Flow the other day and Kid today. Some of your team's best games have come with stand-ins. What is it about your team that you felt like you needed to make these changes and bring in stand-ins to kind of perform better?
I guess it's something we talk as a team. We wasn't like happy with Dennis. We have so much trouble with different ideas. We have that, and for everyone else, we had to try something different. So we tried with Kid as a mid laner, and he was working really good for us.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Biko, if you have any questions.
What's the go-to meal off of victory? These are the questions I ask. I feel like I got to know what's the go-to meal after a big victory like this one.
I don't know how to pronounce it in English. My English is really bad. So it's something we call here enchiladas in Mexico.
All right, I'm always down
that
for
is
some enchiladas.
Yeah, that is a perfect go-to victory meal.
That sounds, honestly, I should get that right now. Get a good victory meal going on. Who's also, I love him personally, but I will ask another question. Who's like the loudest on the team? When you got that victory right there, who's in the mic being just the most vocal at that moment?
I think it will be Crowler, and then me, and also Snow too. But mainly the two of us, the two supports of us, me and Crowler.
Okay. Down with that. So that's all the questions I got. I don't have many questions. I'm not a panel person.
That's all good. We'll let you go now, Ace. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to watching the tiebreakers with you guys. Best of luck. But yeah, congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. See ya.
Thank you.
See ya. Thank you.
Dude, fantastic. Winning meal off the back of this one. Yeah, beautiful. I love it. But it's nice to know who was vocal in the team, sort of the reasons why they picked the heroes they did and just what was working well for them in this series. So a massive congratulations to Penguin Squad. I really can't say it enough. This team for Felt people were saying they're definitely on the same level as Dog Champ, and now you see them lose this series. It's pretty insane. It's so phenomenal, and I'm excited to see the tiebreakers, but I'm also really excited to see the leaderboard. I'm keen to see where everyone shapes up. So Dog Champ, they played again today. They got a nice 2-0 against the Cut, which puts them at 6 wins, 0 losses out there in first. Well, despite the fact that they got a loss today, they do have 5 wins overall, and that's enough to keep them in the position to be going up to Div 1. So those two teams going up, and with 4 wins, 3 losses, and seeing how all the other teams are shaping up, does mean they will be staying in Division 2. They won't be a part of these tiebreakers. However, as you can see...
They might be, though, if Fart win, right?
They will do their own... tiebreakers then, but they would be a part of the relegation. Sorry, yes, they would be a part of the relegation tiebreakers, which are C-Dub, the Cut, Penguin Squad right now, all on the same scoreline. Eternity, we already knew, are definitely going to be relegated. So even though they got a game win today, they don't have a series win. So it is rough looking at that scoreline for themselves. But you hit the nail on the head, Gods, already. Fight Studios, Dog Champ, that's our schedule for tomorrow. It is only one series, but that is going to determine if we are going to have 4-way tiebreakers with one of the teams being relegated, or if we're going to have just the 3-way tiebreaker for relegation and then a separate best of 3 between Ant and Fart Studios. So they are the only outcomes here. A 4-way tiebreaker or the 3-way tiebreaker with a best of 3, all dependent on what happens between Dog Champ and Fart Studios there. And it's been a big day. It's been a long day. It's been a hectic day. There has been some fantastic Dota all the way from Ant and Eternity to Cut, Dog Champ, and then Felt and Penguin Squad here. The question I always ask you guys at the end of the day is 1, any final words, but also 2, if you could only go back and watch one game, which game would it be? If you'd like to start us off, Beakup.
All right. First of all, it's that game 3. The Waddle came through. Penguin Squad avoids elimination from Division 2. I'm rooting for this team. I'm a big Penguin Squad member. I'd like to be a part of the Waddle. I'll wear a tuxedo. I don't really care. You guys should watch that series. It was hype. It's very fun. And then final words for me for today. RCY followed me. I'm a big Dog Champ fan, and I'm waiting for I'm all about animals. It's the Waddle. It's the puppies. It's the dogs. I'm here for it. The animals will take over Division 2 in NA Dota.
Wow, I can't believe you're calling them animals. Come on, B-Cup, man. I know it's an A, but... I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you. But Gods, yourself, some final words, same questions.
If there's one game I'd watch the rest of my life, it would be the game Eternity one. And then in my brain, Eternity are like the best team in the world. They're TI champions because you just keep seeing Eternity win again and again and again. So definitely that game. I was happy to see them play so well. I think the whole team really stepped it up, particularly that game. We saw Skyward have a great Primal Beast game. That was a fun little, I think, closing note for their run in Div 2. Sure. And then, we get to see Dogchamp, Fart Series tomorrow. That should be fun. Like, I'm looking forward to it. Fart Series is such a wild card team. I hope they have Monkeys playing again. I think they look a lot better with him. Yeah.
That is like to no avail of Sonic, by the way. I just think Jenkins not being on off lane. That's who I'm, having a dig at here.
Jenkins does look rough in the off lane. I'm going to be honest. I'll tell him directly, like he's my friend, but he's definitely looked a bit rough.
Yeah, I am excited. The next 2 days for NA Div 2 DPC here are going to be super enjoyable. I mean, that series tomorrow, we already said, Dogchamp Fart Studios, and then the day after is going to be Tiebreakers. So the next 2 days, you are still going to have a lot of NA DPC Div 2 action. But for now, we close out our penultimate day, and we will see you all tomorrow for that final series.